Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101 The Divine Offer, 3 Wishes to be Reborn in Eleceed. My name is Aries Hemsworth and I am going through a critical situation in which my body is gradually weakening. As time passes, my consciousness fades away and I lose awareness of my body. I heard a sweet female voice calling me from a distance, "Wake up, sir." I saved a girl from being run over by a truck, but in the process, I was hit by the same vehicle. Her screams slowly faded away and I lost consciousness without knowing my current location. "Sir. Can you hear me? It's sad to think about how I would like to live in a world like Eleceed, where people can have superhuman abilities in the current era. I would like to strive to become stronger than anyone else, like Caden, and have no regrets in my life." In a part outside the universe, a mysterious voice woke him up with a calling. Aries opened his eyes and was amazed by the white room, confused about what he had just heard. After a moment of confusion, a luminous figure appeared in front of him, speaking with a majestic tone. "Wake up, child, I don't have all day," the mysterious voice reproached. Aries, stunned, checked his body and then looked at the ghostly presence in front of him. "What's happening? Where am I? Am I dead?" he asked. "Listen carefully, Aries," said the mysterious voice. "I am a god who offers you the opportunity to reincarnate in the world you desire with 3 wishes to choose from." Excited for a second life, Aries asked, "Really? Can I reincarnate? Who are you?" The god, annoyed by the question, responded in a threatening tone, "You don't need to know who I am, mortal. Just say your wishes, or I will decide them." Nervously, Aries chose the world in which he wanted to be reborn. "I want to reincarnate in Eleceed," he said. The patient god nodded. "Very well, now choose your 3 wishes." Excited, Aries opted to have the combined talent of his favorite characters from Eleceed. "I want to have the talent of Jiwoo and Caden combined," he said. "You can only choose one." "You'll have Jiwoo's talent," affirmed the mysterious voice. Aries felt sad and looked at God with sadness. "Why?" he asked. The god spoke with a threatening voice. "Because it's easy to break the balance in the place where you're going. Besides, I decide. Do you want me to choose your wishes?" Aries trembled, and quickly thought about which wishes to choose. "I want to be reborn with the IQ of Reed Richards in Marvel Comics." God considered Aries' request and responded calmly, an IQ of 267 would be an excellent choice for the world you're going to. Done, I accept it. What's your last wish?" Aries radiated enthusiasm as his eyes shone, and he replied happily, "Finally, I want to have 2 awakened powers, one of healing and another of photokinesis. I want to manipulate light. I think it would be epic." God considered it for a moment and accepted. "That's 2 in 1, but I'll accept it. I'll choose when and in what moment you'll be reborn. The healing factor will give you incredible regeneration and the ability to heal others, while the photokinesis will allow you to create and manipulate light. You'll have to discover more uses for your abilities when you get there." Aries thanked God and suddenly lost consciousness, but before disappearing, he asked with doubts. "Wait, I have some questions." Aries' body dissipated, leaving the room empty. God murmured with interest, "Good luck, child. I'll observe to see if you can keep yourself entertained. It's exhausting to maintain balance in these times." 631 words. Next chapter, The Awakening of the Genius, Jiwoo Seo's life in Eleceed. Chapter 202, The Awakening of the Genius, Jiwoo Seo's life in Eleceed. In a part of Europe, an expansive and exquisite room is where a white-haired child with crystal green eyes rests peacefully. This little one is Jiwoo Seo, who reincarnated into the world of Eleceed 3 years after being born and discovering that his mother is Kang Yujong, Jiwoo's mother. It's amazing to know that the one who gave him life this time was the mother of the protagonist of this story. Although Jiwoo has not yet been born, Aries will be the older brother and has demonstrated his great intelligence from a very young age, being considered a genius. At 3 years old, he has managed to lead a normal life and dedicates himself to perfecting his awakened powers while wondering if the mysterious god has influenced him to maintain the same name as in his past life. He has created his own mid-level force control, thanks to 2 years of effort and attention in finding the best way to make his energy flow in the body most effectively. Although he has not yet fully evaluated the extent of his healing factor and photokinesis, Aries continues to focus on improving his force control to be able to reach high levels of power in Eleceed in a short time. With the goal of completing his mid-level force control in 2 years to increase it to a high level, Aries knows that he will soon have to start his studies and make the most of his second chance. He is aware that time is precious and must be devoted to what really matters. "It has been a few weeks since I celebrated my 5th birthday. Despite my young age, my special ability was already a surprise to everyone. It was obvious that my potential was terrifying because I surpassed Jiwoo's level and anyone else in the quartet, Jisuk, Subin, Sucheon, and Gangseok, as well as the top 10 of the world's Awakened Academy. Recently, I finished perfecting my high-level force control, and the difference is amazing. Additionally, I have an incredible healing factor that allows me to heal small cuts in a matter of hours. My light manipulation has also improved significantly after improving my force control, which allows me to easily control the lighting of the house without using too much energy. However, due to an unexpected incident, my mother found out about my powers. It was really in a very stupid way. Flashback. "Son, bring me a glass of water please," a female voice shouts. Angry, Aries replies, "Mom, get up yourself, you're lazy. I always have to do everything." "What did you say, Aries?" A loud scream echoes throughout the house. Aries gets scared and quickly responds, "I'm coming." He runs down the stairs but trips and rolls down the staircase, making a loud noise. "Son, what happened? Are you okay?" Yujong asks, concerned. Aries replies, in pain, "Yes, I'm fine." But when he tries to step on his left foot, he feels incredible pain. "Let me check you," says Yujong, coming down the stairs. She discovers that he has a broken leg and many bruises on his body. "Let's go to the doctor," says a worried Yujong. Aries tries to resist, "No, I'm fine. I just need to rest a little." "What do you mean you're fine? You've broken your foot. You need to go to the doctor," Yujong yells angrily. Aries thinks it's better to tell her about his powers. "Mom, I have superpowers, I'll heal quickly. I'll be fine in a few hours." Fin flashback. Aries remembers how his mother was scared when she found out about his special abilities. She decided to homeschool him and bought all the school textbooks for him. With his high IQ, he learned everything in a year and asked his mother to teach him medicine, anatomy, physiology, and human biology. His mother, who graduated from one of the top universities, went to get all the necessary information for him to study properly. Aries laughs arrogantly at how easy everything is for him, but his mother asks him not to shout. Aries apologizes and returns to the present. 3 years later. Aries was lying on the floor, panting heavily in a room equipped with training materials and a heavy punching bag. Uff, uff, uff. He exhaled with effort. "Today marks the end of my 3rd year of hellish training, as I've called it, haha. This is fun, I wish to fight soon, but I'm still too weak. I must keep a low profile, the awakened ones are not good to people, especially those like me." Aries continued to train hard, longing for the moment when he would be ready to challenge any awakened. Although he admitted that his training routine had been boring, he was aware that he was building a solid foundation for his future. For 3 years, he focused on strengthening his body through a rigorous exercise regimen that lasted 6 hours every day. He didn't allow himself a single day of rest, combining strength exercises with running to improve his endurance, stretching exercises, and parkour to gain agility and speed. Fortunately, his awakened ability of photokinesis improved significantly, reaching an impressive level. He didn't forget about his studies, although he left them aside a bit during his training. He learned the basic concepts of anatomy, physiology, biology, and human medicine during the day. Despite his bravery and dedication, Aries is aware that he still has a long way to go before he is ready to face the awakened. 1 year later. Aries was in his room trying to rest and reflect on what had happened in the past few years. It had been 4 years since his mother discovered he possessed supernatural powers, which had led to a rather quiet life as they were forced to travel from country to country to hide from the world. Currently, they had been in Canada for a week and planned to stay for approximately 6 months. The young man was excited about starting a new chapter in his life, as his mother had finally given him permission to attend school, on the condition that he learned English fluently. Fortunately, being a genius, it wasn't difficult for him to learn the language, as he has a knack for learning other languages. He longed for this new phase to allow him to meet others like him, as he was tired of not being able to interact with other people due to his mother's fear. Aries had been training his awakened abilities during this time, perfecting his control of strength while sleeping and training in hand-to-hand combat. Additionally, his younger brother Jiwoo was born, whom he wanted to protect, and knew he had to keep improving to do so. He knew that in the future there would be dangerous organizations and enemies wherever he went, so he had to be prepared to protect his family. 1151 words. Next chapter, First Encounter with an Awakened. Chapter 303, First Encounter with an Awakened. Canada, Whistler. The snow was falling softly over the city as a boy and a woman stopped in front of a gigantic school. The image of the school was imposing, with its large brick building and bright windows. The woman addressed the boy with a sweet and maternal voice. "My son, remember to make lots of friends and don't reveal your powers," said Yujong. "Yes, mother, don't worry, nobody will find out," replied Aries nodding. "Okay, I trust you, Aries. Enjoy your first day of school," said Yujong. "Yes." See you later, said Aries as he walked towards the school. Goodbye, take care, Yujong bid farewell to Aries. Aries entered a classroom full of students and a young teacher with black hair and black eyes, dressed in formal clothing. The teacher got the students' attention to introduce the new classmate. I would like to introduce a new classmate. He comes from another country, so please be friendly and show him around the school. Would you like to introduce yourself, Aries? Asked the teacher. Well, good morning everyone. My name is Jiwoo Seo and I hope we have a good relationship, said Aries. The female students in the room were amazed by Aries' hair color, eyes, and perfect face sculpted by the gods. Wow, he's so handsome, said Rebecca with bright eyes. He's gorgeous, said Jessica. What beautiful green eyes, and said as she looked at Aries. You can sit wherever you want, Aries, said the teacher. Okay, replied Aries, looking for an empty seat. Sit here, it's empty, said Anne, quickly standing up and pointing to the empty seat next to her. Aries stared at the girl with black hair and golden eyes. Thank you very much. Aries sat next to Anne and the two girls in front of them turned to him, looking at him with big smiles and bright eyes. Hi, my name is Rebecca Brown, said Rebecca. Nice to meet you, mine is Jessica Gill, said Jessica. Mine is Anne Davis. I hope we get along well, said Anne. Hi, everyone. My name is Jiwoo Seo. As I said earlier, I also hope we get along well, replied Aries. Tell us about yourself. Where are you from? Asked Jessica. Aries smiled and replied, my mother and I have traveled to many countries. We don't stay in one place for long due to her job. I come from Spain. Wow, I love traveling, said Anne. Incredible, what does your mother do for a living? Asked Jessica. My mother works as a scientific researcher, said Aries. Oh, how old are you? Asked Rebecca. I am 9 years old. And what about you? Asked Aries. We are also 9 years old, said Rebecca with a radiant smile. Aries asked, have you known each other for a long time? Yes, Anne replied. Our families do business together, explained Jessica. We have been together in this school all the time, added Rebecca. Aries thought to himself, families doing business together, interesting. The teacher intervened, you four in the back, be quiet and pay attention to the class or I will separate you, he warned. The three girls laughed and tried to contain their laughter by covering their mouths, while two of them turned around to listen to the teacher. Aries looked out the window and thought, ugh, it's weird to have a conversation with little kids. The day passed quickly and without incident. After the first class, during recess, the three girls took Aries around the academy and showed him the incredible and impressive school facilities. When the second class ended, the teacher assigned homework and said goodbye to all the students. Aries said goodbye, see you tomorrow. Jessica replied, of course. See you tomorrow. And nodded, see you tomorrow. Rebecca added, goodbye. Aries left the classroom before any other student and ran outside the school, where his mother was waiting for him sitting in a BMW M5. I can't believe it. I feel the energy of an awakened in this school. Although it's not very strong, it must be an awakened. They may not have an affiliation and be hiding here, thought Aries as he got into the car and his mother greeted him. Hi son, how was it? Asked Yujong. Good, and you? I made friends with some kids, Aries replied. Oh, that's great. What are their names? Yujong asked, smiling. Rebecca, Jessica, and Anne, Aries replied. Yujong laughed. Ha 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 ha, my son is already making a little girl fall in love with him. Aries blushed. Don't be silly, I'm much older than them. Ha 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 ha, look at my son trying to seem grown up, but he's still a cute little baby, Yujong replied with a big smile. I'm not going to say anything else. Let's go home, I'm tired, Aries said without paying any more attention to his mother. Okay, you don't have to be embarrassed ha 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 ha, Yujong said. Aries didn't answer and looked towards the school as the car accelerated and drove away. An awakened, and I thought I would have a peaceful school life. Could he be the principal? Aries wondered, remembering the energy he had felt behind the principal's door while exploring the school. Thank goodness, I always keep my power under control, not letting it leak out of my body like that idiot. This is going to be a problem. After every training, I have to be careful not to let my power leak out so other awakens won't be able to feel my energy. But does someone at his level really not know how to hide their power? I have to be careful at this school. I think I'm going to have to fight sooner than planned. I'll hide for a few months at least, and if he starts looking for me, I'll kill him, but it will draw a lot of attention from other awakens. I haven't learned spatial isolation. Fighting without a barrier will cause a big fuss. Shit, everything was going so well, why did this happen? Aries thought, worried about the situation. 1016 words. Next chapter, Aries against the school principal. Chapter 4, 04, Aries against the school principal. 3 months after the beginning of classes. A white-haired boy with clear green eyes sat with his arms crossed, very attentive and thoughtful, as he watched the man who was about to speak to the whole class. An older man with blue-tinted glasses and long white hair and beard stood in front of the class and said, "Students, I hope you've had a good start to the school year. My name is Brett Haynes, and I will give you the dates when each guardian must come for an interview with me." Image of the school principal. The director handed them a sheet with the dates for each student's meeting and added, "I hope you don't miss it." Then, he left without looking directly at the students. Aries observed him without fear. "I'm going to kill you soon, old fool," he thought to himself. In these 3 months, I have confirmed that the Awakened One is Director Brett Haynes. He is an old man with telekinetic powers, but he is very careless and uses his abilities without worrying about cameras or other people who may see them. He is not very strong, which leads me to believe that he has not trained in an organization. However, I made a mistake by letting a little of my energy out at school, which alerted him and led him to investigate without reaching a satisfactory conclusion. But if he continues like this, sooner or later he will discover that I am the Awakened One. I am planning to confront him in an unfamiliar place. I will have to fight in plain sight, which I don't like, but I have planned to quickly end the battle and leave the country with my mother and Jiwoo. I have convinced them to go on vacation to New Zealand for a minimum of 3 months, so that Jiwoo can enjoy a peaceful place where we don't have to worry about any problems that may arise in a moment of reckoning. 2 months later. POV Aries. I am sitting with my legs crossed in a meditation pose. Today is the day I am going to kill the principal. He has suspicions that a student is the Awakened One, so I can't delay any longer. Everything is ready and planned. I am going to kill him before he has the chance to act. A couple of hours ago, I left him a letter telling him to meet me in the north, in a place where the entire area is a forest and mountains forming a funnel. This makes it impossible to see anything from the outside unless you climb a high incline. Right now, I'm hiding near the spot where the confrontation will take place. I'm supposed to have him meet me at midnight, and it's only 10 o'clock now. However, I arrived early so I could rest and be in perfect condition, without fatigue. I am convinced that the director will come quickly here and find himself a little tired, which will make it much easier to defeat him. He spent a lot of time trying to find me, but he couldn't. This will be his only chance if he wants to meet me. 2 hours later and 10 minutes. Aries stood up and directed his gaze towards a mountain, where he saw a figure running towards him. Brett stared intently at the figure dressed in black, standing 150 centimeters tall, unable to see his face clearly, only his deep crystal green eyes that were uncovered. "I finally found you, uff. It was really difficult to find you," said Brett, struggling to catch his breath. Aries smiled, "You're very foolish, even more than I thought. Coming here without knowing your opponent's powers is very stupid." Brett replied angrily, "Who are you calling foolish, kid? I'm going to torture you slowly so that you know your place in this world." Brett raised his hand and unleashed a black light that destroyed the trees around Aries. Aries took the full force of the attack, which kicked up a lot of dust. "Ha ha ha ha. I hope you didn't die that easily, little boy. You have to learn to never trust another awakened." "Ha ha ha ha," said Brett with a crazy demeanor. Brett looked towards Aries as the dust cleared, revealing Aries completely unharmed and surrounded by a golden light. Brett was taken aback. "What? No damage? What powers does he have?" Aries looked at him and laughed. "Ha ha ha, is that all you've got, old man? And you dared to search for me with so much passion? You can't even break my shield of light." Brett was surprised. "How can a kid like you have this kind of power at your age?" "Awakened powers of light." Aries replied, "This is called talent, old man. It's something you'll never have in your life. I'll show you what a real powerful attack should be like." Aries emitted a golden aura that frightened Brett and caused slight cracks to appear in the ground around him. Brett thought, how is it possible for a kid his age to have such a large aura? Is he really a student at my institution? Aries slowly raised one hand towards Brett, while many beams of light generated in the sky and fell towards his opponent, illuminating the sky. Aries spoke with an arrogant tone, "Heavenly punishment." Brett raised both his arms, forming a black barrier, while shouting in fear, "No. Die, old man," Aries said with a devilish smile. The beams of light fell on Brett and destroyed his shield, impacting the full force of the attack on his body. The ground beneath Brett was scorched, and everything was filled with noise. There was nothing left of him, only his blood could be seen. Aries took a deep breath and lowered his hands, his body trembling with exhaustion. That attack took more energy than I thought. Thank God I managed to eliminate him in one blow. Aries looked around and tried to detect any sign of where Brett had gone. I have to leave now. It's only a matter of time before other awakened realize there was a battle here. He paused, squinting his eyes. And besides, I need to catch my flight to New Zealand. Without another word, Aries turned around and ran off at a dizzying speed. As he ran, his figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving behind a desolate and burnt forest, illuminated only by the gentle glow of the moon. 2 hours later, at the site of the confrontation, 2 figures appeared at high speed, exploring the devastated area. A female voice said, "Mr. Kelly, there was a confrontation here not long ago. There are still traces of energy." "I know, Elizabeth. Just look at where there is blood and everything is burned." "Who dares to enter my sector and fight here?" said Kelly, visibly angry. Elizabeth asked, "Do you think it was someone with fire powers?" "No, the way they burned the ground is different. It's like when a light bulb explodes," Kelly responded. Elizabeth looked surprised. "Light? That power?" "Yes, but who has those powers?" "Currently, we don't know anyone in this sector," Kelly said, frowning. "Nobody. Could it be someone from another country?" Elizabeth suggested. "It's possible. Due to my position as one of the top 100 awakened individuals in Canada, I don't know anyone in this country who has those powers," Kelly said. "What do we do, sir?" Elizabeth asked, clearly worried. "Let's quickly return to our organization and start investigating who it is." "We have to find them," Kelly said determinedly. Elizabeth replied and quickly walked away from the scene. "Yes, sir." Kelly was left alone, staring fixedly at the burnt ground and the blood. "Brett. I hope it's not you who's dead." At the airport at the same time, Aries thought to himself, Phew. Right now, I'm at the top of the plane and nothing bad has happened. I'm relieved." Yujong asked him, "Son, why did you want to pay for a first-class ticket?" "It's very expensive." Aries replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Mom. I told you I would make money. I'm a genius, ha ha ha. It's not hard to make more money." Yujong replied, "You're becoming more and more mysterious, son. Take care of your brother while I go get something to eat." Aries took Jiwoo in his arms and said, "Of course, mother. Go and take it easy." Then, he gazed down at Jiwoo, who was sleeping comfortably in his arms, and thought to himself, "My cute little brother will grow up to surprise the world together with me." 1446 words. Next chapter, the rescue of Caden and his recovery at Aries' house. Chapter 5:05, the rescue of Caden and his recovery at Aries' house. A few years later, in the Netherlands, Amsterdam. A teenager runs down the street towards where he feels a couple of awakened are fighting in the Netherlands, Amsterdam. "I only arrived a week ago in the Netherlands and I feel a very strong power. Damn, why did I have to encounter other awakened?" "Mother, I'm sorry, but I have to protect them," said Aries, very worried. "I have to find out what's going on. It's very dangerous not to know what happened," Aries added. Suddenly, many screams from people were heard, and a large explosion shook the entire sector, destroying parts of the surrounding buildings. Aries hid behind a building, seeing dozens of dead people on the ground in front of a male individual with long hair and blue eyes. "Caden. What are you doing here?" Aries said, surprised to see the person on the ground and unconscious. It was Caden, who was lying there with several large wounds visible. Aries approached him and checked that all his opponents were dead and that there were no more awakened around. He realized that Caden's condition was very serious. "I can't leave him here. He made a lot of noise and I feel like other awakened will come in this direction. They'll be here in a couple of minutes, and his condition isn't very good," Aries said as he carried Caden on his back and quickly moved away from the place. At Aries' house. Aries opened the door to the house while carrying Caden, who was bloody and injured. The noise alarmed his mother, who came down the stairs and spoke with a worried voice. "Son, is that you? Why are you so late?" Aries replied, "Yes, Mom, it's me. I had a little trouble on my way back home." The female figure looked at Aries and Caden and shouted, "Aries, who is he? Why is he bleeding?" Aries tried to reassure her. "Relax, I don't know who he is. I found him while he was fighting with other people with superpowers." He thought to himself, "I can't let my mother know too much about Caden." Aries' mother, Yujong, reacted with alarm. "What do you mean calm down? You brought a nearly dead man who was fighting with other people. Do you know how dangerous this world is? We've talked about this before." Aries felt guilty. "I'm sorry, Mom, but he was unconscious. I wasn't going to leave him there. If I can heal him a little." Yujong responded authoritatively. "Fine, take care of him, but we can't stay here for long. As soon as he recovers, we will go to another country." Aries asked his mother to go get a couple of bandages while he put his hands on Caden's wounds. A golden light began to cover the serious wounds, stopping the bleeding in 20 minutes. Aries explained, "His wounds have stopped bleeding thanks to my healing factor. But he's much more injured than I thought. I have to cover his wounds with bandages and make him rest for a couple of months to fully recover." Apparently, Caden had a big battle. But he shouldn't be famous right now. He looks very young, and Jiwoo is still very young. He may be challenging those in the top 100 or 200 for the first time, or he may not have even started challenging them yet. A few days later, I woke up in an unfamiliar room, confused and disoriented. I realized that I had been healed and remembered killing the insects of an organization before passing out. I wondered who had healed me and heard two people talking near me. I decide to get up from the bed and approach the door to see if there are possible enemies. I go down the stairs and see a woman asking questions to a teenager. The three figures turn and look at me. Yujong asked with concern, when will he wake up? Has he been unconscious for several days? Aries responded uncertainly, I don't know, his injuries are very serious. He may wake up now or maybe in a week. Before Aries' mother could respond, footsteps were heard and a voice asked, who are they? Have they healed me? It was Kaden, who had awakened. Yujong introduced herself. You're finally awake. My name is Kang Yujong, and this is my son Aries Seo. He healed you. Aries nodded. That's right, I found you very injured surrounded by many dead people. Kaden thanked them. Thank you very much. This debt will be paid in the future. Are you both healed as well? Yujong replied. I'm not, but my son is. Through my healing powers, I healed you, explained Aries. But you still need more treatment and rest. You're not fully healed yet. Kaden nodded. Oh. An awakened and a normal person. Aries indicated a chair and said, take a seat, you need to rest. Kaden sat down and an uncomfortable silence ensued as everyone looked at each other. Finally, Yujong proposed, you've been unconscious for a few days. As you're conscious now, we want to move from this place and go to another location. Will you come with us so that my son can continue your treatment, or will you leave? Aries answered before Kaden could say anything. We plan to go to Japan for a while until you recover. Kaden thought for a moment and finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you to Japan. There aren't very strong awakened ones there. How long will it take me to fully heal? Aries reassured him, you'll be fully healed in about 3 months. Yujong added, we'll leave in a week. You can use the room where you woke up to sleep. Kaden thanked them again. Thank you for taking care of me. The debt to you will be repaid sooner or later. The three of them went to sleep, each in their own room, after a long day. 1 week later. Kaden observes Aries training in the basement and notices many openings in his fighting technique that could be exploited in a real fight. Kid, you're making a lot of mistakes in a fight. You shouldn't let your opponent see your weaknesses, raise your guard and move faster, Kaden advises him. Kaden notices that Aries practices martial arts and suggests that he create his own fighting style based on his powers. I can see that you can control light, so your fighting style should be long range instead of close combat, says Kaden. Aries responds that his healing factor improves his physical qualities and that he practices both styles to be more well-rounded. Kaden is surprised by Aries' mindset and ideas, but points out that he still has many openings in his fighting technique. Look, raise your guard, use your legs more, and be faster when attacking. You're pretty fast, but you're too static, Kaden instructs him. Aries follows Kaden's instructions and starts attacking faster and moving more around the punching bag. Kaden is excited to see the improvement in Aries' technique and advises him to keep using his legs more and moving his hips. Rotate your arm and body faster to have more impact power in your punches, he adds. 1205 words. Next chapter, the weight of a decision. A/N Hi, I'm very busy with my university, so I'm late in uploading the chapters and in the next few weeks I'll be the same, so I'll upload chapters every week, but not every day. Chapter 606, the weight of a decision. 2 months later in Japan. Kaden observes Aries practicing and thinks to himself, this kid has a lot of potential, but he still needs to work on his technique and skills. Although I'm impressed with how quickly he's learned my strength control, it's impressive. Kaden approaches Aries and says, all right, you're improving. But you still need to work on your movement technique and fighting style. You need to leverage your supernatural abilities and develop a style that utilizes them effectively. Aries nods with determination and stands up to continue his training. Kaden watches him with a smile of satisfaction, thinking that he may have found a new disciple worthy of his teachings. 1 month later. Kaden circulates his power control, analyzing how his body reacts and if there is any hidden injury. Ready, I have healed myself 100%. I should continue challenging others in the world ranking, but what should I do with this guy? While I've been with him, it's been fun. Besides, he has a personality similar to mine, he really likes fighting and training. Aries, I have to go now, says Kaden, staring fixedly at Aries. Aries thinks for a moment and says, Can I come with you? Kaden, surprised, responds, huh? It's going to be dangerous, I'll be challenging strong people. Are you sure? I don't mind, you said that sooner or later I'll have to fight and you said that to become strong, you can't be too comfortable, responds Ares confidently. Are you sure? Are you going to leave your mother and brother alone? Do you think they will give you permission, asks Caden. Yes, exactly for that reason. You told me that this world is very dangerous, and my little brother also has awakened powers. I have to become strong to protect them, responds Ares. Caden laughs maniacally, showing a devilish smile. Ha 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 ha. Alright, kid, let's shake the world. But you're not going to fight soon, first you need to get stronger and gain some experience before challenging Strong Awakened. I told you beforehand that you're going to train like never before, and you'll see what a real awakened battle is like. Ares, happy, says, yes, sir. I will learn everything from you to become very strong. Caden says, ha 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 ha. Alright, kid. Let's talk to your mother tonight. At night. You mean, you want to leave? Do you know how dangerous the awakened world is, and you want to go explore it, said Yujong very angry, yelling and hitting the table. Ares quickly replied, relax, Mom, calm down. What do you mean, calm down? My son is going to leave me, said Yujong, angry. Caden intervenes. Please calm down, ma'am. You know the awakened world is dangerous, but if you keep hiding and protecting Ares, it will only make it difficult for him to defend himself in the future. Kang Yujong looks very angry at Caden. It's your fault. If you weren't here, he wouldn't have wanted to go with you. From the beginning, I knew it was a bad choice for you to stay. Ares says, Mom, it's my choice. We've talked before about how the awakened world is, and I want to live in it. I have superpowers, and sooner or later, they will be known. Also, there's Jiwoo, who will protect me in the future. Caden looks carefully at Ares and Yujong, sighing and saying, Ma'am, our world is very dangerous, but the only way to live well is to become stronger. Only the person with the most power leads, and your son has incredible talent. Staying here only hinders his growth and his ability to protect you. He's leaving so you can have a good life and be protected if any problems arise in the future. Yujong falls silent and looks at Ares. My son, are you sure? Why do you want to go? We can have a happy life here. Ares sighs and answers, Mother, I have decided. I want to go. I want to become strong. I want to have a normal life as an awakened, not always hiding. I'll visit you every year so we won't go too long without seeing each other, said Ares as he shook his mother's hand. I thought I could protect you. You were always a very mature child for your age. I knew that sooner or later you would leave my side, said Yujong as she tightly held her son's hand. Caden and Ares fall silent, making the atmosphere sad and melancholic. Yujong says, Fine. I give you permission. You have to be careful. I'll take care of Jiwoo during this time and keep him away from trouble. You have to talk to me every day. Ares replies, Thank you very much, Mother. I won't let you down. Talk to you every day. Every day. If you don't respond one day, you'll see me, Yujong said with a threatening voice. Yes, Mother, I'll talk to you every day without fail, says Ares as he tenses up and his hair stands on end. Caden responds, Ma'am, I promise you that Ares will be in good hands and I'll take care of him as if he were my own son. I won't allow anything bad to happen to him while he's with me. Yujong sighs, understanding that Ares has already made his decision and there's nothing she can do to stop him. Alright, but make sure to keep him safe and call me every day. I don't want to worry about my son all the time. Ares nods and gets up from the table. Thank you, Mother. I promise everything will be fine. Caden gets up too, following Ares out of the house. Let's go, we have a lot to prepare before we leave. Yujong sits alone at the table, sad and lonely, watching her son and Caden walk away. Be careful, Ares, she whispered to herself. 985 words. Next chapter, Ares' debut is approaching. Chapter 7:07, Ares' debut is approaching. A young man with white hair and crystalline eyes stands on top of a building as the sun slowly disappears and everything turns dark. During these 2 years, I have been traveling around the world, following Caden in his battles against the strongest awakened beings on the planet. I have learned a lot from his fights and have lived a life as an awakened being. Caden's name is known and feared all over the world, as he has earned the reputation of being a crazy and maniacal fighter, taking on anyone who crosses his path. Due to his prowess, he has earned the nickname Break. He has challenged dozens of awakened beings from the world ranking, defeating them all in an impressive manner, leaving them severely injured or dead. The fight that launched him to worldwide fame was against Vador, an awakened being affiliated with Grandes and ranked 50th in the world ranking. Caden's victory over Vador shocked the entire world. Caden has been training me daily, ensuring that my control of strength is impeccable. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about being discovered, so I can fully concentrate on improving my strength. I am about to make my debut by challenging the top 100 in the world ranking to let the world know that I am Caden's disciple. I have also completed a series of attack and defense techniques. As for defense, I have the Shield of Light, which consists of surrounding myself with a circle of light that covers me from all sides. As for attack, I have learned the Celestial Punishment, which allows me to concentrate rays of light at a specific point and direct them towards the enemy, just like Caden's Divine Judgment. I also have the Destructor, which allows me to increase my speed to the maximum and concentrate rays of light in my fist for a devastating attack. Although I haven't had many fights during my time traveling with Caden, I have had some encounters with the henchmen of the world-ranking awakened organizations that Caden has been destroying. Although these enemies weren't very strong, I have learned a lot from these battles, although I still haven't had a real fight that puts my skills to the test. A few days later. In a hidden place in the city, two people were talking at night. Uff. I'm about to challenge the top 100, I'm a little nervous, Ares said with anxiety in his voice. Is this outfit necessary? Ares asked, looking at his black t-shirt, pants, and sneakers. Caden responded, of course. This clothing is tight and flexible, it will help you be comfortable during combat. You're just starting to fight, so you'll feel uncomfortable in regular clothes. Over time, you'll get used to it and be able to fight however you want. Plus, I also used this clothing to fight when I was younger, so don't worry about ruining clothes you like. Relax with your power. You can defeat him. Remember to never let your guard down and always be alert, Caden instructed. Okay, I kind of like it, although I feel a little uncomfortable, said Ares. You'll get used to it. Do you want to know anything about your opponent, like his awakened abilities? Caden asked. No, I don't want any more advantages. I know what his power is. Plus, you won't always know your opponent's abilities in a battle, Ares replied. Caden laughed. Ha ha ha, that's true. You'll never know the caliber of your opponent's awakened abilities until you face him. Do your best and learn as much as you can during your battles. I'll just tell you who he is. The top 100 of the world ranking is named Jiwoo Seo, the president of the Sewap organization. Possibly, if you defeat him, you'll have to face his men. They'll seek revenge, that often happens, Caden warned. I'll be alert. Any special advice, Master? Ares asked. What I told you before. Never let your guard down, always be alert, and don't hold back your power when defending. Any miscalculation can cost you a serious injury or even death. Don't underestimate your opponent, Caden replied. Okay, Mr. Caden. Are you going to come with me? Ares asked. Yes, as your first fight, I'll be hiding, watching you fight for anything, Caden confirmed. Okay, thank you very much. Ares replied. Caden said with a devilish smile, go all out, kid. Let the world know what you're made of and who your disciple is. Show your true power and surprise the world with your young age, like I did some time ago. Caden nods his head and pats Ares on the shoulder before saying goodbye. Ares is left alone in the hidden place in the city, mentally preparing for the upcoming fight. He knows it won't be easy, but he's determined to do his best and prove his worth as an awakened. Meanwhile, Caden sneaks away into the night, disappearing into the shadows. He knows Ares has a lot of potential, but he's also aware of the many dangers in the world of the awakened. He'll be attentive to what happens, but he'll respect Ares' request and only intervene in case of an emergency. The world of the awakened is dangerous and exciting at the same time. Ares is ready to face the challenge and prove his worth. Will he be able to defeat the top 100 of the world ranking and leave his mark in the history of the awakened? Only time will tell. The next day, Sewap organization. In the president's office, a man with blonde hair and a large scar on his left eye and a woman with brown hair and brown eyes were talking. I heard a little kid challenged me, Marion, Julin said as he reviewed some documents. Yes, President Julin, are you going to accept the challenge? Marion replied. Obviously, by recently entering the world ranking and winning the 100th position, it means that many awakened ones who do not know their place will challenge me sooner or later. I have to demonstrate my power so that these things don't happen anymore. Besides, it's a little kid who challenged me, surely he doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. I have to leave him as an example, no awakened one can challenge me, Julin said angrily. I'll defeat him easily, Julin said arrogantly, releasing a powerful red aura that heated up the atmosphere as he left the company. Marion saw Julin leave and thought to herself, well, sir. I hope he comes back safely and there are no inconveniences. In this dangerous world, no one knows what will happen. 1112 words. Next chapter, Times of Fire and Light. Chapter 8:08, Times of Fire and Light. At the top of a huge building stood a person with white hair and crystalline green eyes, looking towards the horizon. Illustration of the current appearance of the MC from now on. This will be my first official fight against a member of the top 100, Jiwoo Seo. According to the rumors I've heard and what I know, he has the awakened power of fire. Many awakened have that power, but being a person in the world ranking, he must have developed that power on another scale, said Aries calmly. A few minutes later, another person descended from the sky, with blonde hair and deep black eyes. He was dressed in formal blue clothing and a large scar covered his entire left eye. A little kid dares to challenge me. Don't you know your place in this world, being someone ranked in the top 100 of the world ranking, said Julin with contempt. I know my strength very well and that's why I've come to claim my place, replied Aries confidently. Aries put his hands behind his back and released a large amount of light. Spatial isolation. Julin exclaimed in surprise, spatial isolation. This will help us not to worry about the outside, Aries said with a big smile. Julin thought to himself, this kid can use spatial isolation. It's not as easy as I thought, but I'll still defeat him. Aries raised his right hand towards the top 100, firing several beams of light from the right, left, and center towards him. Julin exclaimed, power of light. A gigantic flame appeared around Julin, covering him from the attack. The explosion cracked the top of the building where they were located. Julin counterattacked with dozens of large fireballs, while Aries defended himself with a shield of light and fired beams of light to neutralize the fireballs and make them disappear before they exploded. I have to attack, said Aries. Julin released a strong red aura as hundreds of fire arrows formed and headed towards Aries. Aries generated several beams of light that collided with the arrows and destroyed the top of the building. How is it possible that this kid is so strong? What age does he have and already possesses that power, said Julin, struggling to dodge the beams of light and trying to counterattack. I have to attack. It's very important to take the lead in a confrontation and not let the enemy have time to react and defend themselves calmly, analyzed Aries. A terrifying golden aura emanated from Aries' body as he rose into the sky, destroying several buildings in his path with powerful beams of light fired outwards. What is this enormous power, said Julin, frightened, looking up at the sky. Aries raised his arm and lowered his hand, laughing maniacally. Celestial punishment. A huge amount of beams of light appeared above Aries and descended from the sky at great speed towards Julin. He looked in fear at the attack and shouted, what? Solar flare. A huge flame appeared, melting the concrete and colliding with the beam of light attack. Little by little, the dust began to disappear, revealing a figure kneeling in a building split in two, and a young man descending from the sky with his arms crossed behind his back, showing incredible arrogance and calmness. Argh, this must be a joke, said Julin, kneeling with his body full of serious burns. Oh, you're alive. Quite surprising, said Aries, laughing. Julin asked, how old are you? Arg. About to turn 17, replied Aries. Julin, surprised, said, having that age and that enormous power, the world will be amazed. Shall we continue with the fight or do you surrender? Asked Aries calmly. Cough, I don't surrender, cough. Thought Julin to himself. I can't believe I lost to this kid. Caden descends from the sky and stands next to Aries. You did not do bad, Aries, said Caden. Caden break, said Julin, scared to see the person in front of him. Caden stares at him and says, you recognized me. Thank you, Master. It wasn't that difficult, said Aries with a proud voice. Master. Julin wonders worriedly. Is this boy Caden's disciple? You're not mistaken, he is my student, confirms Caden. I admit my defeat, says Julin, aware that he is seriously injured. I hope this maniac doesn't kill me. Besides, I'm too injured to try to fight against that monster. The boss lost and is seriously injured, besides, that kid is Caden's disciple, Marion said, surprised, watching from a distance. My congratulations, Aries. This is your first victory in challenging those in the world rankings. Shall we go? Caden asked. Yes, let's go, Aries replied. Even though you won, don't stop circulating your strength control, kid. Keep practicing at all times, Caden advised. I'm sorry, Caden, Aries replied. Caden walked away and turned to look at Julin, telling him, I don't care if you spread this information, as long as it's treated as a rumor. If it's known that I have a disciple, the consequences could be severe. Okay. Julin replied, scared and looking at the ground. 860 words. Next chapter, The Rise of Aries, Caden's disciple shakes up the world. A/N. Hello everyone, I need your help. I'm thinking about changing Aries' nickname and I have the following options: Emperor of Light, Undefeated Monarch, Wrath of God, Prince of Light. Which one do you like the most? Or should I leave it as the Angel of Death? Please suggest interesting nicknames. Chapter 909, The Rise of Aries, Caden's disciple shakes up the world. 1 month after the fight against the top 100. In different parts of the world. People who heard rumors. Today Aush asked, does Caden have a disciple? Can that maniac have a real student? Lucrezia said, I finally found a way to get revenge on you, Caden. Lionel commented, I'll take it out on your disciple, Caden. Anna wondered, how is it possible for someone so young to defeat the top 100, 96, and 92? What kind of talent is that? He fights almost every week. Sabrina said, a rookie with that kind of strength. Could the rumors be false? Arturo pointed out, the new generation is incredible. Jared declared, I have to challenge him. It's no big deal, he's just a kid. Autumn predicted, several awakened young people will challenge him. We'll see if he can handle the pressure of being their apprentice. To be Caden's disciple and have that power at such a young age, a particular title can be granted to him, and his power of light was something never witnessed before, thus making him the Emperor of Light, a voice said, and that nickname began to spread throughout the world. World Academy of Awakened Ones. 6 figures dressed similarly are seen, with 2 of them sitting at a square table with different attire. Garrus Luderowan asked, is this Caden Brake's disciple? The one who defeated the top 100, 96, and 92 at only 17 years old. The vice director said, he is a monster even greater than Caden. All the present professors at the World Academy remained silent, scared and nervous about the events that had occurred. Lucy Borden asked, have the organizations and families involved with the World Association of Awakened Ones said anything about this? Matthew Long replied, they should. We cannot leave any loose ends. With Caden, it's enough. Surely his disciple will follow in his footsteps. Terry Miller commented, we can't let another maniac roam free. Garrus Luderowan interrupted, silence. A silence fell in the room. We won't do anything for now. We don't know how strong Caden is. Besides, the World Association of Awakened Ones should take care of this matter, not us. But if you want to intervene, I won't stop you, said Garrus Luderowan. Frank Mute analyzed the situation and commented, leave it to the World Association. Lucy Borden said, it may be, but, will it be the best decision? Caden has stopped fighting for a while. It's not because he doesn't want to, but because nobody in the top 30 and 20 has accepted his challenges. And lately, he's been causing trouble in the territories of the Awakened Ones who didn't accept his challenges, informed the vice director. Causing trouble, said Frank Mute surprised. The vice director replied, yes, it said that he's starting to look for trouble with them, forcing the Awakened Ones of the world's top to fight with him. The actions and attitudes are generating a lot of instability in the world. It's necessary to have everything under control before eliminating secondary problems. Garrus Luderowan affirms that we should first allow the World Association to deal with Caden, as he is much stronger than his disciple. Everyone agrees. According to Luderowan, we must let them weaken with Caden to obtain the greatest possible benefits from this worldwide scandal that is gradually forming. South Korea. Han Seonjik reflected on the powerful disciple of Caden, rumored to be only 17 years old. That little kid named Ares, they even gave him the nickname Emperor, said Han, in the last fight he showed incredible power. Caden has found a true monster among monsters. Where Ares? Meanwhile, Ares was in the presence of Caden and asked, Caden, what are we going to do now? I want to keep challenging the best in the world. Caden replied, yes, you should continue challenging the Awakened Ones of the world ranking. In the next few days, I will challenge the number 29 myself and I won't stop until I've challenged all the Awakened Ones of the world ranking that I want. Ares nodded and asked, what if I'm attacked while you're facing other Awakened Ones? Caden replied, at that moment, you will be challenging other Awakened Ones of the world ranking. You must be careful. It will be your weakest moment and they won't care about honor. You must be prepared. Ares respectfully nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Caden. A few days later. In an abandoned residential area, a white-haired young man watched attentively as 4 people stood in front of him. Who are these ants that dare to waste my valuable time? Ares said angrily. Alexandru said, who would have thought I'd run into you? Fidel added, Ares, the disciple of Caden Brake. Burnaby laughed. Ha ha ha, what luck we have. Ali said, let's see what this little kid is made of. Ares asked, so you know me? What should I do with you? Should I kill you? Who does this brat think he is? Ali said angrily. Burnaby proudly said, we're not like the other Awakened Ones you faced, we belong to Salamandra, and Ali nodded. So arrogant in front of pressure, you don't know how big we are, said Alexandru, looking down on Ares. What? Pressure and Salamandra? Ha 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 ha, Ares said, laughing maniacally. Fidel asked, what's wrong with this crazy person? Ali said, damn madman. Don't you know who I am? By stopping me, your only salvation is to die, Ares said arrogantly as he released a golden aura with rays of light that cracked the surrounding houses. Celestial punishment, you should be grateful to be killed by me, Ares said, looking down on them. Most of the sky lit up with a powerful golden light surrounded by many rays of light, appearing above the four people, descending towards them and shaking the entire area. This huge power, inverted gravity, Ali said scared. This attack, gravity field, said Burnaby nervously. Shit. Animal transformation, Fidel said worriedly. Animal transformation, said Alexandru, trembling. The two members of pressure released powerful attacks towards the rays of light to try to deflect them, while those of Salamandra changed their human form to that of a werewolf about 2 meters tall, with a lot of hair on their arms and chests. The clash of the attacks caused 4 nearby houses to collapse, leaving only rubble and enormous destruction. 4 severely injured figures, covered in blood all over their bodies, lay on the ground around a destroyed and burned area from an enormous power. Ares approached the people with his hands behind his back, very calm. Is that all you've got? It was very disappointing for members of 2 fairly famous organizations like Silver and Salamandra. Don't kill us, if you don't want to have problems with us, Ali said with difficulty. You don't know who you're messing with, said Alexandru. They're pretty arrogant in the situation they're in, said Ares. But I'll grant your wish, Ares said. Ali responded with a simple, okay. While Alexandru offered some words of encouragement, saying, you're doing the right thing. Ares, meanwhile, seemed to enjoy his power over others, saying with a maniacal laugh, I'll grant your wishes to die by playing with me. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light hit them, leaving only traces of blood on the ground. Ares continued speaking, you weak ones served me well. By challenging me, I'll make sure Salamandra's president, Yusef, and Axel Vance of Pressure disappear, and their organizations with them. 1247 words. Next chapter, Annihilation of the Enemy. Chapter 10, Annihilation of the Enemy. 1 week later. It has been a week since the fight with those ants from Pressure and Salamandra. They tried to hunt me down, but they were nothing more than weaklings. Those 2 didn't dare to show up until I killed several of their henchmen. They are cowards, Ares said from the top of a building surrounded by them. Coming to their headquarters, ha 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 ha, they must be roaring, Ares laughed loudly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ares at an incredible speed. You've gone too far this time, Ares. Coming to Salamandra's headquarters, Yusef said angrily. Well, I killed the leaders of your organization and they were nothing more than weak ants, Ares responded, laughing. But Yusef interrupted him angrily, ants. One of the ones you killed was the vice president. Ares was surprised and responded, laughing, ha ha ha. Vice president. And so weak, it seems. You are nothing more than that. But Yusef was not willing to let it go, you're not going to leave this place alive. It will be your graveyard, kid. Ha ha ha. That's not going to happen, Ares responded confidently, knowing that he had awakened power in close combat. His body could transform into a half-wolf, retaining his human consciousness and improving his physical abilities to another level when transformed. Space isolation. Yusef's appearance began to change. He grew to a height of 3 meters, gaining muscle and hair all over his body, emitting a strong aura. Ares's aura is much wilder than I thought Yusef as Ares disappeared from the scene. But Yusef was surprised and looked around carefully. Did he disappear? Super speed. I thought he didn't have any light-based abilities, he wondered. Ares laughed and said, let's start testing your physical attributes. He appeared in front of Yusef and began a great series of exchanges of physical attacks that brought much destruction. Yusef noticed that his light-based powers, when combined with super speed, had a very great destructive power. Ares increased his speed, and the exchanges of blows intensified. It seems that he has a lot of resistance and great defense. It will be difficult to penetrate unless I use a very strong attack, but I can attack from a long distance and he can't, thought Ares, moving away from Yusef and keeping a distance between them. But Yusef realized that Ares was moving away and prepared for his next move. Ares formed several rays of light, which headed towards the top of the building, catching him off guard. Surprised, Yusef asks, long range. I have to dodge them. The attacks reach the top 90, who dodges them all at great speed. Ares comments, he has very good reaction, but what will you do if you're surrounded? Ares raises his left hand and launches light attacks while rays of light appear in his left hand with a very powerful aura, lances of sin. You'll have time to react to several attacks, Ares tells the top 90. Surprised, Yusef says, damn it, thank goodness I contacted Axel to defeat this crazy fighter. Yusef laughs and adds, when he lets his guard down, he'll appear. Ha 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 ha. Many rays of light were heading towards Yusef while the top 90 did his best to dodge them. Shit, it's hard to stay in a one-on-one fight. He has improved a lot in such a short time, thought Yusef. Suddenly, Ares appeared behind the top 90, pointing his lance towards his head, catching the warrior off guard. Don't get distracted, warned Ares. Yusef covered his body with his arm, but couldn't dodge the attack. Shit, I can't dodge it, he lamented. Ares mocked him. If you want to lose your arms, I'll cut them off, he threatened. The spear headed towards Yusef's arms, but he moved back at great speed, crashing into and destroying several buildings. Arg. Uff. Arg. Exclaimed Yusef. That was close. He almost cut off my arms, but he left many wounds on them and cut my stomach. Ares appeared in front of the top 90 and commented, "You have good reflexes." Yusef, angry, replied, "Uf. Uff, damn kid." Ares mocked him again, "Why is everyone so arrogant? Just die already, it's boring." He directed the spear towards the top 90's head, a stealthy but powerful attack, while a surprise attack came from behind him. Ares was surprised and raised his free hand to generate a ray of light and a shield that collided with the attack from behind, destroying everything in its path and throwing Ares against many buildings by the shockwave of the attacks colliding. Yusef smiled, "You came just in time." Axel added, "Yes, just when he was off guard. This is our only chance, but he's much stronger than we thought." Yusef commented, "I'm injured, but it's 2 against 1. Axel pointed out, "This guy called Ares is stronger than rumored." Ares shook off the debris and stood up, with minor burns and cuts on his arms that were dripping blood. "Shit," he exclaimed. The spear disappeared from his hand. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at great speed in front of Ares. Yusef commented, "This is what happens when you're careless, kid." Axel looked at Ares, his tone filled with malice. "You have to pay for your debt, kid. Killing my subordinates." Ares ignored him, unperturbed by the threat. Another fly. 2 against 1, what a joke, mocked Ares. Caden was right, they're all insects trying to unite to defeat you when they can't take you down alone. A golden aura emanated from Ares, healing his arm in seconds and generating a burst of lightning. "Did he just heal himself?" asked Yusef, amazed. "This guy is a monster," murmured Axel in disbelief. Ares invoked his lightning spear in his right hand while dozens of rays of light shot out from his left, disappearing and reappearing in an instant towards the 2 opponents. Axel unleashed a powerful grey aura, his gravity blades clashing against Ares' attacks, causing a massive explosion. Ares appeared behind Axel, wielding his spear. "You have to pay," Ares growled. But before he could attack, a figure appeared behind him. "I'm still here, boy," Yusef sneered. "Damn, that's inconvenient," Ares thought as he created a shield of light. The collision of his attack and the shield resulted in a massive explosion, destroying several buildings. "Scum," Ares spat as he disappeared from his current position, reappearing elsewhere at lightning speed. Ares remembered Caden's words. "You must move in a battle, you cannot stay still. Your fighting style is very different, use that great speed and power to attack all the time." He aimed the spear and fired several beams of light at the opponents, dodging them and counterattacking furiously. "I won't hold back anymore." The rays multiplied around the spear, causing cracks in the streets and nearby buildings from the strong aura emitted by Ares. Yusef noticed the danger and tried to dodge Ares' attack, but he was not successful. "Shit, I just dodged that attack." Axel tried to cut Ares with his cloud-cutting ability, but the enemy disappeared from his place and caused an explosion by colliding with nearby buildings. Axel was surprised by the enemy's speed. What the hell is that damn speed? Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind top 90, aiming a spear at his body. Axel shouted, "Watch out," and Ares attacked, "Die." Yusef was cut in half, and the attack continued, cutting the building in half and causing many debris to fall. Axel realized that he was now in a difficult situation, as it was 1-on-1. Shit, now 1v/S1 is very difficult to beat him. Ares challenged him, "Now it's your turn." Yusef tried to flee, but Ares caught up to him with his spear wrapped in rays. Axel turned around, surprised. "What? I can't dodge it. I'm going to attack with everything I have." Cloud Divider. The 2 attacks caused a strong explosion and destroyed parts of the building. "Ah! Arg! I received the full impact of the explosion," groaned Axel. Many beams of light fell from the golden sky above him. Celestial punishment. Ares shouted as he descended from the sky. Axel screamed as a massive explosion destroyed everything in its path. "Arg, arg." Axel groaned in pain. Ares landed on the ground and saw top 89 kneeling, covered in blood, with severe burns and cuts, making his face unrecognizable. "Ants have great tenacity. They cling to life with all they have and never die easily," commented Ares. "I surrender, please don't kill me," begged Axel. "You are a disgusting scum, join others and beg for mercy." "The only thing waiting for you is death," replied Ares. Many beams of light descended from the sky where Ares was, killing Axel and destroying the building. "No." Axel's screams echoed in the air. Ares exhaled heavily. "The battle is over. I need to go to a safe place to recover. I defeated all the main leaders of the 2 groups. They won't be a problem in the future." The spatial isolation disappeared, revealing the destroyed buildings now in perfect condition. Ares jumped from building to building, moving away from the area. 1530 words. Next chapter, Uncertain Times, The Threat. Chapter 11, Uncertain Times, The Threat. In different parts of the world. Awakened ones who heard rumors. Exasperated, Maria exclaimed, again, this child causing trouble. He faced two high-ranking awakened ones at the same time on the world ranking. With a concerned expression on his face, Jose added, he was born for combat, this is worse than when they faced Caden. Thoughtfully, Leonardo muttered to himself, another destroyer is forming. Letitia fixed a cold gaze in her eyes as she spoke confidently, he only kills the awakened ones he faces, like a god demonstrating his wrath to the world. Hamid's statement could be improved by making it clearer and more specific. We must take action to prevent this child from becoming even more powerful. The World Association of Awakened Ones must take steps before it's too late. Lorenza said, we can't leave any loose ends in a world that's a disaster and will soon burn. World Academy of Awakened Ones. Lucy said, we have to act immediately, the speed at which the situation is developing is too fast. We can't let the World Association wait until they're done with Caden. The vice director responded, we should wait a little longer as this would involve significant expenses. Matthew added, Caden has many enemies right now. Terry said, I agree we should wait and see if Caden survives his enemies, but we need to start working on a plan. Garrus Literowan commented, the world is trembling, and it's hard to keep everything under control at the moment. Frank added, countries around the world are strengthening their hidden and young forces. Lucy concluded, we need to train our teenagers more. In a couple of years, we'll have to send them out into the world to keep those countries under control and gain combat experience. Garrus responded with a simple yes. South Korea. An elderly man with gray hair and eyes of the same shade looked out of the window of his office at the vast sea stretching before him. Beside him stood a young man with black hair streaked with blonde and gray eyes. This boy has become very strong in a short time, said the man named Han Seonjik. The last time I saw him was 3 years ago when Caden challenged me and I lost. I was impressed by his talent, but now he's on another level compared to Caden. Two monsters together can cause problems. His disciple, Suin Kong, asked him, is something bothering you, sir? Oh, I'm sorry. I got lost in my thoughts, Han Seonjik responded. The world is very unstable these days, and with those two defeating awakened ones from the world ranking, the world becomes more dangerous. Suin Kong looked unsure and asked, were the rumors true? Han Seonjik turned and stared at Suin Kong and said, don't underestimate him because he's young. Ares is an awakened one with terrifying talent and incredible strength. With Caden teaching him, he can rapidly evolve his powers. Suin Kong seemed skeptical and said, I'm sorry, sir, but I find it hard to believe. Caden is very frightening, explained Han Seonjik. The people who can face him can be counted on one hand, and Ares is on the same path. With time, you will learn, never think less of another awakened one. Every awakened one seeks to improve their status, and by destroying organizations, Ares leaves their territories ownerless, Han Seonjik continued. People will fight over them, as happened a few years ago. The outside world is not as easy as you think. Suin Kong became tense and asked, yes, sir. Are there really so few who can confront Caden? I haven't told many people, Han Seonjik replied. But Caden challenged me a few years ago, and at that time, he had a power comparable to mine. After years of intensive training, he certainly improved his abilities to another level. Comparable to yours, sir? Was he that strong at that age? Suin Kong said, surprised and concerned. Han Seonjik, he's very young, that's why training and becoming strong is necessary. Inform the other organizations that in a month, the meeting of the next heirs of the groups will take place. Suin Kong asked in surprise, weren't we supposed to notify the organizations next year? Han Seonjik responded determinedly, we need to expedite the plans. We have to prepare the youth of our nation for the challenging times ahead and make the meetings more frequent. Suin Kong nodded and said, understood, sir. I will notify Biko, Awakened Union, Shinhwa, Baekdu, Mir, and Hala with all the necessary information so that they can be prepared in time. Don't worry, they will be ready, said Han Seonjik. Although it's a surprise, they will be aware of the rumors and participate in the meetings to strengthen their organizations. After Suin Kong left, Han Seonjik remained alone, contemplating the beautiful landscape and the facilities of the island. Where Ares? Ares sat in a meditative position, with his legs crossed, circulating his control of strength. Should I keep challenging the world's best, he thought. Only those ranked 85th and 82nd have accepted my challenge. Awakened ones are cowards, always hiding within their organizations. Caden intervened, it will happen to you more often than you think, Ares. The world is already starting to recognize your power. You're young, and as you continue challenging more awakened ones, fewer people will accept your challenges. Aries asked, Master, it's been 2 months since I joined you. Can I use my healing factor now? You told me it was difficult to learn. Caden replied, Yes, it's time for us to part ways, and you should follow your own path. Yes, it was difficult to learn, but it's even more complicated than I thought. It can't be used simultaneously with another awakened power. But it's very helpful, and you must keep practicing and perfecting it until you can use it as a standalone power. Aries nodded. At first, it was challenging to use, but with time, you get used to it. It's very useful, even if you use it only for milliseconds between each attack. By the end of the battle, you will have used the healing factor for a considerable amount of time. 1041 words. Next chapter, Aries v/S Joan. Chapter 12, Aries v/S Joan. At the top of a building, 2 individuals can be found. One is a fair-skinned young person with white hair and green eyes, while the other person has a beard, brown hair, dark skin, and black eyes. Joan confidently asks, Your name is Aries, right? I can't believe you dared to challenge me. Aries responds affirmatively, Yes. Joan dos Santos, ranked 85th in the world. Your name has been surprising the world lately. In such a short time since you appeared. But today it will all end, says Joan arrogantly. Suddenly, Joan emits a strong, bright celestial aura and forms 2 beautiful wings on their back. Winged manifestation, they say. I've heard that you are a close-quarters and long-range fighter. Let's see how you can harm me if you can't even touch me, challenges Joan. Aries thinks to himself, Fly. At this moment, I can only levitate. Aries examines the surroundings while Joan attacks with Feather Storm, forming many feathers that rise into the sky, creating a storm heading towards Aries. Aries defends himself with Light Shield. A golden light forms and completely covers him. You took the attack directly. You're crazy, exclaims Joan. The clash of the attack with the light shield causes a massive explosion, destroying the buildings. Nice attack, but with that, you won't be able to break through my defense, says Aries, laughing, surrounded by a lot of dust. It's Aries' turn. He shouts, Zeus thunderbolts, raising his hand towards the sky, causing beams of light to descend upon Joan. Joan manages to dodge the attacks in the sky. You won't be able to reach me with your direct attacks. It's easier to dodge them in the sky. This is my victory, ha ha ha, says Joan, very confident. The 85th ranked individual continuously evades the attacks without receiving any of them. Damn it, we'll have to jump, says Aries. Spear of Sin, he shouts as he runs across the building and jumps towards his opponent. In the air, he generates many rays of light in his right hand, forming a spear of light and attacking the 85th ranked individual. Joan reacts quickly and creates a shield of feathers to defend themselves. But Aries is determined to destroy that shield and directs the lightning-covered spear towards Joan's shield of feathers. That's it, come to the sky. You have no way to dodge attacks, Joan confidently remarks. Aries cuts through the shield of feathers, revealing. What? Joan is surprised. Ha 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 ha, what are you going to do so close to me and unable to move? Bird's liberation. Joan unleashes a powerful celestial aura and feathers, which form into a gigantic bird above Aries. Shit, I need to protect myself and redirect their attack, thought Aries. Die, child, Joan said, madness in their voice. A loud cry of birds was heard as the attack descended from the sky and collided with Aries. Double light shield, said Aries, and 2 golden lights appeared, covering him. Aries thought, I have to counterattack to prevent their attack from reaching me. He launched a lightning-covered strike to confront the giant bird and redirect the attack elsewhere. With his shield, he tried to protect himself as much as possible from the shockwave. The gigantic bird collided with the spear, causing a massive explosion that destroyed several buildings in the area, dropping debris and generating a cloud of dust that obscured visibility. Ha 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 ha, I killed Caden Brake's disciple, Joan said, laughing maniacally. Phew. It was much stronger than I thought, Aries said as he quickly healed his wounds. A figure appeared sitting in a half-destroyed building, with minor cuts all over their body and tattered clothes. What, you're still alive and only have minor wounds? What kind of defensive power is this? I used a lot of power in that attack to finish you off in one strike. Your defense is terrifying. Isn't your strong suit supposed to be offensive power? Joan was nervous. Aries' wounds vanished at an incredible speed, revealing his body without a scratch and fully healed, except for cuts on his clothing. Damn, he has healing powers, but what kind of monster is this? Joan said, frightened. Aries thought, my miscalculation. That's why Caden told me never to underestimate another awakened one. Aries stood up, emitting terrifying rays of light, and bolts of lightning appeared in his left hand, heavenly punishment, while many beams of light formed above the 85th ranked individual and descended upon their head. Joan looked up. I have to dodge. Joan narrowly evaded the powerful rays, which demolished the building they were standing on. Ares chuckled maliciously. You're mistaken. It's not my goal to harm you with this attack, but to destroy your wings, he said as he aimed his spear at Joan. Shit, my wings were their target, and they cut one. I can't stay in the sky much longer, Joan panicked, trying to dodge Ares' next attack. But their movements were restricted, and they didn't have much energy. They could only counter the attack with their own abilities. Feather barriers. Blade storm. Joan shouted as their feathers extended and covered the 85th ranked individual, while others transformed into a sharp storm that rushed towards Ares. A massive explosion shook the area as the two attacks collided, destroying nearby buildings and leaving behind a thick cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Joan saw a huge wound in their chest, gushing blood. The wound was deep, exposing their heart and internal organs. Arg, arg. I'm going to die. What kind of attack was that? Joan stammered, frightened and trembling as they vomited blood. Ares descended from the sky, exhausted but satisfied. You're still alive with that wound. You're persistent, Ares said as he approached Joan. Kill me, don't let me suffer anymore. My wounds are incurable, Joan pleaded, agonizing in pain. Ares laughed maliciously. Yes, that's what you want. I'll fulfill your last wish, he said as he raised his hand. A sharp, golden light formed around his hand and sliced Joan's body in half. Joan's body disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only their spirit. Ares smiled with satisfaction. Another top defeated. They survive like cockroaches, but my name is gaining prestige, and they're beginning to fear me, he said with a diabolical grin. Ares walked away from the scene, leaving behind the destroyed buildings that slowly began to rebuild themselves. I caused quite a commotion. I don't want to deal with those weaklings. It's a hassle to kill every single ant. Taking down the leaders of their organization is enough, Ares thought as he headed towards his next target. 1097 words. Next chapter, in unfamiliar territory. I came back, I will upload daily chapters and in some 2 chapters. I know I was late but I had tests and I got sick and I had to stay home for a week. Chapter 13, in unfamiliar territory. The young man with white hair sat at the top of a mountain, watching the sunset while enjoying some tacos. His deep eyes reflected the tranquility of the moment. Ares savored each bite with delight. After all, he had earned it. He had managed to defeat the top 80 and traveled from Brazil to Mexico to take a break. He was exhausted after his first battle, in which he had sustained injuries. I really needed this time to enjoy my leisure, Ares thought as he finished his meal. It was a tough battle, but I'm glad I came out victorious. I hope I'm ready for what's to come. Flashback. Organization Jiwoo. Hugo looked at Ares and started talking to him. You've become very famous lately for defeating top 85 and 82. There's a rumor going around that you're a battle addict, just like your master. Ares laughed crazily and replied, I enjoy fighting, but I don't think I'm an addict. It's very entertaining. Hugo remained silent as he thought to himself, another lunatic, an awakened one who doesn't care about fighting. He's a reckless person who shouldn't live. In our world, any defeat means losing everything we have. This is my moment to jump into fame. Spatial isolation. Ares took a battle stance and said, you talk too much. Let's begin the combat. Then, Ares created a storm of light rays that surprised Hugo. The latter said arrogantly, I'm different from the opponents you faced, Ares. Next, Hugo created a levitation field across the area, rendering the light rays static. Ares was surprised and said, huh? I use levitation so my attacks won't be hindered. Hugo pointed his hand towards the static rays in the sky and made them descend, crashing into the buildings. Then, he created a levitation field called dead weight, increasing the weight of the area. Ares realized that this was a troublesome enemy and he would have to exert much more energy than usual to move. Top 80 attacked with compression bursts towards Ares, who defended himself with light rays and counterattacked with more light rays. Hugo used the levitation field to halt the attacks and redirect them towards the buildings, causing damage. Ares swiftly dodged the attacks and appeared behind Top 80 to strike him multiple times in close combat. Top 80 evaded the attacks and applied more pressure to the levitation field. Ares realized he had to break through the field to prevent Top 80 from escaping to another location. He leaped towards him and attacked with the devastating strike, concentrating light in his fist and piercing through the levitation field. Then, he created an explosion of levitation, releasing an immense aura that crushed everything in its path. When the explosion subsided, Ares descended from the sky and saw the lifeless body of Top 80, blood dripping around the debris with a fist-sized hole in his chest. Ares himself was injured, blood dripping from his body. He realized that his ability was powerful, and even his healing factor would take a few days to fully recover. A powerful attack. He muttered to himself. POV of Caden. He sat on his bed and reflected on what he had just heard about Ares. He knew Ares was a highly promising awakened individual, and the organizations didn't want him to progress so easily. He wondered what measures these organizations would take to stop him. However, Caden had his own set of problems. He knew that the world-ranking individuals only accepted his challenges when he began killing their henchmen. He felt frustrated because it seemed like they only showed up when he had caused enough damage. Caden had made a decision. If these guys wouldn't appear when he challenged them fairly, then he would destroy their organizations. He had set his sights on the organizations ranked 17th and 15th in the world, and he was willing to do whatever it took to dismantle them. He knew it wouldn't be easy, as he would have to face some of the most powerful awakened individuals in the world. However, he believed he was capable of doing it. He had trained hard for years and had greatly improved his skills. 699 words. Next chapter, to return to Canada. Chapter 14, to return to Canada. In Canada, a few weeks later. Ares was on top of a house, observing several awakened individuals fighting without using space isolation. Are these ants so weak that they can't even create a measly space isolation to cover their tracks? Ares said with a disdainful voice. Ha ha ha, I might as well join in and teach them a lesson on how a real battle should be fought, he added with a smile. Ares disappeared from the top of the house and appeared in front of the dozens of figures who were fighting, astonishing them. People stared at the hooded and black-clad young man. Only his green eyes and a glimpse of his white hair were visible. Who are you? Said an angry person. Ares smiled and replied, Who am I? We are from Black Hands, don't interfere in our affairs, said a dissatisfied awakened individual. Don't get involved unless you want to have problems with the Canadian Association, another impatient awakened person added. Canadian Association and Black Hands, ha ha ha, Ares laughed with a crazed smile. Do you not know who you're saying those words to? Are you fools or do you want to die? He said arrogantly. Buzzing and flashes illuminated the dark night sky as a large number of beams of light formed in the sky. Light, said a surprised person, looking towards the sky. Ares, the Emperor of Light, said a frightened awakened individual upon seeing the attack. Celestial punishment, Ares said, displaying a diabolical smile and a powerful golden aura in the sky. The massive amount of beams of light descended from the sky, crashing into the dozen awakened individuals in the area, instantly killing them and leaving only traces of blood on the ground. What weak ants I've encountered. I thought I could have some fun and teach them what a real battle is like, but they died with a single attack, Ares said disappointedly, with an evident sadness in his voice. What should I do? Is there a strong opponent nearby? Ares wondered. The space isolation disappeared, leaving a solitary figure among many abandoned houses, minimally destroyed in their infrastructure. Black Hands Organization. In a spacious meeting room, a figure sitting in front of a round table caught the attention of several people in the room. This man, in his 30s, had blonde hair and brown eyes, and he appeared to be deeply absorbed in his thoughts. Suddenly, a loud boom shook the entire place, breaking the silence that had filled the room. The figures present in the meeting stood up, clearly startled by the noise. What was that? One of them asked, bewildered. That power. What a powerful aura, exclaimed another figure, surprised by what had just occurred. That attack. We can feel it even from this far away, added another. Everyone approached the window and could see a column of light descending from the sky, illuminating everything around it. The place had been ravaged by the force of the impact. Boss Paul, asked one of the figures present, looking towards the blonde man who had remained silent until that moment. Light. Ares. Since when is he in our country? Said Paul with a big smile on his face. The figures present were astonished to hear Paul speak like that, and some thought to themselves that he must be crazy. After all, how could anyone confront such a powerful attack as the one they had just witnessed? Despite that, Paul seemed very confident in himself. Would he be able to defeat the enigmatic Ares and gain wealth and recognition in the process? Meanwhile, the aura of power surrounding the mysterious Ares continued to astonish all those who crossed his path. Canadian Association. A man in his 50s, with brown hair and blue eyes, sat at his desk, speaking with a young man. Harper Roy, how was your time at the World Academy of Awakened? Said the man with an imposing voice. Father, I learned a lot. I didn't expect those top 10 kids to hide so much, Harper replied. Haha, it's normal for them to hide. When I attended that academy, everyone was surprised when I claimed one of the top 10 spots, making my name, John Roy, resonate throughout the world, he said, laughing. I will do my best to claim a spot, Harper said with great determination in his eyes. Good, that's how my successor should act, John replied. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the room. John quickly stood up from his seat and looked out the window of the enormous building they were in. A magnificent column of light was disappearing in the distance. Calm down, son. It's far away from us, John said, trying to reassure his son. Yes, father, Harper said, relieved. Powers of light, it must be Aries. This could be a great opportunity, John said with uncertainty in his voice. Battlefield. Two figures stood in an area surrounded by forests and vegetation. Finally found you, kid. You have a lot of talent, but you need an organization, said Paul. This is the kid whose head holds great value on the black market. Well, I don't like being in crowded places. I prefer to be alone and do what I want instead of being accompanied and unable to decide my actions, said Aries. Perhaps, but in this world, it's necessary to have other awakened individuals by your side to avoid being alone in times of crisis, replied Paul. Suddenly, John Roy descended from the sky. So, it's 2 against 1. These scums are the top 75 Paul Tremblay, the president of Black Hands, and the top 74 John Roy, the current leader of the Canadian Association. These bastards don't follow the codes, Aries said angrily. It's also important to keep a low profile to avoid large bounties on your head and not attract the attention of powerful organizations, said Paul. I've faced more than one awakened at a disadvantage, and you can imagine how they ended up. After all, I'm still alive, and they are dead, along with their organizations, Aries said arrogantly. Suddenly, there were flashes, and Aries released an intense light. Spatial isolation, he said. You're going to be just names on the list of awakened dead by my hands. It seems someone hired them. I need to find out. We have to teach these fools a lesson, said Aries as he created hurricanes of light rays. Boom, millions of terrifying light rays descended from the sky onto the battlefield, forming a hurricane that simulated wind and rain with light, destroying all the surrounding trees. He manifested his power by using spatial isolation, said Paul, surprised. We're trapped in a perfect battlefield for him, said John, nervous, as he dodged the rays. We're surrounded by rays, said Paul, scared. Now, you will know the true power of an awakened, said Aries, raising both arms to chest level, emanating a powerful golden aura and a wicked smile. Zeus's ray tornado, said Aries as a storm of lightning unleashed. The millions of light rays surrounding the area converged into 2 points, forming 2 gigantic tornadoes, while rain and light winds surrounded the protagonists. Simple awakened fools, said Aries with a wicked smile. Shit, how is it possible for him to have this power? Asked Paul, surprised. What kind of monster have I gotten involved with? John wondered. The information was wrong. This kid can easily take on an awakened in the top 60 of the global rankings with the power he just demonstrated. Listen to me, we're going to attack with everything we've got at the same time, John said impatiently. All right, replied Paul. Tempest of Annihilation, said John as he released a powerful dark green aura. A large amount of razor-sharp rain with winds reaching hundreds of kilometers per hour began to form around the top 74. Universal Deluge, said Paul, releasing a powerful navy blue aura. Everything around the top 75 began to fill with water as it concentrated and formed a wave tens of meters high. Die for me, said Aries with a strong killing intent. Ah, Paul shouted as he directed his attack at Aries. Die, said John with deep, murderous eyes. The 4 attacks collided, generating an immense explosion that destroyed all the trees and left a large crater in the forest. Shield of light, shit. What a destructive shockwave, said Aries. You should have died. Let's see, said Aries as he flew towards his opponents. He found the body of the top 75 lying dead on the ground, with evident burns and horrifying cuts all over his body. Aries descended from the sky. So one is already dead, but the other? Said Aries, searching for John. Arg, uff. My body, said John as he agonized on the ground, looking up at the sky. What a strong attack, I couldn't even dodge it. Good attack, kid. No, Aries, said John, speaking with difficulty due to the severe injuries he had suffered. John's body was covered in blood. Aries saw the top 74, dying on the ground, with 1 arm and 1 leg missing. Apparently, when they expect their death, they recognize me. I'm not a kid, but one of the strongest awakened in the world, Jiwoo Seo. The world must acknowledge me either through deeds or through force, Aries said proudly. I acknowledge you, Aries, the angel of death, John said weakly, slowly closing his eyes. The top 74 of the global rankings lost consciousness and died instantly. Aries knew he had expended a lot of energy in those 2 attacks and realized he had forgotten to ask who had hired them. Damn it. I have to destroy their organizations first, he murmured to himself. From what I know, John Roy used to be among the top 10 in the World Academy of Awakened in his youth. It's surprising to think that despite suffering a severe injury in his youth, he has maintained the same power for the rest of his life without being able to fully recover. I wonder how far he would have reached if he hadn't suffered that injury. He left the area, leaving behind a large swath. 1839 words. Next chapter, Devil v/S Angel. Chapter 15, Devil v/S Angel. 1 week later. In different parts of the world. Braulio commented, once again, it's 1 against 2. He's crazier than his master. Does he only accept battles where he's at a disadvantage? Ezekiel responded, he's a complete destroyer, his awakened power of light is as immense as that of an emperor, but he represents death with a thirst for killing anyone who stands in his way. Reuben added, he has healing abilities, super speed, and light manipulation. He's a fully awakened being in every aspect, and he has no apparent weaknesses. Roger warned, we cannot allow him to continue growing. In a few years, he could kill anyone he wants without a care, and no one will be able to stop him. Bernardo added, wherever there's disaster, chaos, and death, he appears. World Academy of Awakened. At the World Academy of Awakened, the situation was not good. 6 people were seated around a table, discussing. Lucy, visibly angry, said, I survived. Matthew asked, what did those 2 fools do? They couldn't even win 2 against 1. Frank admitted, we underestimated him. He's much stronger than we thought. The vice director commented, he might have a power comparable to those in the top 50, perhaps. Terry said, next time, he won't get away unscathed. Lucy ordered, contact all the world's top-ranked individuals willing to undertake a mission to kill someone. This time, he must end up dead or severely wounded and incurable. There's no other possibility. Frank showed his evident anger and rage, do everything possible to get as many as you can, so we ensure he disappears forever. Matthew asked, do we have any candidates? Lucy responded, yes, these are the potential candidates, top 70 Fulgencio Haro, top 69 Yolanda Mera, top 68 Eric Colomers, top 67 Lucia Rivero, top 66 Aurelio Garles, top 65 Avelina Sainz, top 64 Jacobo Barrio, top 63 Ashier Bosch, top 62 Joel Betancourt, top 61 Alvaro Vizcaino, and top 60 Claudio Corrales. Matthew said, do everything possible to get as many as you can, so we ensure he disappears forever. Garrus Luterowan, concerned about the situation, reflected, this is becoming very troublesome. I don't like interfering too much in matters outside the academy, but these fools wanted to intervene when the Global Association asked them to wait. Rushing things and not doing them properly only brings trouble. This will be their last chance to rectify their mistake. Devil Blood, Suishia. In a building, 5 figures were sitting around a huge circular table. Mark commented, he defeated opponents number 17 and 15, and he keeps challenging awakened individuals in the higher ranks. Karen responded, I heard a rumor that the top 14 is looking for him. Apparently, he has caused quite a stir in their territory. Mark asked, has he accepted the challenge from that demon named Caden Break? Timothy warned, he's insane. All the opponents who have fought against him have been seriously injured or even killed. They are risking their organization for a petty provocation. Lance asked, if he manages to defeat the top 14, what will happen? Will he continue challenging other awakened individuals? Will he challenge those in the top 10? Timothy replied, no one accepts his challenges. There are even rumors that he fights awakened individuals from around the world every day just for fun. Timothy added, we are about to witness a new storm. Moreover, there have been rumors that Caden has powers comparable to those in the top 10. Will those in the top 10 accept his challenge if he challenges them in the future, or will they avoid him? Suddenly, a sort of spatial isolation covered the 5 figures. Timothy looked confused at the spatial isolation and looked around. Who could it be? Lance said in surprise. Suddenly, a powerful attack took the 5 awakened individuals by surprise, completely destroying the building. The 5 appeared slightly injured all over their bodies as they watched a young man descend from the sky with a diabolical smile. Lance recognized the newcomer and said, is that you, Luz? Karen, on the other hand, identified the figure in front of them. It's Ares. Timothy, angry, asked, what are you doing here? Mark questioned, why are you attacking us? Ares laughed and said, I want to fight you. I heard that you are experts in killing awakened individuals from the world ranking, and I want to see what famous people like you are capable of. Emily thought to herself, this maniac. According to the rumors, he's crazier than his master. Now I can confirm if it's true. Emily responded to Ares, we are Devil Blood. Do you think we are so easy to defeat? Don't think you can leave here so easily. Karen added with a powerful killing intent, brat, you'll know the trouble you've gotten yourself into. Not just anyone can offend us. Mark finished by saying, you'll die here. Wave of death. Timothy said, releasing a powerful blood-red aura that formed an immense wave of blood directed towards Ares. However, he formed a shield of light that clashed with the attack, causing great destruction. Ha ha ha, how easy, Timothy mocked. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, and the entire place shook as a massive golden aura shot in all directions within the red aura. Is that all you've got? Disappointing, said Ares, preparing to counterattack with his celestial punishment. The dark night lit up with golden light as an enormous number of light beams descended from the sky towards the 5 individuals. But do you think I'll let you attack so easily? Emily said, preparing her counterattack with her blood cannon. A large amount of blood appeared at Emily's feet and began to rise towards Ares' attack. The two powerful attacks collided, creating a terrifying destructive shockwave that toppled several buildings within a 20-meter radius. Those three couldn't even withstand the shockwave, said Karen, injured and covered by a shattered blood shield. You can't even withstand a measly shockwave. You've disappointed me. I thought that by joining forces, you would be of help, but you're just weaklings, Emily calmly stated, completely unharmed. Resisting my attack and being in perfect condition is surprising. Ha ha ha, I'm going to have a great fight with you, Emily, Ares said with a crazy smile. Step back, Karen. You won't survive if you're too close to us, especially with this maniac who won't let you live, Emily said, advancing towards Ares. Yes, Karen said, quickly moving away. Emily jumped, and a powerful red aura appeared on her left fist, while Ares followed suit, jumping and generating a strong golden aura on his right hand. Their attacks collided, creating a large shockwave that caused flashes and a loud buzzing sound. Emily descended from the sky and looked at her hand with an evident bleeding wound. It's been a while since I've been injured. It was quite surprising, Jiwoo Seo. Ha ha ha, it's fun. Let's continue our fight, Ares said, looking at his numbed hand from the impact. Both of them ran together to the center of the battlefield and clashed their fists, creating a massive wave of destruction. Explosions reverberated throughout the place. Intense flashes of light and deafening buzzing filled the air as Ares and Emily exchanged dozens of terrifying blows that destroyed the surrounding structures. Let's stop playing around, Ares said excitedly. Let's settle the confrontation with our most powerful attacks. I was thinking the same thing, I was getting bored, Emily replied, releasing an immense red aura. Descent of the devil, she shouted as a large amount of blood appeared behind her, forming a demon with two enormous horns on its head, wielding a sword and displaying a diabolical smile. Ares also unleashed his attack, manifestation of the angel. A large number of light beams emerged from him as an angel formed above him, with 6 beautiful wings on its back, holding a gigantic lance in its right hand and a shield in its left hand. It's my victory, Ares roared with confidence. Don't even dream about it, Emily shouted defiantly. The roars of an angel and a demon resonated in the area before their attacks collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. After a few moments, Emily lay on the ground, unconscious with wounds and cuts all over her body. Ares, on the other hand, had severe injuries on his right arm. Phew. Ha ha ha, what a great confrontation. You deserve to live, Emily. I, Ares, acknowledge that you are a worthy opponent. Whenever you want to challenge me, I will accept your challenge, Ares said, content. Then, Ares disappeared from the scene, and the buildings in the area returned to their good condition as if nothing had happened. Karen appeared next to Emily's unconscious body. I'm glad he didn't kill you. I'll take you to get healed and recover. There's no way I'll let Emily challenge that maniac again, Karen said hurriedly as she picked up Emily and left the place with astonishing speed. Several days after the confrontation. POV Ares. Leaping from building to building on a luminous night, Ares felt an increasingly intense premonition. He had sensed something ominous for days, but now he was certain that something was about to happen. While he had fully healed from the wounds he sustained in his battle with Emily, he wasn't sure if he was ready to face another top-ranked awaken so soon. Could it be someone challenging him? He couldn't be sure, but he decided to continue training to be prepared for whatever came his way. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a strange phenomenon that encompassed the entire city: spatial isolation. Amazed, Ares watched as 6 figures descended from the sky, releasing massive amounts of energy. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He found himself face to face with 6 incredibly powerful individuals, all of them wearing sinister smiles as they stared directly at him. 1653 words. Next chapter, A Life or Death Situation Part 1. Chapter 16, A Life or Death Situation Part 1. 6 figures with powerful auras fell from the sky, positioning themselves in front of Ares. Shit, this was my bad omen, 6 against 1, said Ares, looking at everyone present. If I'm not mistaken, they are top 70, Fulgencio Haro, top 68, Eric Colomar, top 67, Aurelio Garces, top 65, Avelina Saiz, top 64, Jacobo Barrio, and top 63, Ashier Bosch, Ares continued. Ha 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 ha, how easy it is to earn a favor from the World Academy of Awakened, mocked Fulgencio. 6 against 1, boring, added Eric. Your great feats end here, Ares, said Aurelio. Let's finish this quickly, I don't have all day, Avelina added. Be careful, warned Jacobo. We have the numerical advantage, affirmed Ashier. World Academy of Awakened, Ares was surprised. I need to see their powers and come up with a plan. It's nearly impossible to leave here unscathed if I'm not careful, Ares thought as he unleashed a hurricane of light rays that destroyed everything in its path, enveloped in its spatial isolation. The sky lit up with millions of light rays that fell upon the battlefield, destroying everything in their path and creating a spectacular sight in the midst of the night. Changing the battlefield to their convenience, said Fulgencio. He's not as helpless as we thought, acknowledged Aurelio. Don't let your guard down, warned Avelina. See, I told you, take it easy, added Jacobo. We have to complete the mission, attack with everything you've got, ordered Ashier. Ares drew a spear made of light rays in his right hand. I'll take the front line to absorb as much of their attacks as possible and make it easier for you to attack, said Fulgencio, disappearing from his position and swiftly appearing in another spot, running towards Ares. I'll heal you from the back, but you have to cover me well, said Eric. I won't let them get close, added Aurelio as he released a grayish repulsion field. I'll cover your backs from a distance, said Avelina. Gravitational field, said Jacobo as he released another dark grayish aura that merged with Aurelio's repulsion field, combining into a more powerful one that held the best abilities of each. I'll keep a close eye on you with my animal, said Ashier as a massive 5-meter-tall white tiger, emanating a strong white aura and roaring, appeared. The battle was about to begin. Ares was clearly outnumbered, but his skill with the spear and his cunning might be enough to defeat his adversaries. Ares felt an incredible pressure as he found himself on the battlefield. Damn it, they've unleashed 2 force fields that block my path, and one of them is gravitational. There's a melee fighter, another one using animal control, and a strong tiger who's also a close-range combatant. In addition, there are 2 long-range fighters at the back, Ares thought. Suddenly, the top 70 appeared behind Ares at great speed, attempting to strike him. Fulgencio shouted. This will be your grave, Ares. Both fighters exchanged a flurry of blows, but Fulgencio realized that Ares was incredibly fast and couldn't land a hit on him. Jacobo decided to intervene and used his gravitational field to increase Ares' weight and restrict his mobility. Damn it, I feel so heavy. They had to use gravity to give me more weight. I have to attack quickly, thought Ares. With his incredible speed, Ares disappeared from his position and appeared behind the top 70, fiercely attacking his weak points. Fulgencio shouted, he's behind you. He's too fast. Ares unleashed his devastating assault against the top 70, using his speed and light to strike with great force. But Avelina, unwilling to stand idly by, unleashed her powerful sonic cry against him. The top 67 also joined the fight, attacking Ares with a mighty roar that left a trail of destruction in its wake. Ares skillfully dodged their attacks, disappearing before the tiger could strike him with its sharp claws. However, before Ares could counterattack, the tiger approached, aiming its claws directly at him. Ares realized he was in a tight spot and quickly drew his spear of sin to block the attack. With a swift and precise movement, he managed to slice through the tiger's body, thwarting the attack. Ashier urges White to dodge the next attack, while Aurelio uses his repulsion field to send Ares flying backward, crashing into several buildings. Although the tiger suffers a gash on its chest, Aurelio is relieved that it's not a fatal wound. Eric uses his healing power to tend to the tiger's wound, but the large gash is still visible on its body. Fulgencio sees his opportunity and runs towards Ares. Avelina unleashes another sonic cry in his direction. Ares pulls the debris off his body and, without hesitation, swings his spear, releasing a burst of lightning that heads towards Avelina's attacks. The impact creates a massive explosion, marking the end of the intense battle. Fulgencio laughs heartily before launching an attack. Ha 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 ha, what an opening. It's time to unleash the absorbed power. His right arm starts growing in size and strength, causing Ares to step back. I can't dodge it. I have to protect myself, said Ares, raising his spear to shield himself from the powerful attack of the top 75. He, how easy it is to create a weakness in your opponent, Jacobo joked as he created gravitational blades that headed towards Ares. Repulsion, exclaimed Aurelio, sending Ares towards Fulgencio's attack. Damn it, the repulsion in his field pulls me towards the attack, and in the gravity field, I can barely move with ease, muttered Ares as he received the top 70's attack and was thrown back at high speed. Arg. Light shield, exclaimed Ares, creating a shield to protect himself from the attacks that destroyed several buildings and launched him far away. Ares stood up, blood dripping from his wounds. Arg, my back. The 2 attacks left deep and visible wounds. It's going to take me a while to heal. This doesn't look good, he said, feeling his hands numb. I can't go on like this. I have to find a way to defeat them all at once. But first, I have to deal with their healer, thought Ares before disappearing from the scene. Let's try this new technique, true illusion, he said to himself as he created a clone of himself using beams of light to create illusions. Ares' clone appeared behind Eric, aiming his spear to decapitate him. But Aurelio intervened quickly. Watch out, repulsion field. The repulsion field pushed Ares back, preventing the strike from reaching his opponent. Meanwhile, the top 70 and the tiger moved in to attack him. You move quite fast, Fulgencio said, impressed by Ares' speed. The tiger growled menacingly while Ares showed a wicked smile. Hakobo grew concerned and said, "Be careful." Avelina let out a desperate cry. Several sonic cries were launched towards Ares, but he laughed and said, "Too late." 1170 words. Next chapter, A Life or Death Situation Part 2. Chapter 16, A Life or Death Situation Part 2. Suddenly, Ares' clone explodes in Fulgencio and the tiger's faces, forming sharp icicles of light that pierce through them. Fulgencio becomes nervous and can't dodge them, while White growls in pain. The top 70 and the tiger are covered in deep cuts and holes. Damn, where is the real body of Ares? Hakobo asks desperately, searching for it. Ashier, enraged, shouts, "Nuu, my tiger." Avelina is surprised and asks, "A clone?" Aurelio screams, "React." Hakobo commands, "Search for the real body." But Ares tells them, "Too late." Then, a memory of a conversation with Caden plays in Ares' mind. Ares, in a battle, it's crucial to maintain a calm and relaxed mindset. In any situation, you must think clearly because any mistake can cost you your life. If someone has something they fear or worry about, Ares snaps back to reality. Now is the time, he thinks. I can't let him recover from the shock. We have to finish Eric. Next, 6 beams of intense light shoot towards the top 67 and 64, splitting along the way. Aurelio uses his repulsion shield, and Hakobo deploys his gravity shield to defend themselves. Ares thinks, now or never. If not, my life will be over. Then, 3 clones of Ares appear, running at high speed, each wielding a spear in hand, towards the top 70, 65, and 64. Eric defends himself with his energy shield, but Ares aims his spear at him, daringly cutting through it and instantly killing him. Aurelio exclaims, "Damn, how did he appear here?" and uses his repulsion to push the Ares clone away. Hakobo is surprised by Ares' speed and uses his gravity field to increase the weight of the Ares clone, embedding it into the ground. It's not the real one, Hakobo says, astonished, trying to distance himself. Suddenly, 2 large explosions shake the entire battlefield, generating a powerful shockwave. Uff. Hakobo's body was covered in visible cuts. Thank God, Aurelio says, examining the minor wounds. Ares gasped, cough, finally, one less. But this isn't going well. I'm too exhausted, I have to finish this with a single attack. Luckily, I haven't revealed what I can do with the lightning hurricane. Soon they will witness my power. Ha. Arg, how could he hurt me? We're 6 against 1, and he's already killed one of us, Fulgencio groaned as blood gushed from his wounds. How did we end up at this point, you cursed clones? Aurelio said. It was supposed to be an easy mission, Avelina added. Damn it, we let our guard down, Hakobo muttered. Listen to me, everyone, Ashier said. We have to launch a full-scale attack. That's the only way to ensure we kill him. But we're still 5 against 1, Avelina pointed out. Let's do it now, Fulgencio said. Ares thought to himself, I need to take advantage of the fact that they don't know. I combined illusions with the clones. If I receive all those attacks, I'm sure I'll die. But I have a plan. Those who specialize in close combat must not touch me, so I won't suffer any damage. I'll attack them before they reach me with the clones, making them think I'm the original. Then, the other opponents will have to face their attacks. It's almost suicide, but it's the only way I can survive. Fulgencio shouted, total release, and unleashed all the power he had stored in a single attack, emitting a powerful purple aura as he charged towards one of Ares' clones. Aurelio used Planet Crusher to create a massive attack that crushed everything in its path. Avelina tapped into all her awakened power to unleash a supersonic scream, generating a massive explosive wave with incredible force, known as Ultimate Scream. Hakobo released a powerful green aura that destroyed everything in its path, known as Planetary Destruction. Ashier poured all the awakened power into his animal, causing it to grow to 15 meters with terrifying destructive power in its gigantic claws. It ran towards another of Ares' clones at high speed, known as Unleashed Predator. Directly at me. Ha, do you want to die? I will grant your wish, Fulgencio says with a triumphant smile as he prepares to attack. The accompanying tiger growls menacingly, and Ashier communicates telepathically with White to find out what's happening. What's going on, White? Ashier asks. Meanwhile, Fulgencio approaches the Ares clone with his fists ready to strike. But at that moment, Ashier has a revelation. No, wait, don't attack. We've been caught in an illusion all this time, Ashier exclaims, trying to stop his companions from attacking. An illusion? Fulgencio says, surprised to realize he was about to attack a clone. Then, where is the real one? Avelina asks, concerned about the situation. Ashier explains, we're trapped in an illusion, and it makes each of us see what Aries wants us to see. We're not all attacking the same enemy. Fulgencio and White are facing two different Aries clones, and we're seeing another one. But while Ashier tries to explain the situation, Aries seizes the opportunity to act. Too late, he says as he electrocutes the opponents through the ground charged with electricity from the lightning storm that took place. Fulgencio, Aurelio, Avelina, and Jacobo scream in pain as they feel the electric shock, and they all realize they have fallen into a trap. In a fraction of a second, all the opponents are paralyzed, leaving enough time for Aries to unleash 4 powerful attacks, known as celestial punishment. Millions of lightning bolts appear in the sky, striking 4 different areas. All the lightning converges at those points, forming 2 lightning tornadoes that explode right in front of Fulgencio and White. All the attacks hit their targets, colliding with each other and creating a destructive shockwave that expands in a radius of 40 meters, leaving only debris and cracks in the ground. Aries coughed up blood and staggered. Arg. I can barely stand. I don't know how I haven't lost consciousness yet. His body was covered in blood, with deep cuts on his arms, legs, and torso, and 2 serious wounds. He looked at a large wound on his chest that exposed his internal organs. Then, he glanced at his stomach, where he saw another cut that penetrated a quarter of his stomach. His vision began to blur. No. I have to stay alive. This is what I've always wanted. How could I die here? I need to get out of here quickly. It's not the time to verify if I'm still alive. With great difficulty, Aries left the scene, leaving behind 6 motionless figures on the ground, possibly all opponents dead in the battle. 20 minutes later. In a safe house, where a bloodied person holds a mobile phone and dials a number with trembling fingers. The weak and tired voice of Aries is heard on the other end of the line. I don't know if I can hold on much longer. Hello, who is this? Caden's voice sounds tense and cautious. Not many people have this number, could it be Aries? Master, it's me, Aries said with a weary voice. Aries. What happened? Concern becomes evident in Caden's voice. His voice doesn't sound right, it's different from usual. Has something happened to him? Mr. Caden, I'm in the safe house. I'm injured, and I don't know how much longer I can stay conscious. I need you to come and help me. I fell into a trap and fought against several awakened ones, Aries whispered, struggling to keep his voice steady. Caden stood up immediately, feeling the urgency to help his protege. I'll be right there. Wait for me there, I'll arrive as fast as possible, he promised. Yes, Caden, Aries said before the line went dead. Caden clenched his teeth with frustration. Aries. Aries. He wondered, what could have happened? Damn it, whoever you are, you'll pay if anything happens to Aries, he vowed with a strong, murderous intent in his voice. 1,342 words. Next chapter, Treatment. Chapter 18:17, Treatment. POV Caden. Amidst a vast expanse of woodland, a figure runs and leaps agilely between the trees with great speed and skill. The labored breath and sweat on their forehead indicate the effort they are exerting. Suddenly, a look of frustration appears on their face as they realize they are still quite far from their destination. With a sigh, they remember that they have been flying for many hours, and their energy is starting to wane. The goal seems increasingly distant, but the determination in their gaze indicates that they won't give up easily. Come on, Aries, hold on a little longer, they think to themselves as they continue running towards their safe house. 30 minutes later. Caden descended from the sky and quickly opened the door, nervously looking around for Aries. Aries, where are you? Caden asked anxiously, but there was no response. Just complete silence. Aries, answer, Caden insisted, growing increasingly worried. That's when they noticed the shadow of a person on the ground, covered in blood and serious injuries all over their body. Aries, kid, wake up, damn it, exclaimed Caden desperately, pointing their hand towards Aries' body and generating a blue light in an attempt to heal their wounds. But the injuries were too severe for Caden to heal on their own. Fortunately, Aries had an abnormal healing factor that allowed him to survive despite the injuries. Caden did everything they could to help Aries, using their healing abilities to stabilize him. I don't know what to do, Caden said, concerned, as they continued examining Aries' wounds. They knew Aries needed urgent medical attention, but they couldn't take him to a hospital without exposing his supernatural abilities. Hang in there, kid, Caden said, quickly pulling out their phone and dialing a number. Let me ask someone who can save you for help. Caden anxiously waited as the phone rang. Please answer, they murmured to themselves, praying for a quick response. Elsewhere in the world. The sound of a phone interrupts the concentration of a young man with platinum hair and blue eyes as he works in his art studio. He checks the number displayed on the screen and realizes it's unknown, wondering who could be calling him. After a few seconds, he decides to answer the call. Hello. Who's speaking? Cardian asked calmly. Cardian, I need your help, responds the person on the other end of the phone. It's me, Caden replied from the other side of the line. Caden, why are you calling me? Cardian asked, surprised. I need your help, and in return, you'll owe me nothing in the future, Caden said urgently. Oh, interesting, Cardian responded with a smirk. Tell me what you need. There's no time, I need you here in less than 2 hours to heal someone, Caden said impatiently. Cardian furrowed his brow and asked Caden about the person's injuries who needed help. Caden gave a brief description of the person's condition, and Cardian decided he needed more information. Call me in an hour, try to have a secure location for their treatment, Cardian said as he hung up and quickly left the building. Caden sighed in relief, knowing they had secured the necessary help for Ares. They began searching for a safe location for Ares' treatment, hoping that Cardian would arrive on time. A couple of hours later. In Norway, Berserker Organization. A young man with golden hair and black eyes cautiously opens the office door and respectfully calls out to the elderly men inside. Mr. Bjorn Svensson. The man inside the office, Bjorn Svensson, scolds him for entering so abruptly and emits a dark aura that makes it clear he is not pleased. How many times have I told you not to enter my office like that, Tobias? Tobias quickly explains the reason for his interruption and announces, Sir, Cardian has been seen at the country's airport. Bjorn is surprised by the news, as he knows Cardian is considered the world's best healer and doesn't usually stay in one place for long. Why is he here? Tobias suggests, Cardian's presence in Norway must not be for a simple reason, and there are always awakened individuals seeking him out for his healing abilities. Bjorn smiles at the news that rumors are spreading about Cardian being in Norway. Ha ha ha, I wonder why he has come to my country. Tobias leaves the office after his conversation with Bjorn. At the same time, in the safe house, Caden appeared very worried as he explained Ares' situation to Cardian. Cardian, Ares has severe injuries all over his body, and I don't know how much longer he can hold on. He has been in a coma for 3 hours. Cardian was surprised by the severity of Ares' wounds and expressed his doubts. Caden, are you out of your mind? I'm not sure if I can treat these injuries, his body is severely damaged. How has he managed to stay alive until now? Then, Cardian asked Caden if Ares was his disciple. Yes, he is. Try to heal him as soon as possible. We'll talk calmly afterward and analyze what could have happened in that place, said Caden. Cardian asked Caden to cover him while he healed Ares and not allow anyone to interrupt. Don't worry, Caden responded seriously. Once inside the room, Cardian carefully examined Ares' wounds and prepared to begin the treatment. Damn, his injuries are much more severe than I thought, said Cardian as he examined Ares' body. I can see his internal organs in his chest and a deep cut on the back of his stomach. I don't understand how he has managed to stay alive. World Awakening Academy, a few days later. 3 dead and the others incurable. Lucy Borden said angrily. How is that possible? Asked Frank Mudd, visibly nervous and incredulous. They underestimated him too much. Do you realize the problem we would cause if he manages to survive? Can't you do anything right? Garrus Luterowen said with great fury. Everyone remained silent, avoiding eye contact with Garrus. It was a grave mistake. Now everyone is afraid of him. He has earned the nickname, Angel of Death, said the vice director with a displeasing expression on his face. Matthew Long intervened. He survived a confrontation against 6 awakened individuals ranked high in the world rankings. Lucy Borden added, although we don't know his exact age, his rate of growth is terrifying. Terry Miller commented, there's a rumor that he's 17 years old, although it must be false. If we calculate his age, he should be between 20 and 23 at most, or maybe even a little younger, perhaps 19. Frank Mudd said, at least they left him gravely injured and possibly incurable. Even with his healing abilities, he cannot heal himself. Cardian has been seen in Norway. I suppose you all know what that means, Garrus Luterowen said calmly, looking at the people in front of him. What? Asked Terry Miller, surprised. Near where the battle took place, Lucy Borden said hesitantly. Could it be because of Ares? Frank Mudd asked. Matthew Long suggested, is it possible that he's there to treat Ares? Send people to search for them throughout Norway and the neighboring countries. We cannot let him recover, said the vice director impatiently. Lucy Borden affirmed, we will. Although it might be a great loss for the World Awakening Academy, we must find him as soon as possible and eliminate him. The vice director added, even though he's injured, he may still retain the strength of a top-ranked individual. If he recovers over time, it will be a gigantic problem for us. An uncomfortable silence filled the room as everyone pondered the unfortunate turn of events and the significant future challenge they were facing. Many days later, Cardian emerged from the room, looking exhausted and staggering from the accumulated fatigue after several days of treatment. Caden greeted him with concern and asked, how did it go? Of course, I saved him. Do you know who you're talking to? I am the great Cardian, ha 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 ha, Cardian replied with a wicked smile. Caden wondered what was happening with Cardian and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his response. Caden, your disciple is a monster, Cardian said with a serious tone. Surprised, Caden asked, why? Because of everything he endured with those injuries, Cardian responded. His healing factor is incredible, I've never seen anything like it. I suppose that's why he survived. His strong will to live and his healing factor kept the wounds at bay without impairing basic bodily functions. When will he wake up? Caden asked. It could be around 1 to 3 months. Do you know what happened to him? Cardian inquired. To be honest, I don't know, Caden replied, his voice filled with evident doubt. There are rumors that he fought against 6 world-ranked tops simultaneously. He killed 3 of them, and the other 3 are severely injured. 6. Is he crazy? Cardian exclaimed in astonishment. This kid is crazier than you. Ares enjoys fighting, but he won't challenge 6 world-ranked awakened individuals all at once. He is very intelligent and carefully chooses his opponents to continue growing stronger. He is an incredible genius in every aspect, and his intelligence is unimaginable. With time, you will understand what I mean. He is not foolish enough to confront them just for the sake of it. I heard that it was a trap. Someone must have revealed his location, and those 6 were hired, Caden said. A trap? Cardian asked as he sat down on a chair to rest. Caden, you need to stay here. He still requires daily treatment for at least 4 months, Cardian said. Of course, will you stay here? How will you continue his treatment? Caden asked. Obviously, I will stay here, but we have to keep a low profile, Cardian replied. Cardian, rumors are already circulating about your presence in Norway. It's better if you don't show up for a few months, maybe until Ares is fully healed, Caden said with a serious tone. Do rumors spread about me so quickly? How is that possible? Cardian asked. Somebody leaked the rumors, obviously. It is said that you were spotted at the airport in Norway, Caden explained. Some top in Norway must have leaked the information upon knowing that I am here, Cardian said, releasing a powerful killing intent. Yes, I think it was Bjorn, Caden replied nonchalantly. We need to keep a low profile and take care of that Bjorn, Cardian said with determination in his voice. Don't worry, I will take care of it and take the opportunity to exterminate everyone who crossed paths with Ares, Caden replied with a strong murderous intent evident in his gaze. 1800 words. Next chapter, Caden break v/s death Bjorn. Chapter 19, 18, Caden break v/s death Bjorn. POV Caden. Jumping from building to building, Caden mentally reviewed the details of the Berserker headquarters. Norway's top organization with an awakened individual ranked 20th in the world. That ant Bjorn Svensson never accepted my challenge and all he did was hide within his organization, surrounded by other awakened individuals, he thought angrily. But now I have an excuse to confront him, he added with a devilish smile on his face. Caden landed on top of a building, releasing a powerful aura that spread throughout the area, sealing the space. Bjorn Svensson, come out and face me, he said with authority. A massive bolt of electricity fell from the sky, destroying the skyscraper. Who dares to attack me in my headquarters, said an angry voice. 2 figures were seen amidst the destroyed building. An elderly man with long white hair, a beard, and an eye patch, and a young man with golden hair and black eyes. Caden descended from the sky with a smile and said, Who attacked you? Ha ha ha. The 2 men stared at Caden intently. Caden. Bjorn said, showing surprise on his face. Tobias looked at Caden with doubt, who had just appeared in the middle of the base. Caden break, what are you doing here? Do you think that by killing my subordinates, I won't fight you? Bjorn asked, with a cold and defiant look. Ha ha ha, how many times I sought you out for a fight, and all you did was hide like a cockroach within your organization, Caden said, despising Bjorn. Caden break challenged our leader, and he refused to face him, Tobias said, looking at Bjorn in astonishment. Do you think I didn't accept your challenge because I would lose against you? Bjorn asked angrily. Of course, an ant like you who hides when challenged doesn't deserve to live, Caden said, unleashing a powerful blue aura. You think I wouldn't dare to challenge you? Don't you know that I'm ranked 20th in the world? Bjorn said, releasing an immense black aura. The 2 powerful auras clashed, changing the color of the sky and dividing the battlefield into 2 intense hues. One blue and the other black. However, in an instant, both auras disappeared. It doesn't matter what rank you hold in the world. What matters is your power and how you only know how to hide. You're nothing more than a coward with a high rank, Caden said with a big smile. Caden, those rumors better not be lies because you won't leave here alive, Bjorn threatened, preparing for the impending fight. A terrifying lightning bolt collides with a black shield covering the 2 figures. Stop talking and fight, are you scared? Caden laughed, mocking Bjorn. Caden. Bjorn looked at him with a clear murderous intent in his eyes. Tobias, I suggest you step back. I won't be able to protect you near me, Bjorn warned his subordinate. All right, Tobias replied as he quickly moved away. Caden break, Bjorn pronounced challengingly. Death Bjorn, Caden replied with a big smile. You finally dare to fight. I thought you would run away, Caden provoked. Caden, Bjorn shouted furiously. A deafening thunder resounded across the battlefield. Releasing an immense black aura, a massive dark pillar descended from the sky, enveloping Caden's body and destroying the nearby structures. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got, Caden? Bjorn taunted challengingly. Yes, Mr. Bjorn can't afford to lose, Tobias's voice was heard in the distance. Countless lightning bolts shot out from the black aura, reaching in all directions and displaying immense blue energy that nullified Bjorn's power. Is that it? Caden asked with a smile on his face. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. If you won't attack, then I will, Caden declared as he ascended into the sky. The firmament was illuminated in blue as an enormous amount of electricity accumulated in his body. Divine judgment, Caden pronounced. Bjorn watched in astonishment as the impending attack loomed over him. Gate of hell, Bjorn shouted. Two enormous gates with chains and numerous embedded skulls appeared beneath him. Breaking the chains and slowly opening, the two gates revealed a massive black column filled with wailing corpses. The two attacks headed toward their opponent, colliding in the center with a thunderous noise. A massive explosion erupted, destroying all nearby structures and visible from afar. Silence engulfed the area as the dust settled. Caden. I didn't know you were this strong, Bjorn said as he examined his injured arm. Really? Haven't the other top-ranked individuals I've challenged told you? Caden responded with a big smile as he descended from the sky and approached Bjorn. I thought those rumors were false, but... Bjorn said, astonished. I won't hold back anymore, Caden, Bjorn said, determined. That's what I want, Caden said, laughing. Two gigantic auras appeared on the battlefield as both fighters leaped and clashed their fists in the air. They exchanged dozens of blows, moving swiftly from one place to another as they tried to strike each other with all their might. How powerful he is, Tobias said, watching the fight with evident fear. I can't believe Caden Break is this strong. The rumors were true, Tobias added with great concern. The two figures stared at each other without moving a single finger in a completely devastated environment. Caden, maybe we should end the fight here, Bjorn said, surprised by Caden's strength. End it here? Ha ha ha. Caden roared savagely. Does he really want to keep fighting? I'm exhausted from that intense exchange of blows, Bjorn thought, astonished. Caden, this confrontation won't lead us anywhere. We'll only harm each other, Bjorn said, nervously examining his minor wounds. Harm each other? But you're the only one who's injured, Caden said, disdainfully smiling at Bjorn. Bjorn frowned and didn't respond. You have to die here for crossing paths with me, Bjorn. Anyone who provokes me should not live, Caden said, releasing an immense killing intent combined with a terrifying electric blue aura. Provoke? When? Who was the fool who provoked this maniac? Bjorn thought, nervous. Caden, there must be a misunderstanding, Bjorn said, trying to defuse the situation. There's no misunderstanding, Caden responded with a terrifying gaze. Die. The entire sky changed color and filled with electricity. Divine judgment, Caden said with a commanding voice in the sky, resembling a thunder god covered in electricity. Millions of thunderbolts formed a colossal kirin, moving from side to side in the sky. The colossal thunder kirin swayed in the sea of lightning in the firmament, instilling terror in everyone present. The enormous thunder kirin descended from above with its jaws open and roaring. How can this be? Such immense power. Bjorn said, trembling in the face of the immense kirin. No! Bjorn screamed in fear. Normality returned to the buildings of Oslo, now illuminated by the night and without the spatial seal that had protected them until recently. Caden descended from the sky and landed silently on the top of a building. That ant provided an entertaining battle, Caden commented as he surveyed the city. One less. I've dealt with Bjorn in the first attack so he won't bother us anymore. Now, only that Tobias remains, Caden said as he searched everywhere. He must have fled like a coward, Caden said, laughing sarcastically. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I'll find him, and then, it will be his end. A week later. On top of a building, an imposing figure is seen. This is the last organization I need to destroy. These weaklings just hide. The president of this last organization is named Ashier Bosch. It is said that his wounds are incurable, Caden said, looking at the building ahead. Spatial isolation. The building is sealed. Divine judgment, Caden said in the sky. A massive thunderbolt descends from the sky, colliding with the building. And in an instant, it disappears. Phew. Phew. All right, I need to rest. Running around searching for these scum has exhausted me, Caden said, breathing slowly. Caden leaves the place, leaping on top of the buildings. I took care of all the problems. Has Ares awakened from his coma? I should hurry up and rest when I'm with them, Caden said, quickening his pace. 1 week later. South Korea. Korea Academy. Has something important happened in the world, Suwon? Han Seonjik asked. Yes, Mr. Han. It is said that Caden has destroyed 7 globally recognized awakened organizations, Suwon Kong replied, her voice trembling. Really? Han Seonjik exclaimed, staying silent for a moment. Sir? Suwon Kong asked, perplexed. I'm sorry, is there any news about Ares? Han Seonjik asked with a friendly smile. We still don't know anything. The only thing we know is that Caden killed Bjorn Svensson, Suwon Kong reported. The number 1 in Norway and top 20 in the world. Han Seonjik asked in astonishment. Yes, sir. It's also rumored that Cardian was in Norway, near the location where the confrontation between Ares and the other 6 top-ranked awakened took place, Suwon Kong added. Could he have dealt with Ares? Han Seonjik pondered. Do you believe that, sir? We don't know anything more about what could have happened, Suwon Kong said. Han Seonjik turned his chair and looked out the window of his office. Phew, phew, phew. Han Seonjik breathed. Why does the world have to be so unstable at this moment? I can't relax like this, he murmured to himself. At that moment, a young person opened the door. Mr. Han, we have brought the representatives of the country's most important organizations. They are waiting in the conference room, the person informed respectfully. Thank you, I'll be there in a moment, Han Seonjik replied, rising from his seat. In the conference room, 6 people were seated at a rectangular table, with 2 empty seats. As Han Seonjik and Suwon Kong entered, the 6 figures stood up upon seeing the elder. Oh, there's no need to stand up, Han Seonjik said with a kind smile. The 2 newcomers took the vacant seats. I have called your organizations here to discuss the future of this academy, Han Seonjik announced with a serious and imposing voice. All present nodded, maintaining silence and paying attention to what Han Seonjik had to say. As you know, we decided to expedite the process by sending the young leaders of your groups to this academy to get to know and interact with each other, as they will be the awakened who will lead our country in the future. That's why I have decided that this academy will start teaching our awakened, regardless of their organization. For that, I would like each organization to send one of their awakened to teach our children, Han Seonjik said calmly. You want us to teach the children? Song asked, bewildered. That's what I want. It will benefit all our young ones, Han Seonjik said, looking at the representative from Baekdu. When will this start if the group leaders agree? Park Song asked. In 2 or 3 years, maybe even a little earlier, but you will have enough time to prepare, Han Seonjik said. In Hyuk-gu asked, how many representatives can we bring to this academy per group? After pondering for a moment, Han Seonjik replied, only 3 per group. Just 3? In Hyuk-gu asked. Yes, we want to keep it as secret as possible so that others won't find out, and the young ones can grow in peace, Han Seonjik explained. Myeong interjected and asked, keep it a secret. Han Seonjik smiled and said, but don't worry, I'm just informing you of my idea. I hope you will relay it to your superiors, and I will personally speak with them to explain everything that has been planned so far. The 6 figures nodded immediately. 1964 words. Next chapter, the recovery continues. Chapter 20, 19, the recovery continues. World Academy of the Awakened. At the same time. Are you aware of the problem you caused? The world is trembling, and you can't handle a simple awakened. If he recovers, be prepared for the consequences. The Global Association has said to wait. We'll take care of the young ones, and they'll take care of the adults, Garrus Luterowen said with a grim expression. But sir, we don't know if he managed to survive, Lucy Borden said, frightened. We shouldn't rush, Mr. Luterowen, Terry Miller said. Everyone should know what happened with Caden a week ago, the vice director said. What did Caden do now? Frank Mute asked with doubt. Don't you know? Matthew Long replied. What are you doing, not worrying about the outside? Caden finished off the 3 survivors from the confrontation against Ares and destroyed the organizations of those 6, Lucy Borden said, angry. What? Really? Matthew Long responded, surprised. Yes, moreover, Cardian was seen in Norway, and Caden just killed the one who leaked his whereabouts, Frank Mute added. Do you know what that means, right? Lucy Borden said. It's possible that Cardian tried to heal Ares, Matthew Long said nervously. Isn't it better for us if Caden keeps causing trouble out there? Terry Miller said. Better for us. Do you think it's better for Caden to go around killing any awakened he wants and causing his country to start a war to decide who will be the new number 1? It could lead to awaken from other countries intervening for their own interests and so on, affecting more countries. Generating a bloody war worldwide, the vice director said angrily. The 5 figures trembled upon hearing what the vice director said. We must send someone to find them and deal with them immediately, Frank Mud said impatiently. Do you think we haven't tried? We sent several awakened, but they all died, causing a lot of losses for us, the vice director said. The 4 professors in the academy are astonished and concerned about how events have unfolded. Stop worrying about that now and accept the consequences. We have to balance and pacify the world in the meantime to prevent a large-scale war in which we are all involved. We will repel the awakened from other countries who want to intervene in Norway. I will personally give the instructions, and I don't want any more inconveniences, Garrus Luterowen said with an imposing voice. You may leave, Garrus Luterowen finished saying, paying no more attention to the people in front of him. The 5 figures stood up and silently left the room, leaving Garrus Luterowen alone. These inept ones can't do anything right, and everything falls on my shoulders. I have to speak with the World Association of the Awakened. Yet another problem. They'll have to propose some plans to keep the world from hanging by a thread, Garrus thinks as he leans back in his chair. POV Ares. Ares wakes up and begins to examine his body and the surroundings. My body is without injuries. Phew. Phew. Thank goodness. Where am I? Am I in Caden's safe house? I don't remember how I got here. How much time has passed? As he reflects, he hears a voice shouting. Caden woke up, come quickly, a voice said. Caden responds, I'm coming. A few moments later, Caden approaches Ares and asks, Hey Ares. How are you feeling? Master, crush all those ants together, Ares replies with a smile. Caden returns the smile. Ha 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 ha, that's my boy. You're safe here, Cardian healed you, and you'll get better soon. Ares expresses gratitude, thank you, Mr. Caden. Mr. Cardian, how long have I been in a coma? There is a moment of silence. You're welcome. You've been in a coma for 2.5 months, but of course, you'll recover. It was me who healed you, Cardian says proudly in his words and attitude. Caden intervenes, rest well, kid. We'll talk later. Cardian and Caden leave the room, leaving Ares alone to rest. 2 weeks later. Ares is sitting in a wheelchair facing Caden and Cardian at a table. I'm ready for another challenge. OUCH, exclaimed Ares, feeling immense pain throughout his body. Kid, stay still for a while. It was difficult to heal you, and you need to rest for another 6 months. You're too restless, even worse than your master, Cardian said, looking angrily at Caden and then at Ares. You're way crazier than him, Cardian added. Sorry, Ares said with a sad voice. Channel your strength control. You'll recover faster, even though your injuries were severe. It's a miracle that you can recover without any scars or future problems, advised Caden. Your healing factor saved you, and if you use your strength control all the time, you'll recover sooner. But you have to do it carefully, Cardian added. Thank goodness. Sighed Ares. Kid, what happened? Why did you fight against 6 guys? Caden asked. Cardian and Caden fell silent, staring at Ares. Ares sighed and replied, I don't know. After facing devil blood, I was moving around to prepare for my next fight, but suddenly those 6 people appeared and started attacking me without warning. I had to defend myself as best as I could. Fortunately, I managed to defeat them when they were caught off guard. I was pretty lucky that they weren't so good at cooperating with each other, explained Ares. Do you know why? Caden asked. How did they track you down? You should be like your master, not staying in one place for too long, Cardian added. Ares said with evident doubts in his voice, I'm not sure. I think it was the World Academy of the Awakened. After facing devil blood, I immediately left the place. Those bastards, exclaimed Caden. The World Academy of the Awakened. It must have been on the order of the World Association, Cardian said. Ares recounted, there was one among the 6 who was quite talkative and claimed that it was easy to earn a favor from the World Association of Awakened Individuals. Caden asked, did they offer them something? It must be something of great value for them to act. Cardian intervened, indeed, they must have offered them something substantial. Even the World Academy of Awakened Individuals would have to spend significant resources to act. Cardian's next statement was a bombshell, they must have offered a huge bounty on your head. Ares intervened, I think. But before he could continue, Ares asked, Cardian, how long will it take for me to recover? Caden and Ares turned their gaze towards Cardian. Cardian pondered for a moment before responding, you'll need 2 months of bed or wheelchair rest, followed by 6 months of rehabilitation. Ares exclaimed, so much time. Cardian retorted, what do you mean, so much time? You should be grateful to be able to recover from those injuries. It was a miracle. Caden advised, you need to rest. Use this time to reflect on your experiences throughout your challenges against the world's best. You can either do that or stop obsessing over frenetic fights and take a break for a while. Cardian intervened, his voice rising with anger, you need to take it easy. What's wrong with you two? Ares admitted, fine. I have to analyze the fight. Caden encouraged, during this time, your power will grow rapidly. Excited, Ares asked, what happened to the awakened individuals I fought against? Caden let out a deep sigh and responded, you killed 3 of them, and the rest were severely injured. Disappointed, Ares muttered, oh, only 3 survived. Cardian intervened, relax, Caden took care of them and their respective organizations. Surprised, Ares exclaimed, really? Thank you very much, Master. Caden reassured him, yes, don't worry about them. I took care of it. Just focus on resting and recovering. Cardian scolded him, you should go to your room and rest. I told you it's not very convenient for you to be here. Ares agreed, yes, Cardian, and turned his wheelchair towards his room, reminiscing about his past battles. 3 months later. Ares and Caden were sitting cross-legged, emanating blue and golden lights. Ares slowly opened his pupils and looked at Caden. These past 3 months have been tough, Ares said with regret. Not being able to use my awakened abilities worried me a lot, but as of today, I no longer have those restrictions. Cardian's treatments ended 2 months ago. I would like to spend my remaining 5 months of recovery with my family. Since I can use 50% of my powers, I shouldn't have any problems and I can protect myself. Ares, Caden said, opening his eyes and looking at his pupil. What's going on? Can you use some of your powers normally now? I want to spend my last months of recovery with my family. I want to go to where they are, Ares said, with some insecurity in his voice. Caden thought for a moment and then said, all right, let's go. But I don't think you understand, Ares said, hesitating. I want to go alone. You've taken care of me all these months, and I don't want you to keep wasting your time on me when I can use my powers. I should continue challenging other awakened individuals. Caden showed a surprised expression and remained silent for a moment. Are you sure, kid? Caden asked with concern. Even if you can use your abilities, if you come across a powerful enemy, you won't have any help. You can always count on me, you don't have to bear the burden of your problems alone. I can always assist you. I know I can count on you, Master, Ares replied. But I want to be alone for a while and spend some time with my family. Besides, you have a challenge coming up in a few days, and there are rumors that you're regretting it. Go and face that bastard, showing that they're just lies. Caden laughed. Ha 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 ha. Those rumors are not important. What's most important is your health. Sooner or later, they will pay for it. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know. I will come to your aid anytime. I appreciate your help, Mr. Caden. I wish you the best in your battles, and if anything happens, you'll be the first to know, Ares said happily. All right, kid, you need to plan when you'll leave. You mustn't be noticed, Caden said, ending the conversation. 1755 words. Next chapter, back home. Chapter 21, 20, back home. At the airport in Norway. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts, the flight is about to take off, announced the captain of the plane. Ares was sitting in a seat of great quality, enjoying a glass of champagne as he watched the plane ascend into the sky. The flight is about to take off, I have a long day of travel ahead to Australia. It's incredible to think that my mother and Jiwoo will be there. I should keep studying. When I get home, I'm going to make Jiwoo start training. Ha 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 ha. I want to know what their reaction will be when they see Jiwoo in action. He, said Ares with a devilish smile. Suddenly, a beautiful flight attendant with blonde hair and blue eyes approached Ares. Excuse me, sir. She said. Yes, how can I help you, responded Ares. We are going around to take food orders. For the first course, there are 2 options, meat with roasted potatoes, salad, and fruit for dessert. And for the second option, rice with meat and vegetables with seasonings and ice cream for dessert, said the flight attendant. I'll have the second option, please, replied Ares. Very well, sir, said the flight attendant as she walked away. Ares couldn't help but stare fixedly at the flight attendant's sensual curves as she walked away. Not bad, should I have some fun, wondered Ares, laughing. 24 hours later. A young man with white hair and crystal green eyes walks calmly through the airport in Australia, wearing a cream-colored pair of Nike sneakers, black pants, and a dark blue shirt while talking on his mobile phone. Hello, mother. Where are you? Ares asks eagerly. I'm at work. I'll leave soon to pick up Jiwoo from school. And you? Kang Yujong replies. I just arrived in Australia, Ares says with a smile on his face. You're here. You didn't let me know. I would have come to pick you up, Kang Yujong responds, surprised. Don't worry, I wanted it to be a surprise. Send me Jiwoo's school address, I'll go and pick him up to surprise him, Aries says with a smile on his face. Alright, I'll send it to you. But when you get home, we'll have a lot to talk about, son, Kang Yujong responds with an angry tone of voice. Yes, mother, Aries responds tensely. Aries leaves the airport and heads to Jiwoo's school in a car. At Jiwoo's school. POV Jiwoo. Jiwoo walks towards the school exit with his head down and hands in his backpack, bored of having to hide his powers from the other children. Outside, a group of students is commenting about an unknown young man, whom they all admire for his appearance. Wow. Who is that guy? He's so handsome, says a smitten girl. Could he be new? It's the first time I've seen him, comments her friend with excitement. If he has a girlfriend, she must be so lucky, says another passionate student. Anyone who's with him hit the jackpot, comments another excited girl. Intrigued, Jiwoo looks in the direction where the students are, when suddenly he recognizes the young man with white hair and green eyes. Brother, he says, surprised to see the mysterious young man. POV Aries. Aries thinks to himself as he walks towards the school exit, why do I have to be so handsome? These mortals only care about my looks, and it bothers me. I hope Jiwoo comes out soon so we can go home and train together. Suddenly, he hears an excited voice in the distance. Brother. Aries lifts his head and smiles upon seeing his younger brother. Jiwoo, he responds, opening his arms. Jiwoo runs towards him and hugs him tightly. Once they calm down, nearby students begin to whisper about the two brothers. He's the older brother of one of the students, says one. They look so handsome together, says another. Aries and Jiwoo ignore the looks and head home together. On the way, Aries asks Jiwoo, do you have any friends? How is your school life going? Jiwoo feels a bit sad and says, I don't have any friends. I'm cautious all day and try not to draw attention to myself. I don't want to be seen as weird. Aries sighs and comforts him, saying, you're not a monster. Your abilities are a gift, and you'll come to realize that. I can help you improve your abilities if you want. Jiwoo feels more uplifted after his brother's words and cheerfully says, I promise to enjoy my time with you, brother. Can I really improve my powers? He asks cautiously. Aries smiles and says, of course. Would your brother lie to you? Jiwoo smiles and feels happier to have his brother by his side. In the evening, a man and a woman sit face to face at a table. Aries, why did you suddenly decide to come here? Kang Yujong asks. Well, I wanted to spend time with you all since. I couldn't come for my birthday, Aries replies. Yes, I was worried when I found out you wouldn't come. How long will you stay here? Kang Yujong asks. I'll stay for about 5 months, Aries thinks to himself, if she knows I almost died, she'll surely kill me. That's a long time, thankfully. I'll request some time off so we can enjoy it, Kang Yujong happily responds. Well, mother, I also came to train Jiwoo, Aries says hesitantly. Train Jiwoo? For what? Don't even think about taking him away. I won't let him go under any circumstances. He'll stay with me, Kang Yujong responds angrily. I won't take him, I just want him to become stronger. If something happens, he should have the tools to defend himself, Aries quickly replies. You know that sooner or later it will be known that he has powers. He can't hide forever. It's better for him to enjoy his time as an awakened one, Aries calmly says. I know, but I want to protect him. He's not like you. I want him to have a normal life, not like the one you chose, Kang Yujong replies ironically. Mother, relax, nothing will happen. The world of the awakened ones is not as dangerous as you think, Aries says. We agreed that we wouldn't tell him until he's older or until it's necessary, Kang Yujong responds. I haven't told him anything. I just want him to train his abilities. I told you I would find out one way or another. You're just delaying the inevitable, Aries replies. 1096 words. Next chapter, Training Jiwoo. Chapter 22-21, Training Jiwoo. A few days later. In a spacious underground room, Aries sat with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, radiating a golden aura around his body. It's very reassuring to be able to be alive, spend time with my family, train, and rest without worrying about the outside world, he thought to himself. Jiwoo should be arriving any moment now. We agreed to meet at 9 in the morning. Suddenly, Aries began to breathe heavily. Phew. 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 He exhaled. Brother, I've arrived. What are you going to teach me today? Jiwoo asked with a radiant smile. I can tell you're very happy, Aries responded, opening his eyes and observing Jiwoo with his cheerful demeanor and sportswear. It's been great being with you, and now you're going to teach me that incredible method you promised, Jiwoo said excitedly. Aries laughed and replied, ha ha ha. Yes, I'm going to teach you an entertaining method called force control. Wow. Force control? What's that? Jiwoo asked, thrilled. Come and stand in front of me with your legs crossed, Aries instructed, pointing ahead. Jiwoo ran towards Aries and positioned himself in the same posture. I'm listening attentively, he said. This method will help you improve your special abilities more quickly and easily, and it will also allow you to better control your powers, Aries explained calmly. Amazing, brother. Jiwoo exclaimed. Good, focus on learning and memorizing how my energy flows through your body so that you can do it on your own without my help, Aries said, placing his hands on Jiwoo's back and releasing a stream of golden light. Jiwoo became nervous, but Aries reassured him. Stay calm, Jiwoo, nothing will happen to you. Just follow the flow of my energy in your body, he said softly. All right, I trust you, brother, Jiwoo responded, calming down. Now, stay silent and focus on following my energy. I am with you, Aries instructed. Jiwoo closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the energy flowing through his body. Hours later, Aries observed how Jiwoo managed to circulate his force control effortlessly, channeling his energy into his heart. Phew. 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 Brother, this is quite challenging. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it on my own, Jiwoo said nervously. Don't worry, you're doing well. Even if you don't feel it, you're using your energy in the same way I taught you, Aries responded with a reassuring smile. Really? Wow. I didn't know I could do it, Jiwoo exclaimed with surprise and a big smile on his face. You have great talent. From now on, we'll train together every day, practicing the circulation of force control, Aries said as he stood up. It was fascinating to follow that energy. Force control. What is it? Jiwoo asked curiously. That's the name of the method I taught you, it's force control, Aries replied. Oh, so that's what it's called, it's incredible, Jiwoo said amazed. Indeed, it's incredible. Tomorrow, we'll start your real training, so make sure to rest well tonight, Aries said determinedly. Yes, I'll rest a lot, and I'll be here at 9 o'clock sharp, Jiwoo affirmed. Perfect, now let's grab something to eat. I'm hungry, Aries said. Yes, let's go eat, Jiwoo responded, heading up the stairs. Aries and Jiwoo had been working hard together for 5 months, and the results were starting to show. Every morning, at exactly 5:30, they would wake up and begin their force control training. Jiwoo had significantly improved his ability to concentrate his energy and use it effectively thanks to Aries' methods. After the training, Jiwoo would go to school, and Aries would take the opportunity to train on his own. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Jiwoo returned, Aries would place a punching bag in the center of the room and start teaching Jiwoo combat techniques using his super speed. Jiwoo was fascinated by how Aries could move and wanted to learn as much as possible. After 3 hours of intense training, Aries would have Jiwoo continue circulating his force control while he slept. It was a challenging habit to acquire, but Jiwoo was willing to do whatever it took to improve his special abilities. As the days went by, Jiwoo noticed that his body was changing. He felt stronger, more agile, and faster. His force control was improving every day, and he was able to do things he had never imagined before. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 5 months had passed since Aries arrived. Jiwoo was incredibly grateful for everything his brother had taught him, and he knew that without him, he would have never come this far in his training. POV Aries. Aries woke up early in the morning to meet Jiwoo in the room, sleeping with his force control activated. He remembered all the time they had spent together, teaching him to control his power and improve his strength. The time has come for me to leave, Aries thought as he looked at Jiwoo sleeping. I have taught him everything he needed to know to be much stronger than he should be in the original story. All the training I gave him has caused a significant change in him. He can move at super speed for longer periods, he has awakened his regeneration abilities, and he can even sleep while circulating his force control. It's time to say goodbye. I will make the most of my last day here with my family. The next morning. Mother, it's time for me to go, Aries said, feeling a pang of sadness. His mother looked at him with a tender expression and replied, well, you have spent a lot of time with us, my son. I knew that sooner or later you would have to leave and live your own life. I'm glad you were with Jiwoo, she continued. You helped him have a good year. Since some of his friends found out about his powers. Mother, you won't be able to hide it forever. It's better for Jiwoo to accept his new life, Aries said with determination. I understand, but I want to have him with me to protect him until he's older, Kang Yujong responded with a sorrowful tone. You left home when you were 14, pointed out sadly. Aries took a deep breath before responding, you asked me not to tell him anything about the awakened world, but the day will come when he finds out, and on that day, I will be here to protect him. You can rest assured. I know. When I can't do it anymore, you will, Kang Yujong said with a reassuring look toward her son. 1116 words. Next chapter, first confrontation after the recovery. Chapter 23, 22, first confrontation after the recovery. 1 week later. In an abandoned house, two young people are sitting on the floor with their legs crossed. Have you decided what to do? Caden asked. Yes, I'm going to look for those guys who challenged me when I was injured, Ares replied. First, I'm going to settle the score with that guy named Matthias Dufour. How dare he challenge me thinking I'm injured? Ares said, emanating an incredible murderous intent. Caden looked at Ares and said, he occupies the 57th position in the world and is currently the leader of the Ghost organization. Ghost? Are they well known? Ares asked. They are a quite famous organization for investigating any information or data you want to find, at a high price. As you know, they are renowned for their incineration powers, and the vice leader is ranked among the top 63 in the world, Caden said. 2 awakened in the top 100. Ares exclaimed amazed. I will be able to face 2 strong awakened. You might not be happy to hear this, but it is said that Marcus Buck is on an important mission, Caden said. What a nuisance. It's a shame that the vice leader is not available right now, Ares said with disappointment. Ha ha ha, of course, Caden said with a crazy smile. Many interesting things have happened while you were inactive, Caden said seriously. Like what? Ares asked uncertainly. The World Academy intervened in the world after you killed Bjorn. Many other countries had issues with their awakening, and a large-scale war almost broke out, Caden said. Ha ha ha, you made quite a scene, Ares said, laughing. Me. It was you who faced and defeated the top 6 in the world rankings. I just finished the job, Caden said with a big smile. Well, that's true, ha ha ha, Ares said. It's time, Ares said as he stood up from the floor. As your first fight after recovering from your injuries, I'll hide and observe your battle. If anything happens, I'll intervene, Caden said. All right, I hope I can find him at their headquarters, Ares said, walking towards the door. Caden followed him and said, he's within his organization, and the only one you need to worry about is Marcus, but since he's not here, you can have your confrontation peacefully. Someone in the top 63 is no big deal. I just need to make sure nothing strange happens, Ares said. Caden looked at Ares with a smile, saying nothing. In the Ghost organization. Matthias Dufour's eyes scanned the documents on his desk, his mind completely focused on the task at hand. Suddenly, a low buzzing caught his attention, causing him to lift his gaze from his work. Space isolation, he murmured, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Without warning, the sound grew louder, becoming a shrill buzzing that seemed to fill the room. Matthias tensed, ready to react to anything that stood in his way. Who dares to attack my organization, he thundered, his fist slamming onto the desk, sending papers flying in all directions. In an instant, Matthias leaped from his chair and rushed to the rooftop of the building, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. He stood there, chest heaving as he surveyed the area for any sign of his enemy. And then, he saw him. A young man with white hair and green eyes, dressed entirely in black, standing before him. Jiwoo Seo. The Emperor of Light. Matthias gasped, astounded by the figure before him. Call me whatever you like. It's a good nickname, don't you think? Ares replied with a slight smile. I heard rumors that you're gravely injured and incurable, Matthias sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Is that what they're saying? But it doesn't have to be true. You'll find out very soon, Ares said calmly. Matthias bristled, his mind already formulating a plan to take down his opponent. But as he watched, Ares suddenly unleashed a blinding burst of golden light, soaring into the sky. Hurricane of light. The air around him erupted into a violent storm, filled with dangerous winds and torrential rain of light. The surrounding buildings groaned and creaked under the strain, their foundations cracking and crumbling under the onslaught. Damn it. I didn't expect such immense power. And to attack without warning, he must want to die, Matthias muttered, his eyes darting in alarm. Die, Ares simply said. And with those words, all the rays of light from the hurricane suddenly converged upon Matthias, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Matthias tried to counter Ares' attack by forming a gigantic column of fire. The rays of light from the fire column illuminated the area and burned through the concrete as it descended, shaking the world with its power. Finally, the two attacks collided, causing an explosion that destroyed the building and sent tremors throughout the area. Silence and dust enveloped everything, leaving no trace of Matthias Dufour. Ares, surprised by how easily he defeated his opponent, looked around and wondered, how could it be so easy? Couldn't he even stop a measly attack? At that moment, Caden descended from the sky and congratulated Ares on his victory. Well done, kid. I used most of my power in that attack, but... Ares said with a hesitant voice. Caden encouraged him, you don't have to feel down. In a fight, you always have to leverage any advantage you have over your opponent. It's always important to be prepared for whatever may come, Aries. Strength is not the only important factor in a fight, you also need to know how to use it effectively and strategically, Caden responded with a serious look. Aries nodded in understanding and added, I also need to work on my ability to assess my opponents and adapt to their fighting style. I can't afford to underestimate anyone. Exactly. The key is to always be alert and adapt to the situation. Even the weakest opponents can be dangerous if given the chance to exploit a weakness or mistake, explained Caden. Many of the awakened hide, but it's unknown how much power they are holding back all over the world. I will take your advice into account in the future. I need to become stronger, said Aries, tightening his fist. How do you feel? Caden asked Aries about his body. Fine, I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. It's good to be back, Aries responded with a big smile. Ha ha ha, yes, it's good to be back, and fortunately, you have no issues, said Caden. I was a bit nervous, admitted Aries. Anyone would be nervous, said Caden, laughing. Let's get out of here. I will continue training to challenge the top 10 in the rankings in the near future, said Caden with a slight smile. Did they accept your challenge? Aries asked in amazement. Not yet. I sent them the challenge not long ago, but I have to keep training to stay in shape and become stronger, explained Caden. If the awakened in the top 10 don't accept me, I will continue challenging others until one of them accepts my challenge, said Caden. I hope someone accepts my challenge. I will settle the score with some of the top-ranked individuals and then challenge more awakened in the global rankings, said Aries with a deep anger in his eyes. That's the attitude you should have. If you want to challenge someone, do it. Don't be held back by a few people, said Caden with a malicious smile. 1253 words. Next chapter, I'm back. Chapter 24, 23, I'm back. 1 week later. World Awakening Academy. In a small room, 4 figures were nervously discussing the current situation. What are we going to do? Aries killed another member of the world ranking, someone was heard saying. Lucy Borden, terrified, responded, now it's known that he's in perfect condition and that the rumors we spread were false. Terry Miller, trembling, suggested, I don't know. What if we escape? The director is furious with us for getting involved where we shouldn't have. Frank Mued, angry, looked at Terry Miller and exclaimed, escape. Are you crazy? Do you think we would get far? Matthew Long, with a weary voice, said, we have to face the consequences of our actions. You don't want to be chased for the rest of your life. Lucy Borden added, stop talking nonsense. Now that Aries is alive, he will continue challenging other awakened individuals. As far as I know, this guy Matthias Dufour challenged Aries when he was injured, Lucy Borden continued. Terry Miller asked hesitantly, is he seeking revenge? Who knows? Lucy Borden responded. Did anyone else challenge him or mess with him when it was said he was injured? Frank Mute asked. I think so. The number 52 in the world ranking, Hassan Khan, as soon as the rumors of Aries being injured spread, he challenged him and said a few too many words, Matthew Long confidently replied. That might be our opportunity, to inform Hassan so he can attack Aries, Lucy Borden suggested. Yes, I'll let him know, Frank Mute affirmed. Suddenly, a loud sound at the door interrupted their conversation. A figure dressed entirely in black appeared at the entrance. Gentlemen, the director has summoned you, the figure announced with an authoritative voice. The director, the 4 professors asked, trembling. Yes, he told me to tell you that the World Association is here, the black figure responded. The association is here, the 4 professors exclaimed, astonished. Hurry up. Don't waste time, the black figure shouted, releasing a powerful orange aura. The 4 professors, still frightened by the mysterious figure, didn't dare to respond to the order and simply followed. After a few moments, they entered a room where they found Garrus Literowan, the director of the World Awakening Academy, and an elderly person with orange hair and dark skin, sitting in front of them. The mysterious figure simply said, here they are, before disappearing at an incredible speed without looking back. The professors, impressed by the figure's speed, were left speechless and observed the 2 men in the room, waiting for an explanation of what was happening. I have gathered you here to inform you that you will personally have to take care of the problem you created, Garrus Literowan declared. The person beside me is Edwin Shinki, sent by the World Association of Awakened to help you solve your problems, he added calmly. Aries is in recovery and is seeking revenge against the awakened individuals who messed with him. We believe his next confrontation will be against Hassan Khan, which is why you will join forces with Edwin to try to defeat him, Garrus Literowan concluded. Lucy Borden was astonished upon learning the situation. The plan is to let him face Hassan Khan, and if he defeats him, we intervene, Garrus continued. Be careful, Aries is very strong, warned Edwin Shinki. You may leave, Garrus Literowan concluded, taking the papers from his desk. The 5 of them left the room. I hope they die. It's impossible for them to defeat him, even if he's worn out from fighting, Garrus thought in the lonely room. A few days later. At the South Korean Awakening Academy. Han Seonjik stood with his arms crossed behind his back as he looked out at the urban landscape through the window of his office. At that moment, a young figure entered the room and informed him about Ares, who had returned to battles 3 weeks ago, defeating Matthias Dufour and more recently, Kayla Rose. So, he has regained his strength, Han reflected to himself, thinking about the last opponents Ares had challenged, both ranked in the top 57 and 54 worldwide. You may leave, Han told the young person before they exited the office. It's surprising to see how, despite being ambushed, Ares continues to challenge the world's best, Han thought as he was left alone in his office. The next generation is truly enthusiastic and selfless, he concluded in his thoughts. POV Caden. As I sit with my legs crossed at the top of a towering building, admiring the bustling city below, I can't help but wonder, how is it possible that no one from the top 10 has accepted my challenge? With my long, bluish-black hair and deep blue eyes, I decide to take matters into my own hands. I should send a challenge to all the individuals in the top 10 of the world rankings, I think to myself. I'm confident they won't be able to resist accepting my proposal. With a little patience, I just have to wait for them to accept my challenge. I'm sure they will do so soon. As I sit with my legs crossed in an abandoned house, meditating and radiating a golden light. I think to myself, I know I have recovered, and I am ready to exact revenge on Hassan Khan, the 52nd ranked individual in the world rankings, who dared to challenge me when I was injured. I will make sure he pays for his arrogance and hubris. He is the president of the Manhwa organization, and I am determined to destroy them all. My last battle was nothing out of the ordinary, as I am rapidly becoming incredibly strong in a short period of time. The individual ranked 54th that I faced had metal powers. He could cover parts of his body in metal and create and manipulate it at will. However, he had very obvious weaknesses. He couldn't fly, although his long-range attacks were powerful. Dodging his attacks was quite easy, and in the end, I completely crushed him. I know that at these levels, one must be a well-rounded awakened individual in all aspects, otherwise, they will have a significant disadvantage against other opponents. But I am confident in my abilities and ready to face anyone who dares to challenge me. 1061 words. Next chapter, Pending Accounts. Chapter 24, Pending Accounts. 1 week later. At the top of a building, a young man with white hair and green eyes, dressed formally, fixes his gaze on a man in a suit, messy hair, and red eyes. Finally, I found you. You know it's very difficult to find a cockroach that only hides, says Ares with a displeased expression as he looks at Hassan. Hassan responds with astonishment and fear, Ares, I haven't accepted your challenge. What is it that you want? As he thinks to himself, how did this maniac find me? Some time ago, when I was injured, I heard that you challenged me. Now that I'm in front of you, you dare not fulfill your word, Ares said arrogantly. Confused, Hassan replies, I don't know what rumors you're talking about. There must have been a misunderstanding. You know people talk a lot and make things up, as he thinks to himself, how did he know? When you found out I was injured, you had enough confidence to challenge me. But now that I'm in perfect condition, you're afraid, what a pathetic awakening, says Ares. A person like you doesn't deserve to live any longer, Ares continues. Suddenly, a flash of intense light spreads throughout the battlefield, emanating from Ares. Special isolation, Hassan thinks angrily, son of a bitch, how dare he belittle himself like this? It was said that his injuries were incurable, but here I see him, in perfect condition, defeating other top contenders. No one truly knows how powerful his abilities are right now. I must strike first and make him aware of the consequences of his actions, Hassan thought. Then, he used his technique, 100 Swords, summoning 100 swords that surrounded Ares as he descended with a powerful aura. But Ares didn't stand still and activated his ability, Double Light Shield, splitting a golden light into two to protect himself. The 100 swords clashed against the light shield, causing a massive explosion and leaving evident cuts in the nearby structures. Hassan unleashed his powerful attack called Gate of Babylon, where space distorted behind him, and millions of swords appeared, emanating a sharp and terrifying aura. Ares doesn't fall behind and unleashes his ability Rays of Light, where thousands of rays appear behind him. The two attacks clash against each other, resulting in a series of incredible explosions that destroy the nearby buildings. Despite the vast number of swords from Hassan and the thousands of rays from Ares, only the nearby buildings are destroyed, and the two fighters seem to have survived. However, Hassan realizes that Ares is much more powerful than he initially thought and decides to employ a defensive strategy to stop the approaching rays of light. He uses his ability Sword Shield to protect himself from Ares' rays, but still, the nearby buildings are destroyed, and debris falls to the ground. Hassan breathes heavily, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Gate of Babylon, Swords of Destruction, he invokes, summoning a rain of swords that attack Ares from all angles. Ares disappears in an instant, using his superhuman speed to dodge the sharp blades. Hassan can't believe it. Do they ever get tired? We must keep attacking. Ares reappears within his line of sight. At that moment, Hassan creates a trap of swords, sword trap, around Ares, forming a cage. But Ares smiles evilly and escapes the trap. He reacted, but it's not enough, Ares murmurs. Suddenly, Ares unleashes a powerful burst of light explosion, destroying all the swords in the cage and crushing the surrounding buildings. Terrified and trembling, Hassan says, "Wah!" Sword shield, and expends all his energy to create a shield of swords that protects him from the massive burst of light. Ares, wielding the spear of sin, emanates a grand golden aura surrounding the sharp spear enveloped in rays of light. Cut through everything, Ares commands, directing his gaze towards Hassan. Suddenly, Ares disappears from his initial position and reappears in front of Hassan with incredible speed, thrusting the spear towards the sword shield. A tremendous impact occurred, splitting the shield in two halves. Without hesitation, the spear continued its trajectory towards Hassan's head. "No!" Hassan screamed, frightened, as he watched the spear slowly approach his head. "Die!" Ares said, releasing a powerful murderous intent in his voice. Ares' spear severed Hassan's head, causing him to fall to the ground and roll along the ruined street of the city. Phew. Phew. Phew, one less. Battles are so enjoyable, but one-on-one encounters are becoming increasingly boring, Ares reflected. Very few awakened individuals from the global rankings accept challenges, let alone those who are not in the rankings, Ares added as he regained his energy and sat on the ground with his clothes intact. The feeling of a life-or-death battle is simply wonderful, Ares thought as a devilish smile formed on his face. I feel like I'm facing the same problem as Mr. Caden, but I still have a long way to go to reach his level, Ares said with a hint of regret in his voice. Suddenly, in the distance, 5 rather powerful auras were sensed rapidly approaching their location. Oh, more insects. Who could they be this time? Are they from some organization? Ares wondered as he shifted his gaze towards the direction of the approaching individuals. 5 figures surrounded Ares, who prepared himself for what was to come. It's your time to die, Ares. You have caused us far too much trouble, Lucy Borden said with determination. We're fortunate to find you after a battle, Terry Miller added. It'll be quite easy to defeat you, even without you at 100%, Frank Mudd said arrogantly. Ares burst into laughter and responded with haughtiness, who are you? So foolish as to come after me. Suddenly, Ares emanated a powerful golden aura that frightened the 5 attackers. This aura is immense, exclaimed Matthew Long as he trembled. A power as immense as this should not be outside the control of the World Association of Awakened, said Edwin Shinky, visibly nervous. Ares smiled arrogantly and said, you saved me the trouble of seeking you out. For being so considerate, I'll give you a swift death. Celestial punishment. An immense number of light beams appeared in the sky, illuminating the dark night in a golden glow. A second later, the beams descended from the sky, surrounding both the 5 figures on the ground and Ares in the air. The deafening roar shook the ground, causing large cracks and burns in a 50-meter radius. When everything calmed down, Ares descended from the sky with elegance and grandeur, his hands behind his back and his attire immaculate. In front of him, 5 blood-stained areas could be seen on the devastated ground. The spatial isolation dissipated, but Ares disappeared without a trace. Only the towering city buildings remained, illuminated by the nighttime lights on a beautiful night. 1164 words. Next chapter, Trapped in the Enemy's Trap. Chapter 26, 25, Trapped in the Enemy's Trap. 2 weeks later. What are we going to do, said Stephen Hughes with a grim expression. With his attitude, he will keep challenging other world-class tops, causing a lot of trouble in the future. We have to kill him and get revenge on Caden, said Austin Robertson with a smile. He will surely challenge us, continued Stephen Hughes calmly, with clear nervousness in his voice. It is said that he challenges all awakened individuals within a certain range. He has already defeated those ranked from 60 to 51, although very few accepted his challenges. I heard that no one accepted his challenges, he just forced them by telling a couple of lies. We are ranked 49th and 48th. In this range, Caden has many enemies. I heard that Vator and Ares might fight soon, said Austin Robertson. Let's find out the location of the confrontation. We can join forces with Vator to kill him once and for all, said Stephen Hughes. I don't think that's possible. Vator has a very bad reputation. It's better to intervene only when the confrontation is about to end, catching him off guard, explained Austin Robertson. Well, can we really kill him? I heard he crushed his last opponents, Stephen Hughes said with doubts. Don't worry. The power difference between the top 60 to 51 and the top 50 to 41 is like night and day. The power gap is immense. With Vator wearing him down and the 2 of us finishing the job, it won't be a problem to kill him. Maybe we can end them both, ha ha ha, Austin Robertson said with a smile and a lot of self-confidence. Murmured Stephen Hughes. Austin Robertson looked at Stephen Hughes and said, relax, Ares is heading down a worse path than Caden. Many people are afraid of him because he usually only kills his opponents. Not many have survived to tell the tale. The organizations he destroyed are too many to count accurately. It's also unknown how many awakened individuals he has killed, Austin continued. That attitude brings many enemies. The more he continues to challenge powerful awakened individuals from the world's top ranks, the more enemies he will have. He could die at any moment, that's his current life, he added. Stunned, Stephen Hughes replied, you saw for yourself the incredible speed at which his powers are growing. Rumor has it he recently turned 19. That's why we have to finish him. So young and with such great talent, he's a gigantic threat to the world, Austin Robertson replied with a powerful murderous intent. Haven't you noticed? Austin asked. Ares still doesn't have a position in the world rankings despite defeating so many awakened individuals. It's very possible that the World Association of Awakened has been holding back his classification. Stephen furrowed his brow and responded, it could be, but how long can they keep him without a rank? Yes, it won't be long before he's considered in the world rankings. Maybe all he needs is an official challenge and not fight in secret, suggested Austin. I believe that too, nodded Stephen. 2 weeks later. Frame Organization. A man with long white hair, black and red streaks in the center of his head, reads a letter. He settles into his seat, crossing one leg over the other. Then, he places the letter on the desk and turns his chair toward the window. Andre's image. A challenge from Caden Break, he reads. I could face him, but I'm busy with my organization. I can't accept it. It's better to avoid it. Although he is said to be very strong, anyone in the top 10 should be able to defeat him. It's better not to waste my time. Andre takes the letter and burns it with his awakened power. It's better not to pay attention to this and continue with my routine. That maniac will surely go crazy when no one accepts his challenge. But he's not at our level. Patrick family. In a spacious office, an older man with a long beard and short hair holds a letter in his hands as he examines it carefully. Veramont Patrick's image. Caden Break, he murmurs to himself. He has challenged me. Some time ago, I heard that he challenged another person in the top 10 of the world rankings, but they avoided him and didn't accept the challenge. Caden's power is on a level comparable to ours, possibly, he continues to think. It wouldn't be good to have a confrontation with him. I could get injured, and that wouldn't be good for our position in the top 10. Veramont Patrick stands up from his seat and walks toward the window, observing the beautiful landscape outside. It would be better to avoid a direct confrontation. It's possible that he has sent the same invitation to another person in the top 10 for a challenge. Maybe someone else will accept the challenge and take care of Caden, he reflects after a moment of thought. 840 words. Next chapter, The Enemies of Caden. A/N, today there are 2 chapters, I will soon upload the next one. Chapter 27, 26, The Enemies of Caden. A few days later. In the hustle and bustle of a metropolis filled with majestic skyscrapers, 2 figures stand at the top of one of them, their gazes locked on each other. Ares, dressed in black attire with his hands buried in his pockets, observes Vador firmly and utters cutting words, Vador, I have heard that you've had disagreements with my mentor. I didn't think you would have the audacity to challenge me. It's disheartening to have others challenge me instead of me challenging them, Ares begrudgingly thinks to himself. With a gaze full of hatred, Vador glares at Ares and launches sharp accusations. Caden ruined my beautiful face. Now that I have his protege in front of me, you will pay for him. They say you're the most powerful awakening in the next generation, Ares, the Emperor of Light. Ares, with a nod of his head, responds indifferently, the issues between my master and you are between them, not me. If you can't resolve them, it shows you're not fit to do so. Are you coming to me just to vent your hatred? But you'll have the same fate as him, another scar on your face. You're just like Caden. This is where you'll die, roared Vador as an intense golden light illuminated the battlefield. An intense golden light illuminates the battlefield. Spatial isolation, Ares murmurs with a smile on his face. Let's see what the top 50 of the world rankings are made of. Spear of Sin, he says as his beams of light merge to form a shining spear in his right hand, emanating an intense golden aura. Vador smiles and remarks, a spear. He releases a dark and powerful aura that completely envelopes him, also creating a spear in his right arm. Ares responds with a smile, a battle of spears. Interesting. Both leap at great speed, clashing their spears and creating destructive shockwaves that demolish buildings. You're better than I thought. Ares says with a smirk of satisfaction. You too. Vador admits, surprised by Ares' strength. Is he that strong? Can my master and his disciple defeat him? They continue exchanging blows with their spears, moving at high speed and demolishing the structures in the area. We've had hundreds of clashes, Ares says. We can't go on like this. I have to attack. How is he so strong? Vator wonders as he struggles to breathe. Vator, I won't hold back anymore, Ares says arrogantly. A powerful golden aura emanates from his body, filling the area with beams of light that crack the ground. Ares points his spear towards Vator and releases several beams of light in different directions with his left arm. Vator is surprised by the power emanating from Ares and says, I can't believe this. I have to defend myself or die. He forms a shield and embeds his spear into the ground, releasing an intense dark aura. Moments later, hundreds of rays of light impact against his shield, shaking the entire place and causing numerous debris to fall. The battlefield falls silent after the explosion. Vator coughs and looks at his body full of wounds. Damn it, how could I have underestimated him so much, he angrily mutters to himself. Your mistake was not knowing your enemy, Ares responds from the sky, surrounded by rays of light. Celestial punishment, he announces as the rays begin to descend. Ares displays a diabolical smile and utters, die. But at that moment, he is caught off guard by two powerful attacks, one from the right and another from the left. Stephen invokes his technique, Prehistoric Thorns, while Austin utilizes his Acid Extermination ability. Ares is surprised to see the two attacks and exclaims, what? Are there more? However, before the attacks could hit him, Ares deploys his defense. He invokes his Triple Light Shield technique, and 3 golden lights quickly cover him. 2 loud explosions rock the area, causing extensive destruction in the district. The dust settles slowly, revealing Ares enveloped in a shattered golden shield that gradually disappears. What power! If it weren't for my shield, I would have taken a lot of damage, Ares thinks as he rises from the ground and gazes intensely at his 2 new opponents. He puts some distance between them and says with a smile on his face, 2 more flies have arrived. Who would have thought? It's an honor to kill the 49th ranked Stephen Hughes and the 48th ranked Austin Robertson. Kid, it's not good to cause trouble. You have to die here, Stephen says, his gaze filled with a strong intent to kill. The flies will end you, Austin retorts, furious. I can't hold anything back. Although I've depleted a significant portion of my energy, I know I have enough to defeat them, Ares affirms. It seems Stephen and Austin are not paying attention to me. I'll take advantage of my injured state to escape and find the right moment for my revenge, Vator reflects before silently disappearing from the scene. Then, with a deafening blast, Ares unleashes his powerful attack, Storm of Light Rays. The deep and celestial sky filled with dark clouds, and thousands of terrifying light rays fell from the sky to the ground, shaking the place. You have the honor of witnessing my power in all its splendor. It's a privilege to die at the hands of someone like me, Ares declared arrogantly as he ascended to the sky, enveloped in a terrifying golden aura. How dare this brat underestimate me, exclaimed Austin, enraged. What an arrogant fellow. Perhaps the rumors about his bad attitude are true, Stephen commented disdainfully. Ares smiled maliciously. This is my deadly attack, and you have recently earned the honor of being its first victim, he warned before unleashing his power. Celestial punishment, Dragon of Calamity, Ares shouted, and in the blink of an eye, all the light rays of the storm converged on him, taking the form of the head of a massive light dragon. A deafening roar shook the ground. It was Ares' dragon, appearing more imposing than ever. Your time has come, declared Ares, knowing that he had concentrated all his energy into that attack. Is this his true power? Asked Stephen, terrified. What an impressive attack, commented Austin, impressed. We must attack together, Austin proposed with determination. I agree, nodded Stephen, who seemed to have found a solution. Nature's rebirth, he shouted before releasing a light green aura that spread around him, causing plants, trees, and other natural elements to grow. The environment changed drastically, and the 49th rank seemed stronger than ever. World's extinction, Austin shouted with determination as he unleashed a powerful pale green aura. The surrounding structure began to erode and crumble. These attacks are quite strong. I'll have to give it my all, murmured Ares, surprised by his opponent's ability. The light dragon absorbed as many storm rays as possible, causing its size to double. It was imposing and fearsome, making both Stephen and Austin tremble in fear as they saw it for the first time. The 3 attacks collided in an explosive clash that shook everything around them. The deafening sound of the explosion caused Ares to descend from the sky, his right arm covered in blood and gravely wounded. He could no longer continue the fight. He looked around the battlefield and saw the 49th ranked and 48th ranked kneeling, their bodies covered in wounds and severe burns. Ares looked at them arrogantly and said, I told you, you were destined to die by my hand when you arrived, but I recognize that you have some strength. Seriously injuring my arm is quite an accomplishment for you. Ares searched the battlefield and began to have doubts. Did Vator escape, he thought. Damn, how can you be so strong already? Stephen said, coughing up blood. This rapid growth is unheard of, Austin added, also coughing up blood. It might be because I'm incredibly talented, ha 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 ha, Aries responded with a wicked laugh. However, Stephen and Austin weren't about to give up so easily. Die, they both shouted in unison. The two opponents of Aries launched their deadly attacks, which struck Aries with great force, destroying everything behind him. Ha 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 ha, you're dead, you damn bastard, Stephen said with a wicked smile. Ha 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 ha, this is what happens when you're so relaxed, Austin said, laughing like a maniac. The dust slowly settled, revealing Aries standing, hands in his pockets, and covered in a golden light. I told you, you would die here. No matter what you do, you won't leave here alive, Aries said calmly. I have learned to never let my guard down in a fight and never underestimate my opponent, he added. It can't be, he doesn't even have a scratch, Stephen said, scared. No wounds. Austin said, trembling in fear. Aries showed a wicked smile and said, it's boring to continue this confrontation. It's time for you to die. Then, he released light in his right hand, forming a lance covered in rays of light. He gripped it tightly and directed it towards the bodies of the 49th and 48th ranked. No! Stephen shouted. Ayawa! Austin exclaimed. Aries struggled to breathe. Phew, phew, phew. That was intense and entertaining, he commented between gasps. Ha 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 ha, I think I'm becoming more like Caden, but the truth is, I really enjoy fighting against other awakened, he added, laughing. I know I have to leave this place soon. I have caused too much noise, and I don't have the necessary energy to deal with more adversaries, he concluded. The wounded figure disappeared from the scene, and the structures slowly began to recover. A deathly silence fell over the city. 1,618 words. Next chapter, the next opponent. Chapter 28, 27, the next opponent. In Germany, a few days later. Two elegantly dressed young men are inside a small house. Aries, holding a glass of drink, asks Caden, how are your challenges going? Caden sets aside his food and responds, not very well. They still don't accept them. I hope someone does soon. You made me nervous in the last battles, kid. I told you that in that range of the world's top, I have many enemies who don't dare seek revenge against me, but they'll find any other method to do so. Caden smiles devilishly and says, that's how it's done. Defeat your opponents thoroughly. Aries nods and adds, I decided the fight with a powerful final attack. I didn't have much energy, so it was the best option at that moment. Caden replied, that's what you have to do, defeat your opponent when they least expect it. Aries asked, Master, what will you be doing in the meantime? Why did you ask me to come here? Caden laughs and responds, I asked you to come here because I recently learned some interesting news. I know where Jiwoo Seo is, and I thought you might be interested in facing him. Jiwoo Seo? Who is he? Asked Aries, puzzled. Ha ha ha, of course you wouldn't know him. He's an awakened individual who considers himself quite strong in the world. A decade ago, he was ranked 45th in the world ranking, explained Caden. The 45th rank? Did he retire? Do you want me to face an old man? Asked Aries, dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, let me finish, said Caden, laughing. All right, replied Aries. He retired at the age of 60, but not because he was defeated, but because he suddenly vanished from the world's sight. At that time, it was believed he was dead, explained Caden. But he reappeared a few years later when an organization in Germany wanted to destroy the organization led by his grandson, continued Caden calmly. The result surprised the world because the organization disappeared overnight, and some said it was him, concluded Caden. Oh, my mistake when we face him, said Aries, eager to fight. That's the spirit, but you'll face him in 4 months. It said he created a zone where awakened people train, said Caden. An academy? Asked Aries. 3 months later. Aries staggered to a halt, his body covered in sweat as he struggled to catch his breath. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He gasped. It's time to go. We need to find Jiwoo Seo, said Caden. Do you have any idea where the island is? Asked Aries, his control over his powers wavering. Yes, I know where it is. We just have to reach it by sea. It's completely disconnected from the rest of the world, replied Caden. All right, I'll rest for a day, and then we'll set off, said Aries, trying to regain his composure. A few days later. In a part of the island. The area they were in was a wonder for the senses, with beautiful landscapes that seemed to be taken from a fairy tale. On the horizon, a magnificent medieval construction could be seen, with its tall towers and stone walls that seemed to touch the sky. In one of the rooms of the building, a bald elderly man with a large mustache and white beard, dressed formally, sat behind a desk, with a large number of documents scattered across the surface. His bright yellow eyes scrutinized each of the papers with great attention, as if searching for something specific. Silence reigned in the room, interrupted only by the sound of the old man's quill scratching the parchment as he wrote notes in the margins of the documents. Phew. Phew. The paperwork is exhausting. Even in retirement, I can't rest, thought the elderly Jiwoo Seo as he leaned back in his seat. He swiveled his chair to face the large window and contemplated the breathtaking view of the island. Since I joined Frame, I decided to disappear from the world and focus on my training and that of my disciple, he reflected. But, how did my location leak, he thought, but suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated throughout the island, shaking the building and snapping the old man out of his thoughts. The explosion had caught Jiwoo Seo completely by surprise, but he quickly recovered and swiftly rose from his seat. Focusing all his attention on the direction of the attack, he wondered, are we under attack? Without wasting any more time, he headed towards the site of the conflict, determined to find out what was happening and protect his home. His mind was filled with questions. Who are the attackers? How did they get here without being detected? Two figures were surrounded by lifeless bodies as dozens of onlookers watched from a distance. Who are they? They don't know who they're messing with, said one defiant person. You will die here, added another with an evil smile. Ares quickly grew bored with the situation. These are just ants. I have to finish this quickly, he said disdainfully. His body began to emit a powerful aura, causing the people around him to. Suddenly, beams of light started to generate from above them, descending from the sky at great speed and colliding with everyone present. A massive explosion erupted, shaking and illuminating the entire island. Mere insignificant ants, Ares said with contempt. Caden knew that the commotion they had caused would attract Jiwoo Seo's attention. I hope he arrives soon. I want to fight him and see how powerful he is, Ares said eagerly. You'll find out soon enough, Caden replied with an evil smile. A figure descended from the sky, cracking the surface of the earth. Guys, by causing a commotion in my territory, you know the consequences, said Jiwoo Seo with a dissatisfied voice. I wanted to challenge you, finally you appear, said Ares. Challenge? Jiwoo Seo asked. Harassment, don't you know who you're messing with, an angry Jiwoo Seo replied. Of course I do, Ares responded, staring at Jiwoo Seo intently. Jiwoo Seo stopped paying attention to the boy and looked at the young man beside him. Are you Caden Break, or am I mistaken? Jiwoo Seo asked. Ha 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 ha, yes, I am Caden, Caden replied. Jiwoo Seo looked back at the young man with white hair in front of him. I see why you're so confident. Although I don't pay much attention to the outside world, Caden Break is a very famous name, and I suppose you're Eleceed, the Emperor of Light, Jiwoo Seo said. This will be a 2v/S1 problem, Jiwoo thought. You came to challenge me, then, Jiwoo Seo said with a clear tone of displeasure. Yes, Ares said, looking at Caden. I'll leave you to fight in peace, Caden said as he walked away from the scene, leaving the two figures face to face. Boy, don't you think you're too confident? Jiwoo Seo said with a big smile. Well, this will make things easier. I'll take care of Ares first, and then Caden. In an instant, Jiwoo Seo released a grayish-brown aura that covered the entire island. Spatial isolation. Let's see what you're made of, boy, Jiwoo Seo said. 1,205 words. Next chapter, Confrontation. A/N, today I had things to do, but in a few hours I'll upload another chapter. Chapter 29, 28, Confrontation. In a moment, Jiwoo Seo released a grayish-brown aura that covered the entire island. Spatial isolation. Let's see what you're made of, kid, said Jiwoo Seo. Jiwoo Seo raised his hand and launched several attacks. Normal attacks. Ares said, confused. Light shield, Ares invoked a golden light shield to protect himself. Letting my attacks hit. Are you stupid? Jiwoo Seo said with a big smile. The attacks reached Ares, colliding against the light shield and causing great destruction in a part of the island. The light shield remained strong, protecting Ares from Jiwoo Seo's attacks. The dust cleared, revealing Ares. Not bad, Ares said with a smile. No injuries at all, Jiwoo Seo thought to himself, surprised. It's incredible that you're unharmed, but I don't have all day to play with you, Jiwoo Seo said. Play with me. I decide that, Ares responded defiantly. Suddenly, Ares disappeared and reappeared in front of Jiwoo Seo, who was impressed by his speed. What? Jiwoo Seo thought, astonished. Ares' fist, wrapped in rays of light, swiftly headed towards Jiwoo Seo's body. I can't allow that attack to hit me directly, Jiwoo Seo thought, determined to dodge the blow. Magnetic barrier. A brown light materialized in front of Ares, forming a barrier right where his attack would impact. A loud crash shook the place as the energy collided with the barrier, sending Jiwoo Seo flying and destroying a part of the magnificent medieval structure and the trees on the island. Ares looked sadly at the destroyed area in front of him. He must have survived, this can't be all, Aries said sadly. In the distance, Jiwoo Seo got up from the ground with his clothes torn and minor injuries on his body. Meanwhile, Jiwoo Seo thought to himself, a powerful attack. Who would have thought this kid would be so strong? This is a problem, I probably won't be able to defeat him if I use all my strength, and with Caden watching from afar, it's very likely I won't make it out of here alive. Jiwoo Seo walked towards Aries. Oh, so you're still alive. Thank goodness, I thought you were already dead, Aries said with shining eyes, looking at Jiwoo Seo. Jiwoo Seo trembled at Aries' response and said, from what I knew, Caden was crazy, but now that I know you, you're much crazier than him. Aries paid no attention to Jiwoo's comments and simply said, I have no time to waste. Magnetic field. The battlefield is covered with a dark field of energy as Jiwoo Seo relentlessly approaches Aries, who watches him with interest as his opponent moves with a powerful and menacing aura about 20 meters away. Aries observed the scene with a devilish smile on his face and said, he, this is what I want. Opposite poles. Suddenly, two enormous brown spheres with a gray center appeared at a distance of 10 meters from Aries. Jiwoo Seo showed a devilish smile and said, let's see how cocky you are after you die. Aries looked on in astonishment as the two spheres spun in opposite directions, growing larger and attracting all nearby objects. The magnetic force of the spheres grew stronger, dangerously approaching him. He knew he had to retreat to avoid being trapped inside, but it seemed too late. As he tried to distance himself from the spheres, Jiwoo Seo intervened with a magnificent smile on his face, preventing his escape. The spheres increased their speed and moved towards Aries at an incredible velocity, feeling that the magnetic force was so strong that it prevented him from moving. Shit. I can't move. How can it attract so much? Aries thought in amazement. Aries raised both hands, colliding with the two spheres of magnetism. Suddenly, two enormous rays of light shot out from his hands, aimed at the center of the spheres. The spheres absorbed the rays of light, and gradually, Aries began to disappear. The two spheres slowly collided with each other, generating a massive explosion that split the island in half. Ha ha ha, did you see that, Caden? Jiwoo Seo said, laughing wildly. Caden, surprised from a distance, thinks, an impressive attack, but that won't be enough to defeat him. In the large rift formed by the division of the island, the sea begins to churn, and a figure appears with tattered clothes and a body covered in blood. He has the appearance of a demon and is enveloped in intense golden light, emitting a terrifying aura. Aries stares intently at Jiwoo Seo. How is this possible? How did you withstand that attack? Jiwoo Seo said, trembling. Well, it wasn't enough. I must say, your attack caught me by surprise. I never imagined an old man like you could display such immense power. And it seems that's not your limit, replied Aries arrogantly in the sky. Aries' energy continues to grow as the island trembles more and more. Trembling in his position, Jiwoo Seo realizes the magnitude of Aries' power, knowing there is no escape. Don't kill me, I'm a member of Frame, said Jiwoo Seo fearfully. The golden light above them begins to rapidly expand, covering the entire island. The sky of the island started to be tinged with gold, and a mantle of light rays created a cloud above them. Frame. Spatial separation won't withstand Aries' attack. It's highly likely that the island will disappear, said Caden in the distance. There won't be anything left, said Aries from the sky. Rain of light rays. A rain of light rays fell from the sky, completely destroying the island. The fragments of the island slowly sank, disappearing into the sea. Aries descended upon a person covered in a blue light. How are you? Don't you think you went a bit too far? Destroying an entire island, said Caden calmly. Aries responded indifferently, well, it was just a mishap in battle. Besides, since we were in hiding, it won't affect anyone. However, Caden seemed more concerned about something else. Did you hear what Jiwoo Seo said? He asked. Yes, is he a member of Frame? Aries replied. Exactly, confirmed Caden. But Caden didn't seem worried. No need to worry. Nobody knows who is a member of Frame. If they attack us, we'll wipe them off the map. With great confidence, he added, moreover, it would be a good opportunity to accept my challenge and face one of the top 10 from Frame. Aries seemed to agree, yes, a war would be good. We could fight against more powerful awakened individuals. Well, let's leave this place. It's priceless, concluded Caden. And so, the two individuals disappeared from the location. 1115 words. Next chapter, reunion with someone from the past. Chapter 29, reunion with someone from the past. A few weeks later. In China. POV Aries. I think there's a confrontation nearby, I can feel the energy. The fighter's skills are decent, I think as I run across the rooftops. Finally, I arrive at a building that has been destroyed and I stop at the top. There, I see a woman who looks quite exhausted fighting with a man. Oh. Trying to kill someone? I ask aloud. I carefully observe the female figure. Rebecca. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be in Canada. It's been several years since the last time I saw her. I realize she's an awakened one. Before I can say anything else, the figure on top of the building disappears. Several attacks are launched towards a woman, and she exclaims. Shit. As she turns around, she forms two dark blue spheres in her hands and throws them towards the attacks. They collide with the spheres, being absorbed by them without exploding. I have to escape, I'm not at my best, Rebecca thinks. Behind her, a portal appears, and she takes a few steps back before entering it, disappearing from the location. At that moment, a figure in black appears. Can't you catch one person, he says angrily. Apologies, sir, we will find her, one of his subordinates responds. It's not necessary, they are no longer useful, the figure replies. Suddenly, he moves at an incredible speed, and in less than 5 seconds, all his subordinates have a hole in their heart area and fall to the ground. The lone figure takes out a handkerchief and wipes off the blood dripping from his fingers. With his eyes closed, the man murmurs, if I don't do it, others won't be able to. The young master will be angry about the delay. Suddenly, the man opens his eyes, and a bright light emanates from them. Images of all the surroundings appear in his mind, and in the distance, he sees a woman running silently. I didn't plan on revealing myself, but considering the circumstances. The man says in a low voice. Then, with determination on his face, he approaches the woman. I found you, you can't escape, the figure murmurs before disappearing from the scene. A few minutes later. A woman with blue eyes and black hair stands in front of an older man with glasses and a large mustache at the top of a building. Rebecca's appearance. A woman with blue eyes and black hair faces an older man with glasses and a large mustache at the top of a building. You're good at escaping, but it ends here, says the man. That's not for you to decide, a mere servant like you, Gao Feng, Rebecca responds before he can continue speaking. I'm going to kill you. Gao Feng shouts angrily. Suddenly, Gao Feng leaps into the sky, and his body begins to change, transforming into a 10-meter-tall Western dragon. Now, an imposing woman and a mighty dragon confront each other at the top of the building. The Western dragon opens its mouth and unleashes an immense fire breath. As impulsive as ever, Rebecca comments sarcastically. Rebecca smiles as a barrier forms around her. The flame completely engulfs the barrier, damaging some nearby buildings, while in the sky, a dragon smiles. It must be easy to please the young master with someone like you, the dragon says disdainfully. It's a great honor for a commoner like you. Suddenly, a female voice is heard behind him. Not bad for a servant. Gao Feng turns his enormous dragon body to look at the surprised figure in the sky. Meanwhile, Rebecca raises her arms and forms an aura around her body. Rebecca raises her arms and forms an aura around her body. You must die, servant of the Long family, she says with determination. Spatial prison, Rebecca utters as a hexagon forms around Gao Feng. The hexagon begins to shrink and press against the dragon's massive body, leaving no space to escape. Suffer, Rebecca says with an evil grin as the prison continues to shrink and crush Gao Feng. He screams in pain, writhing as the hexagon keeps shrinking and pressing against him. Finally, the dragon slowly starts to change back into his human form, dying crushed by the prison. Rebecca descends from the sky and enters the destroyed building. Another one dead, she says indifferently. From behind Rebecca, a series of applause can be heard. What an impressive show, a young man with white hair is heard saying as he walks towards her. Rebecca turns around in surprise upon seeing the approaching young man. Who are you? She asks with curiosity and concern. The young man smiles and responds, Who am I? Don't you recognize me? Rebecca stares at him intently, remembering. Ares. She says astonished. It's been so long. I see you're not going through a good time, Ares continues. Ares. I knew it was you, ever since you left without saying anything, Rebecca continues, her beautiful celestial eyes starting to fill with tears. Ares gently strokes her head and calmly says, Don't worry, I'm here. Let's leave this place. You made quite a scene, let's talk calmly in another location, and I'll catch you up, he adds. Rebecca nods, and the two of them disappear from the scene, fading into the distance. In a hotel in China. In a cozy room, two people face each other. So, you've been traveling around the world since you left? Rebecca asked. Well, we were from different worlds. You were just a normal person, Ares replied, holding a glass of alcohol in his hand. It's quite surprising that you're an awakened one, he added. I didn't know until I turned 10 and my powers awakened. My family told me that my grandparents were awakened ones, but my parents didn't inherit their parents' powers, Rebecca explained. Oh, a family of awakened ones, commented Ares, setting his glass aside and looking at Rebecca. How did you end up here? Your parents should know how dangerous this world is, he asked curiously. Unfortunately, my parents were killed. When the Long family found out about my grandparents' death, they launched a brutal attack on my family, Rebecca explained with sadness. They exterminated everyone. I've spent 2 years trying to seek revenge, but I'm not strong enough. I've tried everything, but it's not enough, she continued, clenching her fists with anger. It's common in this world for power struggles to occur, and when someone possesses great power, their non-awakened descendants are considered inferior. Unfortunately, you crossed paths with your family's ancient enemies, Ares said in a reflective tone. Rebecca looks closely at Ares and says, when I heard your name in some rumors, I couldn't believe it was you. Someone I knew when you were a child had become an awakened one whom many people feared. Can you train me? I thought I could seek revenge on my own, but in the end, I realized how foolish I was. I've been alone and faced many dangers to become stronger. You're lucky. I'm here because of the Long family. I'll stay in China for a few months, then I'll decide what to do, Ares said. There's a moment of silence, and Ares speaks with a deep voice, my training will be brutal, and you must be prepared. Don't worry, I won't complain. I need to become strong. Rebecca confidently responds. Good, I'll focus on training you this week, and then I'll look for the information I need, Ares said. If you need any help, I have a couple of contacts here in China. I can use them to help you find the information you need, Rebecca said. Don't worry. If I need you, I'll let you know, Ares said, standing up from his seat and walking towards an empty room. Follow me, let's start your training. Now? Rebecca asked. Yes, now. You said you were ready, Ares replied. I'm ready, Rebecca said, quickly rising from her seat and following Ares into the room. 1 week later. 2 individuals exchanged blows as they trained. Move faster, don't get distracted. You have to use your powers to your advantage, advised Ares. Your awakened abilities are incredible. Not many people awaken powers as unique as yours. If you develop them properly, you could become a very strong awakened individual, given the great talent you show, Ares continued. Let's call it a day, Ares said after a while. Phew. Phew. Yes, Rebecca responded with a tired voice, lying down on the floor and breathing heavily. You managed to endure this week of training, quite impressive. I thought you wouldn't be able to withstand it, congratulated Ares. It was hell, complained Rebecca. Ha ha ha, if you want to become strong, you have to give something in return, Ares pointed out. Rebecca nodded. Don't stop the circulation of your power. You must not waste any moment in becoming stronger, Ares said. Yes, Rebecca replied, sitting with crossed legs in a meditation position. You need to improve your power control even more. Your powers have to circulate through your body with the utmost efficiency. Focus on finding the best way for your powers to expend the least amount of energy, instructed Ares. Yes, said Rebecca, focusing on her power control. Ares exited the room, leaving Rebecca alone. Facing a large window that afforded a view of the entire city, Ares pondered about the Long family. A family with great influence in China and the world. Their current patriarch, Long Wu, is ranked 42nd in the global rankings. The future successor of the Long family, Long Zhu, is said to be the most talented youth in China, considered a prodigy since childhood. From what I've learned, the Long family possesses the blood of a true dragon. I must obtain it, no matter the cost. The thought of recreating a true dragon, it excites me. Everything I have researched over these years about animals is to create the most powerful mythological beast in the world. 1686 words. Next chapter, Long Family Part 1. Chapter 31, 30, Long Family Part 1. Headquarters of the Long family. In an immense mountainous area, majestic mansions with Chinese designs rose, awakening the admiration of any observer. In one of those ancient buildings, a young man with pink hair and blue eyes, dressed in a school uniform, received news that enraged him. Sir, we have been informed that Gao Feng was killed by Rebecca Brown, said a person kneeling before him. A young man with pink hair and blue eyes, dressed in the school uniform, observed with hostility the figure kneeling before him. That damn weakling Gao Feng. How is it possible that he lost to a young woman who has just discovered she's an awakened? Long Zhu retorted. The kneeling person tried to explain the situation. Sir, we have sent our personnel in search of her, but after a week, we have been unable to find her. We believe she has left the country, and it will take us time to locate her. Furthermore, there is a risk of conflicting with other awakened individuals from different countries, they respectfully informed. Do everything in your power to find her, ordered Long Zhu with a displeased expression. Understood, sir, the figure responded, quietly withdrawing after receiving approval from their superior. A tense silence took hold of the place once the figure disappeared. Ares contemplated the majestic Chinese constructions in the mountains with astonishment. So, this is the headquarters of the Long family, he commented aloud. Rebecca was also impressed by the view. It's incredible, she murmured. Let's greet them properly. Finally, I'll be able to fulfill my purpose, Ares said determinedly. Spatial isolation. Then, without warning, Ares released an intense light that blinded everyone present. Beams of light began to fall all over the area, destroying the ancient buildings of the Long family. The rumble of explosions spread throughout the place, causing immense damage with a powerful shockwave. Rebecca was astonished. Is he insane? I've heard rumors that he's addicted to battles, but to destroy the entire place just to make an entrance. Does he think he can defeat the entire Long family by wasting so much energy, she thought to herself. Ares, on the other hand, was satisfied with the outcome. With this, they must know that we are here, he stated confidently. A few minutes later, an older figure with white hair, a beard, and glasses arrived at the scene. Who dares to be so presumptuous as to attack my Long family on our own territory, said Long Wu. But how interesting to see the leader of the Long family, Long Wu, ranked 42nd in the world, said Ares with a smile. Long Wu carefully looked at the two people in front of him. You must be Ares, the awakened one obsessed with fighting other strong awakened individuals, and you must be Rebecca, the girl who has managed to escape from my family several times. You recognize me. It seems I'm famous, said Ares. Of course. A young man with your talent attracted a lot of attention, said Long Wu. Ha ha ha. Let's stop talking, said Ares. Why have you come here? I hope you have a good reason, said Long Wu. I heard something very interesting some time ago. Is it true that your family has hidden the blood of a true dragon? Ares asked. Dragon blood. Where did you hear that? Said Long Wu, pondering. How did such precious information leak? We don't have dragon blood, Long Wu replied. We'll see about that soon, Long Wu. I suggest you be careful, Rebecca, Ares said, looking at Rebecca. Yes, I'll be careful, she responded. What do you mean, Ares? Do you want to confront me? Don't think I'll let you go so easily if you decide to start a war, said Long Wu with an angry expression. Don't they say I'm addicted to battles? Ares said, emitting a powerful golden aura. Ares, think carefully about what you're going to do, Rebecca said with displeasure. I know very well what I'm going to do, Ares replied. A massive ray of light descended from the sky and struck Long Wu, causing a powerful explosion that raised a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Long Wu was seen raising his hands with his clothes sleeves torn and an expression of anger on his face. Oh. Just a scratch, said Ares arrogantly. It seems that the 42nd ranked in the world isn't so weak after all. Ares, you won't get away with what you've done. You've angered me, warned Long Wu furiously. Suddenly, Long Wu transformed into a massive black dragon, 30 meters long. Ares seemed both surprised and excited at the same time. Wow, incredible. I also want your blood. I need to know if it changes when you transform, said Ares with a big smile. Ares launched several light attacks towards Long Wu in the sky, but the dragon responded with bursts of fire. The attacks collided with a loud crash and explosions, shaking the entire area. For a kid your age, having that kind of power is impressive, but I won't play with you. I can't waste time, said Long Wu as flames engulfed his entire body. The flames from Long Wu's black dragon body intensified, emanating a red aura and a terrifying heat that enveloped the entire battlefield. I'll show you what a top-ranking fighter is capable of, he announced with determination. Ares, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. Come at me with everything you've got, he challenged. This damn lunatic, muttered Long Wu. Suddenly, Long Wu invoked a devastating technique. Annihilation, he shouted, and an enormous amount of flame surged from his body in all directions, obliterating everything in their path. But Ares refused to be intimidated. Quickly, he created a golden, light shield that protected him from the flames. Although the shield was covered in fire, Ares emerged unscathed. Ares smiled confidently as he threw his lance towards the dragon's tail. However, upon impact, the lance shattered into pieces without harming the massive creature. What? How is this possible? Exclaimed Ares in surprise. I told you it wouldn't be so easy, said Long Wu with a mocking smile on his dragon face. Frustrated at not achieving his goal, Ares took a step back and raised his hands, forming a large magic circle. It's time to use my most powerful technique, murmured Ares as the circle began to glow intensely. Suddenly, a vast amount of magical energy was released from the circle, forming a beam of light that struck Long Wu's body. The dragon groaned in pain but quickly recovered and transformed back into his human form. Very impressive, but it's still not enough to defeat me, said Long Wu as he brushed the dust off his clothes. What? Asked Ares, surprised that his technique hadn't worked. I'm a Western dragon, my body is beyond human comprehension. You can't defeat me with simple magical attacks, explained Long Wu with a smile on his face. Ares realized that he had underestimated his opponent and decided to take him seriously. Fine, then let's fight with everything we've got, said Ares as he prepared to continue the battle. Longwu transformed back into a western dragon. Ares jumped and generated a lance of light. The lance and the black scales of the dragon clashed with a tremendous impact that cut through the earth. But despite the strength of the attack, Longwu remained impassive, without a single scratch on his body. Incredible destructive power, but that's all it is, Longwu said indifferently, surveying the site of the attack. Ares, surprised by the dragon's resilience, looks up with seriousness. A magnificent aura emanates from his body, and he knows he can no longer play around. Don't underestimate the head of the Long family, Ares thinks, looking at the dragon in the sky as he prepares for the next round of the battle. Suddenly, a deafening roar shakes the battlefield, trembling the ground and the sky. The confrontation intensifies, and both fighters brace themselves for what comes next. You're the first person to make me show my true power. I have spent hours developing and enhancing the fire of my dragon to a higher level, perfecting my control of strength, declared Longwu with seriousness and confidence in his voice. It's an honor for you to display your power in front of me. Not many people have the privilege to do so, Ares responded. What an arrogant child. I'll make sure he dies here, Longwu thought. The dragon opened its mouth and moved its head from side to side, releasing a formidable orange flame with a blue center. Ares didn't fall behind, and a great angel with a shield and a lance formed around him. The angel clashed its lance against the shield and advanced, stopping the enormous flame with the shield. 1485 words. Next chapter, Long Family Part 2. Chapter 32, 30, Long Family Part 2. The flames were stopped by the shield, and the angel, with its other hand, directed a huge lance towards the dragon in the sky. The lance cut through the dragon's scales, leaving a large wound. Shit. How is it possible that my great defense can be destroyed? Longwu exclaimed, astonished. Ares didn't give Longwu time to recover. With a movement of his hand, the angel struck the dragon's face with the shield, stunning it, and his lance cut off one of the dragon's legs. Longwu lamented as he watched in astonishment as one of his limbs fell. This won't end like this, he said, looking at Ares, who was covered by a massive angel. The enormous dragon moved at incredible speed and bit into the angel's body, throwing it to the ground and colliding with a mountain, destroying it. The dragon's jaws began to burn with terrifying fire, releasing it near Ares' body. He raised his hands to form a barrier of light in an attempt to counter the fire. Ha ha ha, burn, suffer, it's what you deserve, Longwu laughed maniacally. It should be you who dies, said a person who emerged from the fire with a severely burned arm. With incredible speed, they appeared on the dragon's chest and cut it with the lance. A large amount of blood spilled onto the ground. Arg. Arg. The dragon groaned. In their left hand, the person held a ray of light that pierced through the dragon's body. The enormous dragon's lifeless body fell to the ground. Phew. Phew. That was entertaining. I think I went too far, Ares said. The dragon shrank in size, and an elderly man with a deep chest wound, a hole in his stomach, and a missing arm appeared before it. Ares approached Longwu slowly. Tell me where the true dragon's blood is located, he asked with a threatening voice. He, to think I would die at the hands of a child, Longwu said. Ares repeated his question, not pleased. Only the family leader knows where the dragon's blood is. I won't tell you, Longwu said before beheading himself. Longwu's head rolled and fell at Ares' feet. You're a fool. Do you really think that by dying, I won't find what I'm looking for? Ares said as he picked up Longwu's head with one hand and covered a part of his eyes and head with the other. Let's see what I can find in your memory. Ares is transported to Longwu's memory, where he can see how he learned to control his strength and how he improved it over the years. Finally, he discovers where the dragon's blood is hidden. Who would have thought something so valuable was hidden in plain sight? That's why the Long family didn't worry if spies searched for the ancestral hall of the family, Ares laughed. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? It was hidden within the body of the family patriarch, he added. Ares put his foot on Longwu's body, and a ray of light completely erased Longwu's body, even evaporating his blood. But a drop of intensely red blood did not disappear and emitted immense power. A single drop of original dragon blood is terrifying. I can't imagine how the dragons that lived for thousands of years in ancient times must have been, Ares said. It's a shame they went extinct so long ago, but the Long family did a good job hiding it from other awakened, Ares said. A woman in a white shirt, black suit, and tie descended from the sky. Ares, thank you for killing Longwu. I took care of the other members of the Long family, Rebecca said. Don't worry, we have a common enemy, Ares replied as he stored the blood in a special bottle. I'll be busy for a few months, conducting my experiment. What will you do? We know that the destruction of the Long family will cause a lot of upheaval in the world, and because of your connection to me, they will pursue you, Ares said. Rebecca looked at Aries and thought for a moment. I would like to follow you. You said you would be busy for a few months. I want to train during that time and be with you, she said. Fine, but don't get in the way of my research. It's very important, and I've been preparing for this for many years. I never expected there was something so valuable in the world, Aries said. I won't get in your way. Can you tell me what that blood is? Rebecca asked. Aries sighed and said, do you know how powerful the original dragons were in ancient times, right? Yes, from what I know, they had no opponents, but they disappeared, and only other dragon species remain in the world, Rebecca replied. Yes, this blood is from an original dragon. All the other dragon species come from this dragon and are incomparable to the first dragons, Aries said with a bright light in his eyes. What? That blood is from an original dragon? Rebecca asked, astonished and bewildered. Yes, this blood is incredibly valuable, and with it, I'll be able to recreate an original dragon, Aries said with incredible confidence in his voice. Really? Can you recreate a dragon? Rebecca asked in amazement. Yes, I just need time. Let's go, I can't wait to start my research, Aries said as he disappeared from the place. All right, Rebecca responded, snapping out of her daze and following after Aries. One day later. In a massive Buddhist temple, an old man was meditating, emanating a stunning golden light. Above him, a blurry image of a praying Buddha could be seen. Tengzhixian, the reincarnation of Buddha. Former patriarch of the Tang family and current leader of the Buddhist temple. Age, 90. Ranked number 2 in China. Ranked 19th worldwide. Awakening power, inner nirvana. Suddenly, a young monk interrupted his meditation. Master Zixian, we have been informed that the Long family has been exterminated, he said. Tengzhixian opened his eyes, and the sacred aura, along with the Buddha, slowly disappeared, revealing an old man with a normal appearance. Teng Xiao, who destroyed them? Tengzhixian asked. Master, from what we have gathered, it was Jiwoo Seo, the Emperor of Light. He completely wiped out the Long family. Some say he was searching for the drop of original dragon blood, Teng Xiao replied. Jiwoo Seo destroyed the Long family. The Emperor of Light, that awakened youth with terrifying talent and a disciple of Caden. Tengzhixian asked. Yes, Master Zixian, said Teng Xiao. The blood is no myth. It has remained elusive for countless years. Even when the family leaders were killed, they wouldn't say a word, they would only commit suicide. It was said that when the head dies, they have a special way of telling the next heir where the blood is located so they can protect it, Tengzhixian explained. Master, it was said that Aries not only destroyed Long Wu but also eliminated Long Wu's body, Teng Xiao added. Well, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about the external matters. Focus on becoming stronger. You are the heir of the Tang family, the next supreme monk. Let the elders handle the world's problems, Tengzhixian said. You may leave, he added. Yes, I will focus on improving my strength, Teng Xiao said before leaving Tengzhixian alone in the massive temple. Tengzhixian contemplated what had happened. Did he exterminate the Long family because he found the drop of original dragon blood, he wondered. The only reason the Long family was still alive was because the awakened held onto the hope that with each generation of patriarch, they would be able to find the drop of blood, he reflected. The destruction of the Long family will cause great disturbances in China. Families and organizations from outside will come to investigate what happened, he thought. Should I contact Qin Shuang, he wondered and then murmured, I can't reach out to her grandfather, he's disconnected from the world, training. Probably. We will have to make an appearance to deter the awakened ones from the outside, he concluded. In another area of China, a majestic figure can be seen sitting on a throne with an elegant appearance. Their long black hair falls over their shoulders, and their dark brown eyes radiate an aura of unmatched superiority and grandeur. Their stern face gazes coldly at the person kneeling before them. Qin Shuang, the heir to the throne. Patriarch of the Qin royal family. Descendant of the first Chinese emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Ranked No. 1 in China. Ranked 12th worldwide. Age, 54. Awakening power, imperial mandate. A shadow appeared swiftly and knelt before the men, saying, My lord, the Long family has been destroyed. Upon hearing the news, Qin Shuang's expression remained stoic, but a flicker of intrigue flashed in his dark eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his voice laced with curiosity and authority. By whom has the Long family been destroyed? He inquired, his voice calm yet commanding. By Aries, the voice said solemnly. 1542 words. Next chapter, to come back to life. A/N, I'm sorry for not uploading a chapter in the past few days, but I had exams at university. Chapter 33, 31, to come back to life. It will be used when someone speaks telepathically. 1 month later. In Japan, in an underground laboratory. Aries is observing through a microscope. I'm almost there. I have completed the first stage of my research, and now I can focus on cloning my sacred beast. He takes off his lab coat and enters another room. The wall is filled with information about the original ancient dragon. Ares stares at it intently. The power of this beast was unimaginable. It is said that it could destroy the world. Its strength and power were unparalleled in ancient times. If I manage to clone the original dragon, I will be able to create the most powerful beast in the world. Ha 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 ha, I am a genius. Of course, I will succeed. I just need some time. Ares stops laughing and says seriously, each dragon has a unique power that awakens. With what power will the dragon awaken? I am anxious to find out. Rebecca enters the room. Ares, are you finally ready to come out? Well, I needed to research how to clone the dragon, and now that I've figured it out, I just need to start extracting the white blood cells from the dragon's blood as the first part of the cloning process, Ares says with a big smile. Rebecca says, well, you're the scientist, I don't understand your words. I came to tell you that I'm going to challenge someone in Japan. Alright, even though I have been researching the blood for quite some time without interacting with the outside world, Ares replies. I have been paying attention to your training, and I know you have become quite strong in the past few months, but it's not enough, your powers won't have a qualitative change in such a short time. You have to keep improving. The battle will do you good. Although there aren't many powerful awakenings here, be careful. They are not a problem for me, but it's different for you. If something happens, let me know, says Ares. Yes, I will be careful, and I will let you know if anything comes up, Rebecca responds. Alright, when will you go to fight, asks Ares. In 2 days, Rebecca responds. Well, when you leave, I'll start working, says Ares. Alright, says Rebecca. 4 months later. In a spacious room, there is a capsule guarding a golden liquid and a sleeping baby dragon, which should awaken soon. Dragon image. Ares, with his healing abilities, created the liquid with the necessary nutrients for the dragon's optimal development, but he knows it still needs to absorb energy to complete its growth process. After leaving the room where the baby dragon was, Ares was approached by Rebecca with a worried tone. There's a problem, she said. Ares, seemingly indifferent, asked, what's the problem? Rebecca explained that she had challenged several awakened individuals in Japan and had caught the attention of some of them. Ares, not paying much importance, responded, already. And what's the problem? Are they just some flies? Rebecca began with a concerned tone. First, I need to tell you what happened outside. Outside? Did something important happen? I haven't been paying attention to world news, Ares asks. Rebecca responds with concern in her voice. After we left China, several organizations from around the world went there to investigate what happened with the Long family and try to find you. Since I was with you when we went to the Long family, they saw us, and there are rumors that you're no longer alone but with a woman, and wherever she is, you're there. When I started challenging the awakened individuals in Japan, there was no problem until a few days ago when I encountered an awakened individual from outside and defeated them. They told me that they already knew I was the woman who had a relationship with Ares, and they will come for us. It's possible that our location has been revealed, Rebecca says with concern. No problem, if they want to come and die, let them come. I need a few more days until the dragon awakens, and then we can leave, Ares replies. Rebecca continued, that's not the only problem. It's said that George Gisbert, ranked 39th in the world, is coming to Japan for business. It's possible that several high-ranking awakened individuals will arrive soon. You have many enemies, and they will come to verify if you're really here, she added. Before Rebecca could continue, Ares interrupted with a big smile on his face. A battle could break out here. What better way to fight? It's been a long time since I could fight, and what's better than a confrontation against multiple awakened individuals? Ha 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 ha, Ares said with a devilish smile. Rebecca thought to herself, is he really crazy enough to confront several high-ranking awakened individuals in the world, as she watched Ares laughing like a maniac. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the ground shook slightly. The dragon chamber, Ares said, turning around and quickly opening the door to the room. Inside, there were small crystals embedded in the walls, and in the center, there was a broken capsule and a small white dragon on the cracked floor, wagging its tail from side to side and looking around the room with interest. Ares and Rebecca were surprised to see the small dragon and watched in awe as it explored the room. Where am I? Asked a feminine voice, surprising Ares and Rebecca. What an ugly place, the voice continued. Ugly place, Ares replied angrily. Yes, it's an ugly place. Everything is destroyed, without any vegetation, insisted the voice. Ugly. You destroyed this room, and of course, there won't be any vegetation. We are underground, explained Ares, irritated. Suddenly, laughter was heard behind Ares. What are you laughing at, Rebecca? He asked. The dragon's eyes gleamed. What a beautiful woman, it said telepathically. The dragon vanished from where it was and appeared circling around Rebecca, astonishing them with its incredible speed. How can it be so fast? I didn't react. With only a few weeks of life, it has such great speed. This ancient breed is truly incredible, thought Ares, impressed. How beautiful you are, said the dragon. I am beautiful too, said the dragon, moving around everywhere. Wait. Isn't it speaking? Can it communicate telepathically? Asked Rebecca, astonished. What? Hasn't it spoken at any moment? How many abilities did it awaken? Wondered Ares. Ares asked in amazement, you were just born, how do you know our language? Oh well, he is sleeping, but my senses were functioning and collecting information. I learned your language, nothing complicated, responded the dragon, who called herself Sylvia. Rebecca embraced it with admiration. Wow, you're amazing, little dragon. You can speak like us just a week after being born. The dragon smiled modestly. Yes, I can, but it's more impressive to do it telepathically. Besides, I have some memories from my previous life flying in nature. Memories? Could it be that you can awaken memories from your past life before being cloned? Ares wondered quietly. Curious, Rebecca asked the dragon, do you remember anything else, little dragon? Sylvia stared directly at Ares and said, well, I feel like he and I have a very close relationship, and my name is Sylvia. What's yours? Maybe it has to do with the fact that I took care of him when he was about to be born and gave him some of my blood, Ares reflected before answering, my name is Jiwoo Seo. Rebecca moved the dragon from side to side when a scream echoed through the house. Wow, she exclaimed. Your name is Sylvia, you're very pretty. I'm Rebecca Brown. Of course, I'm beautiful. I'm the princess of the Crystal Dragon clan, Sylvia said proudly. Wow. Rebecca repeated. Sylvia, you're a princess, that's incredible. Phew. Of course, I'm also a dragon of noble lineage. Very few creatures compare to me, the dragon said with a very arrogant and cute attitude. Noble blood? Ares asked. Can you tell us more? It would be very useful for the future, to know how to treat you. Well, I don't remember much at the moment, Sylvia responded. All I can tell you is that all races are divided by their bloodline. The purer the lineage, the more power and status you'll have in the clan. Incredible, said Rebecca. Here's the jackpot, Ares thought. Who would have thought that the Long family had the blood of a true dragon with pure lineage? I want to eat, bring me something to eat. I hope you don't take too long, Sylvia said, lying down in Rebecca's arms. Hey, it's me who has a bond, you should be nice to me, Ares said angrily. Ha ha ha, don't challenge her, she's very cute, Rebecca said. That's why you have to take care of me. I'm a princess. Hurry up and bring me food, Sylvia said, closing her eyes with an indifferent attitude. A vein appeared on Ares' forehead. Fine, what do you want? Ares said angrily. She's my future companion. I have to take good care of her. Bring me meat from some beast. It must have good lineage. I don't accept just any animal to eat, Sylvia said without opening her eyes. Shoo. And you're demanding, Ares said, and he left the room, leaving Rebecca and Sylvia alone. Ha ha ha, Sylvia, you're mean to Ares, Rebecca said with a radiant smile. I feel like we have a powerful bond, so he has to please me. I'm a noble princess. Not everyone has the privilege of having a bond with me, Sylvia said. Do you have more memories? Rebecca asked. Sylvia opened her eyes and looked attentively at Rebecca. If you don't want to say it, it's okay, Rebecca said worriedly. It's not a problem. I have one more memory, Sylvia said. It seems like I used to fight a lot with other beasts. But being a dragon of noble lineage, just because of my bloodline, many other beasts were submissive. I only had to fight with beasts of very noble lineage, but still, I trained a lot, Sylvia said. Rebecca asked curiously, is lineage very important among beasts? Yes. Lineage and race determine everything, your talent, your status in a clan, and even if you're fit to inherit the blood legacy of your race, the dragon responded with a deep voice. Wow, as a dragon with pure lineage, I suppose you've inherited the legacy of your clan, Rebecca said amazed. That's right, although I don't remember much about it. All I know is that my clan was very powerful, the dragon admitted nostalgically. They definitely were. You are a legend, exclaimed Rebecca excitedly. I want to get out of here. Tell me about the time we're living in. I feel like I've been sleeping for thousands of years, and I'm weak, the dragon requested with a note of impatience in its voice. Of course. I'll take you to see the beauty of the place where we live, Rebecca promised with a smile. Great. Because this place is quite desolate. Everything is gray, commented the dragon with an ironic laugh. Haha, yes, you're right. But don't worry, you'll see how beautiful our world is, Rebecca said as she picked up Sylvia in her arms, and they walked towards the exit. 1907 words. Next chapter, someone is knocking on the door. Chapter 34, 32, someone is knocking on the door. A few days later. In a house, two people and a dragon were talking while eating. Delicious. You did a great job, Aries, said Sylvia as she enjoyed her meal. After finishing, Sylvia looked at Aries, who nodded indifferently, although inside he was trembling with anger. Is there any interesting news? Aries asked Rebecca. It's said that George is already in Japan, but I don't know what he might be doing right now, Rebecca replied. Well, I hope to find him soon. It's been a while since I've had a fight, and it would be a good battle, Aries said. There have also been some altercations around here, Rebecca continued. Like what? Aries asked. There have been several confrontations between awakened individuals in Japan during the past few days. Many awakened people from here have had conflicts with others from outside, Rebecca explained. They might have met and developed a rivalry. It's very easy to become enemies, Aries added. Suddenly, Aries looked in a certain direction with an unpleasant expression, surprising Rebecca. What's wrong, Aries? She asked. There's a fairly strong power in that direction, said Sylvia, who had just woken up from a nap. A power? I don't sense it, Rebecca responded astonished. It's true. Apparently, there's a confrontation. It's far away, but you surprised me, Sylvia. Being able to sense it from this distance is incredible, Aries said. It's normal. Dragons have a very sensitive sense, she explained as she stood up and nestled into Rebecca's arms. Let's go see what's happening. This is a declaration of war, Sylvia said. If we go, it bothers me, Aries added, getting up from his seat. Are you sure? Right now, there are many awakened individuals looking for us, Rebecca said, concerned. No problem. The more there are, the better it will be. It will be fun to destroy them. Open a portal, Rebecca, said Aries. Yes, we have to mark our territory, Sylvia affirmed. All right, tell me which direction, Rebecca said. Sylvia nodded her head towards a direction. Over there, about 1,000 meters away, she said. 8,000 meters. It's a bit far, but I can teleport us there, Rebecca said. A blue aura slowly enveloped Rebecca, and in front of her appeared a portal spinning in dark blue and black colors. Let's go in. I can't keep it active for long, Rebecca said, focused on maintaining the portal. Aries nodded and entered, followed by Rebecca and Sylvia. In a residential area, a man with long dark hair and golden eyes opened his arms in the sky. It was George Gisbert, and he was searching for Aries, who had caused him trouble by destroying the Long family. George needed his help to enter the underworld of China without being detected. I'll make sure he pays, George said with an ugly expression. Then, he released a powerful grey aura. George Gisbert unleashed a powerful grey aura. I hope this time it's the right place and catches his attention, George thought. A grey shockwave burst out from his body, disintegrating all the houses around. The dust settled, revealing a flattened area without any buildings. If he's in this area, he won't take long to show up, George thought. A few seconds later, a blue portal formed, and from it emerged a young man with white hair and a woman with a beast in her arms. They looked around and saw the destroyed area. Aries looked up and met George's murderous intent. Don't I know you? Who are you? Aries said indifferently. I'm George Gisbert, George responded, even angrier. George Gisbert? No idea who you are, but by causing a scene, you're seeking death, Aries said, uninterested. George displayed a powerful red-tinged grey aura, but Aries didn't seem impressed. Oh, no idea. After killing you, I'll check your name, Aries said, releasing another powerful golden aura. Rebecca was bewildered by Sylvia's reaction, who seemed to be enjoying the confrontation. Ha ha ha, give it your all, Aries, Sylvia said with a radiant smile, wagging her tail. Destroy him, let him know who's in charge, said someone with a cold and authoritative voice. Rebecca was astonished by that person's reaction. What's happening? It's entertaining to watch a confrontation. I want to see how strong Aries is, said another voice, this time more cheerful. But Rebecca wasn't so sure she wanted to witness a fight between two powerful beings like them. Check my name. Haven't you heard it, kid? George said, increasing his murderous intent and aura. Back off. I've never heard of you, you're probably just an idiot, Aries responded, laughing confidently. An explosion shot out from George's body towards the surroundings. Rebecca got scared and quickly disappeared from the scene, seeking shelter. Let's see what you're capable of, George challenged. A great beam of light emerged from Aries' body and collided with George's shockwave. The two attacks clashed, and the light disappeared upon contact with the shockwave. Was it absorption or disintegration? Rebecca wondered as she watched the confrontation from afar. A strong explosion occurred, and Aries was absorbed by George's attack, which expanded tens of meters around him. Ha 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 ha, for someone who acts so uninterested, you're nothing special. One attack, and it's over, George said with a devilish smile, satisfied with his victory. George looked in the direction where Rebecca had disappeared and thought, my power couldn't disintegrate her awakened ability. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him, you better worry about yourself. George turned around quickly, stunned, as he saw a golden-covered hand approaching him. How did she move that fast? George stammered, surprised. Thanks, Sylvia. If you hadn't created a barrier, I could have been hurt, Rebecca said gratefully for the assistance. Don't worry. Let's pay attention to the battle, Sylvia replied, still watching the confrontation from afar. George raised both hands in the direction of Ares' attack, forming a shield that collided with the powerful strike. However, Ares' attack slowly pierced through the shield. How is it possible for it to go through? Damn, George thought, worried. George moved both hands to the right, directing a powerful attack. A loud rumble echoed, and a deep cut opened in the ground. Ares responded with another attack, but George ordered him to back away and unleashed a shockwave that made him disappear. This little brat is going to cause me a lot of trouble, George muttered as he observed Ares on the ground. Is that all? Quite pathetic, Ares said disdainfully. George responded with a disintegration beam attack, but Ares skillfully dodged them. The two enemies exchange multiple blows as the ground trembles with each impact. George is surprised to see that Ares' attacks don't disappear upon colliding with his own. Ares increases the speed of his light rays and surrounds George with them, pressing him and forcing him to retreat. George tries to dodge a powerful light ray, but it's too late. Damn, I can't dodge it, George thinks as the ray strikes his body, sending him flying several meters backward. A great silence fills the air as the two warriors prepare for the next clash. In the distance, a wounded body with burns on its torso and arms rises. Ha 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 ha, you're in pretty bad shape. Need some help? Ares says, laughing as he approaches a few meters. George looks at his injured body and at Ares with a grim expression on his face. I have to give it my all, this shouldn't be happening, he thinks to himself. You're not talking, did you lose your tongue? Ares mockingly asks. Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the area as George unleashes his aura to the maximum. Do you want to end it all with a single attack? But it won't be enough to defeat me. You're weaker than I am, Ares says disdainfully. Another deafening roar echoes, and a growing golden aura envelopes George. We'll see who kills whom, Ares says challengingly. That will be me, George responds with determination. Disintegration. George forms a triangle with his hands, releasing a powerful aura. The triangle rapidly grows, and when it touches the ground, it disappears. Ares raises his hand forward, generating millions of light rays that shoot out at high speed. Celestial punishment. Ares raises his hand forward, generating millions of light rays around him. A massive amount of rays head toward George's enormous triangle, disintegrating everything in their path. The attacks collide, the triangle advances, and it absorbs the light rays at great speed. Disappear. Ha 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 ha. George exclaims, laughing maniacally as his celestial triangle continues advancing toward Ares. The intensity of Ares' aura reaches a new level, increasing the power of the light ray attack. George looks astonished at the rays heading towards him. The surge of light rays collides with the triangle, cracking and destroying it within a second before colliding with George. The light rays engulf him completely, leaving a large mark on the ground. Gradually, the devastated area begins to return to its original state, with houses and buildings emerging in the area. Ares takes a deep breath, regaining his energy. 1518 words. Next chapter, Rise in the Rankings of the Best Awakened. Chapter 33, Rise in the Rankings of the Best Awakened. Not bad, Ares, you're quite strong, Sylvia said with a big smile. It's a shame he escaped, but he paid a high price for confronting you. Rebecca arrived just at that moment and joined the conversation. Yes, it's a real pity he managed to escape, she said with a tone of disappointment. Escaped? Rebecca repeated in surprise. Yes, he surely had it all planned, confirmed Ares with a disapproving look. Ares looked towards where George was and sighed. At least he left with serious injuries, he said, pointing to an arm lying on the ground. He lost a limb in the process. Rebecca followed his gaze and felt a bit dizzy. Oh my God, she said softly. People are approaching, Rebecca informed. It seems we've attracted a lot of attention. We should leave, she suggested with concern. You expend a lot of energy in combat, Ares. This isn't a good time to keep fighting. No, said Ares with a devilish smile. Taking them out will be more entertaining. But, Rebecca began, worried. Relax, Rebecca, Sylvia intervened. They're not very powerful. I can sense their energies, and Ares is more than enough to deal with them. Dozens of figures surrounded them, all with hostile looks and threatening attitudes. Ares observed them with an arrogant smile on his face. Wow, it seems many more flies have gathered, Ares mocked. Do you all want to die too? Everyone looked attentively at the young man with white hair who spoke. Don't be so arrogant, kid. You're Ares, right? You have a lot of enemies, the young man continued in a threatening tone. Using your powers so carelessly makes things easier for us. Ares burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you should know the difference between us. Just because I fight doesn't mean you're fit to challenge me. You're idiots, Ares scorned his opponents. Ares's right hand was covered in beams of light, and the next moment, his closed fist struck the ground, generating sharp shards of light that pierced through all the figures. Know your place, fools, Ares said, adjusting his clothes as he looked at the bodies with holes and blood falling to the ground. Rebecca asked, shall we leave the bodies here? Yes, don't worry. It won't be long before more awakened arrive and clean up the mess, Ares said without looking back as he disappeared from the scene. Sylvia jumped onto Ares's shoulder, and they vanished together. Rebecca stayed behind, looking at the bodies before disappearing as well. A few minutes later, 3 figures appeared from different directions. One of them was a woman in a black dress that emphasized her voluptuous figure, with long hair with green highlights, and a mask covering her mouth. The man had light blue hair, tattoos on his face, neck, and hands, and formal attire. The last individual was a handsome man with long brown hair who exuded nobility in his demeanor and luxurious clothing. The 3 of them looked at each other for a moment before speaking. It seems we all have the same problem, said the person with light blue hair, licking his lips suggestively. Keep that filthy tongue of yours in check, John, the superior-looking man interrupted. Ha ha ha. Oh, butler, always so special, John Madden responded with a devilish smile, before turning his gaze to the woman. Amy, as beautiful as ever. Keep sticking that damn tongue out, and one day I'll cut it off, John, Amy Hicks retorted with a scowl. Well, let's talk about why we came here, John Madden said, trying to change the subject. The 3 of them approached a gruesome scene, dozens of dead bodies scattered along the street. Are they members of our organizations? Amy Hicks asked indifferently. Yes, I'll make sure to kill whoever did this. Dale Butler said with determination. Ha ha ha. Isn't it obvious who did it? Why are they here? John Madden said with a sinister smile. Amy Hicks and Dale Butler were momentarily taken aback before looking at John Madden. Jiwoo Seo, the 3 of them said simultaneously. Don't you think this scene is like his trademark, the Emperor of Light? Many dead people, John Madden continued. Yes, and besides, we felt the 2 great powers just now, Dale Butler said. Those 2 powers can't be from any awakened individual, and one of those auras feels familiar, George Gisbert, the 39th ranked in the world, Amy Hicks said. That's true, although I've never fought against him, that aura did seem familiar to me. Now that you mention it, it's possible that it's George Gisbert, Dale Butler said. Well, the other aura belongs to Jiwoo Seo, John Madden said, surprising the others. Really? Amy Hicks and Dale Butler asked. Yes, some time ago, by chance, I witnessed a confrontation involving Ares when Caton was still with him, John Madden explained. The other 2 looked at him in astonishment. It's a miracle you made it out of there alive, Amy Hicks said. That maniac would have found a way to fight you. I encountered him once, and it felt like he could explode at any moment, Dale Butler added. Ha ha ha. Are you scared of him, Dale, the great noble? John Madden said, showing a sadistic smile. I just didn't want any trouble, Dale Butler replied indifferently. What are we going to do? Ares wiped out our members, Amy Hicks interrupted the discussion. We should take him down, now that we know where he is. I want to taste his blood, it must be delicious, John Madden said, licking his lips. I agree with him. It's rare to know his whereabouts. He's always in one country or another, challenging other awakened individuals, Dale Butler nodded in agreement. We'll have to find a way to make him appear. He loves battles, and it's said he's a masochist. He enjoys confrontations where he can endure damage. We could leak information about ourselves, Amy Hicks suggested. I heard a while ago that he's been facing multiple awakened individuals at once. With his arrogance, it's very likely he'll show up, Dale Butler said. We should give it a try. We have nothing to lose, Amy Hicks said. Everyone nodded before starting to plan. First, let's take care of this mess he left us, Dale Butler said. Don't worry, they won't take long to clean it up, Amy Hicks said and left. Ha ha ha, see you soon, Dale Butler, John Madden said with a devilish smile. John Madden disappeared at an incredible speed. That speed is unnerving. I hope I never see you again, psychopath, Dale Butler said, tucking his hands into the pockets of his suit and walking away. One day later. The news that Aries had reached the 39th position in the world rankings spread rapidly across the globe, and the reactions were varied. In New York, a group of awakened individuals was engaged in a heated discussion in an office room when one of them burst in, speaking hurriedly. "Boss," the newcomer exclaimed, "the news is out that Aries has reached the 39th position in the world rankings after defeating Yurga." The room fell silent as everyone processed the information. Aries was known for his ferocity and combat prowess, and his rise in the world rankings was a topic of great interest to them. Meanwhile, in Japan, a group of formally dressed executives received the news on their mobile phones. The tranquil atmosphere in the room was shattered by the news, and everyone present trembled upon learning about the downfall of a powerful awakened individual. In Australia, a family patriarch was left bewildered upon hearing the news. He called his son, who was practicing, and said, "Hey, come here. Have you heard about this kid? Study his face well and don't cause any trouble." "Yes, father," the young man responded, not fully understanding the reason behind so much concern. In Brazil, a group of people gathered at a luxurious cafe when they heard the news. "Oh my God," one of them exclaimed, intrigued. "How is it possible that he has grown so quickly? A few years ago, he wasn't even known." In different parts of the world, people were surprised and concerned upon hearing the news that Aries had reached the 39th position in the world rankings. Everyone wanted to know more about the new talent and was interested in knowing what his next move would be. 1404 words. Next chapter, fight. Chapter 34, fight. A few days later. Rebecca looked concerned as she spoke to Aries. "Are you sure you want to go? It's quite possible that it's a trap. Just when you're thought to be here, those rumors come out." Aries, however, showed confidence. "Better. It's been quite a while since the world has known about me. It's good for the awakened to know that finding me or looking for me is not a good thing. When those two pieces of news start to spread, it will be a warning and they will remember who I am." Sylvia, for her part, intervened in the conversation with a more light-hearted attitude. "That's it. You have to kick ass. It's the most fun." Meanwhile, Rebecca was again expressing her concern, "But keep in mind that there are 3 of them. You're going to get hurt." "The ones coming in are no big deal," Aries said confidently. "Being outnumbered, they show their deficiencies. They won't be that powerful. I'll crush them all together and save myself time." Sylvia, excited by the idea of a live battle, interrupted, "Rebecca, we have to go see it. It will be a spectacle." Aries, however, was more cautious. "You can go, but you should stay away. It's possible that the scale of the fight will be quite large." We'll stay away," Rebecca nodded. But Sylvia was more confident. "There's nothing to be afraid of. With me around, I can protect you." Aries turned to Rebecca with a request, "Create me a portal." Rebecca nodded and created a dark blue portal in front of everyone. "Only I enter, you watch from a distance," Aries said before entering through the portal and disappearing from the scene. The portal slowly closed, leaving Rebecca and Sylvia alone in a building over 100 meters tall. In an area surrounded by imposing buildings, 3 people stood at the top of the tallest skyscraper in the area, with an impressive height of 200 meters above the ground. From there, they could enjoy a panoramic view of the city, with its crowded streets and lights shining in the night. The wind was blowing strongly at that height, ruffling the clothes of the 3 individuals and adding a bit of excitement to the atmosphere. Despite the danger involved in being on top of such a tall building, the 3 seemed calm and focused on whatever it was they were doing. "Are you sure he'll show up?" asked Dale Butler. "He'll show up, he won't pass up such a valuable opportunity," Amy Hicks replied. "Word is he's not afraid of anything, he must be spectacular in person," said John Madden with a crazy grin on his face. An awkward silence forms as the 3 wait for Aries to arrive. "Phew, we're just left to wait," he says with a hint of frustration. At that moment, an unexpected voice interrupts them. "Did I keep you waiting too long?" says someone behind them. The 3 of them turn in surprise to find Jiwoo Seo, the Emperor of Light, slowly appearing from a dark blue spiral. Hey, so you appeared," said John Madden as he licked his lips with his big tongue. "Jiwoo Seo, the Emperor of Light," said Dale Butler. Meanwhile, Amy Hicks watched Aries' body in awe and thought to herself, "Wow, he's much younger and more beautiful than I thought." Aries, with a calm and confident attitude, replied, "I don't have all the time like you guys who like to waste it waiting for me. Let's start the fun," Aries said as a smile formed on his face and he uttered the magic words, "Space Isolation." The entire place lit up with a powerful flash of golden light, forcing the 3 individuals in front of Aries to cover their eyes. "Come," Aries said raising his hand and signaling for them to approach him. "Jiwoo Seo," Dale Butler said with an irritated voice and an angry attitude. Amy Hicks frowned and emanated a powerful icy aura from her body. "We'll see how long you can hold out with that calmness," John Madden said as he disappeared from his place. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared next to Aries and threw a punch at his face. "Gotcha," the figure said. The fist was millimeters away from impacting Ares' face, but it went right through and Ares' figure disappeared, leaving a trail of his body. At incredible speed, a powerful lightning bolt punch impacted John Madden's face, sending him flying and crashing into several buildings. "You know I'm really fast and I get attacked by such a slow guy, pathetic," said Ares, shaking his head from side to side. "That speed," said Amy Hicks in surprise. "You have to restrict it anyway," added Dale Butler uneasily. The temperature of the battlefield dropped and the buildings slowly froze. "Ice Age," said Amy Hicks. "Oh, pretty smart to freeze the area to limit my speed, but it won't do the same to your partner," laughed Ares. A loud boom came as a powerful spark attack collided with a light shield, damaging the buildings behind Ares. "They won't let me finish my words, Jajage," said Ares. "Well, it's true, I've talked too much," said Ares as his eyes lit up golden and a huge explosion spread from his body to all sides. Several destroyed buildings revealed two figures covered in light blue and yellow lights with red borders. Ares descended from the sky and said, "Here is better, so the other guy can join the battle." "What an arrogant guy," Amy Hicks said in disgust. "I'll make sure you die for your hubris. Only people with great status have that privilege and you're a commoner," Dale Butler added, dissatisfied. At that moment, a figure with a bleeding face appeared next to the other two. "Let's stop playing games, let's go all out. I want to chop him up and put him away," said John Madden, flashing a crazy grin and sticking out his tongue. The other two nodded. Dale Butler opened his arms and sparks appeared in his hands. He looked at Ares and directed his arm towards him, forming millions of tiny sparks that exploded. At the same time, Amy Hicks raised a hand and a snowball appeared, launching it towards Ares and generating a trail of snow that froze everything in its path. Two powerful attacks. So they must come, thought Ares with a smile. Two large bolts of lightning shot out of Ares' hands towards the two attacks. Two large explosions formed as the attacks collided. From the dust appeared dozens of figures at high speed, launching several killer attacks in a millisecond, trying to hit the vital points of his body. Ares observes the silhouettes created by John Madden and prepares for the attack. The murderous blows approach him at high speed and Ares studies them carefully before disappearing in the blink of an eye. In an instant, multiple Ares figures counterattack John Madden's attacks. The sound of several explosions shakes the area, as John Madden is sent flying and receives Ares' powerful attacks covered in light. In the destroyed street, Ares stops to look at John Madden's body lying on the ground. Suddenly, two powerful attacks come by surprise, one from the right and one from the left. Dale Butler is astonished by the speed shown by Ares and thinks, "Shit, how can he be so fast?" The situation doesn't seem to be going as Amy Hicks had planned and his face shows an unpleasant expression. Without wasting any time, Dale Butler and Amy Hicks disappear from their place and appear on both sides of Ares. Amy held in her right hand a tornado of snow which she hurled towards Ares, growing in size and freezing the ground in its wake. "Snow tornado," shouted Amy. Dale clasped his hands together and slowly pulled them apart, forming a sphere filled with sparks that he hurled towards Ares, growing in size as it flew towards him. Ares watched the two attacks with contempt. "Trying to surprise me, are they stupid?" he thought. "They know I have super speed and enhanced reflexes. I should finish one of them off at once. This is pissing me off, besides, I'm not 100%. The fight a few days ago and this one are wasting a lot of my energy," Ares reflected with a devilish grin. "But, it's very entertaining to fight." Two shields formed with light appeared to Ares' right and left, protecting him from the attacks that impacted against them. There was a huge explosion, but Ares was still standing. A great flash lit up the place followed by a deafening roar that echoed throughout the area. John Madden lay on the ground, trying to visualize the shockwave of the attack. "Shit. Why don't these fools call it in?" he thought. After a few seconds, two figures appeared. "Where is he?" asked Amy Hicks, clearly nervous, looking for Ares. "We killed him," Dale Butler replied with a cocky voice and a big grin on his face. "There wasn't even a trace of him left." "Don't be silly, you know his strength very well." "I don't think he died with our attack," Amy Hicks said disapprovingly, concentrating on the battlefield. "Where is he? How did he disappear without a trace?" "Don't be so nervous, Amy. You think too highly of that commoner," Dale Butler said, showing incredible happiness in his words. "You should have listened to her. She would have saved your life," said an indifferent, confident voice. Suddenly, the figure of Ares began to form behind Dale Butler at great speed. Ares' hand went through Dale Butler's chest and pulled out his heart. Dale turned with difficulty and looked at Ares' bloody hand, lowering his head as he visualized a hand-sized hole in his chest. "You've helped me quite a bit with your stupidity," Ares said, flashing a smile as he squeezed his heart and made it explode. In his right hand, rays of light appeared and covered it, forming a very sharp point, and cut Dale's body in half. Ares pulled a handkerchief from his pocket with his left hand and wiped the blood on his right hand. "Gross. Who's next?" asked Ares as he looked at Amy Hicks, who was nearby, and John Madden in the distance. I should finish that guy off, weird personality, he reminds me. Thought Aries before disappearing. He's gone, asked Amy Hicks in amazement. John Madden looked in fright at the figure that appeared in front of him, with a fist wrapped in beams of light aimed at him. Several strikes impacted John Madden's body, forming a great roar. Amy, surprised, turned around and saw how Aries fiercely attacked John Madden without giving him time to defend himself. I have to run away, she thought, and started to run away from the place. Arg. Arg. Moans could be heard from a badly wounded body on the ground, with blood and severe burns all over his upper body. You son of a bitch. How can you be so strong? Asked John Madden with difficulty. Aries, standing in front of him, glared at him. You must know the level of your abilities to take on other awakened ones. You alone are scum who deserve to die. Joining with others to try to kill me, you are not worthy of staying alive, Aries said, raising his hand in the direction of the body on the ground. It is an honor to be killed by me, an inferior being like you. Continued Aries, whose hand began to give off beams of light in all directions. A second later, a powerful attack of light completely covered the body on the ground, causing it to disappear. Aries took a calming breath as he turned around and couldn't find Amy Hicks. She must have run away. Well, that's par for the course for inferior people like them, Aries thought as he kept his hands in his pants pockets and walked away. They must be waiting for me, we'll be leaving this place soon. 2024 words. Next chapter, exposed location. Chapter 37-35, exposed location. 2 days later. At the top of the skyscraper, a neat-looking young man with snow-white hair and green eyes as clear as crystal stands dressed in a smart black suit and a cream-toned coat, while talking on his cell phone. Was the building built? Asked Caden to Aries. Yes, I have been informed that the headquarters is ready, but some details and furniture are missing, replied Aries. Has he accepted the proposal? Asked Aries. Yes, he accepted it. He will move there when the headquarters is ready, confirmed Caden. I hear you have a new companion with you, commented Caden. Yes, I have known her for some time and her awakened power is interesting, replied Aries. If you accept her there has to be a good reason, but changing the subject, how is the barrier coming? Asked Caden with a serious voice. It's already created, I just need a lot of power to turn it on. After that, there's no need to charge it. It's self-sufficient, it picks up energy from the sun and transforms it into its own energy to keep itself activated, explained Aries. Let me know when you activate it so I can come help you. You need the headquarters to be completely hidden from the outside and only a few know its location, Caden said with determination. Don't worry, as long as the barrier is activated, even if they know where the headquarters is, they won't be able to locate it, let alone enter, Aries assured, showing confidence in his words. I know, I trust your creation, but it's still better if fewer people know the location, Caden insisted. Yeah. Replied Aries. How are your matchups going against the top 10? Asked Aries. No one answered, which generated an awkward silence. None of the top 10 have accepted my challenge, Caden said in annoyance. It's normal, they don't want to lose the privilege they have, Aries explained in a deep voice. Sooner or later they will accept my challenge, I haven't lost my edge. I still fight against other interesting awakened, but it's not the same. Complained Caden. That's normal, you're way ahead of most of the desperados in the world rankings. Be careful, I've heard you've caused trouble in their territories, warned Aries. I want them to accept my challenge, I've been trying various things for several months to get them to accept, but they still won't accept, Caden expressed in an angry voice. So impatient. Joked Aries, laughing. I've been waiting for them for a long time. We're in touch, said Caden before hanging up the call. Aries put his cell phone away and looked up at the starry sky from the top of the building. It won't be long before the plot begins, he mused. Well, let's just wait, he concluded before jumping off the building and blending into the crowd, disappearing into the crowd. A few hours ago. South Korean Awakening Academy. An elderly man sat in front of 6 devices projecting 6 figures. I have gathered them together on an emergency basis because of some important information to be given to us by the Shinhwa president, Han Seonjik said in a deep voice. Thank you very much. It has been confirmed that Aries is here in Korea, Ji Young-yu replied. Aries, the Emperor of Light in Korea, asked Ha Young Kim in astonishment. That awakened young man addicted to fighting, added Supple Kong. Recently it was said that he fought with several awakened ones who are ranked 35th in the world, the Awakened Union president added. Isn't it said that he has a twisted personality worse than his master, facing anyone he encounters, said Ha Young Kim. What could make Aries want to come to this country, wondered President Hala, puzzled. A silence formed as everyone stared at Han Seonjik. I don't know why he might have come here, but one thing I know for sure, and that is that he is going to fight, he finally said. You have to prepare yourself, because at any moment you might have Aries in front of you, and I don't think you'll have a chance to run away if you run into him, he warned. What are we going to do? Everyone must know the great threat posed by an awakened one of his caliber here right now, Jiwoo said worriedly. There's nothing to prepare for, he's just a kid, Supple Kong dismissively said. Do you think you are capable of facing him alone? He is an awakened who has fought several world near top 30, killing 2 and making 1 runaway and ranked 39th in the world, Han Seonjik said in a calm but forceful voice to Kong Supple. You are overestimating yourself a lot, baked chairman. You don't know how huge the outside is, Han Seonjik added with a disdainful expression. After Han Seonjik's comment, a tense silence gripped the room. Kong Supple's face contorts into a grimace of frustration. But Jiwoo steps in to calm the situation. We need to prepare for a possible attack, he says in a firm voice. I don't think many of us will be able to deal with it. We need to plan a contingency plan. The awakened Union president nods in agreement with her. What does the president of Shinhwa come up with? Jiwoo proposes his idea. We should form a security network where each organization contributes its awakened ones to rise and protect the country. The BICO chairman questions. Are you saying let's send our awakened ones outside? To which the awakened Union chairman replies. You said yourself that not many awakened can stand up to him, and with his crazy personality, the awakened who meet him will die. You're not sending them to their deaths. All the figures present nod silently as the discussion continues. Jiwoo proposes a contingency plan to protect the awakened in case of an attack. He said to place our awakened at strategic points to protect themselves if they are attacked, decreasing deaths as much as possible, he explains in a serene voice. Han Seonjik supports the proposal. I agree with the plan. The other presidents present also go along with the idea. I accept, says the chairman of Hala. I agree, says the president of Awakened Union. I also agree, adds Ha-young Kim. Even the president of BICO accepts the proposal. I accept Chairwoman Jiwoo's idea. Then, Han Seonjik turns to Supple Kong, seeking his confirmation. Supple Kong, do you agree? To which the man replies with a simple yes. Jiwoo reiterates the importance of collaboration between organizations. I expect everyone to contribute and place your awakened in groups and at strategic points. If anything happens, please contact the representatives of the other organizations immediately so that we can help. Han Seonjik concludes the meeting. I hope everyone will do their part and cooperate so that there will be no losses. I will be communicating with you. Those present nod gravely as they leave the meeting room, leaving Han Seonjik and Ha-young Kim alone. What's wrong, Ha-young Kim? Asked Han Seonjik in a deep voice. Don't play mysterious with me. You clearly know why I was waiting for them to leave so I could talk to you. You know very well why Ares is here, Ha-young Kim replied angrily. I don't know what you mean, Han Seonjik said as he grabbed a cup of coffee from the table. You're the only one who can get his attention. A former world-ranked desperado, now retired, is coming for you, said Ha-young Kim. The hand holding the cup trembled. You don't need to worry. Since I shouldn't, I'm very likely to go where you are. I'll come to support you, Ha-young Kim said. No, don't come. You will only cause more trouble, said Han Seonjik. But, said Ha-young Kim. Protect your area. He didn't come alone as far as we know. Other imperfections may occur, Han Seonjik said, and without waiting for an answer, he closed the call. Well, this is unexpected. It's been many years since I last saw him. How far will he have grown? Hopefully he won't cause trouble for organizations in this country, although he is a young man involved in trouble. At Shinhwa Association. A beautiful woman, with Asian features and dark hair, was sitting in front of a table on which 6 figures were projected through a device. Jiwoo was carefully watching the screen, making a mental note of the important details of the conversation. Suddenly, she turns off the device and turns to the men standing next to her. Start the plan, he said in a firm voice. Organize some awakened people to complement each other to stand guard in our territory. In Hyukgu nodded vigorously and replied. Yes, President, I will still go out to patrol. Any news, I will let you know immediately. Jiwoo smiled gratefully and added with a note of concern. Be careful. Don't worry, In Hyukgu said as he walked away. I'll be careful where I move. The woman looked around, reflecting on the current situation and the measures needed to protect her people. Current time. Where Ares? 2 people and a dragon were in a spacious house, enjoying the comfort their home offered. Rebecca, a young awakened, was eager to find other awakened to face them in combat, while Ares, her dragon companion, offered her some suggestions on possible opponents. There are plenty of awakened here for you to take on, Ares said, trying to convince Rebecca that there was no need to look outside the country. This country is weak, there are no interesting desperados, Rebecca said. But Sylvia, the third person in the room, interrupted her words. I don't think that's right. I sense quite powerful auras, especially one in the distance, said Sylvia, from an elegant armchair. Rebecca looked confused. Can you sense their auras from that far away? She asked. Sylvia nodded. It's true. There are decent awakened ones here who hide their power from the outside, becoming stronger in silence, as all awakened ones do. Really, who would those interesting awakeners be? Asked Rebecca with interest. I'll tell you the organizations in this country. Hala Association, Mir, Awakened Union, Shinhwa Association, Baekdu, and Biko, Aries replied. There are various organizations, but which are the interesting awakeners to face in the future? Asked Rebecca. Be especially careful of Shinhwa's president, Ji Young-yu. You wouldn't be able to defeat her, but everyone else is beatable, Aries warned. I am not able to defeat her. It seems this country hides its powers well, as I've never heard the name Ji Young-yu before, Rebecca mused to herself. Besides, Ji Young-yu is very young and recently ranked number 1 in Korea, Aries added. Ranked number 1, repeated Rebecca. I'm going to talk to someone. Will you stay here looking for a fight? Asked Aries. Someone interesting. Yes, I'll stay here. I'll see if I can find someone interesting to fight while you have fun, said Rebecca. Careful. The awakened here hide their powers from the outside. Don't get careless, and if you need anything, let me know, Aries warned. Yes, Rebecca replied. Aries looked at Sylvia and said, are you going with me or staying with Rebecca? I'll go with you for sure. I feel a huge aura pulling me, Sylvia said, running into Aries' arms. Aries affirmed her and made her affectionate. Good, I won't be so long. 1925 words. Next chapter, quick visit. Chapter 38, 36, quick visit. A few hours later. On an island stood several buildings. A young man with snow-white hair could be seen, his crystalline green eyes shone like precious jewels, and his figure was wrapped in an elegant black suit that accentuated his distinguished bearing. A cream coat covered his shoulders, giving him an air of sophistication. But the most impressive part of his appearance was a beautiful white dragon resting on his shoulders, which seemed to be part of him as if they were one. With a determined step, the young man was heading towards a huge construction, whose imposing presence made it clear that this was a place of great importance on the island. Sylvia was excited by the presence of several powerful auras in that place and made sure that Aries did not worry about the others. There are several powerful auras here, it's amazing. We're going to have a lot of fun, don't worry, I'll take care of the others, she exclaimed happily. Aries was walking slowly and didn't seem too interested in fighting at the moment. Relax. I don't know if I'll fight, I'd like to, but we'll be spending a lot of time in these parts in the future, he said calmly. Sylvia was surprised by Aries' lack of interest in fighting. We didn't come here to fight. How lame are you? I was liking you, she said indifferently. Aries frowned at Sylvia's comment. In the future you will have opportunities to show your greatness against other awakened and known powerful animals, he replied. Sylvia opened one eye and looked interested. Yes, who? Are they worthy to face this princess? She asked confidently. Apart from the divine beasts of the Lutherine family, there are also powerful wild animals that are not possible to bind, Aries explained. Sylvia showed contempt for the divine beasts. Oh, we have to visit them. They have to learn their place, she said with determination. Aries nodded. We will. Two people were guarding an entrance when suddenly an arrogant voice interrupted them. You guys shouldn't be here, how did you get here? He asked with contempt. Another voice immediately responded with determination. Let's get them, it said menacingly. Aries, who was there with them, watched the two people in front of him carefully and released a terrifying aura that pressed them to the ground. The guards were frightened and could not move. What? This immense aura, exclaimed one of them. Aries walked between the two people, showing his incredible aura and speaking with a deep and arrogant tone. Do not interfere in ranks that do not belong to you. Stay where you belong as inferiors, he said firmly as he looked deeply at one of the guards. At that moment, a calm, leisurely voice interrupted the tension. Aries, you have come, the voice said calmly. Han Seonjik frowned at the sight of the beast and wondered if it was a familiar of his visitor. However, he could not perceive its aura, which made him uncomfortable. Aries held the old man's gaze firmly. Of course I've come to talk, he replied confidently. The old man watched him warily as his eyes fell on the two guards who had been pinned to the ground. Talk, he asked in a trembling voice. You're not just going to let me pass just like that, Aries said, unlocking the magic holding the guards in place. Han Seonjik was relieved to see his subordinates released and headed for his office, inviting Aries to follow him. In Han Seonjik's office, two people are sitting in two individual armchairs, facing each other. May I know why you came to visit me? Asks Han Seonjik. Aries laughs and replies, isn't it kind of obvious? Han Seonjik looks deeply at Aries. Do you want to fight with me? Yes, since the time you fought my master, Mr. Caden, I intended to challenge you in the future and I hope you will agree. Although I won't force you, we will meet often in the future, Aries says. Not oblige me, see each other frequently in the future. Han Seonjik looks at Aries skeptically. If it's a friendly challenge, Aries says with an innocent smile. I'm old to fight, I've retired, I'm getting older. Young people like you with so much energy should challenge other young awakened ones, Han Seonjik replies with a tired attitude. But there are not many young people who dare to fight with me, besides the world tops also don't dare because of the trouble it will bring to their organization, says Aries caressing Sylvia. This old scaredy cat, says Sylvia. Han Seonjik frowns and looks at Sylvia and then at Aries smiling. You are very powerful compared to those your age, Han Seonjik says, ignoring what Sylvia said. Well, since you don't want to fight, we can move on to the other topic, says Aries looking seriously at Han Seonjik. He then releases a huge aura that cracks the nearby buildings and causes the old man to tense up. What would be the other issue? I don't like being messed with and you know very well what happens to those who dare to confront, Aries says as he raises his aura higher and higher and beams of light appear around his body. A huge beam of light falls from the sky and illuminates the dark starry night. A huge shockwave forms, completely destroying the entire academy and shaking the entire island, alerting all the awakened present. The dust disappears and shows Han Seonjik in bad shape with a badly burned arm. Don't let your country's organizations mess with me, otherwise I'm going to see to it that every single organization in this country disappears, Aries warns. I don't like being picked on, let alone having such inferior awakened ones in power dare to challenge me, Aries continues, looking down at Han Seonjik with contempt. This will be the first and last warning. I only warn you because we interact frequently in the future and because of my master. Remember my name very well. Aries Seo, he concludes. Han Seonjik looks amazed and shocked at Aries, who walks away with the beautiful beast on his shoulders that releases an imposing female voice issues a threat. If you come near, I will make sure you are wiped from this world forever. The tone radiates majesty and contempt towards all present. The awakened ones who came to fight stand motionless, breaking out in a cold sweat. Aries intervenes to break the tension. Okay, Sylvia, calm down. Let's go to Rebecca's, I'm sure she's having a good time, he says while stroking the dragon's head on his shoulder. 1120 words. Next chapter, Rebecca v/S Baekdu. Chapter 39-37, Rebecca v/S Baekdu. At the same time as Rebecca, a woman with a suit, black hair, and blue eyes stood on top of an imposing building, admiring the beautiful starry sky. Suddenly, a man descended from the sky and stood behind her. Who are you? What are you doing in Baekdu territory? The man asked firmly. Rebecca turned and looked at the man in front of her with an arrogant smile on his face and says, Baekdu? You shouldn't introduce yourself first. Don't you know who I am? He replied confidently. I am Suman Kong, the vice president of Baekdu, he says without taking his eyes off Rebecca. Do I know who he is? Suman thought to himself. Rebecca didn't seem impressed by the man's introduction. Suman Kong. I don't know who you are, I've never heard your name, she said dismissively. Suman Kong frowned and replied with a grimace on his face, you don't know me. The man remembered the conversation he had had with his brother and looked at Rebecca in astonishment. Are you that girl who came with Aries? Oh, you know me, apparently this country acts fast, Rebecca replied with a mischievous smile. Suddenly, the girl released her dark blue aura and a powerful lightning bolt fell from the sky at Suman Kang's position, destroying a small part of the top of the building. However, the man was wrapped in a protective shield that allowed him to resist the attack. It's a pity you ran into me, Rebecca said with a defiant look. Suman Kong looked seriously at the girl, remembering that he had informed Supal Kong and the other organizations of the presence of an awakened stranger in his territory. He knew he had to hold out for a couple of minutes until help arrived. In the meantime, Rebecca disappeared and appeared to Suman Kang's right, throwing a punch at him that attempted to pierce his protective shield. Resist, the girl said with a devilish grin as the aura covering her right hand increased, slowly piercing through the shield from her sharp attack. An explosion rumbled through the place and destroyed another small part of the top of the building. However, the man managed to resist the attack and remained standing. Suddenly, a man descended from the sky and observed the woman in front of him in perfect condition. No injuries, he wondered. Rebecca noticed that his right arm was numb, but he had no wounds. Interesting, apparently I have to attack you accordingly, she said with determination. Then, the girl raised her left arm and launched a large beam towards Suman Kong, who prepared to resist the attack. The situation was becoming more tense and dangerous by the moment. Shit. Did he teleport? Said Suman Kong, running to the side to dodge the falling debris around him. Don't get distracted. It's fatal in a fight, said a female voice behind him. The blast boomed in their ears, sending a shockwave that shook the ground beneath them. Rebecca was thrown backwards by the blast, staggering before stopping and turning towards Suman Kong. The latter reacted with impressive speed, moving backward with agility as he assessed the situation. When Rebecca praised him for his reaction, his expression remained focused, aware that any distraction could be fatal. However, Suman Kang's stamina was beginning to falter. Gasping, he felt sharp pain in his stomach, knowing he couldn't keep up the fight for much longer. Shit. Phew. Phew, at this rate I won't be able to hold on much longer, he thought in despair. Rebecca seemed to share his opinion, and with determination in her voice, she spoke. Let's get this over with, it's getting too long. Suddenly, a small spiral appeared behind Suman Kong, forming an icicle of energy. The attack pierced him with a sharp pain, and before he could react, 2 other attacks rushed at him, cutting him down in quick succession. Suman Kong fell to his knees, burning with pain as he held his bloody stomach. Arg. Arg. Space powers, he gasped, looking at Rebecca in shock and fear. The woman watched him with a mixture of curiosity and respect. For someone unknown in the awakened world, you're pretty powerful, she said with a sardonic smile. But that doesn't matter now. It was a pleasure to fight, die. Suman Kong closed his eyes, waiting for the killing blow that would end his life. But before Rebecca could launch her attack, an unknown presence appeared behind her, taking her by surprise. A violent explosion shook the top of the building, cracking the concrete and throwing debris everywhere. A figure emerged from the dust and smoke, floating through the air with feline grace as it shielded Suman Kong from the shockwave. Suman Kong looked up and saw a tall man in front of him. Brother, he said weakly, recognizing him immediately as his older brother, Kong Supple. Don't talk, you are very hurt, he said in a soft voice, immediately recognizing him as Kong Supple. Supple Kong watched his brother with concern and restrained anger. Causing such a big fuss in my territory, you have quite a lot of guts, he said in a harsh voice, releasing his aura with a furious gesture. Attacking when I'm unprepared. How pathetic, said Rebecca as she looked at the torn sleeves of her garment. Supple Kong, enraged, declared. I will make sure you die so that the world and the awakened of this country will know of my power. Raising his hand, he launched an attack forming a wake in Rebecca's direction. Quickly, Rebecca raised an arm and formed a shield to protect herself from the impact of the attack. Then, she quickly counterattacked. Supple Kong reacted swiftly and directed the attack in another direction. Observing Rebecca seriously, he realized that she had generated a force field that covered the entire battlefield. Looking at the surroundings, Supple Kong said, a force field. I have to put an end to that. Then, he launched his most powerful black hole technique. Rebecca sensed something strange and quickly stepped back, dodging a small black ball with a red center that slowly began to grow, generating a powerful attraction towards her. Amazed, Rebecca watched as she was drawn towards that sphere. Jage. I am Kong Supple, the president of Baekdu, she said with an arrogant voice and a maniacal grin. Gravity powers. It's in my force field, I just have to seal off that area, Rebecca thought. Using all her strength not to be pulled in, she moved her hands and a chain-linked barrier enveloped the black hole, sealing it off. The attraction slowed and everything returned to normal, but Rebecca clasped her hands together and the black hole disappeared from the sector, appearing right in front of Kong Supple and exploding in his face. What the? Kong Supple looked dumbfounded at his black hole in front of him that exploded. Shit. A huge explosion formed, destroying the top of the building. The dust disappeared and a man was seen with his arms bleeding and behind him, another man on the ground. Space powers. You won't catch me off guard again, said the man with the bleeding arms. Many spirals appeared surrounding Kong Supple and many very sharp icicles came out of them. Startled, Kong Supple formed a shield and a huge explosion formed. The next moment after the dust disappeared, a man with 2 holes in his body stared at Rebecca. Interesting power, dodging so many attacks at once, I can tell you are the leader of an organization, you are much more powerful than your brother, Rebecca said. Without responding, Kong Supple launched a dozen attacks towards Rebecca. Rebecca disappeared from the scene and appeared behind Kong Supple launching a counterattack. Kong Supple smiled devilishly and said. Gotcha, die. His eyes lit up and a huge explosion shot out of his body in all directions, impacting Rebecca. Ha 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 ha. You sure died, he said madly. A few feet away from him, a woman's arm was dripping blood. Only one wound. What a good defense, Kong Supple said. Rebecca looked at his bleeding arm. Good attack. I feel 2 auras coming fast here, I'm going to have. A barrier appeared around Kong Supple and slowly became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. I sent him away. It will take a while to get back here, Rebecca said. At that moment, a woman and a man appeared in front of Suman Kong. Protect Suman Kong. Inhyuk, said Ji Young-yu, as Inhyuk took Suman Kong and checked his body. His injuries are very serious, Inhyuk added. At that moment, Rebecca Brown approached and asked, Who are you? My name is Ji Young-yu, the Shinhwa president and Korea's #1 awakened person replied calmly. Rebecca looked surprised. Ji Young-yu, the president of Shinhwa and Korea's #1 awakened. Do you know me? Asked Ji Young-yu. Of course, Rebecca replied. You must be the woman who has challenged many awakened people around the world and who is supposed to have a close relationship with Jiwoo Seo, said Ji-young. Oh, you've checked me out, Rebecca said with a smile. I must know that you are an awakened one who is in this country right now, said Ji-young with a serious expression on her face. I need to be informed about things. Rebecca decided to change the subject. Aries told me about you, she said. He told me that you were an interesting awakening. Ji-young was surprised. He told you about me, he asked. Yes, Rebecca replied. But back to the topic, I came here to challenge other awakened while Aries attends to some business. Fighting? Asked Ji-young, visibly annoyed. Is that why you have to cause so much trouble? Well, he came at me, Rebecca defended herself casually. I thought he wanted to fight. Ji-young doubted Rebecca's words. He came towards you, she asked. Yes, Rebecca replied before a sound interrupted the conversation. It was the sound of a phone. Rebecca pulled her phone out of her pocket and looked at it in surprise. Resisted the phone. I wasn't expecting it, she thought to herself before answering. Hello, asked Rebecca. It's me, a familiar voice answered. Aries, what are you doing? Asked Rebecca, trying not to raise suspicion among the people around her. In-hyeok frowned when he heard the name Aries. Ji-young also looked uneasy, but incredibly calm. What are you doing? Asked Aries again. I was fighting, but now I'm in front of two interesting people you told me about, Rebecca replied, while pointing at the two people in front of her. I'll put you on speakerphone so you can talk to them. Eleceed, Ji-young replied slowly, recognizing the name. Who is she? Aries asked with disinterest. How could you possibly not know her when you told me she was an interesting awakening? She's Ji-young, the president of Shinhwa, Rebecca interrupted, frustrated. Ji-young, do you think I know her voice? Asked Aries indifferently. Miss Ji-young, I would like to have a chat with you, but time does not permit, said Aries, ignoring Rebecca's questions. Chat? May I know why? Asked Ji-young suspiciously. Just to have a friendly conversation, Aries replied. Ji-young frowned, but finally agreed. Whenever you want to be able to talk, he said with a firm tone. Well, I'll visit her someday. Rebecca, let's go back right away, we have other business to attend to, Aries said, ending the conversation. But, are we leaving so soon? Didn't you have business to attend to? Asked Rebecca, disappointed. I already took care of Han Seonjik. Now we have other matters to attend to, Aries said in a cold voice that left everyone silent. In-hyeok shuddered when he heard Han Seonjik's name. Did you finish Han Seonjik? Asked Rebecca in disbelief. Ji-young also looked worried. Did he come for Han Seonjik? She asked herself. Aries hung up the call without further explanation, and an awkward silence took over. It's nice talking to you. We'll see you another time, Rebecca said, trying to break the ice. Wait, Ji-young managed to say, but before she could finish her words, Rebecca disappeared into a teleportation portal. In-hyeok and Ji-young were perplexed at the spectacle. Suddenly, a badly wounded man descended from the sky, blood on his face and body. Where did he go? Asked Supple Kong with anger in his voice. He's gone, replied Ji-young calmly as she looked at him. She's gone, damn it. As soon as I find her, I will take revenge, Supple Kong said angrily. You should quickly take Suman Kong to the hospital, he is badly hurt and from what I see, so are you, In-hyeok suggested. Supple Kong replied as he took Suman Kang's unconscious body from In-hyeok. I don't need treatment, I was going to beat her if she hadn't sent me away. Without waiting for a response, Supple Kong left the scene. Ji-young and In-hyeok watched as Kong Supple left the place and then looked at each other. Let's go visit Han Seonjik, I want to know if he is still alive, said Ji-young, leaving the place quickly. In-hyeok quickly followed her. 2,237 words. Next chapter, surprise. Chapter 38, surprise. The next day. On the island where the Korean Academy is located, several people were moving quickly to sort and clean up the debris from the destroyed buildings. Suddenly, two people slowly approach towards them, which surprises the workers. Good morning, greets one of the people respectfully. Ji-young nods in response, while the others wait for the two people to explain themselves. We came to see Mr. Han Seonjik, is he available right now? Asks In-hyeok with obvious hesitation in his voice. He is in his office right now, he just received treatment, replies one of the workers pointing towards an address on the island. Phew. Good thing he's still alive. If he were to die, it would be a big blow to our country and produce a breakdown among the organizations, Ji-young thought walking in the direction pointed. We'll go talk to him, said In-hyeok following Ji-young. The two men nodded their heads and continued to clean up the place. In the small office with no ceiling and cracked walls, Han Seonjik, an older man with a bandage covering his right arm and chest, was talking to Ha-young Kim, an older woman. I'm surprised you came here so quickly, Han Seonjik laughed. As soon as I heard that Ares visited you, I came right away. I also received the information that an awakened one caused an incident in Baekdu territory, said Hyang Kim. Well, if you came to see me, it seems that news spreads very fast. I also heard a little bit about what happened to Baekdu, although I still have to investigate what happened, Han Seonjik said calmly. But how can you be so calm in the state you are in, asked Hyang Kim, visibly angry. At that moment, the door opened and Ji Young-yu and In Hyuk-gu walked in. Han Seonjik greeted them with an innocent smile. Miss Ji Young-yu, what is the reason for your visit? Please have a seat, Han Seonjik said. In Hyuk-gu looked at the bandages on Han Seonjik's body and wondered if he had fought against Ares. The tension in the room was palpable, and everyone knew something important was about to happen. Ji Young took a seat between the two people as In Hyuk stood behind her. Sorry for arriving so suddenly, Mr. Han. I didn't know you were with President Hyang, Ji Young said. I came to talk about what happened here and in Baekdu since I was asking myself, Ji Young continued with a serious expression on her face. I heard that Ares visited you, Mr. Han, he added. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't worry so much. We just talked on good terms, nothing to worry about. It won't affect the country, Han Seonjik replied with a smile on his face. Hyang Kim, who didn't look too happy, kept silent as she listened to the conversation. Apparently, he had a confrontation with Ares. Won't that affect the country? Asked Ji Young curiously. Well, a small one, but it was a warning, Han Seonjik said in a calm manner. Warning, everyone exclaimed in shock. Did you mess with Ares? Asked Hyang Kim worriedly. Ji Young and In Hyuk kept silent as they looked at Han Seonjik. No, he gave me a little warning about some organizations that apparently in our country are bothering him, Han Seonjik explained. Organizations in this country, said Ji Young and Hyang Kim with a disgusted expression on his face. Someone from this country is standing up to Ares, thought In Hyuk rather puzzled. I don't know, I just said that. I have to find out, said Han Seonjik. It's not said that he makes things up to fight against other awakened ones, In Hyuk whispered quietly. Everyone kept silent and stared at In Hyuk, who was surprised by the stares at him. Sorry. I thought about it, In Hyuk replied innocently. I don't know if it must have been because of that, but a warning from any awakened one has to be taken seriously, Han Seonjik said. Everyone nodded at Han Seonjik's words. Before further conversation, a person came through the door in a hurry. Mr. Han, we have been called by the presidents of Hala, Awakened Union, and Biko to talk urgently about the plan to be implemented because of what happened yesterday, said the men. Han Seonjik nodded, and the men placed 3 devices on the table that displayed a light and formed 3 faces of people. Good morning to all presidents, greeted Han Seonjik as he connected with the 3 projected men. Good morning Mr. Han, the 3 responded in unison. I didn't expect to meet President Ji Young and President Hyang Kim, said the Awakened Union president. We were going to start talking about what happened with Baekdu, Han Seonjik replied. All 3 agreed. I heard that Chairwoman Ji Young had a talk with the intruder, said Biko's chairman, with interest in what they talked about. It's true. I had a little conversation with Rebecca, Ji Young said. May I know what they talked about? The Awakened Union president asked. You all know what Baekdu representatives are like, especially the chairman. The same cannot be said of their vice president, said Ji Young, making everyone agree with his words. All she told me was that they had come to her and that Ares informed her that the awakened of this country were hiding their powers from the outside, Ji Young added. Everyone was surprised by the words spoken, as if a mountain fell on their shoulders. Does the outside already know? Asked the Biko chairman. We made a lot of effort not to stand out on the outside and have a low profile so that we can continue to improve our forces, said the Awakened Union president, hesitantly. That's not true. If it leaks, it's very likely that the World Academy will send someone to find out the veracity of the news. Ares must have somehow found out about us, said Han Seonjik. Hearing those words, everyone present relaxed. Well, now you know how important the pact made a while ago was. We are not able to protect ourselves from the world as you may have noticed, said Han Seonjik. That's true, you guys know what happened, said Ji Young. I think we should focus more on the individual training of each awakened one. Apparently, Rebecca is capable of taking on Baekdu by herself without Ares, said Ji Young, shocking everyone. President Ji Young, is there anything we don't know? Asked the president of Awakened Union. Yes, according to the information we have, there was only a small confrontation between them, replied the Hala president, visibly worried. Ji Young was silent for a moment and then looked at Han Seonjik. They shouldn't withhold information in a situation like this, said Hyang Kim, clearly annoyed by the attitude shown. We have an awakened one who could destroy any of our organizations, all by herself. Well, I was a little late to the scene, Ji Young continued. When I arrived, Suman Kong was unconscious and badly injured, while Supal Kong was in very bad shape. From my understanding, both needed treatment immediately or they could have died on the spot. And Rebecca had only minor wounds on her arm. I'm guessing that to deal with both of them, she didn't use all her power since she wasn't with Ares. She decided to hold back, added Ji Young. Everyone except Han Seongjik was shocked at the informant's words. Is what you say true? Asked the Hala chairman with a cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, it is true. And just so you know, Ares Seo is on a completely different level than her. He is an awakened one who faced 3 awakened ones ranked in the top 30 of the world rankings and came out victorious, replied Han Seongjik. What are we going to do? Asked Ha Young Kim. We can't do anything. They already left the country. The only thing we can do is to become stronger, said Ji Young Yu. Good thing they left, sighed the Hala president. Well, we've talked a lot in a short time. Go guard your territories. Any important information I'll let you know, Han Seongjik concluded, cutting off the calls without waiting for them to answer. I hope they don't talk too much to avoid creating nervousness, Han Seongjik said, looking at the 3 of them. In Baekdu. A gray-haired man with light purple eyes frowns as he looks moodily at some information projected in front of him. She's lost. He mutters, anger in his words. Damn Rebecca, how dare you openly attack me on my territory and then leave whenever you please. His bloodshot eyes show great murderous intent. Kong Supple looks at her wounded body and clenches his fist. I will make sure to be so powerful that no one can stop me in my revenge, he promises to himself. I just need time. With what has happened here, the other organizations will be very vigilant with the awakened from the outside and will be very careful with their steps. There will be very tense times and they will do everything they can to become stronger in the shortest possible time. That's 2 hits in such a short time. He adds, with a sigh. 1,545 words. Next chapter, 3 Crossed Destinies. Chapter 41, 39, 3 Crossed Destinies. In a part of Europe. 3 young men stand on a wide street, creating a scene full of intrigue and mystery. The dim lighting of the night highlights their distinctive features and adds an enigmatic air to the atmosphere. The first of them wears a black mask that covers much of his face, concealing his identity. However, his eyes stand out powerfully. The right one is an intense white, while the left one is dark as night. The second young man is distinguished by his long brown hair, which cascades over his shoulders. Most striking, however, are the 2 vertical black lines covering his red eyes. The third young man is notable for his long black hair, which falls over his face and covers his eyes. He wears a black hood that fits snugly over his head, adding a touch of mystery and hiding much of his face. A lip piercing highlights her rebellious and provocative look, suggesting a defiant and bold attitude. The scene turns to chaos and tension as a figure descends from the sky with shocking force, causing the street to crack under its impact. The 3 young men turn to face the newcomer, whose appearance was striking. He possessed a shock of white hair, while his piercing green eyes reflected a magnetic intensity. Ares said with a wicked laugh, who knew? I run into you 3 over here. Ares Seo, Darkness said with an intense gaze. Ares Seo, asks Justin Gregory, surprised. Royst grinned mischievously and added, Caden Brake's great disciple. Ares curved his lips, forming a smirk. If I'm not mistaken, you 2 are the ones who were rejected by my master, he pointed out with a tone of superiority. Then, turning to Justin, he added, and you I don't know. The faces of the 3 young men transformed from happiness to anger, challenging Ares with determined looks. Justin Gregory glared at him and, in a contemptuous tone, said. You are as arrogant and irritating as the rumors say. Dark responded with a blunt threat. This serves me right. I've been looking for you for a long time, and now I'll have the chance to finish you off right here. In his mind, he thought with determination. I don't know why he recognized you, but I'll prove it was a mistake. Royce joined the confrontation, displaying palpable determination. We're going to fight. I've been looking for you for a long time, but you always slink away, avoiding me. I'll be sure to find out what makes you so different, he proclaimed with a defiant look. In her mind, she thought proudly. Although you didn't accept me as your apprentice, Caden, one of the top 10 recognizes my exceptional talent and accepted me as his disciple. A powerful aura enveloped Ares, emanating an overwhelming presence. Ares arrogantly asked, do you think you guys are capable of making me move? Ares waved his hand, inviting them to approach. Entertain me. I hope you're more than useless scumbags, he said dismissively. Darkness frowned, aware that Ares was as arrogant as the rumors indicated, and might even be worse. Don't you know who I am? I'm Justin Gregory, Justin said in a gruff, defiant voice. Royst fixed a gaze full of murderous intent on Ares. In his mind it echoed. Ares. Emperor of Light. Ares glared at Justin, dismissing his name. Justin Gregory. No idea who you are. I've never heard such a pathetic name, Ares said indifferently. At that moment, darkness appeared behind Ares, aiming a powerful, sharp attack straight for his heart. With a voice full of determination, darkness exclaimed, Muri. However, a chain emerged from the ground, wrapping around Darkness' arms and legs. An intense golden light covered his hand, nullifying his power. Darkness was stunned to realize that he could not move. I can't move, he thought in disbelief. Ares looked at Darkness with disdain and pronounced mockingly. That's it. For someone who hunts the top-ranked awakened, you're pretty weak. It seems that the world-ranked awakened have become weaker. But Darkness tried to deflect the conversation. Don't you think we should talk about the relationship we have? Before Ares could respond, 2 more powerful attacks came his way. The impacts hit the light shield Ares had created in a split second, but it held firm, protecting him from the attacks. Sand tornado. Sand materialized on the battlefield, and a powerful wind began to blow, kicking up the sand and forming a tornado composed of sharp particles speeding towards Ares. Destroyer. At the same time, Royst formed a cross with his arms, surrounding himself with a red aura before launching a destructive and powerful attack. The red cross pierced the concrete floor, heading straight for Ares. Both attacks impacted against Ares and Darkness, causing destruction and cracks in the structures near the explosion. Royst inwardly rejoiced, thinking to himself. So stupid and reckless in front of another awakened one, as he ran his tongue over his lips. For his part, Justin showed excitement and confidence. It's so easy to beat him. I'm going to become famous, he said excitedly. However, a voice echoed from behind the dust, surrounded by a golden light. Hey! Let me finish my conversation, or do you want to die quickly, declared the mysterious figure that was slowly starting to become visible. Both Justin and Royst looked up at the emerging figure in astonishment. Royst, with a grim expression on his face, looked at Ares, noting that he had suffered no apparent damage. Ares is said to be exceptional in every way. Rumors place him as the most complete awakened of all. His defensive skills, attacking skills, and speed are excellent, he commented with a mixture of surprise and concern. Then he added, with a dose of self-criticism. I didn't think so, but now, if those 2 attacks had hit me, I'm not sure I could have withstood them as easily as he did. Justin watched Ares in amazement, his mind full of questions. If he could withstand those 2 attacks that easily, only someone of my father's caliber could defend himself that way, he mused silently. Well, since you seem eager to die early, I'll grant your wish, Ares declared with unbridled arrogance in his voice. Darkness watched in disbelief as Ares suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes, as if he had vanished into thin air. Royst and Justin, for their part, felt a shiver run through their entire bodies, as if a menacing presence was beside them. Before they could even react, a powerful punch impacted against their stomachs, throwing them backwards with force. Beams of light erupted from behind their backs, propelling them several meters backward in a whirlwind of energy. Darkness was stunned as he witnessed Royst and Justin being thrown backwards with great force. Then, a figure emerged in front of Darkness. His mind was perplexed as he was confronted with the presence of that individual. Is this the level of Caden's disciple? He asked himself in awe as he clenched his fist with determination. Inwardly, she swore a silent oath. If I make it out of this place alive, I'll make sure I can finish you off the next time we meet. Royst and Justin fell to their knees on the ground, blood spurting from their mouths, evidence of the damage they had suffered. A voice echoed through the air, laden with scorn and derision. That's it. They can't even withstand a single blow. How pathetic, sneered the voice disdainfully, so they call themselves mighty awakened, how disappointing. Justin looked up determinedly at Ares, his expression reflecting a mixture of defiance and resentment. Ares, you have no idea who you're messing with. The Gregory family will not let you get away with this, he declared in a defiant tone. Royst and Darkness exchanged worried glances, acknowledging Justin's bravery but also sensing the gravity of his words. At the same time, both thought silently. Big mistake. They knew that the consequences of defying someone like Ares could be catastrophic and endanger everyone around them. The Gregory family, uttered Ares with contempt, making clear his disdain for the aforementioned name. Ares vanished from his position in an instant, leaving Justin kneeling and stunned. Before his eyes, he witnessed in horror as an arm with a heart in its hand mercilessly pierced his chest. The young man fell to the ground, his eyes slowly losing their sparkle and vitality. Arg. Arg. Between moans of anguish, Justin let out inarticulate sounds of pain, his voice choked by the blood that gushed from his mouth and spilled onto the concrete surface. Justin's eyelids slowly closed, sealing his eyes and plunging him into the darkness of death. An oppressive and eerie silence took over the atmosphere, filling the space with a sense of desolation and tragedy. Ares, with a devilish grin on his face, broke the eerie silence with his words full of contempt. He's very talkative, he declared coldly. Ha 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 ha, it will help me keep fighting the strong awakened. Disdainfully, Ares extracted a handkerchief from his impeccable suit and proceeded to wipe away the blood staining his right hand. Well, well, what have we here? He inquired sarcastically, pinning his piercing gaze on the 2 young men still present. A shiver ran through the bodies of Royst and Darkness. Royst, his face pale and still kneeling, tried to utter Ares' name but was interrupted. Ares, his voice booming, interrupted Royst before he could utter a word. His warning echoed through the air with a menacing, forceful tone. "Leave before I regret it," he sentenced. The chains of light that held Darkness immobilized suddenly vanished, releasing him from his confinement. Darkness, still surprised by his unexpected release, couldn't help but express his disbelief. "Can we really leave?" he asked. "You don't want to leave now." "I can change my mind very quickly," Ares added with a menacing note. "Why are you letting us go?" "You would never do something like that," Royst said with a straight face. Ares responded with indifference. "Just take it as a small gift for having had some relationship with my master. Besides, they're young. In a few years they'll get stronger and I'll be able to enjoy finishing off strong awakened, not wimps like they are now." His face changed to a happy expression at the mention of their future confrontation. "Fight well in your training, Royst, and your darkness keep hunting to become stronger. I await you in the future," Ares added before the two disappeared at an incredible speed. A female figure with a dragon in her arms appeared. The dragon jumped from the woman to Ares' shoulders. "Ares, why did you let them go?" Rebecca asked. "Jejejejej, because in the future it will be interesting to fight them and because there will be trouble coming later," Ares answered seriously. "I already fulfilled my purpose of appearing in front of them. They better leave, otherwise it will be like having ants bothering my shoes. I just wanted to give them a warning, you know I don't go killing around like a madman," he added, flashing a big smile at Rebecca. "He doesn't go killing around, but since we've been traveling together, there's death everywhere he steps. That's why I'm more and more convinced that the nickname the Emperor of Light is perfect for him," Rebecca said with a worried tone in her voice. "Have you served your purpose yet?" she asked, trying to understand the situation. Ares pointed to the dead body in the street and answered. "That boy's name is Justin Gregory." "Justin Gregory," exclaimed Rebecca in amazement. "Is that Hayden Gregory's son?" "Yes," Ares confirmed. "Now I understand why you wanted to perform. This is declaring war on an organization with the top 28 in the world in its ranks," she said worriedly. "Justin Gregory, Hayden Gregory's son, is an awakened who is ranked 28th in the world and leader of the Blackwater organization," Ares explained with a smile on his face. "Do you know full well what this is going to cause?" asked Rebecca with concern. "Fortunately I will be able to keep fighting," Ares said happily. But Rebecca looked at him with mixed feelings. "He's smart, cute, but why does he have to be such a fight freak? We need to move to slowly take down Blackwater and get Hayden Gregory out in the open and find the body," Ares said. "I'll take care of the members of his organization," Rebecca said with determination. "What's the point? We only take care of the leaders," Ares said nonchalantly. "Isn't it better to get it over with and not leave any alive?" "It'll still help me train, have several fights," Rebecca said. Ares lifted her shoulders. "If that's what you want, do it." A few hours later. Blackwater Organization. In the sophisticated office of an imposing skyscraper, a dark-haired gentleman, splashed with subtle touches of gray and white, looked impeccable in his elegant gray suit and black coat. Silently, he was resting in his seat, reveling in the subtlety of the smoke coming from his cigar, while his gaze was lost among the night stars that adorned the firmament. "Everything seems to be going in a good direction," thought Hayden Gregory as he exhaled the smoke from his cigar. "I hope they take that deal," he added with a smile. However, his tranquility was interrupted by a loud sound as the door opened and the hurried entrance of a very upset man. Hayden swiveled his chair around to face the man, who appeared to be on the verge of collapsing from nervousness and sweating. "What's going on?" he asked with a frown. "Mr. Gregory, many members of our organization have been killed in our territory," the man stammered, trembling. Hayden's face contracted in a gesture of concern. "We have been attacked," he inquired with concern. "We believe we have, sir. Several of our headquarters have been destroyed and there have been many casualties," the man replied, his voice breaking. "How many are the deceased and what are the headquarters affected?" demanded Hayden, his aura becoming increasingly menacing. The man trembled under Hayden's fierce gaze. "Sir, the northern, southern, eastern and western headquarters have been destroyed, and about 1,000 members of the organization have been killed. We don't believe there are any survivors," he confessed in a whisper. A terrifying aura pervaded the building, frightening all the awakened people present. Hayden Gregory, furious, glared at the men in front of him and asked, "Are you telling me that our organization was nearly destroyed without us realizing it?" In response, a column of sand began to surround the men, slowly squeezing him as Gregory demanded, "Tell me right away who did it." The men answered haltingly. "Sir. According to the security cameras, it was an awakened woman named Rebecca Brown, who has space powers." Upon hearing the name, Gregory asked. "Rebecca Brown, the awakened one who has a relationship with Ares?" The men nodded, saying, "Yes, sir. We believe Ares has declared war on us." Gregory gritted his teeth angrily and replied, "Very well, Eleceed. If you dare to start a war, I'll make sure you pay for it. With these words, the sand began to slowly fade around the men. The men coughed and said, concerned, Sir, there is another matter I must report to you. Tell me, Hayden Gregory replied impatiently. Among the dead is your son, the men said softly. As soon as the men finished speaking, Hayden Gregory was filled with anger and icicles of sand began to pierce the men, Gregory whose eyes were bloodshot. He said, Ares, as long as you are still alive, I will haunt you all over the world. A terrifying scream filled the building, enveloped in a magnificent aura that alarmed everyone in the organization. 2,676 words. Next chapter, Facing Gregory Hayden. Chapter 42, Facing Gregory Hayden. A few hours later. Sir, we found Ares, announced a man handing over an electronic device containing a detailed map of the organization's territory, with a red dot marking the location of their target. Perfect, exclaimed Hayden Gregory with fervor, as he sped off in the direction marked on the map. The men ran out of the office and shouted. Come on, those of you who are ready, follow me. At the top of the building, a woman suddenly appeared through a doorway. He's gone. Ares will take care of him, while I take care of the rest to avoid interference in their confrontation, she explained confidently. A few minutes later. On the tallest building in the area, a figure descends from the sky and fixes his gaze on Ares, whose eyes are bloodshot. Ares, it says in a defiant tone. Ares, hands in his pockets, turns around and stares at the figure. You came faster than I thought. Looks like you still have useful members in your organization, he replies with a sardonic grin. The figure, identified as Hayden Gregory, seems to have lost his mind. His murderous gaze bores into Ares as he talks about how Ares has attacked 4 of the 5 main headquarters of his organization and killed his son. I won't let this go so easily. I'll make sure to torture you and make you pay for what you've done to me when I defeat you, she threatens in a trembling voice. Ares doesn't flinch. Destroy 4 out of 5. You think your main headquarters will be safe when you're not there, he replies calmly. Hayden Gregory screams, releasing his aura, but Ares responds with a powerful spatial isolation technique, enveloping the battlefield in sand and separating it from the outside world. The battlefield was enveloped in sand and appeared to be separated from the world. As the tension intensified, Ares spoke with determination, Oh, you think I'm going to let you use your power of spatial isolation? As he spoke, beams of light began to cover half of the battle area. The 2 powerful spatial isolations violently collided, creating a huge explosion that split the battlefield into 2 equal parts. As the immense auras of light and sand spread, the half where Ares stood became a field of bright lightning bolts that fell to the ground, while Hayden Gregory's half was engulfed in a cloud of sand that rose skyward. Ares, with a smile on his face, launched a powerful beam of lightning. However, Hayden Gregory, with speed and dexterity, raised a large sand barrier that protected his position. The impact of Ares' powerful energy discharge destroyed half of the building where they were fighting. In an instant, Hayden Gregory counterattacked by launching giant columns of sand from both sides of Ares. The latter, with surprising skill, directed 2 beams of light into the sand columns. The 2 attacks collided and created 2 huge explosions that continued to destroy everything in their path, including more nearby buildings. The battle had intensified and only time would tell who would emerge victorious. Sand icicles. Dozens of sharp sand icicles emerged from the ground at incredible speed, heading towards Ares from all sides. But just as they were about to impact against his shield, a golden light engulfed them and stopped them in their tracks. The icicles exploded, covering Ares' entire surroundings with a cloud of sand. A large explosion of light suddenly appeared, destroying nearby buildings and hurling sand toward Hayden Gregory. Quickly, Hayden raised his arms in the direction of the explosion and formed a sand shield to protect himself. However, dozens of icicles of light began to impact against the shield, slowly piercing it. Shit, thought Hayden as the sand tried to surround the icicles to stop their advance. But suddenly, a massive beam of light fell from the sky, destroying everything in its path. Stupid, not caring about the surroundings, Ares sneered, as he concentrated on his attack. In the sky, a large amount of light beams formed and descended with force, impacting against the sand shield and covering it completely. Finally, Top 28 appeared on the scene, with minor burn wounds on his right arm. Good defense, Ares said with a smile on his face, admiring his opponent's strategy. Spear of Sin. But at that moment, rays of light appeared in his right hand and transformed into a towering, magnificent spear. Hayden stared at Ares' spear, knowing that he had to give his best in order to defeat him and take revenge. I have to defeat him, whatever it takes, he thought as he prepared for the next attack. The battlefield is covered in sand, and the closer Hayden gets to Ares, the more sand appears. Suddenly, Hayden disappears and appears in the sky. You have a lot of destructive power, he tells Ares. Then, Hayden uses his sand wave technique, causing the sand to pile up and form a large wave that heads towards Ares. Ares tries to cut it off with his spear, but only succeeds in slowing it down in size. You can't stop it, Ares, Hayden taunts. Ares runs towards the wave and with his lightning-covered spear cuts the wave in half. "He can't stop it, Ares," exclaimed Hayden laughing maniacally. "We'll see," replied Ares as he ran towards the sand wave, his spear covered in lightning bolts. With a precise cut, Ares split the wave into 2 equal parts. But the slash continued in the direction of Hayden, who was surprised to see the light beam approaching him. "What?" said Hayden, staring dumbfounded at the light slash that was about to impact his body. In desperation, he generated sand to slow the attack for a brief moment, allowing him to move his body just in time for the slash to impact his arm, instantly severing it and causing blood to start gushing out. Lying on the ground, Ares looked at Hayden with satisfaction. "It's over. That's it for someone so high in the world rankings." But Hayden didn't give up. "This won't stop me in my quest for revenge. Only death can do that." Suddenly, sand began to pour out of his body and collect in his wound, rebuilding his lost arm with the force of the sand. Hayden moved his sand arm, checking to make sure everything was in order. "Oh, good idea," Ares exclaimed. "Sand tsunami." Hayden gave off a terrifying aura and a huge amount of sand began to pile up behind him, forming a wave tens of meters high that overtook all the buildings in the area. In a small fraction of a second, the wave arrived in front of Ares, who made dozens of slashes with his spear to slow it down. "It's not enough," Ares said. 2 golden lights covered Ares as the sand completely covered him. The sand covered the entire battlefield and Ares appeared with cuts all over his body. "Only small cuts," said Hayden, dissatisfied. "That attack was good, I'll give him that," admitted Ares. "Let's go for round 2, Ares proposed. Hurricane of lightning bolts. Many dark clouds appeared behind Ares and millions of lightning bolts began to fall as a strong wind formed a huge hurricane. Hayden looked in shock at the hurricane and then smiled. Sandstorm. Behind him, a strong wind rushed up and lifted the sand. The buildings that were still standing were increasingly cracked until they crumbled, and the battlefield was divided by a huge golden light and a large reddish stain. The hurricane of lightning bolts began to spin rapidly in Hayden's direction, and the huge sandstorm headed for Ares. Right in the middle, the 2 attacks collided, forming a huge explosion that completely rumbled the place. A few seconds later, Ares was seen with his clothes badly shredded and his body in bad shape, and Hayden with his arm of sand, his face pale and his body full of cuts. "Phew. Phew, not bad, Hayden," Ares said, trying to catch his breath after the last exchange of attacks. For his part, Hayden looked at him with bloodshot eyes, aware that he would have to finish the fight with his next attack or he would lose. Then, Hayden launched his powerful attack, Jupiter Storm, forming a large red blob behind the top 28, with terrifying 200 km/h winds and large amounts of sharp sand that would pierce through everything they touched. Ares smiled and deployed his divine punishment, Dragon of Calamity, creating a golden dragon head that roared loudly. The sky split into 2 colors, one golden and one red, and both attacks were directed towards his opponent. "But that won't happen," Ares said with confidence in his voice, and the huge explosion that occurred when both attacks collided attested to his words. The battlefield was destroyed, reduced to a cracked floor covered in dust. When the dust dissipated, a deep silence took over the battlefield. Ares, covered in blood and with terrifying cuts all over his body, coughed violently and vomited blood. Hayden's last attack had been truly terrifying. With great difficulty, Ares got to his feet and, staggering, walked over to Hayden's lifeless body, burned and cut in countless places, and with one arm severed. "I must go," Ares said sadly. He was much stronger than anyone knew. A woman descended from the sky with concern and approached Ares. "Ares," she said, examining his condition, "look how you are, you're in bad shape." A dragon came out of her back and looked at Ares seriously. "We need to find a safe place for you to recover quickly. It's not safe for you to be in that state. You need urgent treatment," he said. Ares laughed. Hee hee, don't worry, I'll heal fast with my healing skills. I just need to rest," he said with a smile, before collapsing in Rebecca's arms. "Damn, this is bad. We need to leave quickly. The noise and impact we caused will alert the stronger enemies, and with Ares in that state, it's not safe," Rebecca said, worried about her unconscious friend. "Let's find a safe place first and then we'll focus on healing Ares as quickly as possible," said Sylvia. A few days later. At the World Academy of the Awakened. Garrus Lutherine carefully examines the information in his hands, his face full of concern and discomfort. "This is getting out of hand," he thinks to himself. Another high-ranking organization has fallen, this time it's Blackwater led by Hayden Gregory. Things are getting more and more complicated. After putting that information aside, his eyes fall on another document and his expression becomes even more unnatural. Using his powers without space isolation, he wonders. What is Ares thinking? Does he want ordinary people to find out about us? Garrus is distressed as he remembers that some important members of the government and other millionaires have already learned about his existence and now, with Ares acting recklessly, he fears that soon everyone will know about it. Does he want to start another war with his fighting craze, he wonders. Caden is already a problem and now another one just like him showed up, this could become uncontrollable. I just wish they could do their own thing without interfering with each other, Garrus laments. But, there's nothing we can do about it. We must continue to maintain the balance of the world and make sure that we are the ones in control. Its passage through countries has brought global instability. We have to be careful. 1934 words. Next chapter, Sylvia's little demonstration of power. Chapter 43-41, Sylvia's little demonstration of power. The next day. Ares is lying on a bed covered in bandages. After opening his eyes, he looks at his bandage-covered wounds and comments. It wasn't necessary to do that, I'll heal fast with my healing factor. Ares gets up with difficulty, opens the door and walks out of the room. Rebecca and Sylvia watch him leave the room. Rebecca greets Ares with a not-so-pleasant face and says, "You woke up." Ares asks. "I guess something happened while I wasn't conscious, how long have I been in a coma?" Rebecca replies, "Not long, just a few hours." Ares realizes that something important happened in the last few hours and asks, "What happened?" Sylvia replies nonchalantly, "We ran into some awakened ones." Ares asks, "So what's the problem?" Rebecca answers uneasily. "We understand that they came looking for you and they learned that you were probably not in good shape and apparently they belonged to the Italian mafia." Ares asks if they confronted them and Rebecca confirms that they killed them all. Ares replies nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter what happened. They were looking for me anyway, it's only a matter of time before we come into conflict." Sylvia, unconcerned, adds, "We killed some wimpy flies." Rebecca looks at Sylvia in astonishment at her comment. Rebecca's flashback. In a house, Sylvia and Rebecca were chatting when suddenly, Sylvia, who was lying down, stood up with a serious expression on her face. "What's wrong, Sylvia?" asked Rebecca with concern. "I feel several auras in the distance," said Sylvia. "Are they coming this way?" asked Rebecca. "No, they are far away for now, but if they search this sector, sooner or later they will find us," warned Sylvia. "What do we do?" "Ares is still unconscious," said Rebecca, sensing that the situation was delicate. "Of course we're going to fight. I'll take care of them," Sylvia said with great self-confidence. Rebecca was shocked to see Sylvia stand up and stare at her. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Yes, they are not as strong as you think." "Open a portal to go," Sylvia commanded as she climbed onto Rebecca's shoulders. Rebecca nodded and created a blue spiral that appeared before them. The two entered the portal and disappeared from the house. A few hundred miles further, a portal appeared and from it emerged a woman and a white dragon. At the top of a building, four figures felt a shiver run through their bodies and turned nervously as they watched a woman and a white dragon appear out of nowhere in a dark blue spiral. "Who are you people?" one of the men asked cautiously. Just as Rebecca was about to speak, Sylvia unleashed a grayish celestial light that enveloped the environment, sealing and transforming everything around her into an exquisite crystalline structure. Crystal world. The four men were perplexed as they surveyed their surroundings, their eyes widening as they became aware of the surreal scene unfolding before them. However, they quickly averted their gaze to the beast, capturing their full attention. Rebecca is also dumbfounded, not knowing how to react to Sylvia's display of power. "Has she used her power of space isolation?" asks one of the men. "We're from Letta's Mafia, I hope we won't have any trouble, we're just here looking for someone," says another man trying to defuse the situation. "You are in my territory, entering without permission is a declaration of war," replies a female voice. The men fix their gaze on Rebecca, who remains silent, while Sylvia watches them indifferently. The men realize that the beast can speak and are dumbfounded. "Does the animal talk?" asks the most surprised man. "Yes, I can talk," replies Sylvia calmly. Rebecca, fully aware of the growing tension saturating the atmosphere, acted with alacrity. Extending her hands toward the people, she channeled their energy and shaped a barrier. In a magical burst, chains and locks emerged, enveloping the barrier with an impenetrable appearance. "Well done," says Sylvia. The figures trapped inside the barrier look at each other angrily and threateningly. One of them, visibly irritated, speaks to Rebecca in a contemptuous tone, "Little girl, you don't know who you're messing with." The others sit down and prepare for a possible battle, while Sylvia and Rebecca wait patiently to see what will happen next. "Jejejejej, threatening when you're in someone else's territory, that's pretty stupid," said Sylvia as glass needles appeared everywhere, surrounding the men. "Shit!" exclaimed one of the men as he saw the crystal needles appear around him. "Defend yourselves," someone shouted, as the four figures generated a shield of celestial energy to cover themselves. The needles' attack proved devastating. In an instant, 3 of the protective shields crumbled like paper and the needles relentlessly penetrated the bodies of the 3 men, ending their lives instantly. A feeling of panic seized the last survivor, who, in desperation, unleashed an explosion of impressive proportions that spread from his body outward, shattering the needles that had not yet pierced his skin. Fortunately, the barrier created by Rebecca withstood the impact and suffered only minimal cracks. After a few tense seconds, the glass on the floor was restored to its original state, flawlessly intact, while the man remained kneeling, his body scarred by wounds and burns. "I guess you're the strongest of the four of us, but nothing more than that," said Sylvia by way of mockery. Rebecca was amazed at the power displayed by Sylvia and thought to herself. So easy it was to defeat them, and from the looks of it didn't take Sylvia long to create the crystal world. Rebecca clasped her hands together and the barrier shrank and disappeared. "Well done, Rebecca. We have to wipe out any awakened we encounter. We can't let our position be revealed," Sylvia said firmly. Rebecca disagreed and asked, "Isn't it better to be missing? Then they won't come to investigate the area." Sylvia thought for a second before answering. "No, it's better to wipe them all out. That's what Ares always does, and so do I. Current time." "Sylvia finished with them and they are from Leda's Mafia," said Rebecca, worried. "Leda's Mafia?" asked Ares, trying to remember who they were. "Yes, they are an Italian mafia organization and their leader is Ezio Leda," explained Rebecca. "Ezio Leda, sounds familiar," Ares mused. "He's in the top 20 in the world rankings," Rebecca reported. "Interesting," Ares replied with a smile. "Do you think he's coming for you?" asked Sylvia, concerned for her friend's safety. "If he does, I'll be ready to fight," Ares answered with determination. "But you're still injured, you shouldn't risk it," Rebecca argued. "Ares has always been a brave fighter, he won't give up so easily," said Sylvia in support of her friend. "Of course not. If I find him, I won't let this great opportunity pass me by," Ares assured confidently. "I can't with you, do what you want," Rebecca said, angered by Ares' stubbornness. 1172 words. Next chapter, Leda's Mafia. Chapter 44-42, Leda's Mafia. A few hours later. In the vicinity of the battle scene, the figure of an elegantly dressed man is distinguished. His impeccably coiffed hair and the cigarette in his mouth emanate an aura of refinement. "Don Ezio, the people we sent to find Ares have disappeared," the men reported gravely. "Are they dead?" asked Ezio with concern. "We haven't found their bodies yet, but we think that's most likely," the men replied, handing him a tablet. Ezio reviewed the information on the screen and commented nonchalantly, "Most likely they've made the bodies disappear. They won't find them." The man had no more news to deliver and bid Ezio farewell. The latter, for his part, examined the screen of the tablet that showed a point marked on the map. "They are useless, the people I brought, I'm regretting not having brought." "Whatever," Ezio mused as he continued reading. "The Mafia isn't going through a good time, it's better that the trusted people stay there. I have information that Ares is badly hurt, if I can find him soon I can take care of him." Ezio zoomed in on the map and found the name of the streets. "I already know where to start my search. Rebecca was most likely in charge of making the people I sent disappear. She has space powers and it's very easy to leave no trace with them." Ezio Latte left the place, thinking aloud, "The less time I delay, the better chance I have of finding him. I don't think he's gone too far being wounded." A few hours later. In a vast plain, two people come face to face. Ezio Latte, with a cigarette in his mouth, turns to Ares as he stares at him. "At last I find you, Ares," he says as he stomps on the cigarette. Ares responds by taking off his cream-colored coat and tossing it aside. "I've been waiting for you, you took your time to find me," he says casually as he keeps his hands in his coat pockets. Ezio frowns and says, "Rumor has it you're hurt and you're so arrogant." Ares, laughing, replies, "Are you foolish to believe the rumors?" Ezio quietly mentions, "You had a fight with Hayden Gregory and that you didn't come out in perfect this one and you're hurt." Ares replies sarcastically, "You're pathetic for seeking someone out based on a few simple rumors." "SEO Ares," exclaimed Ezio with an ugly expression on his face, his eyes reflecting a colossal murderous intent. "Don't pretend in front of me. I'll make sure you die right here." With a gesture, Ezio deployed his space isolation, covering the entire place. Ares, for his part, responded with a mocking laugh, "Hee hee 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 hee, I'll gladly do your bidding," as he raised his arm and shot several beams of light in Ezio's direction. However, Ezio countered with an energy barrier, causing a large explosion that echoed throughout the area. "Not bad," Ares commented, observing Ezio covered in blue light and with an angry expression on his face. "Are you going to attack me or are you just a talker?" provoked Ares, waving his hand. In response, Ezio mobilized his energy and created dozens of machine guns. A loud buzzing sound flooded the air and the guns began firing in Ares' direction, launching millions of projectiles. However, a huge wave of light formed and absorbed the projectiles. "He has created a wave of light to absorb my projectiles," Ezio thought, as the wave approached him. But Ezio didn't give up, and launched a huge beam of energy that slammed into the wave of light, forming a huge explosion that cracked the ground of the plane. Ares stares at Ezio and says, I have to finish it with a single blow, I won't be able to hold out much longer. At that moment, a gigantic golden aura is released from Ares' body, giving off beams of light in all directions and cracking the ground. The beams of light manifest in the sky at incredible speed and descend towards the earth. Seo frowns and replies. You want to end an attack? I won't let you off that easy. With determination, he raises his hand towards the sky as a celestial energy shoots out of the ground and rises to form an immense attack. The two attacks collide at high altitude, creating an explosion that can be seen from hundreds of meters away. A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield as the explosion rumbles and flashes loudly. Seo knows he must protect himself and quickly covers his body with an energy shield to protect himself from the massive explosion. After Ares deploys his light shield, the dust settles and the devastation caused by the explosion is revealed. Seo has suffered the worst of the attack and the shockwave, with his right arm burned and unusable and his body covered in minor burns. Ares is also injured, with his shield shattered and his body marked by minor wounds. Ares sees an opportunity and disappears from the scene, appearing in front of Seo with a killer attack. Seo is surprised when he sees a sharp attack about to hit his eye, but he reacts with incredible skill and manages to deflect Ares' hand, which cuts through the concrete floor instead. In response, Seo raises his left hand and launches a large energy beam. Ares, with his incredible speed, dodges the attack and launches another killer attack, this time hitting Seo's lower torso. Seo vomits blood when he sees Ares' arm pierce his stomach. He then launches another powerful attack, which Ares manages to dodge. With his left hand on the hole in his stomach, Seo fills his hand with blood and looks seriously at Ares. I can't believe this is happening to me, he gasps as he coughs up blood. After receiving a critical hit from Ares, Seo realizes that he can't keep fighting and decides to flee without looking back, putting his honor on the back burner. Ares, meanwhile, watches as Seo escapes and begins to breathe heavily, his pale face indicating that he has suffered serious injuries. Recognizing that he is not in his best condition and that he could attract trouble if found in that state, he decides that the best thing to do is to disappear. At that moment, a white dragon appears before him. You're done, the dragon tells him. Yes, he got away, Ares replies. Not for long, interjects Sylvia. Rebecca wanted to chase it, though I don't know if she'll be able to finish it. Ares is surprised to hear this. He chased her. Sylvia nods. Yes, but I told her not to try anything crazy. Maybe this experience can help her in her training. Ares nods and staggers a little, showing that he understands what Sylvia is telling him. Sylvia looks at the pale Ares with concern and advises him to focus on recovering, as he has fought several times in a short period of time and his body is charged with various energies that may cause him problems in the future if he doesn't eliminate them properly. Ares recognizes the importance of rest and recovery, and states that he will take a month off. He also mentions that he has some business to attend to before retiring completely. Sylvia agrees and suggests that they walk away from the site. Ares walks slowly, still feeling the effects of the fight, while Sylvia follows him cautiously, making sure he is okay and that they can leave the place safely. 1298 words. Next chapter already. Chapter 45, 43, already. 1 week later. 2 human figures and a small dragon figure were running swiftly along the top of the buildings, while a group of black figures pursued them relentlessly. We can't let them get away, exclaimed a woman, pausing to launch several powerful attacks against the pursuers. The attack hit several of the black figures, killing them instantly, leaving only 2 who continued their pursuit. The leading man turned and saw the bodies of his subordinates, frustrated at their lack of resistance. Those fools can't even withstand a measly attack, he thought to himself. However, before he could do anything, a light-covered hand cut his head clean off. A woman suddenly appeared and cut the men in half. We're close to leaving the country, one of the figures reported, as the group moved quickly across the rooftops. Ares wiped the blood on his hands and commented. It's annoying to kill flies without attracting attention. Rebecca nodded in agreement, but Sylvia worried about Ares' wounds. We need you to heal your wounds soon, Ares. Not only will it cause problems for your future, but it will also take you longer to recover if we keep putting it off. Rebecca wasn't convinced of the seriousness of the situation. Don't you think you're overreacting a little, Sylvia? Sylvia explained calmly. You don't know how dangerous it is to have a body with hidden wounds. If you don't heal them quickly, it will be harder to heal them over time and it will take much longer to recover. And when you're not at your best, it will cause your power to weaken much faster than it should. Rebecca was surprised by this information, but understood the importance of proper healing. Okay, let's focus on healing Ares' wounds and move on. The 3 figures disappeared in an instant, moving to their next destination quickly. 1 month later. In a corner far from civilization, surrounded by majestic mountains and lush vegetation, a small piece of land shifted and 2 large doors opened, revealing stairs. A man, a woman, and a small dragon climbed the stairs and emerged to the surface. The dragon scampered happily across the beautiful meadow, while Rebecca's hair fluttered in the cool breeze. I love it here, the dragon said. Rebecca laughed and agreed. It's nice to have a break in such a dangerous world. Aries smiled and added, enjoy this while you can, because we'll have to go back soon. Yes, Rebecca sighed, remembering her obligations, and you, Aries, still need to heal your hidden wounds, Sylvia said, noting that peace would not last forever. I know, Aries admitted with a resigned smile. Let's enjoy these 2 months, then we'll go back to our daily lives. 2 weeks later. On the summit of a majestic mountain, a man stands absorbed in contemplation of the vast meadow unfolding before his eyes serenely, holding a cell phone to his ear, like a contrast between the modern and the natural. Mr. Aries, the building is complete. You can come visit anytime, informs a voice on the other end of the line. I'm busy at the moment. I will come in a week, Aries replies. If there are any defects in the construction, let us know and we will mobilize our employees to correct them, the voice offers. Agreed. The outstanding payment will be transferred shortly, says Aries. Thank you very much, sir, the voice replies before Aries cuts the call and puts the phone in his right pocket. He then pulls another phone from his left pocket and dials a number. The phone rings several times before someone picks up. Yes, answers a male voice on the other end. This is Aries, Maestro, Aries says. Aries, what's going on? Asks Caden in a serious tone. The headquarters is ready, replies Aries in a calm voice. Ready. When will you meet? Asks Caden. In about a week. I'll send you the location, says Aries. Okay. I'll let you know. I'll see you there, Caden replies before Aries cuts off the call. Are you sure you don't want to join? Asked Aries. After a moment of silence is heard. I'm used to being alone, but I'll help you with anything you need me for. Thank you very much, Master, Aries says. Caden hangs up the call. Aries' white hair flutters in the wind as he ponders. Plans are going to change. The headquarters is built. I think it will be good to spend some time there and fully recover. Although this place is nice, I need to catch up with the world. Suddenly, Aries disappears from the mountaintop and appears in front of a woman and a dragon lying on the grass. Aries, Rebecca greets. Get ready. Change of plans. We leave first thing tomorrow morning, Aries announces. Damn. I was getting attached to this place, complained Sylvia, irritated. We're leaving. What made you change your mind? Asks Rebecca with interest. The headquarters has been built. Let's go meet the other member of the organization, Aries explains. Is it a nice place? Asks Sylvia. Yes, although it's very cold, replies Aries. Cold, Rebecca wonders to herself. I love the snow, exclaims Sylvia very excited. Although the outside is covered with ice, inside there is vegetation due to a barrier covering the headquarters, explains Aries with a smile. Much better. You've done a good job building a home that I like, Sylvia praises happily. Aries frowns and looks at Sylvia, who seems completely oblivious to his expression. 924 words. Next chapter, Arrival. Chapter 46, 44, Arrival. 1 week later. In Chile, Chilean Patagonia. In a small town located on Navarino Island, in the Magallanes region of Chile, which is about 1,000 kilometers from Antarctica. A man, a woman, and a dragon pass the time chatting while waiting for someone important to arrive. Rebecca and Aries were standing in the freezing weather, overlooking the distant ocean. Aries, don't tell me it was built in Antarctica, asked Rebecca. You're right, it is there, replied Aries. Do the others know? Asked Rebecca. Yes, it's a top-secret place with the latest technology in all sectors. I used almost 90% of my enormous fortune to create the headquarters, replied Aries in a serious tone. Rebecca was shocked and trembling as she asked, you used 90% of your fortune. You have a fortune estimated at $100 billion. You own the Seo consortium who has total control over Vitality Pulse companies, a company dedicated to medicine and experiment, and you also own Innovate X, a company in charge of security, internet, and many other aspects having to do with technology. Aries laughed, ha ha ha, yeah, I almost ran out of money. That's all I've accumulated with my companies. You're crazy, Rebecca said. Moments later, 2 figures arrived. One was a young man with dark blue hair, black eyes, and a blue formal suit, and the other person had platinum hair, blue eyes, and a light-colored suit. They're here, Aries said. Rebecca and Sylvia watched carefully as the 2 young men approached them. Sorry for the delay, there were some problems on the way, Cardian said casually, looking at the 2 figures in front of him and the white dragon. No problem, we didn't have to wait long, Aries said. Why don't you introduce us, Aries? Asked Caden. Aries gestured toward the woman, this is Rebecca Brown. He then pointed at the dragon and said, this is Sylvia, and she is my familiar. Oh, so this is Rebecca, Caden said, then turned to Sylvia. I finally get to meet your familiar. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Caden, Rebecca said reverently. Caden reassured Rebecca. You don't have to be nervous, he said calmly. Then Rebecca addressed Cardian respectfully and said. It's a pleasure, Mr. Cardian. He nodded indifferently. Cardian nodded indifferently. We should go, what are we going on, added Cardian. Yes, we're going by boat, Ares said pointing to the cruiser in front of him. Without warning, Cardian walked over and got on the cruiser. I need to rest, let me know if you need anything, Cardian set up the boat without looking back. Ares smiled and looked at Caden. Master, the ship is equipped with facilities for you to continue your training. You know there's no need to spend so much money on this bullshit, Caden said with a frown. It's for our comfort, other than that I have plenty of money to spare, Ares replied. Caden walked to the ship while smiling. Ares, your master has a huge aura, said Sylvia staring at Caden's back. Ha 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 ha, my master can be considered one of the strongest people in the world today, Ares replied. Yeah. Still he can't compare to the ancient times, he still lacks quite a bit, said Sylvia showing indifference. Ares raised an eyebrow and asked. Really, could you tell me about how strong they were in ancient times? Rebecca listened very carefully. Well, you could say that not even 10 people like Caden could stand up to my clan leader, but that's normal, since you humans can't live as long as us, Sylvia explained. Not even 10. But isn't it said that Caden can fight those in the top 10 of the world rankings, thought Rebecca in amazement. Ares also looked surprised and asked. Is the difference that big? Sylvia explained. Yes, but not as much because of talent as you think. You and your master have talents that would be rare even among our clan, but the big problem is how little age you can live. If you could overcome that flaw, you would be incredibly more powerful. Ares, Rebecca, and Sylvia board the ship, which begins to move and disappears into the distance. A few hours later. At the bow of the ship, 4 individuals and a dragon stood, cautiously contemplating the entrance to a cave that opened before them. As they moved deeper into the darkness of the cavern, a glacial force enveloped their surroundings, covering them with icy layers. As the minutes ticked by, a faint light glimmered in the distance. The ship continued its slow progress, drawing closer and closer to the dazzling light expanding before them. As the ship approached, a vast plain of ice was revealed before them, standing in their way, slowing their progress. The vast frozen terrain stretched as far as the eye could see, surrounded by towering mountains looming in the distance. Those present were amazed and impressed by the incomparable beauty of the surrounding environment. Rebecca, intrigued by the setting, broke the silence and asked. Where is the Illuminati headquarters? Caden and Cardian looked at Ares waiting for his answer. Ares sketched a smile at Rebecca's question and answered in a confident voice. Create a barrier to hide the base. Rebecca was surprised to learn that it was right in front of them and they couldn't see it or feel its presence. On the other hand, Sylvia was impressed by the magnificent barrier that had been created. Her mind was filled with a 3-dimensional image of an imposing Illuminati headquarters, composed of several interconnected buildings in an impressive architecture. Ares held out his arms with an enigmatic smile, and in an instant, a door opened behind him, revealing a stunning vision of magnificent buildings and landscapes. Welcome to the headquarters of the Illuminati, Ares declared excitedly. 974 words. Next chapter, Illuminati. Chapter 47-45, Illuminati. In the center of a small open door, a man with open arms and a friendly smile welcomes them. Welcome to Illuminati headquarters, I hope you like our facilities. Enter paradise, the man invites, as they all follow his footsteps to enter the door. Instantly, it closes behind them. Let me give you a little tour of the base, Ares offers. Caden, Cardian, Rebecca, and Sylvia watch him intently as they walk into the base. The sides are magnificently constructed, with a beautiful marble walkway connecting the different buildings. Trees and grass adorn the sides, and a huge pool of crystal clear water sits in the center of the buildings. Image. Reference of the buildings and what the area looks like. As you can see, Illuminati takes the comfort and luxury of our members seriously, Ares explains as the tour continues. The 4 visitors nod enthusiastically as they continue their tour of the facility. Ares excitedly points to the huge, futuristic white building at the end of the driveway, illuminated with golden lights. That building will be the main base for our organization, with offices and luxury dormitories, he explains. Everyone is dumbfounded as they look at the sheer number of buildings. Do you really think we'll use all those buildings, Ares? Asks Rebecca, a bit shocked by the constructions in front of her. Ares laughs and replies. No, but who knows how much the organization will grow. It's better to have room to spare than to have too little. Besides, Cardian likes to be alone, so he can pick an unoccupied building to live in, she adds with a smile. Caden doesn't seem to agree with the idea and comments. Spending so much money on stupid things. Ares laughs again and replies, when you push your limits, you need a good place to rest. Caden snorts and is silent. Well, let's keep going, Ares says as he points to the left. These buildings are unoccupied, each of you can use one if you wish for the time being, he adds as he points to the 6 buildings to the left of him. Next, Ares indicates as he points to his right. This building is the library, with books from all over the world in different languages and with subway floors, he explains as he flashes a confident smile. On any subject, asks Cardian interested. Yes, it covers everything you can imagine and many more, Ares replies enthusiastically as he continues the tour of the facility. Ares pointed his finger towards the 2nd building on the right and with a smile on his face said. This is the training place, it has state-of-the-art technology and machinery to facilitate and maximize your training. We can call it a gym. Rebecca, encouraged by the announcement, couldn't help but ask. Is there a place where we can fight? Caden and Cardian raised an eyebrow, curious at the question. Ares nodded his head and replied with a mischievous grin. Yes, it's in the subway, it's a large space so you can give your best in the fight. Rebecca felt excited at the idea of training in a place where she could test her skills in a fight. She kept silent waiting for Ares to continue the tour and show her more interesting facilities. Ares gestured towards the 3rd and 4th building on the right. Here we have the Research and Technology building. Then, with a look of excitement in his eyes, he pointed behind them, and last but not least, the Bivrust. It's a space bridge that can teleport anywhere in the world just by calling it. They all turned to look at the circular marble platform with stairs around it, decorated with strange signs carved into the floor. Rebecca was dumbfounded, it can teleport you anywhere in the world. Exactly, Ares replied, handing them each a black card made of a precious metal that read, on one side, Illuminati, and on the other, Bivrust. You need this card to be able to call him. If you give it a drop of blood, it will recognize you as its owner and no one else will be able to use it. It also serves to open the barrier, Ares explained, cutting the tip of his finger and dripping a drop of blood onto the card. By interacting with the blood, the card added Ares' name under Illuminati. Everyone followed in Ares' footsteps and the card added everyone's name. Rebecca was amazed at the power of the card and the ability to teleport anywhere in the world with just a call. She was excited about everything she had seen and experienced so far on her tour of the facility. Where are the other members? Asked Cardian. Ares raised his hands in response. You don't know. You know how they are, they go from place to place and show up whenever they want. Anyway, they can teleport here. Cardian bid the others farewell with a sigh. Puff. I'll see you soon, then. I'm going to the library to see if I can find anything interesting. See ya, the others replied in chorus, each heading off towards their destination. Caden made his way towards the gym, while the others stood and watched as the 2 people circled an area with water. 891 words. Next chapter, Members of the Organization. Chapter 48, 46, Members of the Organization. Rebecca, curious to know more about the other members, decided to ask Ares. Could you tell us a little more about the other members, she said with interest. Ares, with a smile on his face, nodded. Of course. First of all, we have Harold Myers, the world's most wanted criminal, also known as Dr. Death. Harold Myers, the human maniac who experimented on himself and managed to develop awakened abilities and who is rumored to have a secret laboratory somewhere in the world where he conducts illegal experiments on humans. Rebecca said in shock. Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others were shocked at the news. Yeah, you seem to know him pretty well, Ares said casually. Yeah, I've heard some things about him, Rebecca replied with a worried expression on her face. It is said that the World Awakened Association, and even some top 10 organizations, sent powerful awakened ones who ranked high in the world to take care of him. However, they all died tragically and it is rumored that he experimented on them. Ares let out a chuckle. He. You can't always believe everything you hear, Rebecca, he flashed a mischievous grin. But in this case, the truth is that there is some truth to those stories. Rebecca frowned. What do you mean? Well, let's just say I've had a few encounters with him myself in the past, Ares said with a mysterious tone. And things aren't always what they appear. In one part of the world. In the image, we can observe a young man with a medical apron covering his torso and part of his legs. His black hair is neatly combed. His hands are stained with blood and he is standing in front of a devastating scene, dozens of lifeless and inert bodies lying on the ground behind him. His expression is difficult to decipher, but his posture and attitude denote a mixture of determination and desolation. Image by Harold Myers. Harold Myers, Dr. Death. Age, 28 years old. No world ranking. Power comparable to top 50 world rankings. Awakened power, thread. World's most wanted criminal. He is a descendant of an awakened family. Although his parents were unable to awaken their own abilities, they were marginalized and discriminated against by his own family, leading him to become obsessed with the abilities of his ancestors. Desperate to regain his family's honor, he dedicated his life to trying to recreate these lost abilities, albeit unsuccessfully. In his quest, he discovered other latent abilities in his own body. However, his experiments with the abilities of others and his own body led him down a dark path. He is now known as Dr. Death, due to his actions of capturing and killing other awakened people to experiment on them and enhance his own abilities. Organizations around the world pursue him. Next on the list is Edward Whitehead, announced Aries. Edward Whitehead, who is he? Asked Rebecca as she pondered. Not surprisingly, you don't know him, but you've most likely heard his story. He's the young man who dared to defy his country's government, Aries explained. Rebecca was shocked. He destroyed his own country, she asked incredulously. That's right, Aries confirmed. At the top of the building, sitting on the edge with his legs dangling into the void, is a young man with blonde hair, tied in a bun that falls gently over his shoulders. With one hand he holds a lit cigarette, while the other rests in his lap. His eyes seem lost in the horizon, as if he is deeply absorbed in thought. Image by Edward Whitehead. Edward Whitehead, the Punisher. Age, 28 years old. No world ranking. Power comparable to top 50 in the world ranking. Awakened power, poison. An expert in strategy and combat. Comes from an ordinary family, however, he discovered his powers at an early age of only 6 years old. It wasn't until he was 16 that he had his first encounter with other awakened, which changed his life forever. Tragically, when she was 18, her parents, who were normal people with high status in their country's government, were killed by other awakened. Unable to bear his pain and thirst for revenge, this individual took justice into his own hands and executed those responsible for the crime. Since then, he has traveled the world, killing those he deems unworthy of continuing to live because of their deeds committed. His reputation has earned him the nickname the Punisher, due to his relentless pursuit of justice and his lack of mercy towards those he considers enemies. Last but not least, we have Tina Spencer, a true genius in the field of technology, Aries announced excitedly. Tina Spencer, Rebecca murmured, pondering the name. She's not well known in the outside world, as she prefers to remain anonymous, although she does have a world ranking, Aries explained. Ah, I understand, Rebecca said, excited at the thought of meeting another woman with unique abilities. I hope I get a chance to meet her soon. In the luxurious office, a young woman sat attentively going through a stack of papers. The room was illuminated by the natural light coming in through the window, and the elegant furniture complemented the impeccable decor of the office. The young woman appeared to be completely focused on her task, her eyes scanning every letter printed on the documents in front of her. Her posture was firm and professional, and she seemed to be in complete harmony with the opulent environment around her. Image by Tina Spencer. Tina Spencer, cyborg. Age, 30 years old. No world ranking. Power comparable to top 50 in world rankings. Awakened power, cybernesis. The #1 genius of technology known to the world. Born of a modest awakened family, little known to the world, is the founder of Cybertech, one of the most prominent technology companies today. But her reputation doesn't end there, as she is also rumored to be working on the black market, training her skills and running dangerous operations. His mysterious personality and apparent lack of emotions have led many to believe that he works for an assassin organization. Because of her cold and calculating attitude when confronting other awakened people, and because of the relationship of her powers to technology, the woman has been nicknamed Cyborg. However, despite the fascination generated by her figure, there are very few opportunities to see her in public, which only increases the intrigue surrounding her and her true nature. There, that's it. Leave me alone, Aries said as he left, leaving Rebecca and Sylvia surprised. The two women watched as Aries walked away, leaving them alone. What do we do now, Sylvia? We're left alone, Rebecca asked. We could explore the outside. I've never visited Antarctica, Sylvia suggested excitedly. Rebecca nodded and added, it's good to have a break. I've been training intensely for a long time. The two emerged from the barrier to find a world completely covered in ice and terrifying cold. 1,175 words. Next chapter, Time at Headquarters and Challenge. Chapter 49-47, Time at Headquarters and Challenge. A week later, Aries had devoted all his time to finalizing the planning and construction of a state-of-the-art satellite. Not just one, but a dozen of these satellites would be launched into space to provide internet and television connections around the world, take high-definition images of any area of the planet and explore the universe in depth. With these advanced technologies, the world would be able to connect even more and discover more about our universe. However, it also raises questions about privacy and security. Aries had worked hard to ensure that these concerns were addressed in the design of the satellites. The launch of these satellites was scheduled for next week, and Aries was excited about the potential they represented. However, he also knew that it would be a critical time and hoped that everything would go as planned. 2 weeks later, Aries had completely finished the satellite project, the satellites had been launched smoothly into Earth orbit, and he contacted Cardian to plan a new technological breakthrough. After several days of meetings and discussions, they reached an agreement to create a pill that would counteract the effect of the pill that inhibits the powers of the awakened and a drug that would fight cancer. During this time, they focused on creating the pill that inhibits the awakened powers elimination pill, achieving impressive success in just 2 weeks. For her part, Rebecca decided to face other awakened people around the world alone, while Sylvia dedicated herself to exploring Antarctica. During the last month, several experiments and studies focused on cancer and its variables were carried out. After 2 intensive weeks of research and analysis, the results obtained were very positive. In the 3rd week, tests of a vaccine were carried out on animals with cancer, and the results were impressive. All experimental subjects recovered quickly and no adverse side effects were observed. In the last week, human trials were conducted and the results were equally encouraging. All went smoothly. These advances are good news for all those fighting cancer, and is a major step forward in medical research. A week after the completion of the experiments, Ares and Cardian confirmed that the vaccine is effective and has no defects in its composition, which is a major breakthrough in the fight against cancer. They decided to separate to pursue their own business. 2 months later, Ares received information about the meeting of 3 people in the top 10 of the world ranking, and Caden went to verify the information. After this, Ares refocused on his training, and for 2 months he worked out intensively in an empty room in the gym. A month later, Ares finished his training and headed to the technology building to create robots that could take care of basic survival tasks at the headquarters. At that time, Sylvia returned from her vacation in Antarctica, very happy. Ares and Cardian met and discussed their plans. Finally, Cardian decided to stay at the headquarters, as it seemed to him an ideal place to continue his research and training. On the other hand, Ares decided to leave the headquarters and search for the awakened of the top 14 who had recently challenged him. Cardian remained alone at Illuminati headquarters, while Ares left in search of new challenges. A few days earlier. People around the world who heard the rumors. Do you think Ares will accept Craig Reynolds' challenge? The man asked. I think so, replied the woman. Ares is always looking for new challenges and doesn't refuse to fight any awakened. Muttered the man, frowning. That may be, but Craig Reynolds is someone very high in the world rankings. He's top 14, he's not just any desperado. Yes, I know, nodded the woman. But that doesn't mean Ares is afraid of him. On the contrary, I think he's excited about the idea of fighting someone so powerful. You may be right, conceded the man, mulling over his companion's words. In any case, it will be interesting to see how this all plays out. At the top of a building, 2 men were standing in front of a wide panorama of the night city, illuminated by thousands of lights glowing in the darkness. He's been missing for several months. Do you think he'll show up to accept the challenge? Asked the first man. Most likely, replied the second man, but don't forget that he was said to be injured. Yes, that's true, nodded the first man, but it was also said that he fought Ezio, won, and in the end Ezio fled with serious injuries and managed to survive. It's unbelievable that someone in the top 20 had to run away to survive, commented the second man. Both men looked up at the starry sky for a moment in silence, until the first man spoke again. Yes, it's unimaginable for someone his age to have so much fame and power. Well, that just goes to show his enormous talent, opined the second man, smiling slightly. A man holds a glass of alcohol in a room, while looking out the window at the horizon. The confrontation between the former president of Atlas and the new generation of Awakened has generated astonishment in everyone. Although the president is retired and his son now controls the organization, his presence in the fight could have serious consequences should he be injured or killed. Atlas Company is known for selling the most weapons in the world, raising concerns about the potential instability this confrontation could bring to the world. If Ares accepts the challenge and wins, his fame will spread even further and he will reach the 14th place in the world ranking. On the other hand, if he loses, Craig Reynolds' reputation will continue to rise to an even higher level. 973 words. Next chapter, Light v/S Darkness. Chapter 50:48, Light v/S Darkness. 1 week later. Atlas Organization. In the luxurious mansion, an older man with long hair, a beard, and red eyes was concentrating on a series of documents lying on his desk. Suddenly, a woman calmly burst into his office. Father, we have received a letter accepting your challenge, the woman reported. Craig cracked a smile and asked, Really, where is it, Crystal? He said he would send us the location shortly, the woman replied. Let me know when you know, Craig said as he leaned back in his chair. Father, are you sure you'll go to the location he chooses? Crystal asked, surprised and concerned. Why do you say that? Replied Craig with a smile. What if it was a trap? Crystal insisted. He's always alone and has no organization. Nothing's going to happen, Craig reassured her calmly. Crystal nodded reluctantly, though she still had some reservations about it. But before she could say anything else, Craig interrupted her. Let's not talk about it anymore. Nothing will happen, he sentenced firmly. Crystal reluctantly accepted her father's stance and left the room with an expression of disgust. A few days later. In a vast meadow surrounded by majestic mountains and wonderful greenery, 2 men faced each other in a dazzling dawn. Their gazes met relentlessly as the sun slowly appeared behind the mountains. "Why did you decide to fight at this hour?" asked Ares, observing Craig. The former president of the Atlas organization, the company that creates and supplies the most weapons in the entire world, had to accept my challenge by having his heir control his empire, Ares thought to himself. "I guess you're afraid of others stepping in," Ares sneered. Craig looked him deep in the eyes and said in a serious tone. "It's getting light, not many people are willing to get up at this hour and come to this place, since it's not well known." "Well, that may be true," Ares acknowledged. "Let's stop talking and let the fun begin," Craig challenged confidently, as he released a great deal of darkness mixed with a tyrannical and terrifying aura that attempted to engulf the entire battlefield. "Space isolation," released Ares. "That's the way I like it, being direct," commented Ares with a smile as he dropped his cream-colored coat to the ground. "Space isolation," replied Craig, preparing for the confrontation. A blinding, shocking flash erupted from Ares' body, with a towering aura that extinguished all darkness touching the nearby light. But right in the middle, the two powers collided, mixed with spatial isolation, dividing the battlefield in two. Where Craig was, darkness reigned without end, and where Ares was, a golden light illuminated everything around him. The incredible auras generated caused the earth to crack and collapse for dozens of meters around. Craig raised his arm and a multitude of dark rays formed from the surrounding darkness, heading towards Ares. Ares retaliated with hundreds of light beams, which seemed to take the surrounding light and aim them at Craig's attacks, resulting in hundreds of explosions as the attacks collided, leaving dozens of gaping holes and huge cracks in their wake. "Not bad," Craig said, with a look of satisfaction on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, this is what I've been waiting for, an amazing battle," Ares replied. "Darkness descent," Craig muttered, and a wave of darkness descended, appearing as an enveloping wave with the goal of enveloping Ares. Ares responded with lightning wave, and a multitude of light beams appeared from his body, forming a huge wave of light. The impact produced by the two attacks resulted in a huge explosion that spread for tens of meters. "Let's see what you're made of," Ares said with a crazed grin, as a magnificent and imposing spear of light formed in his right hand. "This is what I'm talking about." "Sword of Solitude," Craig replied, as a black aura appeared in his right hand, forming the handle of a sword. Gradually, a sharp dark sword with a deep black hue appeared. The two disappeared in an instant, reappearing in front of each other at high speed, clashing their powerful weapons. The two warriors continued their exchange of blows with their destructive weapons, each covered by their awakened abilities. The ground began to crack and split into two halves, leaving large gashes all over the meadow. Ares looked at his body full of light cuts that were bleeding and said in amazement, "Uff, uff. This is better than I thought." Craig also demonstrated his body full of minor cuts and burns dripping blood, and said, "Cough, cough. I agree. This is the best battle I've ever had." With seriousness on his face, Craig could, "Let's decide the battle with the next technique. If I go on like this, I won't be able to hold on much longer. It's no good wasting my energy like this." Ares expressed indifferently and thought to himself, spending energy like that must not please him. Craig opened both his hands and in his palm appeared two small black spheres spinning. "Double black hole," he said as the spheres began to swallow a lot of darkness. He placed one to his right and one to his left, and slowly two giant spheres formed, distorting light and space, attracting all the pieces of Earth from the battle and growing in size in a terrifying way. Ares released millions of light beams that appeared on both sides of him and formed two gigantic dragon heads that cracked everything around them and roared. "Double divine punishment, dragon of calamity," he said as he prepared his attack. The four attacks advanced and collided, creating two explosions of hundreds of meters that shook and rumbled the battlefield, shattering and cracking everything for tens of meters. Two huge craters hundreds of meters long appeared one on top of the other in the desolate and destroyed prairie. The silence that followed was shocking as the great wave of dust disappeared, revealing the terrifying wreckage wrought on the site. "You are finished. This is my victory, Ares," Craig screamed madly, directing the two black holes towards his opponent. "Jejejejej, don't you believe it," Ares replied confidently as the two dragon heads began to move. They gave off many beams of light, forming their bodies and heading towards Craig. The two warriors suffered serious injuries in the battle. Ares coughed with difficulty, staggering and very pale. His body was full of blood and very serious cuts. "Cough, cough, cough, cough," he said as he tried to catch his breath. Craig was on the ground, breathing hard and in pain. He vomited blood, staggered and fell to his knees. His body was full of blood and he had terrifying burns and very bad cuts. "Arg, cough, arg," he gasped. "Not bad," Ares said with difficulty as he coughed. "You have to die," Craig replied, kneeling and barely breathing. On the ground, Craig released a black aura and formed a sphere in his left hand, throwing it towards Ares. The black sphere grew at an impressive speed, leaving a black trail. Ares was pulled towards the sphere heading towards him. "I have to destroy that black hole," Ares thought, launching a beam of light that tore through the attack and split it in two, exploding on the spot. But I have to finish, Ares decided. Divine punishment, shouted Ares as he raised his arm with difficulty and pointed downward. Craig raised his arms and formed a barrier as millions of beams of light appeared in the sky above him, descending rapidly and impacting full-on, forming a huge shockwave. Ares watched as the dust disappeared and Craig's body was nowhere to be seen, only a large crater and blood. I won't be able to stand for long, Ares complained as he vomited blood again and fell to his knees, shivering. Desperate to suffer a mortal wound, Ares shouted Bifrost. The clouds opened and a colorful lightning bolt descended, striking him and, a second later, disappeared. On the battlefield, there was a deep silence as the entire meadow returned to its original state. 1359 words. Next chapter, The World Trembles. Chapter 51:49, The World Trembles. At the Illuminati base. From the clouds, a great beam of light descended and left an injured man on a beautiful marble platform. Ares staggered down the stairs and thought, phew. I have to heal as soon as possible. Suddenly, a female voice startled him. Who knew the great Ares would be in such a bad state? Ares lifted his pale face and saw a beautiful woman wearing glasses. Tina, I didn't expect to see you here now. When I told you we were meeting, you didn't want to participate, Ares said. Tina smiled and replied, I know you guys well enough, I don't need an introduction. Ares nodded his head. I see you're not very well, do you want my help? Asked Tina raising an eyebrow. Some cuts on Ares' body disappeared as she spoke. No, I just need to rest and I'll recover soon, Ares said regaining a bit of his usual color. Tina pressed one side of her glasses and strange symbols appeared on the glass of her glasses, analyzing Ares' body. You have your body badly wounded on the inside. You'll have to rest and not train for a while, Tina said amazed at the injuries. Yes, I know. Don't worry, Ares said casually as he walked in the direction of the central building. Tina watched him walk away and hesitated whether to say anything to him, but in the end decided to speak. Ares. She called out to him. Ares slowed down and turned his body to look at Tina. I was contacted by Harold, Tina said in a deep voice. Harold? What did he want? Asked Ares with interest. Tina's serious face caught Ares off guard as she spoke. Harold asked me to tell you that he's going to the Awakened World Academy to sort some things out. Ares frowned in confusion. He's going to the Awakened World Academy. Why is he telling me this? He wants you to go with him and Edward, Tina replied. Edward is going too. That's interesting. Ha ha ha, tell him I accept and to contact me with the necessary information, Ares said with a smile. Tina nodded, I will. See you later, enjoy the technology we have here, Ares said as he turned and walked away. A few days later. At Atlas headquarters. A young man with long red hair and eyes of the same color was trembling with anger as he held information in his hand. The woman in front of him, with red hair and red eyes, was looking at him worriedly. Adam, what action are we going to take next? She asked cautiously. Adam glared angrily at Crystal and slammed the table, breaking it in half. Why didn't you tell me our father was going to fight that maniac? He exclaimed. Crystal frowned. Our father said it was time for us to completely take over his empire and if he died in battle, he had left everything in place so we wouldn't have any problems in the near future, she explained. Adam was furious and released his dark and terrifying aura, cracking the walls of the building. You think it's easy to control everything? You only followed our father and never interacted with the company or fought against other awakened. You just stood behind him, she reproached him. Crystal displayed her imposing aura, suppressing Adam's. My father trained me since I was a child to be able to help you control everything, since he knew you couldn't do it alone. You know what our father was like, do you think I want to go unnoticed and not be of any use to the family? She replied firmly. Adam was amazed to see his sister's immense aura and decided to keep his own. I guess our father trained you to be a trump card, but, he muttered. Tina, who had been quietly watching the discussion, spoke up. I know how you feel, but we have to be united to face the danger that will come in the future. Our power will not be able to stop those scavengers, she said calmly. Adam changed his attitude and said reluctantly. We'll have to talk to our mother and see what action to take. Crystal frowned. Our mother, since she suffered that injury, hasn't shown up. Let's hope she's recovered, she said worriedly. The two brothers crossed glances and nodded in approval of what was spoken. The atmosphere was filled with a deep silence as they prepared for what was to come in the future. World Academy of Awakened. In a beautiful office, a man with long hair and an unpleasant expression sits on an antique white seat, while a fat man with golden hair and black highlights listens attentively to him. Gareth Lutrain stares in awe at the man in front of him. You may go, Gareth said in a flat voice. The man without responding quickly leaves the place, leaving Gareth and the vice principal alone. I can't believe I beat Craig Reynolds. He was in the top 14 with a very good reputation, exclaims the vice principal, whose name is Fjord. I can't believe it either. This news is very important, and with this event, his fame will probably reach another level, replies Gareth. Is he comparable to Caden, asks Fjord. Gareth takes a moment to think and finally replies, no, Caden has been challenging the world-ranked awakenings for a long time. He's challenged the top 10, and no one has accepted, adds Fjord. That's obvious. Not everyone has time to fight around without affecting their organizations or other people, Gareth says. Well, let's talk about Ares. This is very problematic, says Fjord, concerned. It's not as problematic as you think, Gareth replies. Fjord looks at Gareth in surprise and asks. Why not? He is a very important alarm clock for your country and organization. With him no longer alive, other people will come along who want to take his place. That's true, but he was no longer in charge of his family. He was just a shield, and from what I heard, his heir is very talented and could reach his father's level if he works hard and has the time, Gareth explains. Even if he has talent, he won't have the time to exploit it and be able to reach that level, Fjord retorts, not understanding the point of Gareth's words. Gareth looks at the vice principal with deep-set eyes that make him shudder. From the looks of it, you haven't been doing your job well lately, vice principal. Don't you know the trouble Craig caused before he fought with Ares? Fjord looked tensely at Gareth and, after a moment's silence, said. I've been busy these past few months, but I'm free now. If you could update me on what happened, I won't let you down again. Gareth looked away from Fjord and pulled some documents out of a drawer in his desk. He got up from his seat and walked over to Fjord, handing him a set of papers. Read them and then tell me if you missed anything in these months, Gareth said in a serious voice, returning to his seat. The deputy director carefully read the headlines on each sheet, and as he read further, his face began to show shock and horror. This Craig Reynolds made sure to exterminate all his enemies so that his family would have no problems in the future. He had it all planned out if he didn't come back alive from the confrontation. Fjord looked gravely at the last page. And from the research, he supposedly trained his daughter in secret, and her talent is much greater than the current heir. Fjord, with a serious expression on his face, put aside the papers and looked at Gareth gravely. Director, shouldn't we send some people to check on them? How dare they hide their power? And I apologize for not being vigilant, he added. Gareth crossed his leg and clasped his hands together. There is nothing we can do. They're part of this academy too, and we could use their hidden power to make them work in the future, if she doesn't come back. If she doesn't come back, who? Said the vice principal hesitantly. His wife, Ashley Reynolds, Gareth replied calmly. Ashley Reynolds, how could I forget about her? Fjord said seriously. That crazy woman, Fjord added before falling silent and looking at Gareth. Yes, she was crazy, but she belonged to the Jensen family and sacrificed her family name to help her family gain a powerful ally and was once ranked top 1 in the World Awakening Academy rankings, Gareth said. Wasn't she the next heir to the Jensen family? It's a shame she chose a different path for her life, the vice principal said. Yes, she was the one with the most talent in her family, but her crazy attitude of killing people kept her from competing for the throne, Gareth said calmly. I don't know how the guy fell in love with that crazy woman, Fjord shuddered. No one knows, but they helped both families with that marriage, further cementing their positions, Gareth said. In South Korea. In Shinhwa Association. Ji-young turned to In-hyuk and asked, is this information true? Yes, Madam President. This information has caused a lot of commotion around the world. No one expected this outcome, In-hyuk replied, his voice serious and his hands clasped behind his back. No one would have thought that Ares could emerge victorious in a battle against Craig Reynolds, an awakened person ranked 14th in the world, Ji-young commented. Ares was rumored to possess powers comparable to the top 10, but no one believed it to be true, considering his young age, In-hyuk added. However, with this incident, Ares' fame has reached a whole new level. Some even suggest that he could emerge victorious in a fight against the top 10. With these words, the two fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the implications of this shocking news. Ji-young commented. No one could have predicted who would win with such a rapid growth rate. That's true. Talent of that level would make any organization or country fight desperately to recruit him, In-hyuk responded. Ji-young asked. How are our relationships with the other organizations? As soon as In-hyuk heard the name of the other organizations, his expression changed. Ji-young noticed In-hyuk's unpleasant expression and said. It seems that the relationship was not good. In-hyuk, looking bitter, replied. You are wrong, Madam President. The discussion went very well, but we agreed to send the heirs of our organizations to the academy in a few weeks, and everyone will go except Jisuk. Ji-young raised an eyebrow at what he heard and asked. Still not willing to go? Yes, Madam President, In-hyuk replied. Well, let him do what he wants, Ji-young said indifferently. But Madam Chairwoman, he should participate in these meetings. Otherwise, we will continue to be marginalized. Although we have gained more prestige in recent years, if it continues like this. In-hyuk spoke discontentedly. That's true. But it will happen anyway. Since we are the #1 organization in the country, the other organizations will use some tricks to reduce our power and prevent us from continuing to grow at the current rate, Ji-young commented. In-hyuk was surprised and apologized saying, Madam President, if that is true, I had not considered it. I apologize. Ji-young smiles, showing a cheerful expression. Don't worry. She says calmly before a young man in a suit enters the office, which makes Ji-young and In-hyuk change their expression to seriousness. The man approaches them with an envelope containing an important letter. Sorry, President, but we got that letter and it's very important. Ji-young analyzes the envelope with a triangle logo and a human eye in the center and asks the man who sent it, but he doesn't know. In-hyuk notices that there is something else in the envelope, and the man says he just left a name that disappeared after touching the letter and said, Jiwoo Seo. Hearing that name, Ji-young and In-hyuk are shocked. Ji-young asks the man to step back and opens the envelope to read the letter. In-hyuk asks what the letter says, and Ji-young earnestly replies that in a few months, the person who wrote the letter will be in Korea and wants to have a talk with her. In-hyuk is disturbed to hear this and suggests that they inform other organizations and make a plan, but Ji-young thinks they should wait to see if other organizations also receive the letter. If the letter is only for her, it means that the meeting should be private, and alerting other organizations could put them in danger. In-hyuk is worried about Ji-young's safety since Aries is an awakened who defeated the top 14, but Ji-young is determined to continue training and getting stronger. In-hyuk worries about the amount of training Ji-young is going through, but she assures him that she is fine and asks him to help her with the papers. In-hyuk is still worried, but Ji-young assures him that all the leaders of other organizations also feel the huge responsibility and are doing their best to increase their strength. Ji-young smiles optimistically, and In-hyuk promises to train with dedication. 2,228 words. Next chapter, Preparations. Chapter 52, 50, Preparations. Illuminati Headquarters. In an empty room, stands a young man sweating profusely. He is shirtless, wearing shorts and sneakers, moving rapidly from side to side and punching the air, his body surrounded by a golden aura. Suddenly, he stops and drops to the ground, panting heavily. A female voice, neither too loud nor too loud, is heard saying, You have trained intensely for the whole month, I told you that you had to rest. The woman approaches and hands him a towel and a bottle of water. Aries, the young man, thanks and wipes the sweat from his face and body. Thank you, no need to rest. I can't waste time, I have to keep training, Aries said as he wiped the sweat from his face and body. Tina adjusted her glasses and commented. You have a lot of confidence in your healing factor. Aries took a drink of water and replied. I am confident in my abilities. Tina grumbled. As arrogant as ever. Aries smiled and took another drink of water, but didn't answer. Suddenly, a flash of colors shone in the window, causing them both to look closely. They saw a large beam of light descending from the clouds and colliding with a marble platform. Two figures slowly stepped out of it and the beam of light disappeared a few seconds later. They arrived, Aries said, referring to the figures that had just appeared. They're taking longer than they said, Tina commented, impatiently. Aries and Tina exited the building and met two men waiting for them outside. Harold apologized. Sorry, we had a little trouble on the way, that's why we took longer than planned. Edward looked directly at Aries and asked. Did you recover? I heard you ended up injured in your last confrontation. Aries replied with a confident smile. I am fully recovered, did you suffer any injuries? Harold replied. No, everything is fine. We just need to get our energy back. Aries decided to take the conversation inside. Let's talk inside, I want to be clear on what we are going to do with the World Academy. Tina looked at them seriously before saying. Don't cause too much trouble. See you later. Edward assured her. Don't worry. But Tina's dissatisfied expression didn't dissipate. Harold bid her farewell saying. Say hello to Cardian for me. Tina nodded and headed toward the tech building. Aries, Harold and Edward entered together, preparing to discuss their next steps. The tension was palpable, but the goal of their meeting was clear, to establish a plan for the World Academy. In the main Illuminati building, in an office with a huge table, 3 people are sitting. Could you tell me what is the reason you are going to infiltrate the World Awakened Academy? Asked Aries. First of all, I want to know if you will accompany us, replied Harold seriously. Yes, I will accompany you. I want to meet the director, said Aries. Good, nodded Harold and Edward at the same time. Now yes, can you explain to me what your purpose is? If it is to cause a worldwide disaster, count me out. I'm not interested in that, added Aries. Harold and Edward looked at each other and then turned their attention back to Aries. You know that the World Academy has many powerful awakened in their ranks and some of them pursue some talented awakened to get them under control or use them as puppets, commented Edward. That's obvious, nodded Ares. I recently discovered some interesting information. There is to be an important meeting between the leaders of many influential families in the world, said Harold. Ares raised an eyebrow. They want to infiltrate when a heavyweight meeting is taking place, he asked. Exactly, Harold replied. You'll most likely get a chance to fight some desperado from those families, Edward added. Ares frowned and spoke in a low, serious voice. Not to belittle them, but they think their strength is enough to get out of the place alive. Yes, we are sure, Harold affirmed with a smile. Ares nods and says confidently, very well, let's do it. The heads of each family will not be attending the meeting, but their vice leaders or people with a lot of influence in their family, Edward said. Oh, so that's why he's so confident, said Ares. Yes, they both said in unison. But just to get into a meeting, do you think it's enough to risk yourself to that extent? Asked Ares, looking with his deep green eyes at the two of them. Edward took a heavy breath and said. We want to take care of someone who will be attending that meeting. Ow, you hit the nail on the head, and would it be possible to find out who that is? Asked Ares smiling. It's about Cole Baker, Harold said showing his great murderous intent. Cole Baker. He's not the leader of the Baker family, although they're not a very predominant family. In the last while they've become famous because Cole Baker killed the top 39, taking his place, Ares said. If this reunion will help his family climb another rung, that's why he's going, Edward said. It's our best time to kill. He haunted us for a long time and I can finally get my revenge. That's why I need your help, I want you to stop the other families, Harold said. Jejej, well, let's make an incident that will go around the whole world. I'll take down anyone who gets in my way, said Ares laughing fiendishly. This guy is crazier than I am. Just now he said he didn't want to make a big fuss, Harold thought, staring in amazement at Ares' devilish face. Crazy, totally crazy, thought Edward feeling a shiver run through his body. Now comes the fun part, Ares said with an evil grin. We have to be meticulous in our preparation to make sure everything goes as planned. What's our plan? He asked excitedly. The three of them plunged into a lively discussion, exchanging ideas and considering all possible scenarios. After several hours, they finally came to an agreement on how to proceed. Each knew what he had to do and what his role in the operation was. This will not be easy, Harold said with a determined look on his face. But with our preparation and teamwork, we can pull it off. Exactly, Edward added with a nod of approval. I'm confident that together we can carry out this plan and bring justice. Ares nodded, satisfied with the plan they had created. It's time to get to work, he said as he stood up. There is much to do and little time to do it in. The other two joined him, ready to begin preparation for what would be one of the most dangerous missions of their lives. 2 weeks later. At the top of the central building, the young man's snow-white hair danced in the soft wind as he stared at the hologram in front of him. The figure showed a person with dark blue hair and eyes. At that moment, Ares approached and said, Master, I heard that you are ready to go. Caden nodded his head and replied. Yes, I will finally be able to face them. Ares warned. That's the last time I'll be able to tell you, be careful, those guys are scum. But Caden, confident in himself, replied arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. I know, it came about all this time, preparing me to fight them. Ares smiled at Caden's attitude and said. You never change, do you? Caden also smiled and replied. Jejej, you don't change either, be careful. Ares assured Caden that he is always careful and Caden said goodbye saying. We'll see you soon. Ares replied. Yes, I expect to soon. The conversation had been smooth and coherent, showing Caden's confidence in his ability to take on his opponents, as well as Ares' concern for his safety. 2 weeks later. 2 people were walking up the marble stairs, while behind them, 3 figures watched their backs. Ares fixed his gaze on Cardian and Tina, who stood in front of him. They didn't have to come to say goodbye to me, Ares said, to which Cardian replied with contempt. Who came to say goodbye? I only came to find out when they would be leaving and I could come see them when they arrived dead. Tina also expressed her frustration. You just leave me work and leave, I regret more and more that I accepted. I helped you set up that satellite and told you it needed to be watched, and you leave all the work to me. But Ares tried to cheer her up. You're a genius, create things to make your life easier. Despite Cardian and Tina's criticism, Ares maintained his self-confidence and assured that he would return alive. He climbed the stairs and stood between the 2 people on the platform. A beam of light shot out from the platform and the 3 figures disappeared. They will still come back, Tina said. Cardian, for his part, smiled and detected about the dangerous times ahead. With his hands in his suit pockets, he walked away from the scene. Those guys are the same, they always get into trouble, Cardian thought to himself. The clouds opened and a beam of light struck the ground, revealing 3 figures. Edward turned and looked around, puzzled. "Where are we?" he asked. "We're a short distance from the academy," Harold replied. "Let's move, we need to check security," Ares said. Harold smiled and said, "I need some bodies for my research." "They're just flies, we can wipe them out in an instant," Edward said. "If they want, it's their problem, I won't waste time on lesser beings," Ares stated, walking slowly in one direction. The other 2 quickly followed him. A few minutes later, they arrived at a majestic gate guarded by 2 guards. The 2 guards looked intently at the 3 people approaching towards them. The 2 guards arrogantly approached them and said, "This area is forbidden, whoever you are will have to leave or you will get in trouble." The 2 guards and the 3 figures stared at each other for a few seconds. "Meet her in trouble?" asked Harold with a smile on his face. The 2 guards frowned and turned to the young figure in front of them. In the blink of an eye, threads shot out of their fingers that pierced the vital parts of their bodies and a web of threads covered their mouths, preventing them from speaking. Ares continued walking without paying attention to the 2 guards on the ground, bleeding, and stopped in front of the door. Harold continued on his way, leaving the 2 bleeding on the floor. Edward passed by him and on one finger of his right hand 2 dark green drops fell on the foreheads of the 2 guards. Ares looked at that event and said, "As expected from the Punisher." Harold also smiled. "Don't kill them, it's just poison so they won't cause trouble," Edward said in his blank voice. The 3 of them stared at the door. "They're ready, there's no turning back, we barely crossed these walls," Ares said. "Of course, I've been waiting for it for a long time," Harold said. "I'm ready," Edward replied. "Then let's go," said Ares. The 3 figures walked through the door. 1916 words. Next chapter, World Awakened Academy Part 1. Chapter 53, 51, World Awakened Academy Part 1. A white-haired young man with crystalline eyes, dressed in a black suit and cream coat, enters through a doorway along with 2 men. To his left, a young man with long blonde hair tied back and his hands in the pockets of his formal attire. To his right, another young man with neatly combed black hair and his deep black eyes, wearing black pants and shirt and a clinical apron with his hands tucked in his pockets. "Edward, you need to hide until we cause a ruckus to find this person," Ares said with determination. "Yes, I know. You guys go in, I'll be hiding." "Trust me," Edward replied, disappearing from the place in the blink of an eye. "He left so fast, it seems he's anxious to find that person," Harold demonstrated with a sarcastic tone. "It's normal," said Ares, and the 2 walked slowly among several students of the institution, who watched them with doubts evident on their faces. Finally they reached a white building surrounded by several students, and in the distance several teachers could be seen coming running. The teachers arrived quickly and stood in front of the 2 young men, who were surrounded by the students, leaving an opening behind them. "You 2, who are you?" one of the teachers asked with a frown. "How did you get in here?" said another teacher with a stern tone. "Through the front door, obviously," Ares replied in a mocking voice. "Ha ha 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 ha," Harold laughed, unable to contain himself. The professor who had spoken frowned even more. "Do you know where you are? You shouldn't talk to me like that," warning seriously. At that moment, the professor released his aura, startling the students who quickly backed away. "If you want to die, I'll indulge you," Ares said firmly. The next instant, he raised his hand and rays of light appeared in it. A huge beam of light shot out in the direction of the professors, leaving great destruction on the ground. All the impacted teachers circulated their energy to form a shield to protect them. The light beam collided with the shield, destroying it instantly and impacting the teachers, who were covered with light, and the attack continued on its way, destroying the building behind them. A loud boom and rumble was felt in the school, alarming everyone present. The students raised their arms to cover their faces and watched in fright as the teachers disappeared and the great building was destroyed by that enormous power. Ares spoke with immense arrogance. "To stand before me, you are people of such insignificant power." The students heard his words as a thunderous boom in their ears, making them tremble. Hey, let me have some fun too," Harold said with a smile, standing next to Ares. "They're coming," Ares said, indifferent to the students' fear. Footsteps of several people were heard running in their direction, quickly arriving altered 8 young figures. "What happened?" asked one of the 8 youthful figures. "These men came and attacked our teachers," replied a trembling student. "Attacked?" said one of the figures uncertainly. Harold looked intently at the 8 figures with a smile that sent shivers down their spines. He looked intently at the silver-haired, red-eyed young man and said with a smile, "You must be Duke Grain, the outstanding genius of the illustrious Grain family." Then his eyes strayed to the next individual, a young man with long black hair falling to his chin, blue locks framing his face and dark eyes. And added, "And you must be Arthur Bryan." He then looked at a young woman with light brown skin and her orange eyes behind her glasses, and next to her was another young girl with long silver hair with a part in her right eye and silver-gray left eye. Laura Jensen, if I'm not mistaken, and, she murmured, leaving suspense in the air. The one next to you should be Jean from the Omega organization. She then fixed her gaze on a youthful-looking man, whose face was highlighted by his incredible musculature. He possessed long hair and piercing red eyes, decorated with 3 thick lines also red below them. You must be Glant Jesimov, he remarked, addressing the enigmatic individual. Then, he turned to the other young man, with short, perfectly coiffed dark hair, whose eyes glowed a captivating golden hue. And you must be Ely Pigaroon, he added confidently. Finally, her eyes fell on a young man, with blue eyes that contrasted with his hair, half white and half black. A mask covered his mouth, adding a mysterious air to his figure. You must be Sean Baker, he declared. Image by Sean. And finally, Kane Lutherine, Harold declared, turning his intense gaze to the young man with long purple-toned hair and eyes glowing a captivating gold. All 8 students felt a shiver run through their bodies, and their faces went from worry to terrified fear. All the students think nervously. How do they know all our names? All of us are investigating. How could they get in so easily? Did they kill the guards? Kane feels anger burn inside him, as he thinks to himself of all the possible possibilities. Duke wonders. Is the academy under attack? One of the 8 figures breaks the silence. Who do you think you are to come here? Ares gives him an ugly look and Harold looks very pleased and replies. Sean Baker. Ely looks dumbfounded at Sean and thinks. Doesn't this stupid guy extend the situation he's in? They killed the teachers so easily. Jean is astonished. Does he want us all to die? Glant with his ugly face thinks nervously. I don't think those 2 would dare to kill us, don't they? If they do, they would have the whole world under them, but their identity shouldn't be simple. Kane angrily thinks. They got here undiscovered. You could analyze that they killed the guards without using much power. Laura is worried, thinks. The director and vice director should be here any minute. Take care of him, and if the others interfere, do the same, Ares orders coolly, pointing at the 8 young men. Do you know who I am? You don't know who you're messing with, Sean replies fearlessly. At that moment, Gareth Loot Rain and Fjord descend from the sky. What's going on here? Asked Gareth in a serious and angry tone of voice. Director, these 2 men infiltrated the academy, replied Sean quickly. Infiltrators, muttered the vice principal, raising an eyebrow as he watched the 2 men in front of them carefully. I don't know them, but it's brave of them to come in here. The appearance of that young man with white hair is familiar to me, he thinks. Gareth spoke in a stern voice, Jiwoo Seo and Harold Myers. Hearing those names, everyone panicked and trembled in fear. The Emperor of Light and Dr. Death together. Fjord thought. That's why they looked familiar. Because they infiltrated this place, came a murmur. Are those 2 together? Didn't know, said one of the students. Ares, you better have a good reason for doing this, otherwise. Said Gareth. Ares interrupts Gareth with an arrogant voice, saying. If not what? Harold, get it over with. Harold replies confidently. It will be my pleasure. I came here for that family. With one swift movement, Harold launches a powerful threat attack in the direction of Sean and the 8 students, who flinch in fear. Gareth gawks as he launches an attack to counter Harold's attack. Harold, he exclaims in surprise. The students, terrified, look to the principal for help. Principal, they say in trembling voices. The vice principal reacts quickly and covers the students with a protective barrier. Ares, for his part, raises a light barrier that stops the principal's attack without any problem. Gareth watches in amazement as his attack is stopped with ease and the barrier remains standing without any damage. Harold, on the other hand, launches a sharp attack that hits the shield, instantly breaking it as if it were paper and following its trajectory until it impacts Sean Baker's chest, splattering blood on all the students near him. The students, with blood on their faces and bodies, stare shuddering at Sean's lifeless body. No, the principal exclaims angrily. The vice principal is shocked to see that the barrier he had erected to protect the students was destroyed so easily. How is that possible? What kind of power do these individuals have? He thinks in amazement. Jage. One down, Harold says with a sinister grin on his face. Gareth, with a very ugly face and an angry voice, turns to Ares. Ares, you have declared war on the World Academy. They have no way back, and you're not getting out alive. Ares replies indifferently. I didn't kill your students. We only attacked someone who is related to an awakened who messed with us and who we couldn't find until we knew he would be here for your meeting. Gareth, without losing his angry expression, replies. You made a fuss in my academy, that's the same as declaring war on me. Ares smiles and releases a magnificent and shocking aura that surprises everyone. The hundreds of nearby students are embedded against the ground and crushed by the immense aura. Gareth, astonished, feels as if he is being pressed by a huge immovable mountain that cracks and crushes him to the ground. He looks at the vice principal, who is having difficulty steadying his foot, and then nervously watches as his students are embedded in the ground. If you want to start a war, I'll be the happiest. Then I can finish everyone off and fight without holding back, says Ares wrapped in his golden aura, showing his face with a devilish grin. Gareth thinks uneasily. Can this aura reach almost top 10 level? If this is his power, what will Caden break, his masters, be? No. It's not the best situation for us, Gareth says to himself, worried about the future of his academy. Ares, the students, Gareth exclaimed impatiently and angrily, as if he was dealing with students embedded in concrete. Harold walked away from the scene followed by the vice principal, leaving Ares and Gareth alone surrounded by several unconscious students. 1727 words. Next chapter, World Awakened Academy Part 2. Chapter 54, 51, World Awakened Academy Part 2. Where the meeting is being held. The impressive office boasted elegant decor, with soft carpets and fine wood furniture. A circular table, made of dark oak, dominated the center of the room. Around it, 7 imposing and elegant figures sat with their hands folded on the table, all with serious and concentrated expressions on their faces. Those present were some of the most prominent representatives of the most powerful families in the world, whose status is one of the highest in the world of the Deportados. The names of the representatives and their respective families were: Jonathan Grain, representing the Grain family. Suzanne Jensen, representing the Jensen family. Mason Bryan, representing the Bryan family. Cole Baker, on behalf of the Baker family. Mark, representing the Omega organization. Mark, representing the Omega organization. In addition, the principal and vice principal of the World Awakened Academy, seated at the head of the table, rounded out the group of people discussing important matters related to the future of the academy. I would like to hear your thoughts on the proposal, Gareth asked cross-legged as he looked carefully at each of those present. I think it's an excellent opportunity for students to gain experience, replied Jonathan Grain confidently. I agree, plus it's a good way to keep a lid on the next generation of awakenings from different countries, Suzanne Jensen added with a sly smile. More than keeping them at bay, we need to make sure our students evolve quickly and are prepared for their future, interjected Mason Bryan in a gravelly voice. At that point, Cole Baker took the floor. I offer my son to go to other academies to fight. Everyone present raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected offer. Gareth stared at Baker and asked. Really? Yes, my son Sean recently entered the top 10 ranking of this academy. I think facing other awakenings in different countries will be an excellent opportunity for him to evolve, Baker replied with a smile on his face. Gareth showed no emotion on his face, though he thought to himself. I recently heard he won by an overdraft. If I send him to another academy and he dies, it will be a disgrace to our institution. I'll have to be careful where I send him. Suzanne Jensen, for her part, thought with dissatisfaction. This guy thinks he can get his son into any academy just because he's an outstanding student at ours. Jonathan Grain thought with contempt. I'll have to deal with this annoying guy. Then, Gareth spoke up, he said. Okay, now I want to talk to you about something important. At that moment, a loud rumble shook the school, startling everyone present. The 7 figures frowned at each other, worried. The vice principal rises from his seat and carefully scrutinizes the place. What happened? Did some teacher or student get into a fight in a place where they can't? He asks with concern. I'm going to investigate, wait for me here, Gareth declares, visibly unhappy with the situation. Fjord and Gareth Lutrain quickly leave the room. What must have happened? Asks Jonathan Grain with interest. Some teachers have fallen out, replies Mark. Don't talk nonsense, if one teacher gets into a fight with another, he or she will suffer a big penalty, interjects Suzanne Jensen in a serious tone. An awkward silence takes over the room. I don't think they attacked the academy, did they? Asks Mason Bryan, expressing his concern. Suddenly, an impressive aura fills the room, causing everyone to rise from their seats and look in one direction with great concern. Is it possible that someone is attacking the academy? Asks Mason Bryan incredulously. We have to help, declares Jonathan Grain nervously. Those present are about to rush out when suddenly they hear a sound and a sphere falls just below them, releasing a green gas. POV Edward. You have to stay hidden, Edward, until we make the fuss to find that person, one Ares told me. Yeah, I know, I reply before disappearing from the place. I start walking through the school in search of the place where the meeting of the family representatives is taking place. On the way, he saw a guard patrolling and took the opportunity to neutralize him. With my poison-wrapped finger, he formed long, sharp nails that he dug into the guard's neck. With my other hand, I plugged his mouth, piercing the lethal poison into his body. The guard tries to free himself, but loses consciousness and passes out. 1 down. I'm going to have fun playing with him, I think, before disappearing from the place and continue looking for guards or teachers. In a few minutes, he neutralized dozens of them and also managed to find the building where the meeting is taking place. While going around the academy, he detected several intense auras in the same spot. Jejejejejej. I found them. Wait, I'll kill you later, the crack of a broken neck is heard. Well, let's leave these wimps, Edward says before dropping the body and disappearing from the spot. Stealthily, I hide in a room and see several people talking. The next moment, I feel a loud rumbling that startles everyone and see the principal and vice principal rush out, leaving only the family representatives in the room. As soon as he saw them leave, he quickly threw 4 devices outside the room and waited for the right moment to strike, controlling my heartbeat and breathing. A few moments later, a terrifying and imposing aura causes everyone in the room to quickly rise from their seats. It's the moment I've been waiting for. From my pockets he pulled out 4 round spheres with a gray button in the center, which he pressed so that they begin to pulse from green to gray faster and faster. He quickly threw the grenades that fall just below 4 awakened, located at a specific point where the gas expands to cover the entire room. I see how they don't react and the gas starts to come out. I generate thousands of needles with deadly poison that I throw towards them, leaving an opening where Cole Baker is. The family representatives generate a shield around his body, but in a millisecond, Cole Baker sees the opening and sells out of the room in a hurry, leaving the representatives of the other family in it. Hey, that's it, I quickly press a button in my pocket. On his way out, Cole Baker watches as a light blue barrier covers the entire room, leaving the others locked inside the building. I watch as Cole Baker is stunned at the sight of the barrier, and suddenly a shiver regains his body as a person appears in front of him. Cole, you remember me, don't you? I'm Edward Whitehead, says the person in front of Cole with a sneer and a sneering voice. You won't be able to escape from here or call for help as usual. I look at him with contempt and say. You're in the World Academy, you should know what you're doing. Don't worry about it, he replies angrily. Suddenly, we hear several bodies hit the ground on the other side of the barrier. Cole turns around and looks through the barrier as there are unconscious bodies in the green gas. How can that be? Are they dead? Thinks Cole nervously. As Cole turns to look at me again, he launches a powerful energy attack that catches him off guard. Cole raises his arms to cover himself with an energy shield, but misses it and takes the full impact on his arms. Shit, coward, Cole screams with his arms hurt. Coward. You've been chasing me for a long time, sending several awakened so that when I'm hurt I'd show up, I reply with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Cole feels a prick in both legs and sees a needle stuck in the back of his legs. Cole looks startled. For someone so high in the world rankings, you're pretty unfocused, I say appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. I launch a powerful attack that connects on his face and body, sending him crashing into several constructs that are destroyed. I appear in front of Cole on the ground and see his face full of fear. I can't feel my legs, Cole thinks, shaking and looking at the person in front of him. I laugh and say. You don't feel your legs, do you? The poison I gave you is a strong paralytic. I'll be sure to enjoy myself while I kill you. I smile madly as I prepare to strike again. At the same time in another part of the world. With an intense and resolute gaze, Caden, his eyes full of determination and eagerness for combat, fixes his attention on the 3 awakened individuals standing before him. Despite the unmistakable homicidal glare emanating from the gaze of the 3 individuals, Caden displays a smile brimming with joy and enthusiasm. I finally found them, he exclaims with glee. Have they decided to stop hiding, he adds in a mocking tone, as he approaches them with impenetrable confidence. 1544 words. Next chapter, World Awakened Academy Part 3. Chapter 55-51, World Awakened Academy Part 3. Gareth approaches Ares with a concerned gesture and says. Ares, the students have nothing to do with any differences they may have with the teachers. Ares, with his menacing aura, replies coolly. Your teachers attacked me. I just wanted to talk to you, why are you attacking me, shouldn't you consider it a provocation? Gareth, trying to remain calm, replies. I apologize if you were attacked, but you must understand the situation. You entered my academy without permission. Ares seems to understand and replies. I understand, don't worry. I won't kill any students from your school, we only attack the awakened with whom we have conflicts. Gareth looks surprised. Someone from my school messed with you. Ares nods. Yeah, well, not with me, but I came so I could talk. Wouldn't you like to talk somewhere else or would you prefer here? Gareth hesitates for a moment and decides to go somewhere else. Gareth thought, yeah. But not with me. Talk somewhere else. This guy wants to fight. Then he said aloud. Well, let's go somewhere else, waiting for Ares to move. Ares smiled and went somewhere else. Gareth noticed that all the students were unconscious for a moment and then they saw a few teachers approaching with nervous faces in the distance. Headmaster, many guards, and teachers appear to be dead. We counted that there are hundreds of casualties, reported a concerned teacher. Gareth's face changed instantly. Take the students to the infirmary and concentrate on protecting them. I'll take care of the rest, though without waiting for a response, and he disappeared in the direction Ares had gone. The 3 teachers looked at him in surprise as he walked away. One of them reacted and said. Let's not waste any more time. One of us should go get the sick and the rest of us should look for people to help transport the wounded and give them good medical attention. Gareth reached a plane where Ares was waiting for him. Ares, don't you think you've gone too far? Asked Gareth very angrily. What do you mean? Asked Ares puzzled. You think that by killing hundreds of teachers and guards at my institution, you're going to get me to believe everything else you say, said Gareth with an angry, but calm expression. Ares raised an eyebrow in surprise. Edward killed the professors, he asked incredulously. Don't worry, I give you my word that I will not allow harm to come to any of your teachers who are not involved in this, Ares said with seriousness in his tone of voice. Why should I believe you? Questioned Gareth, clearly distrustful of Ares' words. Because if it was my intention to hurt your students or teachers, I would have already done so during the meeting where I found you. You should know that I have my own rules and my own code of conduct, Ares replied emotionlessly, displaying an arrogant attitude. Gareth seemed to be thinking about Ares' words before speaking again. I'll believe you for now, but if I find out that there have been more victims in my institution, I'll hunt you down no matter how long it took, he threatened sternly. As you wish, Ares said indifferently. Okay, now what do you want to talk about? Asked Gareth, already impatient to know what this was all about. Ares looked disgruntled as he spoke. Of course I came here to fight someone who is said to have power comparable to the top 10 awakened in the world rankings, but I notice you don't have your bird with you, he expressed in a voice full of desire. Yes, that's right, I don't have it here, Gareth replied, astonished by Ares' holding. You really are careless not to have your familiar near you. It would be so easy to kill you like this, Ares continued, without losing his arrogant attitude. Gareth frowned. It's not very comfortable to always have him here. Besides, who would dare attack the World Awakened Academy? He defended himself. Ha ha ha, it's true. Looks like I'm the only crazy one who would, Ares replied with a wry smile. Sure, Gareth said in total agreement. But in his mind he hoped. This guy is crazy. Suddenly, arcs of light appeared around Ares' hand. Let's have some fun, Ares said as he raised his hand wrapped in light towards Gareth. Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot towards Gareth. But, what a crazy fucker, Gareth thought as he generated a shield around his body to protect himself. Ares' attack slammed into the shield, covering it completely and continuing on its way, destroying several buildings in the area. When the dust cleared, Gareth appeared in perfect condition, with both hands he uncovered a shield around his body. Not bad. I thought without your beast you'd be garbage, Ares said, acknowledging Gareth's skill. Gareth stared at him, thinking to himself. This guy is a complete lunatic. Gareth directed his hands towards Ares and launched a powerful energy attack. That's it, Ares said as he launched another bolts of light to defend himself. The two attacks collided in the center and exploded, forming a huge explosion. That's it, asked Ares with a smile. Gareth felt irritated. What more do you want? Ares smiled as beams of light were generated in the sky and descended at high speed on Gareth. Gareth calmly watched the lightning in the sky, and when it descended, he counterattacked and defended with a shield. A loud return and sound ensued. Gareth's figure emerged from the smoke in perfect condition, only the sleeve of his clothes a little burned. Gareth raised an eyebrow and said, Did you dawdle long enough? Not really, but it's boring to defeat you without you using your power to the fullest, Ares said arrogantly. Harold's place. I descend from the sky and quickly see another figure do the same. I look happily at Fjord and say, I didn't expect you to dare follow me. Fjord replies, Of course I would follow you, after all you entered the academy without permission, the vice principal said. I don't wait any longer and quickly throw several icicles made of very sharp and strong threads. The vice principal quickly defends himself by launching several attacks, which are pierced and continue their course towards him. The vice principal has to create a shield which is hit by the sharp attacks and they slowly cross the shield. Shit, says the vice director. The vice director covers the icicles with his energy and destroys them, showing great control of his power. And he quickly moves in several directions, launching several energy attacks towards me. I create several thread barriers to defend myself. A silence forms in the atmosphere and two of us stare at each other head on. Not bad. I say. The vice director doesn't change his face, still serious as a rose. I thought he wasn't that strong. I laugh when I see that he doesn't respond. On the fingers of my two hands strings shoot out towards the ground and slowly three puppets with humanoid bodies form. Let's see how much you can resist, I say to the vice director as I control the three puppets and direct them towards Fjord. The surprised vice director launches several attacks towards the puppets and me, but they are all easily dodged, and in a second Fjord has in front of him three humanoid figures throwing a punch at him. In desperation he throws three punches that collide with the punches of the puppets, cracking the ground. Fjord recoils and thinks dumbfounded, what a tough puppet, I thought that punch would destroy it. I direct the puppets to surround the vice principal. The puppets from three different directions quickly approach the vice principal and he launches several attacks, which hit the puppets without doing any damage, continuing on their way towards him. He receives 3 powerful blows to his body. Blood comes out of his mouth and 3 more blows are about to hit him, when a huge explosion is released from his body, generating a huge shockwave. The puppets recoil from the impact, cracking his body a little. Fjord will react quickly by backing up and launching powerful attacks towards the puppet behind him, destroying it with difficulty. He faces me and the 2 remaining puppets. A little surprised I say, it's been a while since they destroyed a puppet of mine, it's the least I expected from the vice director of the World Awakened Academy. Then Fjord wipes the blood off his face with his hand. Harold replies. I guess you don't have much stamina, I figured we'll have a showdown that would satisfy both of us. Fjord looks at him with an angry look and his eyes show a huge murderous intent. Harold, I shout back. At that moment, a figure descends from the sky and stands next to Harold. Fjord looks at the new figure in detail to try to figure out who it is. He looks at the figure and says, Edward, are you done? Yes, we can go, I'll be done with them, Edward replies emotionlessly. Fjord was quite surprised to see Edward and I think to myself. Edward Whitehead. The Punisher. Was he here too? So there weren't just 2 intruders, but 3. We must go, let's not waste any more of our time, Edward says. The puppets disappear, which relieves Fjord. Then he turns to me and says. You are lucky, Vice Principal, that we can no longer entertain ourselves. I hope the next time we meet we can pick things up where we left off, with a smile on his face. Finally, Edward and Harold leave in search of Ares. And as they leave, I hear a voice say to me. No one wants to see you again. Where Ares? 2 figures descended from the sky and stood to the right and left of Ares. Gareth discovered in surprise the 2 figures that had just arrived. He recognized one of them as Edward Whitehead. I didn't know he was in this place too, Gareth thought to himself. I'm done, we can retire, Edward said without paying attention to Gareth. Ares nodded and said goodbye to Gareth. I have to retire, I hope we meet soon, Ares said. I don't expect that, Gareth replied directly. Ares let out a chuckle before leaving without another word. The 3 of them leave the academy. Gareth demonstrated in the direction they had gone. To think that such an incident could ever happen, he thought to himself. I'll have to be very vigilant for a while. I hope there won't be those excessive casualties. Although he said words, it is almost impossible to hide this incident. This will concern and alert several organizations that have their members in this institution. Suddenly, a voice spoke in Gareth's mind. Beware of Frame and Vice Principal Gareth Lutrain. Gareth recognized the voice as that of Ares. Can Ares speak telepathically, wondered Gareth. And what does he mean by beware of Frame? Does he have information that Frame is plotting against my academy? If that's true, I can't let it happen. Gareth analyzed Ares' words in his head for a few minutes until Fjord arrived. Gareth saw Fjord in a very bad state, his hair disheveled and his clothes dirty and torn. Director, have they left yet? Asked Fjord. Yes, they're gone, replied Gareth placing his hands behind his back. Go get treatment, said Gareth worriedly. Don't worry, Vice Principal, I'm fine. It was just a small injury in my confrontation against Harold, Fjord replied with a smile on his face. Then, Vice Principal, I think it's convenient for you to be here at this time. Go help the students, Gareth said in a serious voice as he walked away from the scene. Fjord changed his friendly expression to one of dissatisfaction and anger as he watched Gareth leave. 2002 words. Next chapter, Aftermath of the Incident. Chapter 56, 52, Aftermath of the Incident. In the night. Gareth Lutrain was sitting in a white leather armchair, listening intently to the men in front of him. Sir, there are only 3 casualties, all the other neutralized guards and teachers were only poisoned with a powerful paralytic and will be unconscious for a few hours, said the young man. Gareth raised an eyebrow and asked, who are the dead? One was Cole Baker, Sean Baker, and a teacher at the academy, and a few teachers are missing, the young man replied. Did you investigate them? Asked Gareth. Yes, Headmaster, we found that several years ago, Cole was hunting Edward and Harold, but he couldn't make it, and we couldn't find out the exact motive. But from what I understand, I think it was revenge, and from what I found out, Cole hides all the time. The only place he was known to be was here, because of the meeting, the young man explained nervously. Okay. And the dead professor, was he any relation to them? Asked Gareth. Yes, I found that in the shadows they helped Cole and his son. I don't know if it had anything to do with the hunt against them, replied the young man. Pay attention to the vice principal. If he has any suspicious attitudes or movements, let me know immediately. Ask the family to send my beast, Gareth assuredly. To the vice principal, sir, asked the young man, surprised. Yes, be careful not to be noticed by him, Gareth warned earnestly. Yes, sir. I'll notify the family to bring your relative in as quickly as possible, the young man replied. Gareth was silent for a moment and then said. You are dismissed. If you find anything important, you can come to my office at any time. Yes, sir, the young man said, quickly leaving the office. Gareth's face changed. One professor helping another awakened, he thought very angrily. And he dared to kill him in front of representatives of other families. Gareth closed his eyes and began to remember what happened a few hours earlier. An hour earlier. Jonathan Grain slams the table in anger, causing the room to shake slightly. How dare they attack us? We have to find them, he exclaimed angrily. Relax, at least there were no serious casualties, Suzanne Jensen tries to calm him, frowning. I killed that Cole, Jonathan adds more angrily, turning to Suzanne. Meticulously planned, that poison that paralyzes and renders us unconscious is not easy to produce, Mason Bryan interjects with concern. And who would believe that Ares has any connection to them? This is a very serious problem, Suzanne says with a serious expression. Gareth looks at the angry Academy members with his deep eyes and speaks calmly. I will take care of what happened and take measures to prevent this from happening again. None of our members were hurt. We should inform our leaders, Mark suggests with concern. What are the measures this Academy will take? We will increase security and I already talked to Ares so that he won't infiltrate again, Gareth replies. How can we be sure this won't happen, asks Jonathan with disagreement. He promised me, replies Gareth in a deep voice. How can you believe his words? He's a criminal, replies Suzanne with distrust. There is no one more trustworthy than him in this situation, Gareth defends, scrutinizing everyone present with his gaze. They all felt a shiver in their bodies as if a beast was about to explode. We will leave the subject here. If your leaders have any questions or concerns, they can visit us personally, Gareth concludes, releasing a bit of his aura and cracking the table. He's very angry, Mark thinks. What could they have talked about to get an attitude, wonders Suzanne. There's something he won't tell us, Mason muses. Could it be that someone of us also has something to do with infiltrating these people, Jonathan considers. If so, we can't trust anyone, they all conclude silently. Gareth wakes up to the vibration of a cell phone. He answers the phone. I heard about what happened at the Academy, says the voice on the other end of the line. Gareth smiles and says. Rumors travel fast, don't they? When an incident of that magnitude happens, it has to get out, the voice replies. What's going on, do you need the family's help? Gareth pauses for a moment before saying. Not at the moment. You concentrate on the Loot Rain family. I'll take care of the Academy. Be careful. I've heard that many families and organizations affiliated with the Academy are not happy with your actions. I'll be careful, Gareth says before hanging up. If there are traitors in the Academy, it is something that must be hidden for as long as possible until they can be eliminated, he thinks to himself. Otherwise, the future of this Academy will be very bleak. In Korea. Korea Academy. Han Seonjik looks thoughtfully out a huge window. Who knew that an unscrupulous boy would dare to enter the World Academy, he thinks. When he has enough power, he'll be worse than Caden, as he'll dare to go anywhere in the world without caring about the consequences of his actions. Seonjik pauses, reflecting. This has nothing to do with me. I hope I never see him again. Noting the young man's relaxed, confident and arrogant attitude, Seonjik thinks aloud. He is a danger to this country. With just one word or attitude, he can explode and cause harm. Shinhwa Association. In Hyuk spoke with his hands behind his back. President, we just heard from rumors circulating outside. Ji Young took a deep breath and replied. No one would imagine that anyone would dare to enter the World Academy. In Hyuk added. The rumor has caused a stir in the world, many people are worried that someone like Ares is free in the world. And by all accounts, Gareth Loot Rain has no plans to act, Ji Young added. This does not involve us, Ji Young concluded as he looked at In Hyuk. In Hyuk nodded and said. Yes, chairwoman. And by all accounts, Ares and Gareth had a private talk with each other and didn't fight, In Hyuk commented, raising an eyebrow. That conversation, many awakened ones would give anything to be able to hear it, Ji Young added. Some say they made a deal, others say they were staging a showdown, In Hyuk continued. It's impossible to know what those two talked about, but one thing we can be sure of is that it was not a simple talk, Ji Young said earnestly. I think so too, chairwoman, In Hyuk stated in a deep voice. In frame. A man was sitting in an elegant brown leather armchair in a splendid room. That fucker Ares keeps causing trouble, he said in frustration. This incident will make the World Awakened Academy take their security very seriously for a long time, he added, worried. And the opportunity I've been waiting for so many years will have to keep waiting longer. Andre slammed the table, which shattered with a loud clatter. In an angry voice, he said. Ares, don't let me find you, otherwise I will be sure to exterminate you. Your danger is far greater than Caden's, such a daring and unrestrained youth, he continued. Your youth and power shows how talented you are, but all these facts prove that you cannot be allowed to live any longer. I have to find a way to eliminate you. Illuminati headquarters. A young man sitting in a white armchair affectionately and delicately caresses a white dragon sleeping on his lap. In front of him, there are 3 people sitting, 2 to his left and 1 to his right. Do you want to bring your heirs here to train them? Asked Ares with a raised eyebrow. Yes, all 3 said in unison. Let's see, why are they asking me if the decisions are theirs? Questioned Ares. All 3 were surprised. Because this headquarters is very hidden, said Tina. Yeah, we thought we didn't want visitors, said Edward. They thought wrong. I just hope the location of the base doesn't leak out and that they have a good future, Ares said casually. Besides, should their heirs also belong to this organization because of what they have in mind, said Ares in a serious voice. Yes, we want our family members to be affiliated with this organization, Harold said. Ares looked at them seriously and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, okay then. It will be good for the young people in this organization to interact and have a good relationship with each other. We don't want them to get along badly. I'll also be away for a while. I'll be with my younger brother, Ares added. Harold, Tina, and Edward were surprised to hear this. You have a younger brother, said Tina in amazement. Yes, said Ares. No one knew that, said Harold. How old is he? Asked Tina with interest. He's 15 years old, replied Ares. 15. My younger brother is that age too, said Harold. My successor too, said Edward. My siblings are 15 too, said Tina. Hee hee hee, what a coincidence that our heirs will be the same age, said Ares. And apparently you guys keep your relatives well too, Ares commented, petting Sylvia again. All 3 laughed. Obvious. Everyone knows the events that happened in our lives, and they weren't so good, Edward said with a sad face. Let's not worry about the past, let's worry about the future and how happy we can make them, Harold said. We all know this world. We always protect ourselves alone, in our own way, Tina said seriously. That's true. Everyone protects their loved ones in their own way, Ares concluded, patting Sylvia again. Train your disciples well. In a year, I will return with my younger brother so they can get to know each other. Make the children have a good relationship with each other, said Ares, taking his leave. All 3 responded with a sober yes. In South Korea. POV Kaden. I descend from the starry sky at high speed and crash into a trash can in a dark and silent alley. Shit. I mutter as I look at my body and see wounds and blood on it. I realize that I need to hide for a while to recover a bit, as if I keep running away they will easily find me. Pulling out a black card torn in half with the sign of an eye inside a triangle, I lament, why did you have to break now? Desperate, I think of ways to contact Ares, when I see a fat orange cat. I put my bloody hand on the cat's head, and in a moment, a big white flash appears in the alley. As many people walk down the main street oblivious to what is happening in the alley, I realize that I slowly lose consciousness and fall into a coma. 1840 words. Next chapter, a familiar face. Chapter 57, 53, a familiar face. In the night. In a house, a young man with amber eyes and a kind face was lovingly and happily feeding 3 cats. However, he noticed that the cats were not eating and were making gestures pointing to a particular place. Meow. Meow, meow, the cats meowed as they motioned with their heads for Jiwoo to follow them. Intrigued and with some hesitation, Jiwoo was following the cats slowly until he came to a small dark alley, where he found a fat orange cat with a white belly lying on the ground bathed in blood. Worried, Jiwoo quickly took the cat in his arms and thanked the little ones for guiding him to the spot. In a loving voice, he promised him that he would see to it that it recovered properly and could stay in his home. Back at home, Jiwoo cleaned the cat and put him down to rest. The other cats, happy for their owner's good deed, scampered around the house with joy. 1 hour later. An orange cat twitches, blinking and looking around in confusion. Did I pass out? How did I get here? Caden examines his limbs. Pause. Did I turn into a cat? He remembers staggering down a dark alley, touching a cat and a flash of blue light engulfed him. I turned into a cat. A boisterous voice interrupts him. Ah. You're awake now. A friendly voice greets him as a teenage boy approaches with 2 plates of food and milk in his hands. Caden carefully analyzes the appearance of the boy in front of him. Where do I know that face from? Who does he remind me of? Don't worry, everything is fine, Jiwoo says with a friendly smile as he lifts the cat's body and checks it over. I found you covered in blood, is it yours or someone else's? You must eat to recover and get your strength back. Caden frowns as he smells the foul odor of the food and Jiwoo's cheerful attitude. Put me down now, Caden shouts, startling Jiwoo. Did I hear a male voice speak? Jiwoo is confused. Put me down at once, are you deaf? Jiwoo looks around, not understanding. Did I leave the TV on? Jiwoo shivered in fear as he watched the cat speak in a distinctly human voice. How is this happening? Cats don't talk, she said with a mixture of terror and confusion. Shut up, you talk too much, Caden replied in an authoritative tone of voice. Jiwoo was even more startled to hear the cat's voice again. It's true, the cat spoke, she said, trembling. Caden became angry as he heard Jiwoo speak again and a vein in his head began to throb. Shut up boy, do you want to die by my throats, he shouted angrily. Jiwoo, terrified, thought to keep silent. After a few moments, Caden calmed down and asked him. Okay, now that you're quiet, what's your name? Jiwoo stammered as he answered. Jiwoo Seo. Caden looked surprised to hear Jiwoo's name. Jiwoo Seo, you have a name similar to a person I know, he said curiously. After the introduction, Caden asked Jiwoo to bring him a chair. With difficulty, Caden struggled to lift the chair and as he did so, he saw himself in the mirror. To his surprise, he was now in the body of a chubby cat. Am I that fat cat? Caden asked, his voice trembling. I am the great Caden, the cat proclaimed, causing Jiwoo to scream in terror and Caden to collapse to the ground. Picking up the unconscious feline, Jiwoo pleaded. Mr. Cat, are you okay? Please don't die. Jiwoo shook Caden violently until he finally stirred. Relieved, Jiwoo hugged the cat and said joyfully. You're alive. I was so worried, Mr. Cat. It's Caden, call me Caden, the cat corrected, raising an eyebrow. Ah, yes, of course. Mr. Caden, I have a question, Jiwoo said innocently. Go ahead, Caden replied. How can you talk when you're a cat? Asked Jiwoo. Caden let out a sigh and explained. I can talk because I'm also human, corrected the cat, raising an eyebrow. You're human too, asked Jiwoo. At the moment, I look like that, replied Caden. Then you're a human who transformed into a cat, Jiwoo deduced. Nodding, Caden stared at Jiwoo and commented. Your face looks familiar. Yes, I have an older brother and mother, but they are currently out of the country, Jiwoo said innocently. Caden raised an eyebrow. A brother, huh, and thinks. Now that you mention it, he looks a bit like Aries. And your last name is Seo. Kid, what's your name? Asked Caden with a serious face. My name is Jiwoo Seo, Mr. Caden, Jiwoo replied. Seo, your brother is Aries Seo, Caden asked with surprise. Oh. Mr. Caden, do you know my older brother? Asked Jiwoo eagerly and showing his harmless personality. If he's who I think he is, yes, Caden replied. I have some pictures, wait a minute, said Jiwoo as he got up from the floor and ran off to find a picture. Caden thought to himself. Is he really Aries' younger brother? His attitude is a bit peculiar. Jiwoo quickly returned with a photo and said a handsome young man with white hair and crystal green eyes. Caden immediately recognized Aries. Yes, I know him. I'm his master, Caden said, sighing. Master of what? Asked Jiwoo, not understanding Caden's answer. What do you mean, of what? Of course I taught him to improve his strength. We are awakened and we have to improve our skills to survive, Caden explained, dumbfounded by Jiwoo's ignorance. Jiwoo frowned, not understanding what Caden meant. Awakened. What's that? Caden's expression changed as he realized that Jiwoo knew nothing about it. Really? Your brother isn't awakened. Don't you have special powers? Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I have superpowers. I can move very fast, but I didn't know I wasn't awakened. My brother never told me. Your brother really didn't tell you anything? Asked Caden, incredulous. Jiwoo's eyes filled with tears. I thought he was a freak. Other than my brother, I've never met anyone else with special powers like mine. Caden thought to himself. What is Aries doing? Why isn't he telling your brother the truth? Caden spoke in a calm, soothing voice, trying to make Jiwoo feel that he was not alone in his awakened condition. Don't worry, Jiwoo, I'm an awakened one too. You're not rare, there are many people like you in the world, Caden said. Jiwoo, relieved by Caden's response, wiped away tears and talked about his experience with his mother. When my mom found out about my condition, she was very surprised and asked me to keep it a secret from others. Once when I was little, I used it unintentionally and I will never forget how those people looked at me, Jiwoo said with sadness in his voice. Caden nodded sympathetically. It's normal for it to be hard for people like you who don't know what they are, Caden said. I'm sorry I made you cry. Sometimes realizing that you're not alone in this world can be overwhelming, Jiwoo said with regret in his voice. There's nothing to apologize for, Caden said. But if you're comfortable, I'd like to teach you more about the awakened and how to control your powers. But you're here with me now, and I can teach you everything you need to know to improve your awakened abilities, Caden continued. Jiwoo was excited to hear this and asked. Really, could you help me? People like you, me and your brother, who have superhuman powers, are called awakened. Not much is known about where they come from or when they first appeared, some have physical powers and some have psychic powers, explained Caden in a calm voice. Wow, that's impressive, exclaimed, fascinated Jiwoo at the idea. Yes, it is, nodded Caden with a smile. For example, your brother has both. He has physical powers like the healing factor and psychic powers like animal communication and light control. Really? Asked Jiwoo incredulously. Yes, it's true, confirmed Caden. There are many awakened ones who have similar abilities to yours, but each has their own unique set of abilities of their own. It's amazing what you can do with those powers. How do you learn to control them? Said Jiwoo. Didn't your brother teach you anything? Asked Caden curiously. Yes, when I was younger, I was always afraid of others, so I hid and didn't interact with them, replied Jiwoo while scratching his head. But once, my brother came back and forced me to learn something strange. He told me that it would help me increase my powers, Jiwoo added with a confused expression. Did he teach you force control? Asked Caden with a raised eyebrow. I don't remember much, but he just told me it was a way to better mobilize my energy and improve faster and more efficiently, explained Jiwoo with a shrug. As he listened to Jiwoo talk about his training, Caden began to think about his brother Aries' abilities. He taught Jiwoo his advanced force control. It's a technique that even some experienced awakened would struggle to learn in a short time. So, your power got stronger, did it? Asked Caden with a smile. Yes, at first I could only hold it for 1 second and it made me very tired, but now I can hold it for 10 seconds, replied Jiwoo proudly. Caden was surprised at how little progress Jiwoo had made in his training. His strength control was at a very high level, the same level as Aries, and yet Jiwoo could only improve for 10 seconds. You lack training, and from the fear you had, it makes sense that you didn't train your skills that much, Caden observed seriously. My brother told me that he trains at home all the time, but... began Jiwoo before stopping and frowning. Caden sighed and said. Don't worry, it's normal. You were afraid the others would discover your powers. Aries has several abilities, don't you have more? Asked Caden. Jiwoo thought for a moment and said. Now that you mention it, I think I have healing powers, since I recover from injuries faster than I used to. We'll have to see. The awakened have faster healing abilities than normal humans, but Aries has regenerative powers. Possibly you have his healing factor, Caden said. Healing factor? Jiwoo repeated his doubts. Yes, it's one of your brother's abilities and it's very powerful. I have it too, it helps you heal at an incredible speed, Caden explained. Do you know how to fight? Asked Caden. A little bit. Aries taught me how to fight when he stayed at home for a while, but after he left, he didn't practice anymore, said Jiwoo scratching his head. You're going to have to train a lot in the future, Caden said. Jiwoo looked at the food and said. Mr. Caden, you have to eat the food, you were unconscious for a long time and you are hurt. Caden angrily looked at Jiwoo and said. I told you I am not a cat. But Mr. Caden is a cat right now and eating food from humans is bad for them, Jiwoo explained. Caden raised an eyebrow and thought, is it true? They say it's unhealthy for cats to eat food from humans. Jiwoo got up and left saying. Eat, please. I'm going to give food to the cats in the yard. Caden watched Jiwoo walk away and rested his gaze on the food. He thought. Caden walked over and tasted the food slowly, worried. Ah, he said. This taste. Caden wolfed down all the food and lay on the floor with a full stomach. I did it just to recover. It doesn't mean I like the food, Caden justified himself. 2001 words. Next chapter, The Cat with Awakened Abilities. Chapter 58, 54, The Cat with Awakened Abilities. Jiwoo walked down the street holding in his arms a chubby cat that seemed to be quite comfortable. He finally arrived at a veterinary clinic, as Caden's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Hello, doctor, greeted Jiwoo as he entered. Jiwoo, what are you doing around here at this hour? Asked the vet. I need to buy some cat food and I'd also like you to check this cat I found with blood on his body. I want to make sure he's not hurt, Jiwoo explained. Is he cheating on me? This idiot looks a lot like Aries and at the same time he's different, Caden thought silently. Ah, yes, put him here and I'll check him right away, said the doctor pointing to a nearby table. Let's see. Continued the vegetarian, as he checked the cat's teeth and body. Caden, for his part, felt humiliated to have to go through such a situation. I don't see any problem, it doesn't seem to be injured according to what you tell me. I guess the blood must be someone else's and not his, the doctor concluded. Phew, what a relief. I was really worried, sighed Jiwoo. It's a relief to know you're okay, Mr. Caden, Jiwoo said as he walked with a fat cat in his arms on a night lit by street lamps. Caden looked in a specific direction, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Hey Jiwoo. Have you seen any strange cat-like creatures around the neighborhood? Asked Caden curiously. Jiwoo looked at him doubtfully and replied. A monster cat. What are you talking about, Mr. Caden? Confused, Jiwoo turned to look in the same direction as Caden and saw how from a dark alleyway a gray cat with black lines slowly began to appear, whose appearance was very different from any other cat he had seen before. Image monster cat. What is that, Mr. Caden? That can't be a cat, it looks more like a tiger, said Jiwoo, fearful at the creature approaching them. The cat let out a ferocious roar, marking its territory and increasing the tension in the atmosphere. Jiwoo developed the idea to run away and began to run at high speed, creating a large distance between them and the cat. Caden discovered the scene and noticed that Jiwoo's speed, although impressive, was still not fast enough due to the powers he possessed. Suddenly, the cat approached them at surprising speed and leaped in their direction, launching powerful attacks with its sharp claws. Just as the attack looked like it would hit Jiwoo, Jiwoo ran through it in surprise as the cat looked in all directions in search of its prey. Caden, who had watched in amazement at the cat's speed, was about to impact Jiwoo, but in the blink of an eye he found himself dozens of meters away running away from the creature. That speed, what great speed, Caden thought in amazement as he watched the cat watch them from a distance. I think we can run away with this, Jiwoo said in a relaxed tone. Your speed is amazing, Jiwoo, commented Caden impressed. Jiwoo slowed down in his tracks and with a cheerful voice looked at Caden, saying, Yes. That's not my top speed, I can still increase it more. Still more. Caden repeated in disbelief. Move, boy, shouted Caden, reacting quickly by moving Jiwoo's body, millimeter dodging sharp claws that passed close to them. Caden hits Jiwoo on the head and angrily tells him. Don't get distracted, you're in a life and death confrontation, react and focus on your opponent. Yes, sir, Jiwoo replies seriously as he stands in front of Caden to protect him. TCH. Do you think I need your protection? Caden asks casually. Jiwoo looks closely at the monster cat in front of him and notices a scar that looks familiar. The cat growls and shows its sharp teeth, approaching Jiwoo at high speed. But Jiwoo manages to dodge its attacks with ease, exhibiting good reflexes and coordination. Caden steps back and watches as Jiwoo concentrates on dodging the cat's attacks. He has a great talent for evasion, it's not luck. He can detect and anticipate the cat's movements with ease, thanks to his awakened super speed ability. Did his senses get enhanced, Caden wonders. Meanwhile, Jiwoo keeps dodging the cat's attacks and analyzing its movements, looking for the right moment to strike. Finally, he discovers that the top of its head is exposed and decides to take advantage of that opportunity. The cat increases its speed and attacks more aggressively, but Jiwoo continues to dodge its blows with ease. Finally, he decides to act and, with a quick and precise move, connects a powerful blow to the cat's head, knocking it unconscious. Jiwoo sits on the street, breathing heavily, while Caden slowly approaches him and says, Well done, kid. That was better than I thought. Jiwoo worries that he did kill the cat, but Caden reassures him that he only knocked it unconscious. The cat's body shrinks and returns to its normal appearance. It was you. I just knew, Jiwoo says cheerfully as he recognizes the cat. But we don't have time to celebrate, Caden reminds him. We made too much noise and people will come quickly. We have to move from here. Okay, Mr. Caden, Jiwoo replies as he carefully picks up the unconscious cat in his arms and begins to run alongside his mentor to get away from the scene. Elsewhere near the neighborhood. An older man descended from the sky and stood on the tip of an antenna. He was looking intently at his cell phone with a deformed face and said, Shit. I don't understand, the last signal was in this sector, why can't I find it, is it broken? I wasn't supposed to use my powers, but I have to activate the sample mark and the only way is to use my powers. There are sounds of glass breaking and the phone in the man's hand was crushed by the force of his hand. I know I have no choice and it is a very important sample that I have to find, even if I couldn't avoid the trackers in the future. The man's eyes turned red and his body released an evil aura black with red as he said loudly. Where are you? Come back to me immediately. At Jiwoo's house. Jiwoo concentrated on carefully bandaging the cat's wounds, while sweating profusely. I did my best, I hope it's enough, he said as he wiped his sweat. Caden came over and said. He'll be fine, he's just unconscious and concussed, he shouldn't have any problems. Caden looked at the cat carefully, amazed at its transformation. How can a cat transform like that? It's not normal, his size and strength increase, no normal cat can do that, it's like he's an awakened one. He remembered hearing about people experimenting on animals to force awakenings, but he knew that was taboo. If it gets out, he'll have all the awakened on his head, it's completely forbidden to force awakenings on humans or animals. Suddenly, Caden sensed an evil aura sweeping through the house and slowly expanding. What is it? I didn't feel anything until it was close. The unconscious cat woke up and began to move madly through the house, destroying everything in its path and heading for the open window to escape. Just as the cat was about to leave, a blurry figure appeared in front of him, showing its sharp claws and launching an attack towards Jiwoo. Jiwoo screamed in pain and his chest began to bleed. The cat recoiled and a shadow appeared in the air, connecting a flying kick to his face and knocking him unconscious instantly. Caden rushed over to him, worried. Jiwoo, how are you? Relax, it's no big deal. Yes, Mr. Caden, Jiwoo replied with relief in his voice. Circulate your force control, Caden said quickly. Force control, what's that? Asked Jiwoo hesitantly. Yes, quickly. It will help you recover, Caden explained well with a funny face to Jiwoo and then adding. Circulate your energy the way your brother taught you. Do you have bandages? Asked Caden. Yes, I do, Mr. Caden, Jiwoo replied, taking a deep breath. Good, wait for me here while I go get the bandages. In the meantime, take off your shirt, Caden hurried up the stairs and headed for the bathroom. Yes, Mr. Caden, Jiwoo nodded. Suddenly, an angry voice echoed from afar, startling Jiwoo. Don't stop circulating your force control, the voice shouted. Jiwoo continued to rapidly circulate his force control. Elsewhere, a few minutes later. What's wrong? She wondered with concern. Why is it taking so long for the sample to arrive? He questioned, frowning. Could the trackers have caught it? He suggested warily. If that happens, it's a big problem, he nodded resignedly. Damn it, she exclaimed angrily. I used my powers, but I couldn't find the sample. There's a good chance they've discovered my location. So much effort put in. He lamented sadly. And all for the sample to end up in their hands. I can't allow that, he stated with determination. Even if I have to make a fuss, I have to find that sample any way I can. Those trackers. He mumbled hatefully. They'll pay for them sooner or later, he concluded with a defiant look. In the early morning, a fat, orange cat stood in a meditative position and released a small blue aura from his body. He watched his hand, squeezing and releasing hard several times. I have to regain even a minimum of my strength quickly, he thought with determination. That aura I felt is that of another awakened one. If I meet others in my current state, I won't be able to protect Jiwoo. Caden looked at Jiwoo, lying on the bed. As soon as dawn breaks, I will have to communicate with Ares. It's very dangerous. Suddenly, a cell phone alarm rang. Jiwoo's eyes blinked and woke up. He looked at the time on the phone and became alarmed. What, is it that time already? Quickly, Jiwoo packed his things for school and left food for the cats. Caden gave him a worried look and chased after him as he was about to leave the house. Wait, Jiwoo, where are you going? Jiwoo answered from outside the house. I'm going to school, Mr. Caden. Caden quickly came out behind him and saw him running at high speed. His face showed obvious anger as he trembled with rage and said. He's just like Ares. He does what he wants and disappears from the place in the blink of an eye. When he comes back, he'll get his lesson accordingly. 1799 words. Next chapter, Learning to Enhance Your Awakened Powers. Chapter 59-55, Learning to Enhance Your Awakened Powers. In a bustling classroom, Jiwoo struggles to stay awake. Leaning against his desk, he closes his eyes and sighs. How tired I am. It's been a while since I've used my powers for so long. Suddenly, an angry voice shakes him out of his reverie. Jiwoo. The professor's voice booms throughout the room. Jiwoo jumps out of his seat, looking around nervously as the professor approaches him. Jiwoo, you've had this attitude for several days now. What's wrong? The professor asks, annoyed. Jiwoo blinks in confusion, not understanding what is going on, and a deep silence falls over the classroom. Excuse me, Professor, I didn't get enough sleep at home, I didn't get enough rest, Jiwoo apologizes, trying to explain his behavior. The teacher looks at Jiwoo sadly and says. Don't worry, if you need my help with anything, let me know, at your age you need to rest well. Jiwoo is relieved to see the teacher's understanding, but realizes that he has slept through the whole class. Professor, is class over? Asks Jiwoo, seeing the professor turn around and the students in the room look at him strangely. Yes, Jiwoo, we're done, replies the professor. Jiwoo quickly gets up, grabs his backpack and runs out of the room. The students and the teacher are shocked to see Jiwoo disappear in the blink of an eye. The teacher comes out of the room and shouts. Jiwoo, wait, but it's too late, Jiwoo has disappeared. Jiwoo runs down the stairs with great speed, excited that Caden had promised to teach him a method to improve his strength. I must hurry, Jiwoo thinks excitedly. In his haste, he didn't notice the young man with black hair and glasses until he already collided with him. Aya! Exclaimed Jiwoo while touching his shoulder. Sorry. Are you okay? I was in a hurry. The young man looked at him silently and kept walking without saying a word. Didn't he say anything to me? Isn't he Wooin, the new boy who came transferring to my class last month, Jiwoo thought to himself. After a few seconds, he recorded the boy's name and assured his suspicions. Yes, it's Wooin, he said to himself. Jiwoo waves a cheerful goodbye as he exclaims. I'm really sorry, I have to go, see you later. He then walks down the stairs with great speed, excited to learn the method Mr. Caden promised him to improve his strength. I'm looking forward to it, he thinks to himself. Suddenly, Wooen's phone rings and he picks it up to see who is calling. Professor, he answers in a deadpan voice. Wooen, where are you? Asking the voice on the other end of the line. At school, sir, Wooen replies without showing any emotion. At school. And you decide to go there? Asks the teacher, surprised by the response. Sorry, sir, Wooen apologizes. The professor continues to speak, his voice low and commanding through the phone. Wooen, I didn't want to tell you anything so as not to alarm you, but I believe the sample has been confiscated by the trackers. I'm not sure if our position was revealed, but you should be careful of everyone around you, anyone could be a tracker following you. Wooen's face shows surprise. Really, Professor? Yes, Wooen. When I told you I didn't find the sample, even when I forced the mark to wake up, it didn't appear and I felt some small auras in the distance, the professor explains seriously. Wooen, come back at once and be careful. When you're here, I'll tell you more, the professor concludes. Understood, sir. I'll be right back, Wooen replies with a serious tone in his voice. At Jiwoo's house. I arrived. The door of the house opens and Jiwoo enters, the three cats jump happily to meet him. Caden, in the distance, sighs. All of you as lively as ever. How have you been? Greets Jiwoo with a smile on his face. Jiwoo pets the cats rubbing against his body and asks. Caden, how have you been in my absence? I got here as fast as I could, classes were barely over, Jiwoo replied excitedly. Yeah, you got here faster than usual, Caden says. Yeah, I came running, says Jiwoo smiling. Still not awake, asks Jiwoo observing the striped gray cat lying on the couch. It's okay, he's just unconscious, Caden sighs but smiles and adds. I want to show you something. Yeah, that's what he told me, Jiwoo replies excitedly. Don't you have a place with ample space? Caden asks. Yes, follow me, says Jiwoo. Caden looked around the spacious basement and said. Not bad. I don't have anywhere else, so I hope it will do, Jiwoo replied, sitting down across from Caden in a chair. Let's get started, Caden said in a serious tone. What Aries taught you is a method to improve your powers faster. What I'm going to teach you is my method. I don't think there's much difference between the two methods. Awakened powers don't increase out of nowhere, it takes years, except for geniuses, Caden continued. It depends on your talent. It could take years or even decades to see results. This long? Asked Jiwoo. What if it doesn't work? I don't know, Caden admitted. But your talent might not be so bad if you could learn the Aries method. Did it take you long? Asked Jiwoo. You're looking at the men who invented the method, Caden replied proudly. Come here, he motioned for Jiwoo to come closer. Yes, sir. Listen carefully, the power is in your heart and it spreads throughout your body like blood. I will channel my powers to you, which will allow you to feel them move and grow. Focus all your attention on remembering that feeling so you can do it yourself. All right, Jiwoo said. Let's begin, remember, concentrate on the sensation. Tiny sparks of electricity appeared in Caden's hand and Jiwoo's face began to show pain. Bear it, Caden instructed as the electricity spread in all directions and generated a flash as it entered Jiwoo's body. It will be hard for you to feel it at first, but take your time, Caden said calmly, watching as Jiwoo began to control his power. Mr. Caden, with your method, I can control the power easily, Jiwoo said, amazed. What? That shouldn't be happening, Caden said, surprised. The power moves inside me like you taught me, it has a great similarity to the method my brother taught me, Jiwoo explained, looking at his body. Why does it move? Caden wondered. Even when I taught Aries, he didn't do it that easily, Caden thought. Does that mean Jiwoo's younger brother's talent is greater than his? But Aries is considered a monster, Caden thought. What should I do now, Mr. Caden? Asked Jiwoo. Sit in a meditative position and keep circulating my method, instructed Caden. Yes, sir, replied Jiwoo, crossing his legs and meditating as he concentrated on circulating the method. Caden stared at Jiwoo's chest and saw a small swirl. Has he already gathered his energy in his heart, thought Caden. Even if my method is similar to what Jiwoo knows, it shouldn't be that easy. He only knows one part, which is the healing factor, not the electrical part, Caden mused. This is unbelievable. I've only seen such a rapid growth rate in Aries and myself, Caden thought, a devilish grin on his face. Aries, your brother is an incredible monster, another destroyer has been added to the family, Caden closed his eyes and continued to circle his force control. 1272 words. Next chapter discovered. Chapter 56, discovered. A young man with light cream-colored hair and amber eyes was running worriedly, rushing up the stairs. Ayawa. I ran out of time again, Jiwoo lamented. Training with Mr. Caden is exciting and I lose track of time. Good thing I arrived on time, Mr. Caden said. He communicated with my brother. I will be able to see him again soon. The day went on as usual. Jiwoo fell asleep in class. The teacher woke him up, scolded him, but nothing interesting happened until he was on his way home. Walking home, Jiwoo saw 3 students bothering Wooin in an alley. Hey, didn't I warn you the other day to bring money? The aggressors told him. Jiwoo approached them with a harmless smile. Wooin, what are you doing there? He asked. Who is this fool? One of the student aggressors questioned. Beat it, stay out of where you're not wanted, threatened the other. I can't, he's my classmate, replied Jiwoo pointing at Wooin. The 3 students looked at Jiwoo in astonishment, and the faces of 2 of them changed and approached menacingly. Do you want to die? They challenged him. Jiwoo easily dodged all the punches the students threw, and after a moment of dodging them, he said to the people walking on the street and said, We shouldn't cause such a fuss. The people on the street looked down the alley and said with a little fear in their voice. Look at those boys, they are fighting. Kids these days are a mess, commented another pedestrian. The student named Jisuk behind them, hands in his pants pockets and a carefree attitude, with his white hair and grayish-green eyes, interrupted in annoyance. What do you think you 2 pathetic people are doing? Jisuk was incensed to see the 2 students stammering nervously. You idiots, you are embarrassing me in public, he shouted rudely at them. The students immediately fell silent. Jisuk fixed his gaze on Jiwoo and said in a threatening voice. Be careful, cat boy. Watch your back, this won't stay like this. Then, he left the place followed by the other 2 students. Jiwoo, worried about his friend Wooin, approached him and asked. Wooin, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they? But Wooin didn't answer him and walked away without saying anything. Jiwoo started to follow him to make sure he was okay, but Wooin continued without saying a word. After walking together for a while, Jiwoo said goodbye to Wooin and took a different way home. The day had flown by, and when night fell, Jiwoo and Caden hurried to take the unconscious cat to the vet for a checkup, as it had not yet woken up. As they were on their way, Wooin saw them passing by with his teacher's cat. He remembered the conversation he had had with him. Wooin, I'm not sure, but I think the trackers carefully took the sample. When I tried to call her by forcing the mark, she didn't come, but I felt some auras approaching my location from a distance. I'm pretty sure they captured her, so be careful when you go out. Wooin came back to reality and realized that Jiwoo was entering a veterinarian's office. Could it be that Jiwoo is a tracker, he wondered. The next day, in the classroom, Wooin walks in and sees Jiwoo. Although Jiwoo greets him, Wooin does not answer and begins to analyze whether his classmate is really an awakened one and whether he has received special training. When class time ends, Jiwoo runs off and Wooin chases after him, watching him feed the stray cats. At that moment, a voice interrupts him. Jiwoo Seo, says the person behind them. Jiwoo turns around and smiles at the sight of Wooin. Good to see you, he replies amicably. Wooin, with a serious voice, asks. Where did you get that cat? Jiwoo looks at the cats eating near him and replies. They're not mine, they're from the street and I feed them. Wooin frowns and asks again. Not that one, the black-striped cat you took to the vet the other day. Oh, that one, Jiwoo replies cheerfully. He's not mine, I found him unconscious and took him to my house. He hasn't woken up for several days, so I took him to the doctor and he said he might wake up tomorrow or never. Why do you ask? Said Jiwoo harmlessly. Wooin looked carefully at Jiwoo's attitude. Apparently, Jiwoo is not lying. Are you really a tracker? He thought. Can't he wake up? What could have happened to him? Could it be a side effect of the professor's experiment? Wooin said emotionlessly. I thought it was my cat. I lost it a few days ago, added Wooin. Jiwoo shouted worriedly, you lost your cat, what a pity. I'll bring it to you right away so you can see if it's your cat or not, said Jiwoo turning around and running away. Wooin stood confused as Jiwoo walked away. Is he really not a tracker? Showing off something so important so easily. If he's a tracker, he wouldn't show me the cat so easily unless he doesn't know what it is, Wooin thought. The professor must have made a mistake. And wasn't there a tracker chasing us? At Jiwoo's house. A loud slamming door woke Caden, who saw Jiwoo running at high speed in front of him while holding a gray cat with black stripes in his arms. What are you doing? Where are you taking him? Asked Caden half asleep. Jiwoo, with a smile on his face, replied. I think I found the cat's owner. Before Caden could say anything else, Jiwoo ran out of the house with the cat in his arms. Caden was shocked watching Jiwoo walk away. He closed his eyes to continue sleeping, but immediately woke up as he remembered something important. That cat is not normal. They experimented on him forcing his awakening and that evil aura I felt that time. Quickly, he left the house and closed his eyes to visualize the streets. When he opened them, he saw Jiwoo running and decided to follow him. Boy, stay out of trouble until I get there, Caden thought as he ran after him. Big Caden will save you. 1062 words. Next chapter, the only option is to fight. Chapter 61:57, the only option is to fight. Jiwoo came running up to Wooin with a sleeping cat in his arms. Will this be your cat? He asked. Apparently, it's not awake yet. Wooin looked at him seriously and replied. Yes, it is my cat. Well. Jiwoo was preparing to hand him the cat when the cat woke up and, seeing the boy in front of him, seemed to remember something. The cat meowed menacingly at Wooin and began to fidget restlessly in the arms of Jiwoo, who was struggling to keep it under control. Jiwoo, give me the cat, Wooin said in a threatening voice. Jiwoo struggled to hug the cat tighter. Wooin, if this is really your cat, why is it reacting like this? Wooin's expression changed and he spoke seriously. You must be a tracker, right Jiwoo? Confused, Jiwoo asked, a tracker? What's that? Wooin's eyes changed color as an intense black and red aura erupted from his body, bursting out in all directions. Jiwoo reacted quickly and disappeared from the scene with incredible speed. A rumbling resounded in the aftermath of the explosion, as cracks quickly spread across the wall of the houses and the ground nearby. Jiwoo appeared in the distance, without a scratch on his body, but his eyes reflected an expression of shock and bewilderment. Wooin gazed at him in wonder, his mind full of questions. Was it able to dodge that attack at such a short distance? Was its awakened power super speed? POV Dr. Deline. While I was meticulously checking some vials containing a mysterious substance in the laboratory, a faint rumbling sound reached my ears. Looking up earnestly, I tried to identify the source of the sound. I questioned myself with surprise. Huh? Is that power? Is Wooin fighting? He knows it's dangerous to use his power without worrying about the uproar it might cause. Other awakened people in the area would sense the commotion and come to the place to check, he analyzed in his mind, and then I quickly took off my clinical apron and walked out of the building. I walked toward the location of the noise, considering several possibilities. Will he have encountered the tracker to use his power regardless of the uproar he might form? I thought, not good, he caused a lot of noise and other awakened ones would feel it too. Another possibility I considered was that Wooin had found the sample we were looking for and had to fight another awakened to get it. POV Caden. From the top of a house, my gaze focused on the confrontation that was unfolding in the street between two young men. However, my attention was mainly focused on one of them, an awakened young man. It is unusual to find someone so young exhibiting such impressive power, but what strikes my attention most is the aura that emanated from him. It's similar to the one I felt that time, but on a completely different scale. As I continued to watch the situation closely, I noticed Jiwoo's timely reaction. It's interesting to see how he will fare in this confrontation. This will be his first test in the awakened world. I stayed in my position, enjoying the show and watching the situation unfold. This is a good opportunity for Jiwoo to enter the awakened world. Jiwoo, who knew you'd be a tracker? Since when are you chasing me and my master? Asked Wooin as Jiwoo held his cat in his arms in surprise. Are you an awakened one too, Wooin? Asked Jiwoo. A tracker? What's that? Added Jiwoo in confusion. Wooin thought to himself, isn't he a tracker? His expression seemed sincere. Is he just an awakened one? Whatever, I'll check it out. But he has the sample. Without warning, Wooin unleashes a series of powerful attacks in Jiwoo's direction. Jiwoo senses Wooin's attacks and nimbly backs away, avoiding being hit by the attacks. It will be hard to connect an attack, his speed is incredible, thinks Wooin. Wooin opens his arms wide, and black beams emerge from his hands and move rapidly, forming a cage of dark energy around Jiwoo. Jiwoo's eyes widen in astonishment as he finds himself surrounded by the attacks. He feels a shiver run down his back as he tries to back away quickly, deftly dodging some of the attacks that threaten him. However, in the midst of his frantic evasion, a bolt of lightning materializes in front of his face. With an almost instantaneous reaction, Jiwoo unleashes his super speed, escaping the situation in the blink of an eye. In a fleeting flash he emerges on the other side with a small burnt part of his uniform sleeve. Phew, that was close, gasps Jiwoo as he pats the cat in his arms. With the cat it's hard to move, he thinks as he watches Wooin seriously. His speed increased. Wasn't it his maximum? Wooin wonders with a serious face. Jiwoo, hand over the cat, you're not a tracker, we don't have to keep dragging out this silly fight, Wooin insists. Jiwoo glares at him and sets the cat down. Wooin, that's not your cat. You can't take something that's not yours, he retorts firmly. Wooin sees Jiwoo approach and stop a few feet away from him, leaving a distance between them. Jiwoo, we didn't have to have come to these circumstances, but since you want to confront me, you leave me no choice, Wooin warns as a dark trail with red edges is released from his body. Jiwoo watches the aura in awe and nervousness. This kid is pretty good for his age, Caden thinks from a distance, watching the confrontation between the two youngsters with satisfaction. Jiwoo remembers Caden's words. Jiwoo, if you happen to meet another awakened one, you have to be careful with your mentality, it's a very important factor. Fear can slowly eat you up inside and affect your powers. You must learn to deal with those emotions. Jiwoo's nervous face changes to a state of seriousness and confidence. He rushes forward towards Woon while thinking. I will attack first. Woon launched several black lightning bolts, but Jiwoo dodged them skillfully, shortening the distance between them until he managed to get behind Woon and throw a punch at him. Woon dodged and moved around the area, launching several attacks at Jiwoo. The latter tried to dodge and hit to connect a punch, but Woon gradually got used to Jiwoo's speed and pressed him with several attacks. Jiwoo managed to dodge some, but others hit him and he had to cover himself with his arms, taking the full impact. Woon thought, I have to find a way to connect a good hit, his speed is incredible. Woon launched several attacks, but Jiwoo disappeared and appeared behind him to throw a surprise punch. Woon smiled at Jiwoo's attempt to replicate his own attack, but quickly turned and launched a powerful lightning bolt that sent him flying through the air and landing on the hard pavement of the street. Jiwoo struggled to his feet, checking his body as blood dripped from his wounds. Jiwoo, don't drag this out any longer. Hand the damn cat over to me, Woon said impatiently and thought. If I keep making noise, the trackers might arrive. No. I can't let you take him, he replied. I must increase my speed enough so that you won't have time to react. Jiwoo disappeared from his spot and Woon was surprised to see him appear to his right in the blink of an eye. Woon, in a desperate attempt to counterattack, however, Jiwoo's extraordinary speed proved overwhelming, and a devastating blow smashed into Woon's ribs, brutally breaking them. Woon, at full speed, collided violently with the wall, becoming completely embedded in it. Despite his shattered and sore arm, Jiwoo watched with a mixture of anguish and concern as Woon vomited blood, struggling to breathe as he clutched at his ribs in obvious pain. He connected with that punch, cracked my ribs. I didn't think his speed could increase even more, Woon thought, recognizing that Jiwoo had some training. Jiwoo held his injured arm and slowly approached Woon. Woon, are you okay? I didn't mean to hurt you, but... Before he could finish speaking, a shocking and powerful attack came from the side, throwing Jiwoo through the air and leaving him on the ground in a fetal position. The pain was excruciating as his body dripped blood, slowly forming a pool on the cold concrete. Woon stared transfixed at Jiwoo on the ground and Caden was shocked to see what had happened. Shit. I was so focused on the battle that I forgot to check my surroundings. I made a rookie mistake. Damn cat body, that weakens my senses, Caden thought. The cat descended from the house and walked over to where Jiwoo was lying on the ground, bleeding. Don't worry, Jiwoo, Big Caden will come to your rescue, Caden thought. A voice woke Woon up. Well done, Woon. I can see the sample and we can also take care of the tracker, said Dr. Deline. Woon looked in surprise at the men approaching them. Professor, he asked. I'll take care of it. Pull yourself together, more trackers may be arriving, Dr. Deline replied, turning his attention to Jiwoo. Sir, Jiwoo is not a tracker, Woon said. Dr. Deline stopped and looked at him in surprise. What nonsense are you talking, he asked. After doing some research, I found out that Jiwoo doesn't know he's a tracker, explained Woon, as Dr. Deline frowned and looked at Jiwoo curiously. Really? Asked Dr. Deline. His uniform looks very familiar, he goes to your school, doesn't he? Yes, he's at my school, Woon confirmed. Dr. Deline's expression suddenly changed as a fat orange cat stood in front of Jiwoo. A fat cat. I need more samples to continue my experiment, Dr. Deline joked. Jiwoo managed to look up with difficulty and stared into Caden's eyes. Mr. K. Den. He mumbled, his voice trembling. Don't talk, recover. I'll take care of everything, Caden replied without even looking at Jiwoo, speaking with a firm, confident tone that filled the young men with confidence. No, you have to run, Jiwoo added in a whisper, as Caden turned his head in his cat form and smiled at him. Watch closely and learn, Caden said as he prepared to face his opponent. This is what happens in an adult confrontation. A powerful burst of light combined with electricity erupted from the feline body, blinding everyone present. Dr. Deline covered his eyes with his arm, trying to shield himself from the dazzling explosion. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself facing a young man with blue hair and dark blue eyes instead of the cat that had been there before. The mysterious change of form left Dr. Deline bewildered and amazed. The man emitted an imposing presence and intense energy. His gaze was full of determination and resolve, conveying a sense of power and confidence. 1849 words. Next chapter, Electricity against Telekinesis. Chapter 62, 58, Electricity against Telekinesis. An intense electric blue aura envelopes the cat, generating an explosion of dazzling light. Dr. Deline, startled by the spectacle, covers his eyes, stunned by the glare. Street light bulbs throughout the neighborhood explode simultaneously, a roar of shattering glass is heard everywhere. How can you idiots make such a racket without securing your surroundings, says Caden disdainfully as he performs a finger snap that creates a spatial isolation field. Dr. Deline, perplexed by the spatial isolation, observes his surroundings and then the men closely, trying to decipher his identity and intentions. Who are you? Asks Dr. Deline cautiously. The young man smiles arrogantly, reveling in Dr. Deline's confusion. Who am I? Don't you know me? He replies in a mocking tone. Dr. Deline takes a detailed look at the young man and thinks. That enormous amount of electricity and power. Could it be him? But how can he be in a place like this? I can only think of one person, he mutters to himself. Suddenly, a faint voice booms in Dr. Deline's ears like a storm. Mr. K. Den. Is that you? Asks Jiwoo with difficulty, struggling to articulate the words. Caden gives him a reassuring smile and nods, silently confirming his identity. Are you really him? Asks Dr. Deline, feeling a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Caden break. Caden flashes a smile that reflects some contempt and replies with disdain, exactly. Caden, with a serious and angry tone, reproaches him. Don't you think you went too far by getting involved in the combat of these young men? Deline, sweating nervously, asks. Do you know this boy? Caden, with a smirk on his face, replies. Do I know him? Since we've interfered, shouldn't you show these youngsters a real fight, suggests Caden with a mischievous grin, releasing his aura. Deline looks at him trembling and replies. No need. If I had known you knew this young man, I wouldn't have intervened. Really? Well, it's too late for that. I know this young man and I cannot allow you to interfere as you please in the battle of these children, Caden states arrogantly and then adds angrily. You attacked someone you shouldn't have. He raises his hand and electricity crackles. Deline gestures desperately for them not to fight and says. No, wait. Caden, with his menacing attitude and a cold stare, sentences. Die. I don't have all day to waste on you. A powerful bolt of electricity descends from the sky and hits Deline hard, generating a spectacular impact. The intensity of the attack perplexes Woon and Jiwoo, who are dumbfounded as they witness Dr. Deline's charred, kneeling body. Arg, arg, Deline breathes heavily. Oh. You didn't die and you held on. Unbelievable. I underestimated you. I just have to use more energy, Caden says, discovering more electricity in his hand. At that moment, a young man with glasses and short black hair interferes and stands in front of Deline, looking with a serious face at Caden. Who are you, kid? Asks Caden with contempt. Please. Excuse the professor, Woon says with difficulty, he was still disoriented. Professor. That's why you're getting in the way, Caden deduces, frowning. Caden's face turned ugly and in an angry voice he said. Get out of the way, kid. If you don't want to die with him. A weak voice made Caden tremble. Mr. Caden, there's no need for you to go on, said Jiwoo. Deline stood up with difficulty and Woon looked at Jiwoo in astonishment. What do you mean don't go on? Asked Caden. Can't you see your condition? If I hadn't intervened, you would surely be dead this instant. I told you that the awakened world is not the same as the normal world, replied Caden. Jiwoo, with a sad face, said. I know. I was a fool, but I don't want you to kill people because of me. Just him being with me is enough. Woon is my friend at school. Caden was startled to hear this and thought. Aya, this kid, sighing, he said. Well. This answer surprised with Deline and Woon, who saw a light in the darkness. You have to follow me, you being out there free, it's not safe for me. You could very well leak my location, Caden said. Deline replied. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I'm not asking you. I'm warning you. If you don't want to abide by the order, then you are free to die here, Caden said with a serious tone and a threatening attitude. Deline shivered and replied hastily. Sure, we'll follow you. At Jiwoo's house. Caden looked menacingly at Deline, who found himself next to Woon. Jiwoo was sitting next to Caden with bandages on his body and a huge smile on his face. Woon. It's good that you're staying at my house, Jiwoo said cheerfully. Woon looked at Jiwoo happily but kept silent when he saw Caden's face. Caden. What will happen? Asked Deline with a cold sweat on his forehead. Jiwoo blinked and looked intently at the three people. What should I do with you guys? From what I heard from this kid, you guys are being chased by other awakened ones. I guess it must be because of the experiment you did with this cat, Caden said, pointing to a sleeping cat on the couch near Jiwoo. Deline's face changed and he said. Yes, it would be a big problem if they find me. The atmosphere became tense and a cheerful voice broke the tension. Mr. Caden, you shouldn't worry so much. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Even if they find us, nothing will happen, Jiwoo said with a smile on his face. Caden's face became serious and he slapped Jiwoo's head, saying angrily. Nothing will happen, you got me involved in a matter I shouldn't have been involved in. You know what it means, I told you that you make easy enemies with other awakened people, and from what these two clowns said, they are being pursued by an organization. Deline and Woon looked stunned. Jiwoo closed his eyes and groaned weakly in pain. Mr. Caden, that may be. But with the great Caden on my side, I shouldn't be afraid, he said, trying to reassure Caden. Caden looked very proudly at Jiwoo and said, Jiwoo, you finally know how great I am. Yeah, it was amazing, the strength you showed, said Jiwoo excitedly. Caden laughed unhingedly and said very proudly, ha 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 ha. Boy, you know how to recognize talent, and that barely showed a small part of my power. Deline and Woon stared open-mouthed at the conversation between the two of them. Deline sneezed, and Caden stopped laughing and glared at him menacingly. Let's talk, said Caden. Deline nodded. Mr. Caden, when is my brother coming? Asked Jiwoo. Brother, thought Deline and Woon at the same time. Caden placed his hand on his chin and thought. He should arrive next week at the latest. Jiwoo was very happy, but a painful shiver ran through his whole body. Ouch. Caden's face changed, and he said irritably. Hold still, boy, you've got a lot of injuries. It will take a couple of days for your wounds to heal and a week for your bones to heal. What a weird attitude Caden and Jiwoo have, and Jiwoo is a bit innocent, Woon thought inwardly as Deline nodded. Caden stood up and said. All right, let's go train, even if you're injured, you should keep getting better. Jiwoo struggled to stand up, but his enthusiasm to continue training overcame the pain. Yes, let's do it, he exclaimed happily. Woon and Deline exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. These two are a rather peculiar pair. Caden, rising from his seat, declared. I'll be watching them closely. At night, several shadows move from one building to another with impressive speed, sneaking up on Dr. Deline's laboratory. Suddenly, a muffled sound is heard and the door of the laboratory is thrown open by four hooded individuals who enter the place without any consideration. The main figure, who seems to lead the group, surveys the messy place and orders the others. Check the surroundings quickly, said Shionha Park. Yes, Mr. Park, the other hooded men reply, and disappear from the sight of the man who seems to lead the operation. Meanwhile, Seonga Park walks further into the lab and looks around in surprise and thinks. Have they left already? But according to the information we investigated, they should still be here. Shinhwa Association. The office door opened abruptly, taking Ji Young-yu by surprise. Immediately, In Hyuk burst in with obvious signs of concern on his face. President, we have corroborated that there has been a clash in our territory, In Hyuk announced. Ji Young raised an intrigued eyebrow. Without wasting a second, In Hyuk hurriedly handed her a tablet, which showed a blurry photo in which four people were clearly distinguishable. Two adult men were in the foreground, while behind them were two young boys. These images were taken from cameras in the area, In Hyuk explained. You don't get to see who they are very well, Ji Young demonstrates, putting the tablet aside to look at In Hyuk. Yes, Chairwoman. Although the people in the first image are not clearly distinguishable, let me show you two other images, In Hyuk said quickly as he switched images on the tablet. Two new images were displayed on the screen. Ji Young carefully examined the photo that showed fragments of the street that were burned. They have tried to remove all the trace, but they couldn't, and from the burn, it can be evidence that it wasn't from fire, In Hyuk explained. Electricity? Asked Ji Young. Yes, I think the one who fought was Caden, replied In Hyuk with concern. With who? Asked Ji Young. From what we found out, we think with Dr. Deline. The Union entered our territory and headed to Dr. Deline's lab, but we couldn't find him. We are still searching, reported In Hyuk. I think Caden captured Dr. Deline, if the Union were to meet Caden. I don't want to imagine what will happen, In Hyuk added with concern. Ji Young kept silent as his eyes fell on the other photo, which showed two visibly injured young men. One of them had cream-colored hair, while the other sported black hair and wore glasses. Do you know who these two young men are? Asked Ji Young. Ma'am, the young man with black hair and glasses is Dr. Deline's student, and the other one I don't know who he is, but we assume he is the boy behind Caden, In Hyuk replied. Ji Young laid the photo carefully on his desk and plunged into his thoughts, trying to connect the dots and understand the situation as a whole. President, In Hyuk said faintly. Ji Young looked up, snapping out of her reverie. Yes, he replied. The two young men attend the same school as Jisuk. Revealed In Hyuk. Hide this information and make sure it doesn't leak out that Caden is here, Ji Young instructed earnestly, aware of the importance of keeping the event hidden. Yes, President. Replied In Hyuk obediently, assimilating the orders and their importance. I will personally take care of this situation and the Union so that nothing goes wrong, In Hyuk assured. Ji Young nodded with approval. I trust you will do well, In Hyuk. Keep me informed of any developments. 1900 words. Next chapter, Confrontation. Chapter 63, 59, Confrontation. Caden closely followed Jiwoo's progress in his training, watching every move and technique he used to improve his skill. The days flew by and soon it had been 5 days since they started training together. Despite the short duration, Caden could notice a significant improvement in Jiwoo. He seemed to be learning quickly and soaking up every lesson like a sponge. Meanwhile, Caden also noticed Deline and Wooin, who were having deep and serious conversations between the two of them, making up for all the time they had lost. It was evident that the two had established a relationship of master and disciple, and Deline seemed to be gradually returning to his normal state, no longer obsessed with the experiment and seeming to have regained his sanity. The next day, Wooin and Jiwoo were walking to school when Jiwoo asked cheerfully, "Wooin, how have you been doing these days?" Wooin remained silent as he watched Jiwoo, who was in high spirits, continuing the conversation surrounded by other students. In the distance, 3 students observed Jiwoo walking with a bandage on his body and commented among themselves. He. Did he get hurt? It's our best time to take revenge. What he did the other time. I won't forgive him. In the classroom, Jiwoo and Wooin were talking leaning against the window when 3 students surrounded them and said, "We finally found them, it was hard." Wooin adjusted his glasses and looked at the 3 students while Jiwoo looked at them doubtfully. "You 3, said Jiwoo. The 3 students laughed. "You remember us, don't you?" they asked. In an innocent voice, Jiwoo replied, scratching his head, "Who are you?" The students were offended by Jiwoo's answer and their faces reflected their anger. Suddenly, one of them threw a surprise kick towards Jiwoo. However, before it could hit him, a foot stopped the kick in its tracks. "What do you think you are doing?" said Wooin, with an angry tone of voice. The student aggressor was shocked to see the young man who stopped his kick and quickly lunged at Wooin, throwing punches in his direction. Wooin dodged the attacks and countered with a powerful kick to the chest, sending him flying and landing between the classroom tables. The other students in the room fell silent and watched in shock as the young assailant lay unconscious on the floor, surrounded by chairs and tables that had fallen with him. "What the?" exclaimed one student looking down at his classmate on the floor. "Shit," added another, just before the 2 students lunged at him. Wooin covered his face to defend himself from a punch and dodged another blow skillfully. When 2 fists came at him at the same time, Wooin kept his composure and prepared to counterattack. However, to his surprise, Jiwoo punched one of the attacking students in the face, leaving him knocked out and bleeding from the mouth. "Oops, sorry," apologized Jiwoo worriedly. Wooin smiled and quickly cut the other student down, leaving him knocked out on the ground as well. In the afternoon, at Jiwoo's house, Deline spoke in a shaky voice, "I wasn't in my right mind." Caden interrupted him, "Did you become obsessed with your experiment?" Deline lowered his head, showing a sad look. "Yes. I was very pressured by the awakened following me, and with a group I made a deal. I even started to lose my mind by having bad results." Caden frowned and asked, "Who are those awakened? I want to know what I'm up against." Deline looked uncomfortable talking about them, but answered, "Awakened Union is an organization of this nation, and lastly Baekdu is the organization I made the deal with. They are also an organization of this country." Caden asked calmly, "What do you plan to do?" Deline looked down and sighed. "I know I'm not in the right to ask you for anything. But you can do me a favor." Caden looked wary. "You're right, you have no right to ask me for anything." Deline continued, "I just want you to take care of Wooin. I'll give myself so that Wooin can live a good life and not keep running away with me like I always did in my whole life." Caden frowned, but then remembered Jiwoo's words. "Mr. Caden, will you promise me that you won't kill anyone and won't cause trouble, be friendly?" Caden sighed and said, "I only accept it for Jiwoo's sake, make it clear to you and make sure you say goodbye tonight." Deline nodded his head, his gaze filled with sadness. "Yes, it's best for everyone." Jisuk was standing on the corner, patiently waiting for the traffic light to change. As he was immersed in his thoughts, he was suddenly startled to hear his name called out behind him. "Jisuk!" called 3 students who were in very bad shape. Jisuk looked at them uninterestedly and asked, "What happened to them? How did they end up in that state?" "Those guys again," replied one of the students. Asked Jisuk blankly. "That guy who feeds the cats and the other one with glasses," the student explained. "Did you fight with them?" asked Jisuk. "They took us by surprise, otherwise we wouldn't be like this," the student replied. The traffic light changed from red to green and pedestrians crossed the street. Jisuk snorted with a smile and slowly walked away from the 3 students. "How pathetic," he muttered. The 3 students watched him dumbfounded as he walked away. Jisuk, as he walked down the street, recalled a conversation with In-hyuk. In-hyuk showed him 2 pictures leaning on the table while Jisuk was sitting in front of him. "Jisuk, be careful with these 2 students from your school," In-hyuk said seriously. What, they are awakened? Asked Jisook. Yes, and their identities are problematic. I'm telling you so that you won't cause trouble, warned In-hyuk. Jisook snorted and replied, I won't do anything. Turning back to the present day, Jisook was still walking down the street and said with a big smile. They provoked me. I can't just sit idly by. I'll wait a few days to meet him. 1034 words. Next chapter, Deline surrenders. Chapter 64, 60, Deline surrenders. In Jiwoo's house. Deline and Woon plunged into a silence charged with desolation. Their gazes met, and in that instant, the weight of sadness was palpable in the air. Woon. I will leave, Deline uttered in a low tone that resonated deep in his young disciple's heart. Woon's eyes filled with tears as he watched his beloved teacher, feeling an abyss of sadness and loneliness open up in front of him. Professor, I'll go with you, Woon sobbed. Deline, however, placed a firm hand on Woon's shoulder and responded with a look of affection. No, you don't have to live like me, running away for the rest of your life. A sob escaped Woon's lips, and tears began to flow down his cheeks. I will give myself up, Deline continued in a defeated tone, his words seeming to drag like anguished whispers. They've been looking for me for a long time, they want something from me. Woon was petrified, his moist eyes widened immeasurably at the devastating news. What the? But, Professor, he exclaimed, his voice choked with tears. Deline extended a reassuringly gesturing hand toward Woon's trembling shoulder. Woon, you'll be safe here. You develop your life and I'll talk to them so you can come see me, Deline pronounced in a muffled voice. Woon tried to protest, but his voice cracked once again, his pain palpable in every tremor of his being. But, Professor, he stammered between sobs broken by weeping. Deline seemed to sense his disciple's deep pain in the depths of his being, and continued to speak with an expression laden with sadness and remorse etched on his face. You are like my son, Woon. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my sanity a long time ago. My daughter's death scarred me, and your presence saved me, he confessed in a voice cracked with grief. It's my turn to give you the chance to live a better life. Woon, enjoy life, he said as Woon broke down in a sea of tears and sobs that seemed to have no end. Deline enveloped Woon in a loving embrace and, after a few minutes that felt like an eternity, he slowly pulled away and regretfully rose from his seat. I have to go. He uttered in a broken voice, as he left the house carrying on his back the weight of farewell and sadness. Outside, Deline paused for a moment to contemplate the beautiful sunset, but Woon, unable to let him leave, followed him closely, his face reflecting the sadness that invaded him. Let me join you, Woon murmured sadly. Deline turned slowly and shook his head, his eyes full of pain. No, you will stay here, he told him with a firmness that hid the deep torment that consumed him. Woon looked at him with an expression filled with grief and despair, his trembling voice barely managing to pronounce his name. Professor. No, Woon, Deline replied in a voice laden with regret as he walked away, slowly fading into the distance, taking with him the shared dreams and hopes, leaving Woon plunged into an abyss of sadness and longing. Jiwoo, with an expression of deep sadness on his face, stepped out into the garden and spoke emotionally charged words. Woon, your teacher loved you very much. You can always visit him whenever you wish. At that moment, Caden, adopting his cat form, looked in the direction Dr. Deline had gone. Deline keenly observed the four figures standing in front of him, seemingly calm but emanating a menacing presence. Despite this, his face remained composed and a smile tugged at his lips as he watched the men who seemed to be leading the group. Director Park, Deline said with a smile on his face. I've been looking for you for a long time and here you are in front of me, on your own initiative, Park said with a tone of surprise and some disbelief in his voice. Deline sketched a smile that sought to convey reassurance and determination, as he raised his hands in a gesture that made it clear he harbored no hostile intentions. I have come here to surrender, he declared in a serene and firm voice. At Deline's statement, Park Seonga arched a distrustful eyebrow and waved his hand. In a matter of seconds, the three figures accompanying him pounced on Deline, managing to immobilize him without much difficulty. The metallic sound of the handcuffs closing around Deline's wrists echoed in the atmosphere, making it clear that his fate was sealed. Why do you decide to turn yourself in now? Where is your disciple? Asked Park with a mixture of curiosity and distrust in his voice. Deline, with the handcuffs on his wrists and surrounded by the three figures, uttered a smile as he replied, I made a deal with someone of great power and made sure to protect Woon, that's why I turned myself in. I want him to have a better life, not like mine, full of running away. His tone reflected a combination of determination and concern for his disciple's welfare. You really expect me to believe you, said Park raising an eyebrow with skepticism in his expression. Deline let out a sarcastic laugh and challenged Park Seonga's distrust with a menacing attitude and a serious tone of voice. Ha 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 ha, honestly, I don't care whether you believe me or not. If you decide to cause trouble, you will see the consequences it will bring to your organization, he warned firmly. Park took a firm stance and, in a voice laden with seriousness. Are you threatening me? Deline replied with a confident smile as he shared a warning. No, I'm just warning you. I know your leader isn't in good condition. Don't you think fighting might put your organization at a disadvantage? Besides, I will be willing to help you in whatever you need, but I want to set certain conditions to ensure that this works optimally, Deline added. Seonga Park's facial expression changed drastically, and a tense air pervaded the place as he grabbed Deline's shirt angrily and, in an angry voice, exclaimed. Do you think you are in a position to demand and threaten us? Deline replied. It's not a threat, I simply want you to understand the reality of your current situation. The next day, in Xinhua. President, Deline has surrendered to the Union, In-hyuk reported. Ji-young, surprised, raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, he surrendered? In-hyuk nodded and continued, yes, he was surprisingly cooperative. He claimed to have made a deal with an extremely powerful person to protect Woon. According to my inquiries, Dr. Deline expressed his desire to ensure that Woon had a dignified life and accordingly requested the Union to allow him to visit him, along with other conditions that we have not yet been able to verify. In return, he offered to provide help in any way they needed. In-hyuk continued. Ji-young pondered silently for a moment. A deal, could it be with Kaden? He asked quietly. In-hyuk nodded cautiously. We don't know for sure, but it's a possibility. We're the only ones who know about the supposed fight between the two of them, he admitted. Ji-young mused quietly, deep in thought. In-hyuk raised a troubling question. Chairman, what are we going to do about the young man named Jiwoo? There is a possibility that he has some connection with Kaden. Ji-young answered with determination. We are not sure of his relationship. However, as it is our responsibility, we must guide the awakened young man to the right path and prevent the existence of the awakened from being disclosed. In-hyuk nodded, understanding the importance of the situation, and went on to raise another point. Woon and Jiwoo are living together, should we take any action? It's very likely that the Union will try to look for Woon, and if Jiwoo has any ties to Kaden and the Union hurts him, it could create a serious problem for the whole country. Ji-young sighed, resigned to the situation. Have the two of them have a conversation with you, and if they need help, we must support them. We can't allow the Union to cause a scandal in our territory. In-hyuk nodded respectfully and replied. Yes, ma'am. I will come to see them when they come back from their classes. He withdrew from the office bowing. Hours later, Jiwoo and Woon returned home and suddenly Jiwoo's cell phone rang. Surprised, they heard a voice on the other end of the line asking them to meet in person as awakened. Soon after, In-hyuk arrived and introduced himself to Woon and Jiwoo, startling the two young men. Kaden, too, was surprised to learn that they were in the territory of Ji-young-yu, Korea's #1 awakened, known for a good reputation and wind-type awakened abilities. After a brief conversation, In-hyuk took his leave, assuring them that the meeting was simply to get to know each other and that they could count on his help at any time. Once In-hyuk left, Kaden transformed into his human form and approached Woon and Jiwoo from an empty room. I didn't expect them to be discovered so quickly, Kaden said. Woon was silent as Jiwoo asked. What should we do? They must do nothing. From now on, they must live their lives as awakened, Kaden replied. Then, turning his gaze to Woon, he asked. Will you stay and live here or will you leave? The choice is yours. You can live your life as you wish. Woon pondered for a moment before answering. No, I will leave. I am very grateful to have been welcomed here these days, but I will return to live in my old home. Jiwoo looked surprised and looked at him. Why? You can live comfortably here. Woon smiled and answered him. Don't worry, we'll see each other every day at school. I'm used to living alone and I can't change that. 1671 words. Next chapter, Woon v/S Jisuk. Chapter 65, 61, Woon v/S Jisuk. 2 days passed quickly, and just as Jiwoo and Woon were about to return home, they were abruptly interrupted by a group of 4 students. Jisuk, one of the group, approached them with a smile on his face. Woon and Jiwoo, Jisuk pronounced, let's go somewhere else. I don't want to draw attention from the school. Jisuk turned his back without turning to look and blurted out the words. You guys stay here. The other 3 students were taken aback by the unexpected statement. But, exclaimed one of the students. Jisuk, interjected another quickly, seeking an explanation or clarification. The last student with a questioning look asked. Are you going to be alone? Without uttering a word, Jisuk simply continued on his way without paying attention to the questions and comments of his classmates. With intrigue, Jiwoo and Woon decided to follow Jisuk until they reached an abandoned construction site. Once inside the abandoned building, Jiwoo and Woon fixed their gazes intently on Jisuk. At the tense atmosphere, Jiwoo could not contain his concern and finally asked his question. Do we really have to fight? Jisuk, without hesitation, answered with determination. Yes, I have to maintain my reputation, and besides. At that instant, a green aura began to form around him, enveloping him in a mysterious halo. I belong to Shinhwa, he revealed, leaving Jiwoo and Wooin's eyes wide open. Jiwoo and Wooin's eyes widened enormously, their faces reflecting surprise and disbelief as they watched the young men in front of them with a mixture of attention and wariness. Jiwoo, in a voice laden with awe, asks, "Are you an awakened one too?" Jisuk replied with a broad smile on his face, hinting a mixture of pride and confidence. "You know that among the awakened, often, things are settled through fights," he stated. Before Jiwoo and Wooin can respond, Jisuk takes the initiative and launches a gust of wind towards them, taking Jiwoo by surprise. However, Wooin's reaction is quick and precise. He counters the attack by launching a black lightning bolt that heads straight for Jisuk's wind blast, generating an explosive collision and causing a powerful wind shockwave that shakes the place. Jisuk raises an eyebrow, his eyes shining with curiosity and interest, as he observes Wooin surrounded by a reddish-black aura. "You were able to stop it," Jisuk comments. The tension in the air becomes increasingly palpable as the two young men engage in battle. Wooin resolutely advanced a step forward, his earnest gaze fixed on Jisuk. His face reflected determination as he challenged his opponent with his words. "If you're looking for a fight, you can take me on," he declared with unwavering confidence in his voice. "Wooin," Jiwoo uttered in an attempt to stop his friend, worried about the possible risks involved in facing Jisuk. However, Wooin was unfazed by Jiwoo's words and kept his concentration fixed on his rival. Without even turning back, Wooin replied with determination. "Don't worry about me. Please step away so I can fight comfortably," Wooin pleaded with Jiwoo, acknowledging his friend's concern but insisting on his determination to face Jisuk. Jisuk gave a disdainful smile, showing his arrogance and contempt for Wooin. With brimming confidence, he replied defiantly. "Do you really think you can compare yourself to me?" Her words were loaded with haughtiness. Wooin, undeterred by Jisuk's defiant attitude, responded calmly and determinedly. "We'll see about that." Jisuk sighed with contempt at Wooin's defiant words and replied arrogantly. "After I'm done with you, I'll fight Jiwoo." Wooin responded with even more contempt, challenging Jisuk's beliefs. "Don't think that because you belong to an organization and have a special training method, you are better than other awakened youths in the world." However, Jisuk's calm attitude suddenly changed, filling with contempt and menace as he replied. "I'll show you the difference between us." Jiwoo, sensing the growing tension and worried about the situation, stepped back. Wooin launched a surprise and swift attack, impacting his blow directly into Jisuk's face. The blow was forceful and powerful, sending Jisuk flying backwards, falling to the ground with a loud thud. As he lay on the ground, Jisuk could feel a line of blood gushing from his cheek. Jisuk, with the blood still staining his face, quickly wiped it off and an aura of anger and frustration enveloped him. In a fit of rage, he released wind in all directions, generating a violent and uncontrolled blast. His voice echoed with a shout full of resentment and defiance. "How dare you?" Wooin, dumbfounded by Jisuk's power and impressive aura, decided to act quickly without wasting any more time. He launched several attacks towards Jisuk. Jisuk demonstrated his incredible speed and skill by skillfully dodging Wooin's attacks. Despite Jisuk's incredible speed and his ability to dodge Wooin's attacks, Wooin did not lag behind. Jisuk, full of arrogance and confidence, approached Wooin with determination. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch. In an unexpected moment, Wooin's eyes changed color. Intense energy began to build up inside his body, creating an overwhelming pressure around him. Suddenly, a huge explosion shot out from his being, catching Jisuk completely off guard. Faced with Wooin's powerful blast, Jisuk reacted quickly and created a wind shield to protect himself from the effects and stepped back to keep a safe distance. Jisuk observed his bleeding hand and reflected internally. This boy received training from a young age, and I am one of the most powerful awakened of my age in this country. How did I get to this situation? As the fight unfolded, Jiwoo watched the intensity of the confrontation from some distance, amazed by Wooin's power and skill. A thought crossed his mind. It seems that against him, Wooin was serious from the start. With an enraged look and an imposing manifestation of his power, Jisuk raises his arms towards Wooin and unleashes an impressive gust of wind, full of overwhelming energy that shakes the atmosphere with force. Wooin, no slouch, responds with determination and unleashes an equally powerful counterattack. The two attacks collide in the center, causing a dazzling explosion that radiates brilliant flashes in all directions. A massive shockwave spreads out from the epicenter of the collision, shaking the surroundings and shaking the ground beneath his feet. After the devastating impact, Jisuk emerges triumphant. Half of his face is bloodied, with an expression of determination and pride, he holds his wounded hand firmly. In stark contrast, Wooin is kneeling in a desolate state. His body shows multiple deep wounds and his clothing is soaked in blood. "This is only the beginning," Wooin pronounced with determination, as he released an impressive black and reddish aura that expanded around his body. Jisuk, surprised by the overwhelming magnitude of his opponent's aura, realized that he must quickly raise his own power level to match Woo's. He channeled his energy and unleashed even greater power, creating a dazzling response that rivaled the aura emanating from Wu. However, in the midst of the tense situation, a voice echoed through the air, interrupting the confrontation. "Stop it." A black-haired man with gray eyes came into view, emerging from the shadows and observing the two young men with a piercing gaze. "Seonga Park," Jisuk muttered, surprised as he recognized the men. "What is the Union doing in Shinhwa territory?" he asked earnestly. Park Seonga pointed directly at Wu, his gaze steady and determined. "It's because of him," he uttered. Jisuk was stunned at Park Seonga's words, feeling a mixture of confusion and curiosity. As he tried to assimilate the revelation, a voice echoed in the atmosphere, interrupting the tense silence. "Who would expect the Union to enter Shinhwa territory like this?" declared Inhyuk with a seriousness and forcefulness that left no room for doubt. Jiwoo, who had remained silent, turned to look behind him at Inhyuk, broke the tension of the moment with a note of cheerfulness in his voice as he addressed Inhyuk. "Mr. Inhyuk, good morning," he greeted enthusiastically. Inhyuk returned Jiwoo's greeting with a smile, acknowledging his presence. However, his face quickly turned serious when he realized the tense situation in front of him. "What do you think you are doing?" asked Inhyuk with an authoritative tone. Inhyuk addressed Wu and Jisuk directly, and spoke to them firmly. "You forgot that it's forbidden to fight in public." Inhyuk's attention was focused solely on the two young men, paying no attention to the presence of Park Seonga, who stood to the side. His gaze remained fixed on Wu. Park Seonga raises an eyebrow, impressed by Wu's ability to stand up to Jisuk. He thinks to himself, "I can't believe Wu is able to take on Jisuk like that. Only 3 other young men in the country are known to be able to take him on. How could he train a young man with so much potential, Dr. Deline?" Park approaches Wu and says, "Come with me to the Union." But before they can move, Inhyuk steps between them and says, "This is my territory, shouldn't I take care of it?" The expression on Park's face changes and he says, "You know very well that we have his teacher." Jisuk is left thinking, do they have Wu's teacher? But Inhyuk doesn't seem worried about Park's threat. "Yeah, so what?" he says casually. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupts the exchange. "I'm willing," Wu says, stepping forward. Inhyuk looks at him and Wu says, "I want to see the professor." Park is quick to interject. "You saw, let me take him." Inhyuk sighs and says earnestly, "Take him to the doctor first, I'll take care of the other young men. And Park, be careful what you do in Shinhwa territory." Park turned to walk, but before he could take a step, he felt someone grab his arm tightly. Startled by the interruption, Park turned to look at Inhyuk, whose facial expression showed concern. "What's wrong, Inhyuk?" asked Park, his tone slightly irritated by the interruption. Inhyuk replied in a low, gravelly voice, conveying a warning full of seriousness and gravity. "Don't cause trouble here, you might wake up a mountain and make it fall on the Union, and then no one will be able to help you." Park frowned, feeling uncomfortable and defiant at Inhyuk's veiled threat. His response was direct and confrontational. "What do you mean, are you threatening us?" Inhyuk's head dropped disapprovingly, his countenance showing solemnity as he spoke in a voice laden with knowledge. "I know very well that Dr. Deline turned himself in and made a deal with someone powerful." A brief silence was generated as Park absorbed Inhyuk's shocking words. His gaze became more serious. "I can only tell you that if it is true that Dr. Deline made a deal with the person I believe he did, he is incredibly powerful, someone who could destroy this country in an instant," Inhyuk concluded in a tone charged with concern and warning. "Inhyuk, be clear with me," Park demanded with determination in his voice. "That's all I can say." "I don't want to put my organization at risk," Inhyuk replied indifferently, disregarding Seonga's presence. Inhyuk's nonchalant attitude generated some irritation in Park, who felt that his questions were not being answered fully and transparently. Recognizing that there was no more to be gained at that moment, Park decided to leave along with Wu. Jiwoo approaches Wu with a worried expression on his face and asks, "Wu, do you want me to accompany you? I don't want to leave you alone in this state." Wu returns a kind look, trying to reassure his friend. "Don't worry about me, Jiwoo. I appreciate your offer, but I'll be fine." Inhyuk worriedly asked Jiwoo, "Aren't you hurt?" "I'll take you to the hospital, Jiwoo." To which Jiwoo replied, "No, I didn't fight, I'm fine." Concerned about Jisuk's appearance, Jiwoo looked at him and asked, "Do you need help?" "You look really bad." Jisuk replied with contempt, "I'm fine. I don't need your help." Inhyuk angrily looked at Jisuk and said, "Go to Shinhwa for treatment. When you recover, we will have a long talk." Jisuk was sweating and said, "Yes, I will go." Jiwoo, seeing Jisuk leaving, worriedly asked Inhyuk, "Will he be okay? He looks like he's not in very good shape." In-hyuk replied with a big smile, "Don't worry, the body of the awakened is much stronger than normal people." Jiwoo nodded and followed In-hyuk. 2086 words. Next chapter, Intensive Training. Chapter 66-62, Intensive Training. Walking towards Jiwoo's house, In-hyuk stopped by the door. He turned to Jiwoo with a sincere expression and said, "Jiwoo, if you need help or face any problems, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll do my best to help you. See you later," In-hyuk added as he prepared to leave. Without wasting any time, Jiwoo stopped In-hyuk before he could walk away and uttered in a trembling voice, "Mr. In-hyuk." Surprised by the sudden gesture, In-hyuk turned to face Jiwoo. "What's wrong, Jiwoo?" he asked, showing his bewilderment. "Mr. In-hyuk, Jisuk mentioned that we will fight in the future, and I would like to know when it will happen," asked Jiwoo sheepishly. Jiwoo's statement immediately made In-hyuk angry. "Jisuk told you that, how dare you utter such words?" he exclaimed indignantly. "You don't need to fight. I'll talk to Jisuk to make sure he doesn't cause trouble for you," In-hyuk assured, trying to reassure Jiwoo. In a timid voice, Jiwoo replied, "I don't want to confront him." Worried, In-hyuk told him, "Jiwoo, Jisuk has been trained since he was a child. He is not someone easy to beat in a fight." "Yes, I know, but I don't care. He told me that awakened ones settle things by fighting, and since I have to live a life like them, I should get used to it," Jiwoo expressed with determination. A wrinkle formed on In-hyuk's forehead upon hearing Jiwoo's words, and he replied seriously, "Jiwoo, you are not obligated to do so. I promise, I'll talk to him and you won't need to fight." In-hyuk understood very well how difficult and dangerous the life of an awakened one was, and he didn't want Jiwoo to be dragged into that reality right away. "I won't let you get hurt," In-hyuk assured. In-hyuk tried to convince Jiwoo, but he couldn't and in the end agreed to fight and left. Jiwoo watched as In-hyuk walked away, feeling grateful for his offer of help. With a sigh, he turned around and walked into the house, finding Kaden and the other cats huddled on the floor. "Mr. Kaden," Jiwoo called. Kaden opened his eyes and looked at Jiwoo. "You're back. How did it go?" he asked. "It went well, Mr. Kaden," Jiwoo replied. Kaden's expression turned serious. "I saw that kid fighting with the Shinhwa guy," said. Jiwoo was surprised. "Did you see him, Mr. Kaden?" "Yeah, I had a feeling you'd get in trouble, and it looks like I was right," Kaden replied. "I'm sorry," Jiwoo apologized, lowering his head. Kaden let out a sigh. "So, you're going to fight him, are you?" Jiwoo let out a loud, enthusiastic shout. "Yes." Kaden approached Jiwoo with a stern look on his face. "Jiwoo, you suck at everything," he said. Jiwoo was surprised and replied, "What do you mean, Mr. Kaden?" Kaden shook his head and commented, "Like what do I mean? I mean you were a mess in that fight. But don't worry, we're going to train you to give that arrogant kid a good beating. You're going to make our family name known." Wahahaha. Kaden laughed like a maniac, his face contorted into a demonic grin that made Jiwoo shudder. "Mr. Kaden," Jiwoo said in a worried voice. Kaden stared at him and then got up from the floor, heading towards the basement with slow steps. "Let's not waste any more time, Jiwoo," he said earnestly. "Come with me, and I'll teach you how to fight for real." In the basement. Kaden looks at Jiwoo and begins to analyze the situation. "I have to take Jiwoo to the next level in the short time he has before the showdown against Jisuk, although I know the time is minimal, it is enough to completely change Jiwoo. After being with Jiwoo for a few weeks, I was already training intensively to improve Jiwoo's strength, speed, electricity, and mentality. The first 2 days of the training were dedicated to improving Jiwoo's strength control circulation. Kaden demonstrated different techniques to strengthen the connection between Jiwoo's mind and body, teaching him to focus his energy on specific areas of his body and control his strength more precisely. The 3rd through 4th day focused on speed. Kaden built an obstacle course in the basement for Jiwoo to run as fast as possible. As Jiwoo progressed, Jiwoo quickly improved his time and agility on each run and learned to maintain a steady pace even under pressure. Day 5 and 6 were dedicated to electricity. Kaden took Jiwoo to a remote and safe area to practice his control with electricity. Jiwoo learned how to manipulate electricity in different ways and release it in the most precise and controlled manner. Finally, on the last day he focused on Jiwoo's mindset. Kaden wanted to make sure that Jiwoo could maintain his concentration and emotional control in high-pressure situations. So, Kaden created different combat situations for Jiwoo to put into practice everything he had learned. Jiwoo faced simulated enemies that required a combination of strength, speed, and electricity control to defeat them. Through this experience, Jiwoo learned to control his stress and focused on the task at hand. By the end of the week, Jiwoo had significantly improved in all aspects of his strength, speed, electricity, and mental control. Caden was proud of Jiwoo's progress and is sure that if he continued to maintain this training he would continue to increase his power day by day. 1 week later. Caden watched Jiwoo from afar as he headed down the street to feed the stray cats. It had been a while since they started training together, and Caden noticed a big difference in Jiwoo since they started. His talent is impressive, Caden thought as he watched Jiwoo walk with confidence, something he hadn't seen before. But what's more impressive is his determination to improve and overcome his limitations. Caden remembered when Jiwoo told him about hiding and concealing his abilities, not having the confidence or courage to use them in public. But now, Jiwoo was eager to learn and improve in all aspects, both physically and mentally. He decided to approach Jiwoo while he was feeding the cats. "Jiwoo, you're getting so much better," Caden said with a smile. "I'm very impressed." Jiwoo smiled shyly. "Thank you, Caden. You are a great teacher." Caden nodded. "But what really matters is your determination and hard work. I'm very proud of you. You are just like me and your brother, we give our all to be stronger," Caden thinks with a smile on his face. Jiwoo smiled again, but Caden knew there was something on his mind. "Is something wrong, Jiwoo?" "I don't know if I'm improving enough," Jiwoo said uncertainly. "There's still a lot to learn and improve, and I feel like I'm not advancing fast enough." Caden smiles a loving smile and says, "Remember that skills don't change overnight. What matters is your progress and your commitment to training, and believe me, you are improving a lot." Jiwoo nodded, knowing Caden was right. "Thank you, Caden. I'm going to keep working hard." Caden smirked. "That's what I want to hear. Now, why don't we keep training?" "Yes, Mr. Caden," Jiwoo said excitedly, as he clenched his fist with determination. "Don't stop circulating your force control," Caden said angrily as Jiwoo nodded with determination. In Shinhwa. In-hyuk stood with his arms crossed behind his back, looking at Jisuk panting. "Why do you insist on training a few days before the showdown?" asked In-hyuk. "This is enough," Jisuk replied between breaths. "Don't think that your talent is the only one in the world. I've been asking you since you were a child to train," said In-hyuk. "The world is much bigger than just the awakened ones in Korea. Don't worry. I will win," said Jisuk confidently. "Wasn't your previous fight with Win enough?" In-hyuk questioned. Jisuk's face changed when he answered. "He caught me off guard. I wasn't familiar with his powers, they're quite unusual." In-hyuk sighed as he watched Jisuk walk away. "I hope someone can change his mind," he thought to himself. In the morning of the next day at Ji-young's office. Ji-young was immersed in her work, sitting in a leather chair in a magnificent office with a panoramic view of the city. She was reviewing and signing some documents when suddenly her mind stopped dead in its tracks. She remembered that today was the day of the confrontation between Jiwoo and Jisuk, and that In-hyuk had gone to fetch Jiwoo to come to the headquarters. Shinhwa, a few hours later. Jiwoo, with Caden in his arms, climbed the stairs and In-hyuk walked beside him. When they reached the top, Jiwoo's eyes widened in awe at the impressive facilities of the building. Meanwhile, Caden's gaze focused in a particular direction. "That aura must be coming from Ji-young. Looks like the rumors weren't false," he muttered to himself. "This is where our president is," In-hyuk said, pointing towards the office before knocking on the door. "President, I have brought Jiwoo." A kind and polite female voice invited them in. "Please come in." In-hyuk stepped forward and opened the door, allowing Jiwoo to enter. When Jiwoo entered, he was surprised to see a young woman sitting in a chair. Her beauty left him momentarily speechless. Jiwoo found himself looking at the young woman in awe, and In-hyuk noticed his reaction. He asked, "Is something wrong, Jiwoo?" Jiwoo asked in disbelief. "Is she the president?" In-hyuk confirmed. "Yes, she is, why are you surprised?" Jiwoo replied innocently. "I thought the president would be an older person, not someone young like me." In-hyuk lets out a smile as Ji-young stands up from his chair and approaches them. With a cold voice and emotionless face, he introduces himself. "Nice to meet you, I'm Ji-young, president of Shinhwa." Jiwoo, still somewhat embarrassed by his earlier reaction, timidly introduces himself. "I'm Jiwoo Seo." Ji-young fixes her gaze on Jiwoo with an impassive expression and asks directly, "Do you really want to fight Jisuk?" Jiwoo replies without hesitation. "Yes, I want to." Ji-young makes sure Jiwoo is aware of the risk involved in his decision. Jisuk is someone who has trained from a very young age and has a great deal of combat experience. He will be very strong for someone who is just discovering his awakening. Jiwoo calmly replies. "I know, Miss Ji-young." But he adds with determination. "But I have to prove to myself that I'm not the coward I was before. Even if I lose or win, the result doesn't matter. The important thing is that I try." His voice sounds deep and his self-confidence is palpable. In-hyuk and Ji-young are surprised and the latter nods seriously and says, Well, there's nothing we can do to change your decision. 1817 words. Next chapter, Jiwoo v/S Jisuk. Chapter 67, 63, Jiwoo v/S Jisuk. At Shinhwa's training center. Jiwoo found himself in the center of the fighting arena, waiting for Jisuk's arrival. In-hyuk and Ji-young are angry that Jisuk is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Kaden is in a corner quietly waiting for the showdown to begin. Jisuk arrived and quickly got into position to start the confrontation. In-hyuk immediately gave the start signal. Jiwoo ran towards Jisuk with superhuman speed. Jisuk attacked his wind powers to try to stop Jiwoo, but it wasn't enough. Jiwoo kept advancing towards Jisuk, dodging his opponent's wind attacks. Finally, Jiwoo threw a powerful punch towards Jisuk's face, who quickly created a wind barrier to protect himself. From the outside, In-hyuk and Ji-young were surprised by the speed shown by Jiwoo. Jisuk was similarly impressed by Jiwoo's speed, so he decided to increase his own. He generated wind at his feet and disappeared in front of Jiwoo, only to appear behind him at high speed and throw a punch straight at his face. But Jiwoo reacted quickly, increasing his speed even more and fading into a blurry silhouette. Then, he appeared and throwing a punch at Jisuk, a wind arose around his fist that slowed down his attack. Jisuk managed to parry it millimeter by millimeter. In-hyuk observes and thinks. His speed is incredible, it's much faster than I thought. Ji-young raises an eyebrow watching the events of the fight unfold. Very angrily, Jisuk threw several gusts of wind in all directions, forcing Jiwoo to back up and take cover to avoid the impact. The air was filled with the sound of the strong winds, as both young men prepared for the next move. Jisuk threw a strong wind in all directions, glaring at Jiwoo angrily. I am one of the most promising young men in this nation, and yet here I am, fighting unaffiliated individuals, he thought to himself. In-hyuk thinks. Jisuk must be angry, he has never suffered so much against another awakened one of his age, even though against Win he keeps saying it was just because he was unprepared and doesn't accept the truth. Jisuk couldn't hold back anymore and the wind blew out, making In-hyuk and Ji-young's clothes flutter and forcing Jiwoo to cover his face. Kaden, in the corner unfazed by the wind, as he thinks to himself. That kid is pretty powerful for his age. Jiwoo looked at Jisuk with a serious expression and in response, Jisuk quickly launched 2 tornadoes of wind towards him. Jiwoo moved quickly, dodging them with his super speed. But just when he thought he was safe, he found himself surrounded by 4 tornadoes. Jiwoo couldn't react in time and had to shield himself, taking the full brunt of the winds. When the dust cleared, Jiwoo became visible and was left with cuts all over his body and blood on his face. The training area below him had cracked a little from the force of the impact. Jisuk looked at Jiwoo, feeling a sense of satisfaction from his victory. This is our difference, we are different, Jisuk said arrogantly. In-hyuk interrupted and said. Let's stop the fight until here. Jiwoo stood up and raised his fists, saying seriously. No, I can still keep fighting. In-hyuk raised an eyebrow and said. But Jiwoo. And thought. Does he really want to continue? His injuries are quite serious. Jisuk smiled and said. You heard it, he wants to keep fighting. Ji-young looked seriously at Jiwoo and did not comment on the matter. Jiwoo assumed a combat stance, looking straight at Jisuk with determination etched on his face. Without further hesitation, Jisuk unleashed 3 blasts of wind towards Jiwoo, but instead of dodging, Jiwoo stood his ground and waited for them to approach. Just as the attacks were about to hit him, Jiwoo disappeared from sight and reappeared in front of Jisuk with incredible speed. A flurry of powerful blows landed on Jisuk's stomach, causing him intense pain. In response, Jisuk retaliated by launching a gust of wind towards Jiwoo, but to his surprise, Jiwoo disappeared once again, leaving him disoriented. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by another sharp blow to the right side of his abdomen, forcing him to stagger backwards. Jiwoo and Jisuk took a deep breath, their eyes fixed on each other. In-hyuk and Ji-young were shocked to see Jisuk with blood dripping from his mouth and cuts on his body. In-hyuk muttered in amazement. Jisuk. Jisuk felt a sharp pain in his head. That fucker hit me right in the head, he thought. On the side, Kaden flashed a devilish grin and thought. Well done, that punch hit him pretty hard. In-hyuk quickly intervened and said. We'll leave it until here for the confrontation, both of them are in very bad condition. Jisuk, with his serious face, said. No, let me go on. He fought with injuries and you're going to stop him just barely. I'm injured, you mean I can't get injured in a fight? In-hyuk was silent for a moment and thought. In a real fight, you are sure to suffer injuries, but in a friendly confrontation, it's better to safeguard the health of both of us. In-hyuk looked at Ji-young and she nodded, giving permission for them to continue. In-hyuk looked at the two and asked. Do you want to continue? Jiwoo nodded and said. Yes, Mr. In-hyuk. In-hyuk looked at both of them and warned. If I see that the injuries of either of you are much more serious, you will stop the fight immediately. Jiwoo, with his body full of cuts and his face covered in blood, stared at Jisuk, who was also covered in blood and his clothes tattered. I have to attack with everything I have and I don't want this confrontation to last much longer, Jisuk thought. Suddenly, sharp wind thorns appeared around Jisuk, causing Jiwoo to look at them with concern. He recalled Kaiden's words. When the time is right, put all your energy into an attack, bet everything on that attack, trust that you can. You are no longer a person who hid and was afraid of being discovered for your powers, you are an awakened one and you can be proud of that. Yes, I must not run away, I am an awakened just like Also and my brother, thought Jiwoo with determination on his face. Just when the wind spines were a millimeter away from his body, he disappeared and appeared next to Jisuk, launching a powerful blow wrapped in electricity towards his ribs. Jisuk was dumbfounded at Jiwoo's speed and strength. He tried to react, but it was too late. Jiwoo's punch hit him and sent him crashing to the ground before bouncing off and embedding into the wall. Jiwoo fell exhausted and badly injured, his body full of cuts and blood, and his right arm completely burned and broken. In-hyuk and Ji-young were shocked by the speed and strength shown by Jiwoo during the confrontation. Ji-young frowned as she noticed the electricity in the last attack, which worried her even more. In-hyuk, alarmed, rushed out to Jiwoo to make sure he was okay. Jiwoo, are you okay? Asked In-hyuk worriedly. Meanwhile, Jisuk was breathing heavily, barely staying on his feet and realized that his ribs were broken. That damn blow. I can't let this end here, Jisuk thought with determination as he struggled to get up. At that moment, Ji-young arrived and declared. The standoff is over. Jisuk tried to protest, staggering and feeling immense pain in his ribs, but Ji-young affirmed him and explained that he could not continue the confrontation, just like Jiwoo. Jisuk looked down at Jiwoo's battered body on the ground and realized he was right. In-hyuk was very concerned about the severity of Jiwoo's injuries and knew that he needed medical attention immediately. His body could not withstand that last attack and it is quite possible that his arm is severely damaged. I must rush to the hospital, In-hyuk thought as he rushed to help Jiwoo. From his position on the side, Kaiden watched Jiwoo's unconscious body with a devilish smile on his lips. Nice attack, you didn't disappoint me, kid. You're awesome, he thought to himself as he felt satisfied with Jiwoo's performance in the battle. 1393 words. Next chapter, In Everyone's Eye. Chapter 68, 64, In Everyone's Eye. Shinhwa Association Hospital. 2 days after the incident, Jiwoo slowly wakes up and blinks his eyes, looking around curiously. He realizes that he is in a hospital room and Kaiden is lying near him. Jiwoo feels confused and worried, trying to remember what happened. Did I lose again? Jiwoo lamented. Jiwoo recorded the confrontation and everything he learned with Kaiden during his training during the week. Despite feeling sore and having difficulty moving his body, he felt much better than before. Instead of resting, Jiwoo knew he had to make the most of his time and train to improve his skills. As he circulated his force control, Jiwoo closed his eyes and a spiral of blue began to move around his chest. Kaiden, watching from afar, was surprised to see Jiwoo training without being asked. Ha! It's a good habit to get into the habit of always circling your force control, Kaiden thought with a smile. However, his carefree expression quickly changed to one of alarm when he noticed something out of the ordinary. Jiwoo, stop, Kaiden said quietly. Someone's coming, he added as he looked toward the door. At that moment, Ji-young and In-hyuk entered the room, interrupting Jiwoo and Kaiden's training. I knew he would be awake by now, said In-hyuk. Mr. In-hyuk, said Jiwoo with a big smile. You were sleeping for 2 days, said In-hyuk. 2 days, repeated Jiwoo in fright. In-hyuk smiled friendly and said. Don't worry, it's normal for awakened people to sleep for several days after a grueling confrontation. Jiwoo nodded. How do you feel? Asked In-hyuk. My body hurts and I can't move, said Jiwoo. In-hyuk sighed and said. It was expected, you have several broken bones and your arm was totally shattered. Also, you have cuts and bruises all over your body. A frightened look formed on Jiwoo's face. Kaiden sighed and thought, it's nothing. In an awakened confrontation with no rules, you'd look worse if you're lucky enough to survive. Don't worry, Jiwoo. It's not such a serious injury for us awakened. For a normal human, it would be serious, but we have a better recovery. It won't be long and you'll be as good as new, In-hyuk added. Jiwoo sighed relaxedly and a weight was released from his body. Suddenly, Ji-young interrupted and said. Jiwoo. Yes, Jiwoo replied. Have you heard about Kaiden? Asked Ji-young. Kaiden, In-hyuk and Jiwoo were astonished by Ji-young's question and turned to stare at her. Does the president really think that Jiwoo is related to Kaiden? But those pictures don't say anything, they're just pictures. You don't know what's going on over there, In-hyuk thought seriously. Kaiden raised an eyebrow and thought. Did you notice my energy in the last attack or was the information somehow leaked? I made a lot of fuss when I fought that old man. Jiwoo innocently said. No. Who is Caden? Ji-young insisted and said. You really don't know anyone named Caden? Jiwoo kept his evasive look as he answered Ji-young's question. That's right, I've never heard that name. Ji-young stares at Jiwoo for a moment and then shifts his gaze to the cat. Ji-young didn't give up and turned her attention on Jiwoo's cat. What's this cat's name? Asked Ji-young curiously. Caden, who had been silent up to that point, felt very uncomfortable with the situation and thought to himself. This woman really has suspicions about me. Jiwoo, for his part, responded with a surprising name, K-scene. Jiwoo's response took both Ji-young and In-hyuk, who seemed to be excited about the name, by surprise. Caden, however, was very angry. K-scene, he thought to himself, what the hell does that damn name mean? Ji-young, though puzzled by the cat's unusual name, said kindly. What a unique name your cat has, Jiwoo. The next day, Wooin headed to school early as usual. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed that Jiwoo was not in his usual place, which caused him concern as he never missed classes. After asking some classmates, he learned that some older students had been looking for Jiwoo and that he had not come to class for several days, around the same time he started missing classes. Faced with this situation, Wooin decided to go look for the older students and get an explanation about Jiwoo's situation. After some searching, Wooin finally found the older students who had been looking for Jiwoo and were the same ones who had defeated him in a previous fight. However, when I tried to talk to them, they completely ignored him and started being arrogant. Despite their attitude, Wooin tried to remain calm to get the information they needed out of them, but in the next instant the three of them pounced on him. With his fighting skills and sharp reflexes, Wooin chose to easily dodge the three students' blows and quickly launched a powerful counterattack against one of them, knocking him out. He then cut down the other student and knocked him unconscious, and finally stopped the last student and asked him about Jiwoo. However, the student knew nothing and only gave him useless information, so Wooin knocked him out as well. When he thought it was all over and prepared to search elsewhere, Jisuk arrived on the scene. Seeing the three students on the ground, Jisuk flashed a smile and launched into a hand-to-hand fight with Wooin. The two young men exchanged punches and kicks, moving all over the sector, while their auras began to slowly rise, proving that they were no ordinary people. However, Wooin and Jisuk stopped dead in their tracks when they saw Seonga Park and In-hyuk arriving on the scene. The two scolded Wooin and Jisuk for using their powers in public, which made them think about the consequences of their actions. After a tense moment, Wooin, Jisuk, Seonga, and In-hyuk decided it was best to face each other at Shinhwa headquarters. 990 words. Next chapter, The Ancestral Lands, Sylvia's Adventure. Chapter 69-65, The Ancestral Lands, Sylvia's Adventure. Sylvia slowly advanced through the dark tunnels of the sacred cave of her race. It was an exploration she had looked forward to for a long time, but had never had the opportunity to do. As she moved deeper into the cave, Sylvia could not help but feel a strong sense of excitement and wonder. The walls were adorned with beautiful sculptures of dragons of all shapes and sizes, and the light filtering through the small openings in the ceiling illuminated the way to a gigantic throne at the end of the path. Sylvia advanced cautiously, aware of the importance of her mission and the fragility of the environment in which she found herself. Eventually, she reached the throne and demonstrated with awe the majesty of its design. It was a masterpiece carved in stone, with intricate details that seemed to come alive in the darkness. As Sylvia sat on the throne, she noticed something strange on the wall behind her. There seemed to be a small crack in the rock, and when she inspected more closely, she discovered that it was an entrance to a secret chamber. Carefully, Sylvia entered the chamber and discovered a small wooden box in the center of the room. The box was adorned with intricate dragon designs, and Sylvia knew she had found what she had been looking for. With trembling fingers, she opened the box and discovered an heirloom that had been passed down from generation to generation in her dragon family. It was an ancient scroll detailing the knowledge and wisdom of her race, and Sylvia couldn't believe she had found something so important. In her time, even though she was the princess of her clan, she was never allowed to inspect the heritage of our ancestors, for if your blood was not as pure as the heritage wanted, it would kill you on the spot, and no one dared to test it, for no one knew how pure their lineage should be. Sylvia left the sacred cave with her inheritance in her clutches, full of excitement at the discovery she had made. However, as she attempted to leave the cave, she realized she was lost. As she searched for her way back, Sylvia found herself in a tunnel she had never seen before. As she advanced, the air became thicker and heavier, and the smell of blood filled her nostrils. Finally, Sylvia emerged into a large lake of blood, with tall, dark walls surrounding her. The walls were adorned with magnificent sculptures of dragons. Sylvia was stunned by the power emanating from the lake. As she explored the cave, Sylvia stopped at some strange inscriptions carved into the wall. As she approached, she read the words that read, "We have been attacked by beings from other worlds, and we have been forced to create a barrier to protect our descendants and the humans who inhabit Earth. This barrier will ensure a quiet and peaceful life, and will allow our descendants to continue to grow strong." Sylvia was perplexed as she read the words. She had never heard of this barrier before, and could not understand how it was possible that a barrier could protect her race and humans from other worlds. Against her better judgment, Sylvia approached the edge of the lake and stepped into the pool of blood. The moment her claws touched the viscous liquid, she felt a terrifying power enter her body. She writhed in pain as the power took hold of her, and she slowly lost consciousness. After losing consciousness in the pool of blood, Sylvia did not awaken for weeks. During all that time, her body went through an incredible transformation. The blood she had immersed herself in was extremely powerful. When she finally awoke, she realized that something had changed. She felt stronger and more powerful than ever before. She had been transformed by the blood, and now had a level of strength that was terrifying. As she stood and scanned her surroundings, Sylvia noticed that everything she touched seemed to tremble under her power. Her claws were sharper, her wings stronger, and her fire breath burned with an intensity she had not experienced before. Sylvia knew this transformation was something special, something only a handful of dragons experienced in their entire lives. She had been blessed with a strength beyond anything she had ever imagined. With a smile on her face and a fierce look in her eyes, Sylvia left the cave to face the dangers that awaited her in this new era. Sylvia emerged from the cave in which she had been trapped for so long and found herself in a vast plain, with tall, leafy trees stretching toward the horizon. As she advanced, her body began to grow and expand, until she reached a height of over 50 meters. As her body grew, Sylvia could feel a growing energy within her, an energy that had been released by her contact with the lake's blood. With a deafening roar, she released all her energy, shaking the trees and cracking the earth around her. Sylvia's roar echoed across the plain, and her power was felt all over the place. Her skin was glowing, her eyes shone with a fierce light. 881 words. Next chapter, rematch. Chapter 66, rematch. Xinhua Training Center. In the center of the training room, two young men are facing each other, with a piercing look in their eyes that seems to indicate an intense competition. Meanwhile, on the side of the room, a woman and two men are immersed in silence. In-hyuk steps forward and says, "Begin." Woo-in closed his eyes and his face contracted into an expression of intense concentration as he opened his eyes, while Jisuk extended his arms and called out to the wind around him. Suddenly, Woo-in sent a blast of his power towards Jisuk. Jisuk jumped and dodged the attacks, moving with the speed of the wind. Then, he launched a series of wind blasts towards Woo-in, but Woo-in easily deflected them using his telekinesis. Park and In-hyuk are surprised by the power control demonstrated by Woo-in, as the two moved around the arena dodging their opponent's attacks. Jisuk seized the opportunity and lunged at Woo-in with his body, but Woo-in stopped him in his tracks with his telekinesis and threw him backwards. Jisuk stood up quickly, with a determined look on his face. He knew he could not underestimate Woo-in, as his telekinesis ability was powerful. Suddenly, the wind intensified and began to blow hard, kicking up dust all over the arena. Woo-in struggled to steady himself on his feet, but was blown backwards by the force of the wind. Jisuk seized the opportunity and launched a series of quick attacks, hitting Woo-in with gusts of wind and lashing out with his body. Woo-in tried to resist, but realized he was being outmatched. Jisuk was stronger than he had thought. Suddenly, Woo-in sent a wave of energy towards Jisuk, but Jisuk deflected it with his wind. Jisuk launched a blast of wind towards Woo-in, but Woo-in stopped it with his telekinesis and threw it back towards Jisuk. Jisuk jumped and dodged the attack, but was hit by a blast of energy that Woo-in sent towards him. Jisuk fell to the ground, exhausted and out of breath. In contrast, at the other end, Woo-in struggled for breath with difficulty. Jisuk struggled to his feet, feeling the exhaustion and pain throughout his body. The two opponents stared at each other, ready to continue the fight, but at that moment the door burst open and in walked a young man pulling a young man in a wheelchair, with his body bandaged and a cat lying on his legs. Ji-young, Park and In-hyuk were surprised by his sudden appearance. "Jiwoo, what are you doing here?" asked In-hyuk in astonishment. Jiwoo replied calmly. "Jisuk called me, telling me that someone was coming for me." In-hyuk frowned, infuriated. Jisuk took a badly wounded young man to the battlefield, not caring about the consequences, he thought. The young man in a wheelchair slowly approached where the three people were standing watching the confrontation. Despite his serious condition, he shows a serene and calm attitude, as if nothing affected him. Kaden raises an eyebrow and thinks. These young men are facing each other again. I guess it was a big fight because of their injuries. Woo-in was shocked to see the seriousness of Jiwoo's injuries, which were clearly evident on his bandaged body. Meanwhile, Jisuk smirked. "You made it," he said. Woo-in, his eyes bloodshot, looked at Jiwoo and was surprised to see his condition. He thought. Is that how Jiwoo was injured? At that moment, a memory of Dr. Deline popped into his mind. He remembered a small office with a desk, where Dr. Deline was handcuffed and looked at him with a warm smile. The old man said to him. "I never cared about your feelings, you even called that boy a friend and tried to defend him. That is something that in our world very few awakened people have. If you truly consider him your friend, protect him. Wooin snapped back to reality and a black and red aura emerged around him, startling everyone in the room. Jisuk covered his face, wondering what was happening to Wooin. Before they could react, a powerful blast of power erupted from Wooin, impacting Jisuk's entire body and sending him flying through the air. Jisuk fell to the floor, bleeding all over his body and demonstrating the severe injuries he had sustained from the attack. The room fell completely silent as everyone processed what had just happened. Shanghang Park stares at Wooin surrounded by the reddish-black aura. Only 3 awakened of his age are able to take him onto this level and to think that he could. How did Dr. Deline train such a young awakened? Wooin stood there, with his dark aura and glowing red eyes. Jisuk struggled up from the ground, as he held the wounds that had been caused by Wooin's attack. With his eyes on Wooin, who was still motionless and with his dark aura, Jisuk thought. One of the best awakened in this country, did they make me come to this point? Ji-young, Park and In-hyuk became alert, knowing that the situation was dangerous. Jisuk, still wounded, moved into a fighting stance, ready to attack Wooin again. However, Wooin was still there, neither moving nor uttering a word. His dark aura and intense gaze touched the tension in the room to the max. Jiwoo, who was in his wheelchair, watched the scene silently, with a cat curled up on his legs. And thinks worriedly. Why are they fighting? The two are in a very bad state. In-hyuk stares at Park, while Jisuk unleashes all his power, covering the arena with a gust of wind that scatters in all directions, aimed directly at Wooin. With great effort, Wooin manages to control his power to the maximum to stop most of the attack, but an explosion shakes the place, leaving him with shredded clothes, wounds on his face and blood pouring from his head. Seeing Wooin's condition, Jisuk smiles and lets out a taunt. You should me. In response, In-hyuk and Park step between them with serious and determined voice. The confrontation is over. Your injuries are too serious. Kaden, who watches the scene with a mischievous smile, thinks to himself. How pathetic, slowing down the fight in its prime. Does he really think that in a real confrontation this would happen? The 2 young men collapse to the ground, completely exhausted and badly wounded, both are unconscious and seem to have exerted a great deal of physical and emotional effort. In-hyuk and Park rush to check on Wooin and Jisuk, who conclude that they need urgent medical treatment. 1106 words. Next chapter, News. Chapter 71, 67, News. In the basement of Jiwoo's house, Kaden was in his cat form, surrounded by a faint blue energy emanating from his body. As he opened his eyes, his countenance transformed as he realized that his recovery was minimal and imperceptible. He realized that his body had suffered an overload due to his efforts to remain in human form during Dr. Deline's presence, coupled with the severe injuries he had sustained in his last confrontation. Kaden recognized that his injuries were much more serious than he thought, as he couldn't even muster enough energy to begin his recovery process. He knew he should focus on recovering as soon as possible, but he felt limited by his lack of energy. Clenching and unclenching his fist, he reflected on the fact that, with his healing factor, he should recover much faster. However, due to his current situation, he realized that he needed to fully concentrate on his recovery, especially now that Jiwoo was in the hospital with those 2 children. Kaden knew he needed to recover quickly so he could help Jiwoo until Ares arrived. With determination, he decided to focus on his recovery and do everything he could to heal quickly. I left Jiwoo at the hospital, he will be safe and well cared for there. Now, I will focus on recovering as much as I can in the next few days. 3 days later. The persistent sound of monitors and the pungent smell of disinfectant permeated the air in the hospital room. Wooin and Jisuk finally regained consciousness, but felt confused and disoriented, lying on beds adjacent to Jiwoo's. Wooin opened his eyes slowly, and as he looked around, he noticed the bed to his right. Did you wake up? Asked Jisuk in a smug voice. Wooin ignored him and turned his attention to Jiwoo, who was in the bed to his left. How long were you unconscious? Asked Wooin. A vein appeared on Jisuk's forehead, and in an angry voice he said. Don't ignore me. Jiwoo smiled and told them. Both of them have been unconscious for 3 days, and they woke up at the same time. According to what Mr. In-hyuk said, awakened people when they overuse their powers and overtax their body spend days unconscious. Jisuk sighed and said. That's normal. Wooin got up from his bed, and Jiwoo and Jisuk stared at him. Jiwoo said. You can't leave yet, they said you have to stay for a few days after you wake up. No need, Wooin said in a cold voice. Jisuk also stood up and said impatiently. This place is very boring. Just as they were about to leave, In-hyuk walked in and glared at them. What do you think you are doing? Said In-hyuk with seriousness on his face. Go back to bed immediately, I won't repeat it again. A shiver ran through Wooin and Jisuk's body, and they silently returned to their beds. Good morning, Mr. In-hyuk, Jiwoo greeted cheerfully. A big smile came on In-hyuk's face, and he said. Good morning, Jiwoo. You and Wooin will spend this day in observation, and tomorrow we will see, In-hyuk said seriously, then looked at Jiwoo and added. Jiwoo, you've been discharged, you can leave at any time. Oh, Jiwoo smiled and said, I'll wait for you to be discharged. Okay, In-hyuk said. Suddenly, Jiwoo's face changed, and he said. I forgot to give my cats food. I forgot to give food to my cats, replied Jiwoo. A big smile formed on In-hyuk's face, and he said. Don't worry, I have taken care of giving them their food at the appropriate times. Jiwoo smiled cheerfully and said. Thank you very much, Mr. In-hyuk. Don't worry, the cats are great, In-hyuk said. Yes, they are awesome, I love them, Jiwoo replied. Me too, they're wonderful, said In-hyuk. Thus began a long conversation about cats, as Wooin and Jisuk watched in amazement at the animated chatter between the two of them. In a windowless room with a single metal door, an old man with gray hair and black eyes is bound hand and foot. Suddenly, a golden light appears in front of his eyes and a young man with formal clothes, white hair and green eyes, looks at him with a smile on his face. Dr. Deline opens his eyes in surprise and utters. Eleceed. Aries smiles and replies. Dr. Deline, I see that even though you gave yourself away you're not having a very good time. A shiver registers all over Dr. Deline's body at the sight of Aries and he asks in a trembling voice. What are you doing here? How could you get here? We're at one of the awakened Union bases. Aries smiles and replies. Such low-level awakened ones cannot be detected. Aries walks over and sits in the chair across from Dr. Deline, being separated by a desk. What an interesting situation, don't you think, says Aries. Dr. Deline, very concerned, asks. What do you want from me? Aries replies. I have some interesting news to tell you. Deline asks. What news? Aries says. Frame sent some people to look for you. Dr. Deline is surprised and asks. How do you know that? Aries replies. Because I know everything. Deline raised an eyebrow and Aries added. Will they send the Klein brothers or who? There's not much time left before they arrive, he continued. The Klein brothers, repeated Deline. Aries stood up and set 2 tablets on the table. Preserve them as if your life depended on them, Aries paused and continued, you'll know when to use them. Deline stared at the strange pills, then looked up and saw that the room was empty. I recommend you train as much as possible in this place because they won't stop until they find you, a voice echoed in the room. Deline looked around in amazement. He took the 2 pills and wondered. Will I know when to use them? Enter, what information do you have and why did you visit me when we have never had a conversation? Will the Union find out about this? I don't think so since he entered undetected, it's impossible for them to find out once he's gone. Deline quickly hid the pills. 1051 words. Next chapter, International Criminals. Chapter 72, 68, International Criminals. In the morning. In a quiet room, you hear the persistent sound of a telephone ringing as numbers are slowly dialed. Meanwhile, a struggling cat tries to make a call, wrestling with the phone keys with his chubby little paws. I hope he answers, Caden thinks to himself. Hello, says a male voice. Aries, it's Caden, Caden says. What's up, have you been able to recover? I'm taking care of something and I'll be there in a few days, Aries replies. Well, nothing has happened, but my recovery is going very slowly, Caden says. I need you to come soon so I can focus more on my recovery, Caden adds. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be there in a day. How's Jiwoo? Asks Aries. Jiwoo is fine at the moment. He had a confrontation with 2 young awakened ones and came out fine. He just needs more experience and training, says Caden. Really, that's great, Aries replies. Caden asks. Are you coming alone? Yes, Rebecca is still challenging other awakenings around the world. Harold is researching and training his disciple at HQ, and Edward and Tina are also at HQ, training their disciples. They said they would occasionally come out for them to gain experience, Aries explains. Caden mutters. It's strange that they all decided to focus on their disciples and personal training, Caden says. You know why, Aries replies. Caden laughs devilishly and says. The times to come will see much blood and war. Exactly, and it's obvious they don't want to fall out. That's why they are supporting each other in the organization. Everyone wants to become strong and training intensely every day is the way. The sun was shining brightly when Wooin and Jisuk were finally discharged from the hospital. After a long few days of arduous recovery and rehabilitation, the two were thrilled to be able to return to their daily lives, leaving the hospital with a sense of relief and gratitude for leaving the place. Eventually, the days seemed to fly by. Jiwoo, Wooin, and Jisuk became closer at school, sharing laughs and anecdotes in the hallways, and going home together at the end of the day. The friendship between them grew minimally stronger with every moment they spent together. Jiwoo also continued to devote himself intensely to his training with Caden. Every day, he challenged himself to push his limits, improving his speed, endurance, and strength control. Caden, her mentor and coach, constantly encouraged her and motivated her to do her best in every training session. Within a few days, Caden could notice a drastic improvement in Jiwoo. Her efficiency in using her powers had improved dramatically, pleasantly surprising the mentor. Jiwoo felt proud of her progress and became even more motivated to keep working hard and reach her full potential. With each passing day, Jiwoo felt more grateful for her new life as an awakened one and the people she had met along the way. Two hooded men in black suddenly appear in front of two people, leaving them stunned. One of the hooded men smiles maniacally and launches a ferocious fire attack that consumes the body of one of the men. The other tries to escape when he sees the situation, but is immediately hit by another fireball from the other hooded men. The two hooded men look on with a malevolent grin at the wounded, who plead, "Please, no." However, the two awakened hooded men launch a fiery attack, burning the two men alive. After a few moments, two more figures arrive on the scene. One of them is Park and his subordinate. The subordinate surveys the charred bodies and comes to a grim conclusion. They are members of the Union, Mr. Park. Park says nothing, but clenches his fist tightly and, after a moment of silence, declares, "From now on, I will pursue the Klein brothers." The subordinate nods and leaves the scene. Shinhwa. Ji-young was in his office talking to In-hyuk. They were discussing an important issue. "Is it guaranteed that the Klein brothers are in Korea?" asked Ji-young with a serious look. "Yes, ma'am." "What measures will we take?" replied In-hyuk, showing his willingness to address the situation. "Have members in groups of 5 or 6 make rounds in our territories trying to look for traces of them and let Jisuk know," said Ji-young, thinking of how to find the Klein brothers, who were wanted international criminals. "Understood, ma'am. I will make arrangements right away," stated In-hyuk, taking note of Ji-young's instructions. Before In-hyuk could leave the office, someone abruptly walked in, making a thunderous noise. "Why didn't you go looking for me? Can't you see I had to come alone?" "At least let me know next time," Jisuk said in a reproachful tone. In-hyuk and Ji-young exchanged serious looks, worried about the situation. Jisuk was surprised and asked earnestly, "Did something happen?" "A problem came up," In-hyuk explained. "International criminals leaked in and we don't know if they are in our territory," Ji-young added, revealing the seriousness of the situation. "Criminals," exclaimed Jisuk, dismayed. "The Klein brothers," asserted In-hyuk. Jisuk was even more surprised. "Are they the criminals who would do anything for money?" he asked, concerned. "That's right. We don't know if they will come to our territory, but you should be careful when you are outside," In-hyuk observed, stressing the importance of the situation. It was a dark night in a quiet residential area. Two hooded figures, masked in the darkness, crept stealthily between the houses. Their footsteps were barely audible as they searched for a particular house, with precise and coordinated movements. Finally, the two Enkachupados reached a house with a metal front door, which seemed to be their target. They stared at each other, sharing a brief silent signal of complicity, before proceeding to carefully open the door. They used their expert skills to avoid making as little noise as possible, as if shadows were slipping in the darkness. Once inside, the Klein brothers found an empty interior. There was no furniture, no of Dr. Deline's research instruments, just an empty, darkened room. They looked at each other with expressions of bewilderment and frustration on their faces hidden under hoods. "What the hell is going on here?" the older brother muttered, in a low but hoarse voice. The younger brother frowned and turned out the room intently. "This doesn't make any sense. Our informant assured us that we would find what we were looking for here." The Klein brothers moved cautiously around the room, looking for clues or hints as to what might have happened. They searched every nook and cranny for anything valuable, but found nothing. "We should go," whispered the older brother, realizing there was nothing more to do there. The younger brother nodded in agreement and the two brothers withdrew from the house as cautiously as they had entered. They disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving behind the empty room and no answers to their questions. The scene ended with the Klein brothers disappearing into the darkness of the night, determined to discover where Dr. Deline is or who has trapped him. 1,200 words. Next chapter, the telekinetic young men versus the fire criminals. Chapter 73, 69, the telekinetic young men versus the fire criminals. Wooin returned home after spending the day at Jiwoo's house, walking with his head down, absorbed in thought as he made his way to his door. However, as he arrived, he noticed that the door was open. A shiver ran through his body and his mind filled with questions. Had someone broken into his house? Just then, a voice behind him startled him. "Are you Dr. Deline's disciple?" Wooin stopped in his tracks and turned nervously, meeting a hooded man. "Exactly, he's the one, according to the information we were given," the same hooded man said in an ominous tone. Wooin realized that they were talking about him and his profession as a disciple of Dr. Deline. He knew he had to flee, and without a second thought, he quickly turned and headed in another direction. However, another hooded figure appeared in front of him, blocking the way. The hooded figure smiled sinisterly and said, "Good reflexes." Wooen realized he was surrounded and looked at the figure behind him, then at the figure in front of him, and a hand was about to touch his shoulder, and he reacted quickly, dodging it and launching a counterattack. "Don't cause him any damage, and I don't know what skills you guys have," Wooen thought as he realized he was at a disadvantage. However, the youngest of the hooded brothers laughed and launched 3 fireballs towards him. Wooen raised an eyebrow, showing his good control over his skills, and launched 3 attacks to parry the fireballs. Suddenly, however, the dust dissipated and 5 fireballs headed towards him with increased speed. Wooen met and dodged them with difficulty, but his clothes were scorched by the impact. The older men of the hooded brothers spoke in a cold voice. "Stop playing." While the younger one laughed. Then, they raised their hands and dozens of fireballs were generated around them, surrounding Wooen. Wooen stared in amazement at the fireballs approaching him, and his eyes glowed with a red hue as he released a large expanding wave. However, he was unable to stop the fire attacks and several balls impacted his body, causing severe burns and rendering him unconscious. "This kid has amazing abilities for his age," said the Klein's older brother. "Yes, we should sell him, he would make us a lot of money," said the younger brother. "Let's stop playing games, let's move quickly. Dr. Deline is not here, but at least we found his disciple," said the older brother with determination. The figures suddenly vanished, leaving the stage in ominous silence. However, the marks of a fierce confrontation are evident everywhere. Xinhua. In-hyuk hurriedly entered Ji Young's office, who raises an eyebrow and stares at him. "President, Wooen is missing, we think the Klein brothers captured him," In-hyuk quickly informs. Jian mused for a moment before replying. "Jisuk and Jiwoo. I called them and they said he was at Jiwoo's place, but Wooen had left a few hours ago," In-hyuk replies. "Pay attention, it's possible that the Klein brothers are in our territory," warns Ji Young. "Yes, chairwoman," nods In-hyuk. After a brief silence, In-hyuk adds, "There is something else I must say." "What is it?" asks Ji Young. According to rumors going around the world, Ares tried to take on the top 11, but the top 11 escaped and Ares chased after him, destroying everything in his path and killing awakened people from his organization, In-hyuk reports with concern. "They fought against the top 11, Ji Young is surprised. "So rumor has it, but we don't know for sure. The top 11 ran away to avoid getting hurt, but Ares didn't let him go so easily and chased after him, causing a lot of chaos. Since the top 11 was out of their territory, they only took a few awakened ones from their organization and did not suffer many casualties, but we do not know the current status of the top 11, explains In-hyuk. Ji Young is dismayed and says, "The top 11 fled. That's what is rumored. Ares fights anyone and is willing to take on any challenge. He travels the world challenging other awakened ones and everyone who has faced him has died or is on the verge of death," In-hyuk solemnly states. At that moment, In-hyuk's phone rings and it is Jisuk calling. In-hyuk answers and his expression immediately changes. He then hangs up the phone. Ji Young looks at In-hyuk worriedly and asks, "What's wrong?" Jisuk and Jiwoo met the Klein brothers and they have a captured Wooen, In-hyuk reveals. "I'll go, they are not able to face them," said Ji Young as he quickly gets up from his seat. Jiwoo and Jisuk looked in amazement at Kaden, who had found Wooen thanks to his keen sense of smell. From his hiding place, Jiwoo whispered, "What do? We have to help him." Jisuk pulled out his phone and quickly called In-hyuk, sharing brief words before hanging up. Jiwoo discovered the situation carefully and said, "We must rescue him." Jisuk sighed and replied, "In-hyuk will come and take care of it." But Jiwoo shook his head. "Maybe they won't make it in time." Jisuk stood in front of Jiwoo and threw a powerful gust of wind. The 2 hooded men holding Wooen reacted quickly, dodging the attack, but their car was destroyed. They turned around and saw 2 young men in front of them and a cat. Jiwoo greeted cheerfully, "Wooen, we've come to save you." Wooen looked at Jiwoo and Jisuk in surprise, wondering, "You came to save me?" The elder Klein brother looked at Wooen with a smile and asked, "Are they your friends?" Jisuk pursed his lips in annoyance and said, "Who do they think they are to cause trouble in Xinhua territory?" The elder Klein brother asked. "Xinhua, the group led by Ji Young." Jisuk nodded and answered, "Yes, this sector belongs to Xinhua." Jisuk analyzed for a moment and recorded a conversation he had had with Ji Young and In-hyuk. "The Klein brothers are likely to be in our territory." In amazement, he said, "You are the Klein brothers?" The younger brother laughed and said, "Aha. Then you know us." 1034 words. Next chapter, Jiwoo, Wooen y Jisuk v/S Hermanos Klein. Chapter 74, 70, Jiwoo, Wooen y Jisuk v/S Hermanos Klein. Older brother Klein hands Wooen over to his younger brother and says, "I'll take care of them, Duran." Jisuk frowns as he stares at the Klein brothers, thinking, Shit, if they're as powerful as the rumors say, we'll be in trouble. Listen, I'll distract them and save Wooin. Run. Jisuk said with determination. Jiwoo, worried, asked. And you? Don't worry, I'm strong. We'll split them up, save Wooin and you two will take care of one, Jisuk replied confidently. Without waiting for Jiwoo's reply, Jisuk launched a powerful gust of wind, covering the two Klein brothers. The older brother covered himself with a shield, while the younger brother dodged the attack with Wooin in his arms. Before they could react, Jiwoo appeared in front of the younger brother and punched him in the face. The younger brother let go of Wooin and covered himself from the blow, but Jiwoo, with incredible speed, grabbed Wooin and disappeared from the scene, reappearing at a great distance. What speed, he thought, as the fire in his hand went out. No point in attacking from far away, with his speed he'll easily dodge it. Run, shouted Jisuk angrily, as he kept attacking. But not that easy, Duran Klein said, running towards them. However, Jiwoo managed with his super speed to escape from the place, being chased by Duran. Without paying attention, a hand appeared beside Jisuk with high temperature. Jisuk dodged it millimeter by millimeter, but his clothes were burned, leaving only scorched cement. Not bad, said Big Brother Klein with a smile. Jiwoo runs at an impressive speed, unable to visualize Duran Klein. Wooin, weak and wounded, tells him with difficulty. The key to the lock is in his pocket. Jiwoo lays him carefully on the ground and reaches into Wooin's pockets, pulling out the key and removing his handcuffs. Wooin, with difficulty, tells him. Run away, I'll stay here, with me you can't get that far. What are you talking about, I'll fight you, Jiwoo replies determined. In an open space, a hooded figure appears and Jiwoo stands in front of him. Wooin struggles to his feet and warns. His awakened power is fire. Wooin, Jiwoo repeats as he sees Wooin get up. I can't move much, but it will help you from a distance, attack it with your speed, Wooin says with effort. You think to fight me? Some young weaklings, scorns Duran Klein. With incredible speed, Jiwoo's figure disappears from Duran's sight and reappears at his side, hitting him with a powerful punch that takes him by surprise and knocks him back several steps. Duran glares at Jiwoo and then raises his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. How dare they hurt me? I'll be sure to torture them, he says in a maniacal voice, releasing a powerful aura. Wooin looks at Jiwoo in amazement. What speed, he thinks. Meanwhile, Jiwoo, ready to fight, thinks. Kaden told me that mentality is very important. My opponent is a powerful and possibly very dangerous criminal, but I must not let my guard down and I must buy time. Jiwoo runs towards his enemy and throws several punches, but Duran dodges them. He moves all over the area, dodging and throwing attacks, but his hands begin to show clear signs of burns. He releases a lot of heat, Jiwoo thinks. Duran generates several fireballs and throws them towards Jiwoo, who dodges them easily. Wooin takes advantage of the distraction to launch a large attack that impacts Duran's body. Duran looks at his slightly injured arms and gets angry. How did I get to this point, he wonders. Then, Duran raises his arms and dozens of fireballs attack Jiwoo and Wooin at the same time, uncovering a large explosion that destroyed parts of the area. Kaden frowns as he feels the explosion, his thoughts racing. Those two won't be able to hold out much, but he's better than I thought, and this kid, watching Jisuk as he dodges attacks with difficulty. You won't hold out much longer. Jisuk launches a blast of moving wind, but it is neutralized by a blast of fire that counters its power. Jisuk is pressed down, and suddenly, Big Brother Klein appears in front of him. Klein's hand grazes his shoulder, burning it and melting the cement of the street. Jisuk looks at his wounded arm with shock and, without looking around, he looks up and sees another attack approaching fast. He tried to dodge it, but the attack touches his arm and burns it, making it bleed. In fear, Jisuk looks at his unusable right arm. Big Brother Klein says, I have no more time to waste on you, I wanted to sell you, but I just want to buy time. His aura begins to rise, and Kaden, seeing Jisuk's dire situation, thinks, they're going to kill this jerk Jisuk at this rate. I didn't want to interrupt, but they're not here yet. Kaden moves at incredible speed and stands on Klein's shoulders, throwing an electric shock that knocks him unconscious. Kaden looks at Jisuk, who falls to the ground in shock. He slowly approaches and Jisuk recoils with difficulty as he sees the cat approaching. Kaden looks at him and says. That weakling, I just knocked him unconscious. He'll wake up soon. Your sister is on her way. Jisuk doesn't react, and Kaden slaps him with his little cat paws. Then he grabs his shirt and says in an intimidating voice. Look at me, don't tell anyone what you saw. If you do, you'll be dead. Kaden rushes off, not taking his eyes off Jisuk, defiantly. Jisuk is stunned and doesn't know what happened. After a dazed moment, he sees Big Brother Klein react and get up with burns on his body. What just happened? Did you do this? Big Brother Klein said angrily. Jisuk is still puzzled and gets up. I don't know what happened either, he replies. A moment later, a woman falls from the sky. Sister, Jisuk says cheerfully. You attacked me, the older brother asks. His attack is stopped by a wind shield skillfully created by Ji-young. Without waiting any longer, Ji-young skillfully creates a spatial isolation, leaving Big Brother Klein dumbfounded. Ji-young, you, right. Shinhwa's leader, said Big Brother Klein with a serious expression as his aura rapidly increased. Ji-young, showing no interest, increased his own aura, far surpassing Klein's and making it ascend without limit. A powerful gust of wind was released in all directions, crushing Klein's attempts to counter it. The older brother fell to the ground unconscious and severely injured, overcome by the overwhelming force of Ji-young's wind. Wooin lies on the ground, severely wounded, struggling to stand up due to the numerous wounds covering his body. Jiwoo, for his part, has wounds all over his body, silently feeling the intense pain. Suddenly, a shadow materializes in front of Jiwoo, who barely has time to react before receiving a powerful punch to the face that sends him flying and crashing to the ground. Wooin watches Jiwoo on the ground, badly hurt, helpless to help, burdening his conscience with guilt. Jiwoo, gasping and his body aching, tries to get up quickly, but is hit with a kick to the head, leaving him lying on the ground, struggling to stay conscious. Wooin tries to counterattack, but before he can do so, his power disappears into thin air. Duran, laughing arrogantly, launches an attack that Wooin and Jiwoo are unable to defend, receiving the full impact. Both fall to the ground, severely injured, unable to move and unconscious. At that moment, Dura Klein approaches Jiwoo, but an arrogant and imposing voice interrupts the scene. How dare you leave my younger brother in that state, the voice echoes, startling everyone present. The startled voice causes Duran Klein to turn quickly in its direction, but before he can react, a powerful kick impacts his face, setting off an explosion of light that sends him flying through the air. With difficulty, Duran rises from the ground and catches a glimpse of a mysterious figure wearing an impeccable suit and a cream-colored coat draped over his shoulders, his snow-white hair and crystalline green eyes giving him an intriguing and powerful appearance. Duran Klein, angry and releasing great power, challenges the mysterious figure. Who are you, you dare to interfere? Ares, in a contemptuous voice, replies. Who am I, and snaps his fingers, creating a spatial isolation that covers them both. Duran looks around in amazement, realizing that he is confined in an isolation space next to the person in front of him. Special isolation, thought Duran as he pins his gaze on the men in front of him, full of surprise. Ares snaps his fingers again, discovering a light enveloping Duran, who is startled before a huge explosion throws him to the ground, with severe burns on his body and losing consciousness. The spatial isolation disappears and everything returns to normal, leaving no trace of the incident, except for Duran unconscious on the ground. Ares turns his gaze to Caden, who slowly approaches him from a corner. Hello, Master, Ares greets with a smile. Caden smiles in return and comments, it's been a long time. Ares nods and says, you're just in time. Caden smiles and comments. Looks like you had it under control, as usual. Caden looks in one direction and mutters. They're coming. Ares replies unhappily. Yeah, they're so annoying. They always show up when we don't need them. Caden sighs and then notices Wooin and Jiwoo unconscious on the ground. At least we're unnoticed, he comments. Ares nods and says, heading home, to talk without interruption. Both figures disappear at incredible speed. A few moments later, Ji-young and Jisuk arrive on the scene and see Wooin and Jiwoo lying on the ground, and younger brother Klein badly injured. Guys, shouts Jisuk running towards them. Ji-young examines the unconscious younger brother Klein and then Wooin, who has severe burns and cuts on his body, and already Jiwoo, with burns on his fists and severe wounds on his body. Ji-young thinks. What must have happened here? Ji-young approaches Wooin and Jiwoo to take their pulse, then says. They are unconscious and seriously injured, we must rush them to the hospital and you too, he adds, looking at Jisuk, whose right arm is unusable. Jisuk nods in agreement, and together they leave the scene in search of medical help. 1750 words. Next chapter, Dilemma. Chapter 75-71, Dilemma. At Jiwoo's house. Ares and Caden are sitting on a couch, looking at each other with a frown. Caden smiles and says. What have you been doing this last while? Ares frowns and makes an exhausted face, that top 11 all he knows how to do is run, I ran into him by chance and he ran as soon as we exchanged a few attacks. Caden nods in understanding and says. I expected nothing less from you, you sure made a lot of fuss. Ares shrugs and says. A little, I don't know if the news has spread yet, I chased him for quite a while, killed his subordinates and left him wounded. Caden frowns, showing concern. I hope you were careful. We don't want to attract undue attention needed. Ares nods, understanding Caden's concern. Yes, I had to act quickly and forcefully. I can't have them interfering in my battles, but you're right, we need to be discreet for a while. Ares frowns, concerned. How's Jiwoo been? He asks, changing the tone of the conversation. Caden sighs, showing some frustration. I don't understand why you didn't train him from a young age, but I've been training him hard and he's grown at an incredible rate, just like us. He's slowly getting used to this cruel world where power rules all. Aries sighs sadly. I wanted to train him from a young age, but you know how my mother's character is. She wanted Jiwoo to have a normal life even though we all knew that sooner or later he would enter this world, so I only taught him a part of my force control that he could benefit from and trained him the short time I was at home. Well, it's true that your mother's character is complicated, but you had a good idea to train from time to time on your force control. It will enhance his awakened powers with his speed and my electricity, and your healing factor will make him a powerful and fearsome awakened for everyone, Caden says, with a voice full of confidence and assurance. Aries laughs arrogantly. Just like us. Caden and Aries laugh fiendishly, sharing their malevolent plan. So what shall we do now? Asks Aries. Of course, escort Jiwoo on his way while I recover and get revenge on those fuckers, Caden replies with kindness in his voice, which then fills with murderous determination. It'll be fun to watch the boys fight. I'll train Jiwoo hard, Aries says with a big smile, then adds. Don't worry about your revenge, get well first and then I'll help you. Caden nods, showing his appreciation. An electric light energy from Caden's body, transforming him into a fat cat, and his eyes widen in surprise looking at Aries. It can't be, cried Caden in bewilderment. Shinhwa. In the evening, Ji-young is sitting in her chair, with paper on her desk, while In-hyuk is standing in front of her with his arms crossed behind his back. In-hyuk, have all traces at the scene been erased? Asks Ji-young with a piercing look. Yes, President. Wooin and Jiwoo said they were unconscious at the time and don't know what happened, In-hyuk replies. After a moment of silence, In-hyuk adds. There are burns on the Klein brothers' bodies, and they seem to have been caused by electricity. It has nothing to do with you, and the younger Klein brother also has burns, but they don't seem to be caused by electricity or fire, but by some other power. Ji-young frowns, thoughtfully. This is very strange. In-hyuk looks worried. President, do you think someone helped them? It's very possible. Wooin and Jiwoo have serious injuries and were in bad shape. They were probably unconscious after receiving such damage, and Jisuk was also wounded in the arm, making him unusable to continue fighting, Ji-young explains. They even have different burn prints, one from electricity, which could be Caden's handiwork, since we know he's in our territory. And the other burn print we don't know what could have caused it, but Aries, Caden's disciple, has awakened powers of light, so he could also be involved, Ji-young continues seriously. In-hyuk shows astonishment and trembling in his voice. Are you suggesting that Caden and Aries are in our territory and also helping the boys? Those two wouldn't help just any people, they are known to be ruthless. I'm just considering the possibility that they might have helped them, Ji-young replies in a calm voice to calm In-hyuk down. After a moment, In-hyuk reacted and said. From the way the Klein brothers were moving, it is quite possible that they are looking for Dr. Deline. As soon as they wake up, we will interrogate them. Wooin told us they asked them about their teacher. Ji-young murmurs, thoughtfully. Awakened Union, in the morning. Deline was sitting, pinning his serious gaze on Wooin. Do you realize how dangerous that was? Wooin reproached Deline earnestly. However, he did not stop there and continued. Why did you leave that house? You were safe there. Wooin averted his gaze, fixing it on the table, and replied evasively. I wanted to be in control of my own life, Professor. I was given the opportunity to choose how I wanted to live, and I decided to make my own decisions, without having to follow the decisions of others. I understand that you have no regrets, Wooin, Deline replies resignedly, keeping his gaze on his disciple's serious eyes. He sighs deeply before continuing, seeking to understand the situation. Okay, this is no time to scold you, Deline admits, acknowledging that they can no longer change what happened. Tell me how you made it out of there alive. I know better than anyone that neither of you is a match for them to face. Wooin is thoughtful for a moment before answering. I don't know. We were unconscious, we have no idea what happened next, he comments, evidencing his lack of information about subsequent events. Deline watches Wooin closely, trying to find some clue in his expression. You're not lying, are you? He thinks to himself, intrigued by the unknown of who might have helped his student in that compromising situation. Wooin interrupts Deline's thoughts by mentioning something that captures his attention. They said there were traces of burns at the site, but not caused by fire powers, Wooin comments, snapping Deline out of his reverie. Deline's frown intensifies as he ponders silently. Caden, oh. Aries, he inwardly wonders, considering the possible parties involved. Let them be the ones in charge of the investigation and let's hope they're lucky enough to discover something, Deline replies earnestly. You can go get some rest, Wooin. It's been a tiring day. I know you escaped from the hospital, he adds. Wooin nods in understanding and bids a polite farewell. See you, Professor. Deline watches as Wooin leaves the room and, in a thoughtful gesture, turns his chair, sinking into a sea of thought, his expression full of concern and consideration. After leaving the room, Woon meets Seonga, who walks up with seriousness and coldness on his face. "Why did you leave Shinhwa Hospital as soon as you woke up?" questioned Seonga with a tone of voice laden with coldness. "You need to rest and recuperate." Woon lowers his head, showing some guilt in his attitude. "I wanted to see the professor," he replies quietly, explaining his desire to connect with Deline. Seonga sighs, understanding the motive behind Woon's decision. "You must hurry back to the hospital for another checkup." "I don't want your injuries to get worse," Seonga emphasizes authoritatively. "I will talk to Deline about what happened." Woon bows in thanks and shows his respect by saying, "Thank you very much, Mr. Park." "Go back to the hospital," Seonga insists, making clear his desire for Woon to follow his directions. Woon nods and turns away, leaving the Union facility. Meanwhile, Seonga watches his departure and then opens the door to Deline's room. 1341 words. Next chapter, Learning and Reunion. Chapter 76-72, Learning and Reunion. After a few days, Jiwoo, Woon, and Jisuk are still in the hospital, struggling to recover from their serious injuries. However, of the three, Jiwoo is the one who shows remarkable and rapid improvement in his state of health. The doctors and nurses are amazed by his stamina and determination to heal, although they are awakened should not heal as fast compared to the other two. Although Jiwoo still has some wounds that require rest for a few days, his body seems to be responding well to treatment. His wounds are healing properly and his mood is upbeat. He is anxious to recover as soon as possible and see Kaden. On the other hand, Woon and Jisuk face greater challenges in their recovery process. Their injuries are more severe and require intensive care. Jiwoo's arm can move normally, but he is in incredible pain. Woon, on the other hand, his injuries and the trauma he received to his head are slowly improving. In the basement of the house, Ares is sitting in a meditation position, with Kaden behind him, placing his hands behind his back, wrapped in a golden and blue energy. Kaden, with a serious expression on his face, speaks with determination. "You need to concentrate. This is something very different from anything you've learned before. Southwest, pay close attention to the circulation of power," he says in a serious tone. He pauses briefly, allowing his words to settle in the air before continuing. "The circulation of power is fundamental to this technique. Watch how it flows through your body and how it moves," she explains clearly. Ares is in a state of deep concentration, eyes closed and nodding with determination. His entire being is focused on understanding and memorizing the intricate flow of energy circulating through his body. With dedication and perseverance, he has been practicing for hours, guided by Kaden. Gradually, a golden light begins to envelop Ares' body, following precise, flowing patterns, revealing his taught technical learning. Kaden's eyes light up with pride as he witnesses how his pupil has mastered the technique he has taught him. Ares experiences a perfect acoustic signal with the flow of energy. Every movement, every breath, is consciously guided by his understanding of the energy taught by Kaden. Kaden, with a satisfied smile, gently releases his hands from Ares' back and steps back a few paces to admire the result of his teaching. Kaden realized that it would take a while before he could transform into a cat. He'd better learn to transform into a cat as soon as possible to go unnoticed and have a good disguise. A technique like this had never appeared in the world before, he thought seriously as he looked at Ares. "I should keep trying to recover," he thought as he climbed the basement stairs and stood in the dining room of the house. Kaden's body begins to transform, adapting the shape of a fat cat. As he closes his eyes and a blue light begins to glow, wrapping around his body like a spiral. Jiwoo walked out of the hospital with a sense of relief and freshness, although he still felt a little weak after his recovery. In-hyuk was waiting for him in the parking lot with his car, and upon seeing Jiwoo he smiled and said, "You're finally discharged. How are you feeling, Jiwoo?" Jiwoo nodded weakly and replied, "Yes, I feel better, much better, thank you for taking me home, In-hyuk." On the way home, In-hyuk and Jiwoo chatted happily. Upon arrival, In-hyuk opened the door for Jiwoo and said, "Let me help you get into your house," but Jiwoo politely declined. "No, I can handle it." In-hyuk smiled and stepped aside, watching him walk slowly towards his house. Jiwoo sees In-hyuk as they said goodbye and watched him get into his car and drive away from the place. Once inside, Jiwoo greeted his cats happily, but something caught his attention. Kaden was transformed into a cat, as usual, but there was another very small cat as if it was a newborn with brown fur and green eyes that he didn't recognize. Kaden, unconcerned, said, "You came back sooner than I expected." Jiwoo replied happily, "Yes, I was told that my recovery was quite fast, even they were surprised." However, Jiwoo frowned and asked, "Since when did we get the cute little kitten?" taking the small cat the size of his palm very carefully. The brown cat smiled in a humanly intriguing way and said with a sad tone, "It's me, Jiwoo." Jiwoo froze and his mind quickly thought of Ares. A faint flash of light blinded him for an instant, and when he regained his vision, he saw his older brother, Ares, standing in front of him. Jiwoo, his eyes filled with tears, cried out, "Ares." He ran to him and hugged him tightly. "I can't believe you're here." Caden, next to them, sighed at the sight of their reunion. Ares smiled and hugged him back, saying, "I missed you too, Jiwoo. I'm glad to see you recovered after your confrontation." Jiwoo broke away and looked at him dumbfounded, asking, "But how do you know?" Ares sighed and explained, "I saw the whole thing, as did Caden." Caden nodded in confirmation, seeing Jiwoo looking at him in awe. Jiwoo sat down next to Ares and Caden, and they began to talk, sharing all the experiences and adventures they had had over all those years. Jiwoo listened intently, laughing and crying with happiness as he was reunited with his brother and master. 936 words. Next chapter, Woon v/S Subin Lee. Chapter 77, 73, Woon v/S Subin Lee. In Hyuk frowned looking at Ji Young. "Don't you think it's strange that Jiwoo recovered so fast? I mean, even though awakened people heal faster than others, Jiwoo surpassed that." Ji Young nodded, also scrunching up his face. "Yeah, it's definitely strange. He's never supposed to have had a relationship with other awakened before. It's possible that his force control has regenerative powers. I don't think it was just a coincidence." "Exactly, I think so too. It's amazing for someone his age to have 3 powers: speed, electricity, and regeneration," In Hyuk said in amazement. "I'll have to talk to him about force control," said Ji Young. In Hyuk nodded, showing his agreement. "Yes, you should definitely talk to Jiwoo about his force control. Maybe there are more things we don't know about him and he has hidden them by his will." Ji Young nodded earnestly. "There's more and more mysticism around Jiwoo. His talent is incredible. It's not easy to find and have such high-level force control." In Hyuk nodded with concern. "That's right, maybe there's something else behind his of him. Should we investigate his life further?" Ji Young frowned thoughtfully. "We already investigated when we just found him and there was nothing. Even if we investigate further, it's very possible we won't find anything, since he's not from our country. We must make sure he is getting our security and support," he added. In Hyuk nodded in agreement. "Yes, that is true. Jiwoo's safety is our main concern and that of all the awakened youth in our area." Subin Lee, the next heiress of Awakened Union and one of the 4 most powerful young women in the country, unexpectedly arrived in Jiwoo, Jisuk and Woon's life. Although they had returned to their usual routines of classes and training, Subin's presence created a new problem. Subin challenged Woon to a showdown in Shinhwa. Woon accepted his challenge without hesitation. Before they could approach Shinhwa, In Hyuk warned Seonga of the situation. Shinhwa. Woon found himself in the dressing room, focusing on his preparation for the showdown with Subin. He took off his sweatshirt and stretched his muscles, showing no expression. Jiwoo, who stood beside him, looked worried, aware that Subin was the granddaughter of the current Awakened Union chairman and was expected to be a formidable opponent. "Woon, be careful," Jiwoo said in a worried tone. "You know Subin could be very strong." Woon smiled confidently. "Don't worry about me, Jiwoo. I don't think I'm much above Jisuk's level. You've seen our fights," he replied as he took off his glasses and put them away. Jiwoo muttered and nodded in approval, confident in his friend's abilities. However, at that moment, the dressing room door opened and Seonga entered the room, a serene expression on his face. "You don't need to confront Subin, Woon," Seonga said calmly. "I already talked to her and tried to solve it another way." But Woon stubbornly insisted on fighting. "No, I can't let the challenge go. If I don't meet it, she won't be happy," he replied resolutely. Finally, it was time for the showdown at Shinhwa Arena. Ji Young, In Hyuk, Seonga, and Jiwoo, along with 2 cats accompanying them, watched the upcoming fight intently. Jisuk, meanwhile, was relaxed eating baby goats beside him, enjoying the spectacle. The tension in the air was palpable as Woon and Subin faced each other on stage. In Hyuk, who was a bit irritated by Subin's continuous words, saying, "As soon as the whistle blows, they start fighting. Subin keeps talking. Ha 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 ha, you dared to accept my challenge. I will show you our difference of having been trained since I was little." Then the bell rings and Woon suddenly attacks. To everyone's surprise, the attack hit Subin's face directly, sending her flying and falling to the ground dejected and her head bleeding. Everyone is shocked and Jisuk laughs madly, enjoying the spectacle. After a moment, Subin quickly gets up and launches an ice attack towards Woon, without allowing Seonga to intervene. Woon skillfully neutralizes the attack and launches 3 bursts of power towards Subin, who counters by launching 3 ice attacks and exploding in the center, minimally destroying the ground. Subin stares at him and says, "Apparently you're not so bad." Jisuk, smiling, says, "He went toe-to-toe with me and he's not going to be decent." Subin is shocked to hear this and rests his gaze on Woon seriously. "So you're no stranger," she says. Woon, emotionless, replies, "Are you going to talk or fight?" If you want to talk, I'm leaving. Jisuk laughs at the comment. Meanwhile, Ji-young, In-hyuk, Seonga and Jiwoo look dumbly at the situation. Aries telepathically comments to Kaden. For that age, his power is pretty weak. Kaden laughs and replies. Not everyone is that talented. Subin, without waiting any longer, creates 2 ice weapons and quickly launches herself towards Wooin. Wooin tries to stop her by throwing power beams, which are easily dodged by Subin. Wooin's eyes light up red and a shockwave explodes. With incredible reflexes, Subin creates an ice barrier, but is thrown backwards and, with an acrobatic move, gets into combat position. Subin, with a very serious face, launches several ice blasts that completely cover Wooin. Wooin tries to stop the ice by throwing bursts of power, but the ice moves countering his power and continues on its way towards him. Wooin quickly creates a shield and the attack hits him. A rumble is heard and the dust disappears, leaving Wooin with cuts on his body. Subin jumped in surprise as she saw that the previous attack had caused little damage. In response, she directed the ice around her to create an ice race that quickly expanded, covering Wooin. Wooin watched in amazement as the ice barrier slowly transformed into a tornado, blocking all attack possibilities. The tornado began to gradually decrease in size, and without saving any strength, Wooin began to release red auras with black edges that moved through the air. After a moment, a large explosion erupted and shattered the ice tornado, revealing Wooin enveloped in a powerful reddish and black aura slowly fading away. Seonga was surprised to see Wooin's increase in power and commented. Did he become so powerful? The control of his power is unbelievable. In-hyuk, on the other hand, was amazed by the fact that Wooin was using techniques similar to Dr. Deline. Wooin stood in awe as Aries and Kaden watched interested in the confrontation. Subin, meanwhile, met Wooin's burst of power with amazement and raised his own aura to the maximum. At that moment, Seonga and In-hyuk appeared in front of Subin and Wooin and stopped the confrontation. Stop, they said, if you continue the confrontation, both of you will end up badly hurt. Wooin and Subin nod, and Seonga walks up to Wooin and asks, are you willing to accept my offer? I will not join the union, Wooin replied. Everyone listened carefully to Wooin's answer. Subin, angry, said. How dare you refuse our offer? You don't know how fortunate you are to be able to join us. Many awakened people in this country beg to join us, and don't you know how dangerous the world of awakened people is? I know very well that it is dangerous to be alone and that the union is a good place, but I have always been following my master and have never made decisions on my own. I want to be able to decide what to do, and in the union, I wouldn't be able to do that. Even if my life is in danger, I want to make my own decisions, Wooin said earnestly. Wooin turns around and bows to Seonga. Thank you very much for the invitation, but I have to decline. Seonga looks at Wooin seriously and says. I respect your decision, but things like that will happen, and you were lucky this time, next time might not be the same. I'm ready, Wooin said, determined. Ji-young looks imposingly at the 4 people. Clean up the mess you made, she said, turning around and walking out. Jiwoo looks at her in surprise, while Aries and Kaden laugh. 1362 words. Next chapter, New Experiences and Stronger Ties. Chapter 78, 74, New Experiences and Stronger Ties. As the days go by, Subin's presence in the group becomes more and more noticeable and friendships begin to emerge. As they get to know each other, they discover common interests and share experiences together, which allows them to strengthen their bonds of friendship. Shinhwa. In the Shinhwa president's office, Ji-young was sitting while Jiwoo and In-hyuk stared at her. We want you to join the Awakened Academy as an independent Awakened One with Shinhwa's sponsorship, In-hyuk said. The Awakened Academy, repeated Jiwoo, confused. Yes, it's a place where young Awakened Ones from different groups meet, and it would be a great experience for you, since you've never had contact with other Awakened Ones your age besides us, In-hyuk explained. I don't know, this is all very sudden, Jiwoo replied, hesitantly. If you don't want to go, you don't have to, Jiwoo. Do whatever you want, said Jae-nug. But I think it's a good opportunity for you. You will be able to experience what it's like to live as an Awakened One and eventually get involved with other groups in this country, Ji-young added. Take your time to think about it and let us know, Ji-young concluded. Thank you very much for the invitation. It must not be easy for Shinhwa to sponsor me. I'll think about it when I get home, Jiwoo said with a grateful smile. Ji-young blushed while In-hyuk smiled. Jiwoo's house. Jiwoo arrived home and saw Kaden doing push-ups while Aries was training in the corner shadowing. She approached them, feeling a little nervous but determined to ask her question. I want to ask them something and get their opinion on it, Jiwoo said, catching their attention. Kaden and Aries stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her. Go ahead, Kaden replied. Jiwoo speaks up and explains the situation. Did Ji-young call you to participate in the new Awakened Academy? Kaden asked, waiting for confirmation. Yes, he did, Jiwoo replied. It could be a great experience for you, Aries added. That's what Ji-young and In-hyuk told me too, Jiwoo replied. That's true, it will do you good to be among the awakened. There are some very peculiar people among the awakened and you could learn a lot over there, Kaden said thoughtfully. Maybe you can even kick some ass, Aries added with a grin. Jiwoo looked surprised and asked. Why? Kaden looked at Jiwoo seriously and explained. In our world, power is very important and to become stronger you have to fight. In that new institution you will most likely face other awakened of your own age to prove your worth, which will benefit you quite a bit. For someone your age, it's hard to find other awakened people your age. Even we have to constantly look for awakened who want to fight, but in that academy you will have to fight no matter what to prove your power, Aries added. Kaden smiled and said. That's normal. We are very strong and the others are afraid of us. Aries and Kaden smiled devilishly and then looked at Jiwoo's sad face. Jiwoo, you are beginning to understand that the world of the awakened is very different from that of normal humans. In our world, power is everything, Aries explained. But you don't have to worry. We will be here to protect you. You just need to worry about the awakened of your age and enjoy the path you choose, Aries added. And remember, you are the one who chooses what to do. We don't interfere and will follow your own path, Kaden said. Jiwoo smiled warmly and Kaden and Aries smiled back. A few hours later. After Ji-young will inform the other two Shinhwa boys that they would be going to the academy, two individuals entered Jiwoo's house and searched it, looking for personal information and investigating the house completely. Aries and Kaden, who were nearby, noticed the suspicious activity and decided to analyze the situation before intervening. After a moment they quickly subdued the two intruders. When Jiwoo returned home, he found two unconscious men on the ground. After conversing with Aries and Kaden, he decided to call In-hyuk to resolve the matter. After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that the men were Shinhwa members. Ji-young and In-hyuk visited Chairman Lee and warned him about what happened and gave him a warning. Then, Ji-young and In-hyuk went to Jiwoo's house and formally apologized for the mistake. However, Jiwoo assured them not to worry and thanked them especially for their help all this time, making Ji-young blush and In-hyuk smiled warmly. Shinhwa, next day. At the training center Jiwoo and Jae-hyuk face each other, while Ji-young, In-hyuk and Boyoung watch them from behind. Boyoung looks at the two and thinks uncertainly. I was surprised that he had such a close relationship with the president, Mr. In-hyuk and Jisuk. I didn't think he would accept, I assumed he would hide behind them, he has a very docile attitude and fell for Jae-hyuk's game. Kaden and Aries, meanwhile, enjoyed some hidden popcorn, visualizing the upcoming showdown. In-hyuk says to Ji-young. We have to be careful that Jae-hyuk doesn't get hurt. Boyoung listens and thinks to himself. That Jae-hyuk doesn't get hurt too much. I hope we have a good fight, Jiwoo says bowing with an innocent smile. Don't play dumb, I know very well are your intentions and I'll make you reveal them, Jae-hyuk replies angrily. On signal, they begin, announces In-hyuk. The signal sounds and in a millisecond, thousands of thoughts run through Jiwoo's mind. Jae-hyuk is a member of Shinhwa and from what he told me, Ji-young, depending on the importance of the member, has a strength control in Shinhwa. Therefore, I can assume that he has wind powers and he doesn't know anything about my powers. In this battle, I am at an advantage. Should I attack first, Jiwoo thinks, but then he sees Jae-hyuk, with an arrogant face, throws a powerful gust of wind neglecting his guard. Jiwoo disappears and appears behind Jae-hyuk, connecting a powerful blow to his face. Jae-hyuk tries to react, but Jiwoo quickly strikes his body several times, releasing in each hit a minimal electric shock, barely perceptible to the eye. Finally, he finishes his combination of blows with a kick, knocking Jae-hyuk out and leaving him unconscious on the ground. Ji-young, Jisuk and In-hyuk smile while Boyoung is shocked by what she just witnessed. On the other hand, Kaden and Aries laugh and enjoy their popcorn. 1095 words. Next chapter, Lisa Snyder. Chapter 79-75, Lisa Snyder. A few days later. Jiwoo and his friends found themselves on a boat heading to the academy. At a table, there is Jiwoo with a cat lying on his lap, next to Woon, Subin and Jisuk, all of them resting placidly. Meanwhile, at the table to his right, In-hyuk was sitting across from Jae-hyuk and Boyoung who were very tense. Jiwoo began to talk to Kaden in a low and secretive voice. Mr. Kaden, why didn't Aries want to come with us and said he would arrive later? I don't know, Kaden replied, yawning as he settled down to try to sleep. He's got his own business to attend to. He's boring, I wanted him to come with us, Jiwoo replied with a pout on his face. Kaden opened one eye and said. Aries is a very busy man. He has many challenges and responsibilities, like training, running his company and many other things. He has a company, asked Jiwoo, surprised. Yes, it's quite well known, it's called Seo Consortium and it encompasses the company's Vitality Pulse and Innovate X, said Kaden with disinterest. Jiwoo scratched his head absently and asked. I don't know them, are they famous? Kaden looked at her with a puzzled expression and said. Huh. They are two well-known companies in the technology and medical industries around the world. The current CEO is a fairly powerful desperado who keeps a low profile. Wow, I would love to visit my brother's companies, Jiwoo said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. New York, a few days ago. Amidst the desolation and rubble of destroyed buildings, a heartbreaking landscape is revealed before the eyes of those watching. 5 structures have been reduced to rubble, leaving visible wreckage strewn around them. The surrounding area shows signs of significant damage, even to buildings located at a distance of at least 20 meters. Image of the headquarters. The magnitude of the destruction is evident when contemplating the panorama in its entirety. An overwhelming sense of devastation comes to life as debris mingles with the dust in the air, creating an atmosphere charged with sadness and hopelessness. Amidst the ruin of one of the shattered buildings, a female figure emerges. Her youthful appearance contrasts with her majestic presence. She has a beautiful face adorned with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. The woman's eyes rest emotionlessly on 5 figures kneeling in the street, with severe wounds and their bodies bathed in blood. The indifference on her face and her haughty attitude seem to indicate that she feels no compassion or remorse for the horror she has caused. Lisa Snyder. Image by Lisa Snyder. Age, 58 years old. Awakened power, cellular body control. Combat power, superior to top 11 world ranking, almost equal to top 10. I'm surprised you dare to enter my headquarters with so little power, Lisa commented in a nonchalant voice, her contemptuous gaze sweeping over those kneeling in front of her. Who are you? Asked one of the people with difficulty speaking due to injuries. The world has no knowledge of you, added another voice among the wounded, seeking to understand the identity of the woman in front of them. How did you acquire so much power? Questioned another man, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Are the awakened ones the owners of this company? Added another man, hopeful of gaining some information. Lisa smiled haughtily, savoring her superiority, and calmly answered the questions. There are certain things ants like you don't need to know. Lisa's oppressive presence caused the wounded to sink into an uncomfortable silence, feeling the pressure of her aura and her overwhelming superiority. With a ruthless gesture, Lisa crushed the figure in the middle with her foot, causing a dull sound that reverberated through the environment and left a huge crater in the ground. Undeterred, she gazed at the man's corpse beneath her feet and etched his name into her memory. If I'm not mistaken, it was Kevin Ward, number 11 in the world ranking, she thought coldly. Then he turned his head casually and added in his mind. But whatever, it was just another ant. Wasting no time, Lisa quickly eliminated the remaining 4 others, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. As the spatial isolation began to dissipate, the dark sky and shattered buildings slowly began to restore themselves. The scene of devastation gradually transformed into a rebuilt and peaceful environment. At the top of the Seo Corporation headquarters, Lisa was now gazing at a sunny day and normal people strolling around, unaffected by the combat that had taken place. Suddenly, a young girl of about 16 years old approached Lisa with a worried expression. This young girl shared the same beautiful features as Lisa. Mother, said the girl, running to Lisa and hugging her tightly. Samantha, Lisa said, taking a step toward her and returning the hug tenderly. I was worried about you, Samantha expressed in a voice full of concern. Don't worry, your mother is strong and she's not alone. I've already asked for help for what's to come, assured Lisa with seriousness and determination, conveying confidence to her daughter. The little girl nodded with reddened and tear-filled eyes, fully trusting her mother's words and feeling comforted in her embrace. Today. In the impressive office, with large windows providing a panoramic view of New York City, a young man and woman can be seen having a conversation. The majesty of the office is reflected in its sleek, modern decor, which contrasts with the disruption and hustle and bustle of the city. It always amazes me that you don't age, Aries commented as he watched Lisa. Lisa let out a laugh and replied. If I do age, I age very slowly. My power hasn't reached that level yet, on the outside I look young but inside anyway my cells age slowly. Aries smiled and said. Wow, that's too bad. I know what happened yesterday, Aries said in a serious tone as he frowned. How did you know? Asked Lisa with surprise in her voice. I didn't expect us to be attacked so soon, Aries continued, ignoring Lisa's question. Apparently, information about our awakened status has leaked out. Lisa sighed, relaxed and unconcerned. We knew that from the moment we decided to form this company, and there's not much we can do about it, Lisa replied calmly, recognizing the inevitability of the challenges they faced. Our duty is to be prepared to face whatever comes. We know what's coming, are you sure you don't want to join the Illuminati? There you can train in peace and take care of your daughter, Aries seriously. Lisa frowned, she seemed to be thinking about Aries' offer for a moment, after a few seconds of silence, she finally answered. I accept your offer, I heard from you that there are very interesting members in the Illuminati and that their disciples are also there. Besides, I think it will be the best thing for my daughter and me. What will happen to the company I managed for you? Added Lisa with concern. Don't worry about the company, that's what technology is for, isn't it? Aries laughed. Then, Ares took out of his pocket a black card with a triangle logo and an eye inside and handed it to Lisa. "Let's go to Arcadia," he said. "Arcadia?" asked Lisa, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, that's the name of the Illuminati headquarters," Ares explained. "Let's get your stuff and go," said Ares, impatient to leave. Lisa is lost in thought. "I never thought we could come to this relationship. The time I met him wasn't in the best way, but he saved me from getting lost in the dark." Lisa, after a moment, packed everything and they went up to the top of the Seo Tower, where Lisa and her daughter Samantha looked at Ares. "That card I gave you will help you summon the Bifrost," Ares said, showing his card. "Bifrost," Lisa repeated, still confused. Suddenly, a bright light falls from the sky and engulfed them. In an instant, the light disappears in the clouds, the figures that were found on top of the building disappeared. The people who were in the area, despite being close by, did not notice what had just happened and went about their daily activities, unaware that they had just witnessed an unexplainable phenomenon. Arcadia, Illuminati headquarters. A bright light illuminated the sky and three figures emerged on a marble platform located at the beginning of the Illuminati headquarters. "Welcome. I will show you around and show you all the members. You are fortunate that they are all currently at the headquarters," Ares announced enthusiastically. Lisa and Samantha were in awe as they gazed at the magnificent buildings that stretched before their eyes. The grand architecture and majesty of the buildings reflected the influence and power of this organization. 1,494 words. Next chapter, Early Days. Chapter 76, Early Days. The boys arrive at the imposing academy, being greeted by Suman Kong of Biko, who welcomes them with a warm but imposing smile. Suman divides the group into two sectors, separating Woon and Jiwoo from the rest as they have no affiliation with any academy. Jisuk, Subin, Jaehyuk and Boyoung are designated as Shinhwa representatives and taken to another sector of the academy. Jiwoo and Woon are led to their room, which is located in an isolated area of the academy. Upon arrival, they each enter their own room, which are located next to each other. "Wow, this room is really amazing," sighed Jiwoo as he plopped down on the bed and relaxed. Caden looked around the room and frowned. "Why spend so much money? How can you push your limits being so comfortable?" he said quietly. "I agree, Mr. Caden." "That's impressive," Jiwoo added. "What do you think we'll do at the academy?" asked Jiwoo, excited about what would be in store for them. "At the academy, they will train and learn all the basics to improve their skills, but nothing as amazing as you think," Caden replied with determination. "And they will also most likely evaluate you to see if you are fit to join some organization and have a record of you. Don't worry about that, remember I've told you that before. The important thing now is for you to focus on training as much as you can. After you finish your training at the academy, you can continue with the training we are designing together with Ares," Caden explained as he lay down on the couch and settled down to sleep. The following day. At the Academy Training Center, unaffiliated. Lined up, 6 young men gasp for breath as they stare at a young man in front of them. The young man in front of them with black hair and gray eyes with a scar running from his right temple to the bottom of his chin. "How is your first day? You will fight each other and we will see how good you are," Jiwoo said. "Excuse me," said a soft voice. "My powers are not combat." Jiwoo looked at the shy man with dark green hair and black eyes and replied. "I understand, but how awakened, sooner or later you'll have to fight." "Who wants to go first?" added Jiwoo. "Me," said Jiangsu, advancing to the center of the arena. There, he looked at the young men with a confident smile. "This is my chance to stand out. I will beat them all and show those groups how valuable I am." "Who will be your opponent?" asked Jiwoo again. Jiwoo looked at Jiangsu for a moment and advanced towards him, surprising Woon. On the way, Jiwoo remembered Caden's words, "If you have a chance to fight another awakened one, do it and learn from it." "What fight?" asked Jiwoo. "Yes, having confrontations against other awakened is the most efficient and fastest way to improve your powers and gain experience," Caden explained. "In a confrontation you gain experience and you'll know how to act when you have other confrontations," Caden added. "You have to squeeze the most out of a fight to learn as much as possible from it." Jiwoo nodded to himself seriously as he stared at Jiangsu. Jiangsu smiled confidently at him. "Great, that pathetic scaredy-cat is first. I'll crush him," he thought. "There's an infirmary at the academy, so don't worry about getting injured," Jiwoo reassured. They start at the starting whistle. The whistle blew. Jiwoo was very focused on improving his fighting technique when he noticed something strange happen to Jiangsu. One of his arms turned green. "You are dead," Jiangsu said arrogantly. Jiwoo dodges Jiangsu's attacks with great ease, increasing his speed to connect a direct hit on his face. Jiangsu is surprised to see that his punch did not find its target, as he receives a strong punch from Jiwoo. After this, Jiwoo positions himself with his guard up, waiting for any further attack from his opponent. Jiangsu is filled with anger and quickly lunges towards Jiwoo, initiating an intense exchange of blows. However, Jiwoo handles the situation with great skill and manages to easily win the fight, increasing his speed to dodge his opponent's blows and attacking at the weakest points of his defense, with cunning and precision. Seeing Jiangsu with wounds and bruises all over his body, Jiwoo decides to put an end to the fight immediately. With a series of quick and forceful blows, Jiwoo attacks Jiangsu, inflicting serious wounds that make his body bleed profusely. Jiwoo's swift and decisive action leaves Jiangsu staggering, unable to continue fighting. Jiwoo turns and walks towards Woon with a firm and confident step. Once she reaches his side, she places her hands behind her back and appears calm, with no apparent rapid breathing after her walk, but a cheerful smile comes out of her face. Gangwoo, Taeyoung, and Jaehai were stunned as they watched Jiwoo. Meanwhile, Jiwook analyzed the fight that just happened and wondered to himself. Could it be that his power is super speed? He increased his speed at the precise moments to dodge and counterattack without expending too much energy. Is he training? Woon looked at Jiwoo and said in a weak voice. I was going to be the first to fight him, but you did very well. Jiwoo apologized. I'm sorry, but I wanted to fight. I was told that I should gain experience in fights with other awakened ones, and I thought the best way to do that was to fight when I got the chance. And then he said cheerfully, thank you. Woon nodded his head without asking any questions. Jiangsu, as he watched Jiwoo walk away talking cheerfully as if he had spent no energy, thought to himself. How is it possible for that kid to be so strong? Why isn't he affiliated yet? Jiwook turns to Jiangsu, who is still standing in the center of the arena, and asks him to stand behind the corresponding line. Why are you still there? Get behind the line, he tells him authoritatively. Jiangsu, desperate for a chance to show his true potential, begs Jiwook to give him another chance. Please give me one more chance. I haven't shown my full potential, he says hastily. Jiwook notices that drops of blood continue to fall from the body of Jiangsu, who has been standing in that spot since the end of the fight. With a firm voice, Jiwook tells him to return to his place and that he is in no condition to continue fighting. Jiangsu tries to say something else, but Jiwook interrupts him and repeats. Didn't you understand? Go back to your place, you are not fit to fight. Finally, Jiangsu resigns himself and walks with difficulty to the place where the other young men are. Without waiting for Jiwook's word, Woon steps forward and stands in the center of the arena. Jiwoo, full of emotion, expressed his luck to Woon with a single word. Jiwook nodded his head and, wasting no time, asked, who would be next? A brief silence took over the atmosphere before Jiwook says, Jaehai Lee, go ahead. With obvious nervousness, Jaehai responded with a, yes, sir, and moved forward to stand in front of Woon. The sound of a beep interrupts the silence and marks the start of the fight. Woon fixes his attention on Jaehai, noticing that her hands are holding something blue, which then surrounds her in a sort of bubble that slowly rises. Woon's gesture becomes serious, leading him to release 2 bolts of power into the bubble, causing it to shatter into pieces. Jaehai is taken aback by Woon's action, and before she can react, black energy beams with red hues strike her violently, causing her to fall to the ground in an unconscious and injured state. Woon turns around and returns to his position, showing an indifferent and unconcerned attitude towards what has just happened. Jiwook takes a close look at Jaehai and thinks to himself. Unbelievable, he finished off his opponent with such ease and power control. Jaehai has no fighting experience and managed to discover some weak spots in his opponent. Then, he turns his attention to Taeyoung and orders. You, take her to the doctor. Taeyoung tries to lift Jaehai, but her weight makes it difficult for him and Jiwoo comes over to help him. Meanwhile, Gangwoo smiles and thinks. Who will I fight now that the weaker one is gone? Jiwook looks at Jiwoo and says, stay here, you will fight again. You, it's your turn, pointing at Gangwoo. Jiwoo nodded as he watched Gangwoo approach and stand in front of him. The starting signal beep sounded. Gangwoo will assess his opponent. He looks very fast, I must be careful. But I have more strength, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Jiwoo thought. According to his introduction, he can lift 100 kilograms with one hand. Without hesitation, Gangwoo charged at Jiwoo, but to his surprise, Jiwoo appeared behind him in an instant and stunned him with a punch to the face. Gangwoo resisted the blow and hit back, but Jiwoo countered it with his hand. To Jiwoo's surprise, the impact was quite strong and he thought to himself. I won't let them hit me. Gangwoo smiled and tried to attack again, but Jiwoo quickly dodged it and landed several hits, showing his impressive control and efficiency in using his powers. The exchange of blows continued, and as the fight progressed, Gangwoo's wounds began to show, with blood dripping from his wounds, while Jiwoo remained unharmed except for a bruise on his arm. Stop, a voice commanded, and both combatants stopped. Gangwoo breathed heavily, his body dripping blood, while Jiwoo held his breath. The fight is over, Jiwook said, looking at Jiwoo and thinking. That kid handles his power exceptionally well and Woon has incredible control over his abilities. Where did these 2 monsters come from? That's all for today. Those who need medical attention should go to the doctor, and the rest of you should go back to your rooms and get a good night's rest, Jiwoo added. The next day, Jiwoo waved goodbye to Caden with a wave of his hand, walking away from the place. Meanwhile, Caden was immersed in his own world, focused on regaining his force control as quickly as possible. What a bummer, he thought to himself. Why does Han Seongjik have to be here? I thought he had retired. This is annoying. Caden frowned as he concentrated on his recovery. He didn't like the idea of someone like Han Seongjik being around. Woon and Jiwoo arrived at the training center where Jiwoo greeted everyone cheerfully and asked them about their health. As soon as Jiwoo arrived, they started training, which ended quickly, and headed to dinner. Days passed and their routine remained the same: train with Professor Jiwoo, have lunch, and then Jiwoo returned to his room to continue training intensely with Caden. Instructors Jiwoo and Seong were arguing about the proposal to pit the affiliated awakened against the unaffiliated. Jiwoo argued that it was absurd to compare them as the affiliated had advantages over the unaffiliated. The discussion ended with the agreement of the other academy instructors, who also agreed with the proposal. After that conversation, the atmosphere in the training changed rapidly. Jiwoo intensified the demands of the training, pushing the students there to the limits. Only Jiwoo and Woon seemed to be able to keep up, while the others struggled to steady themselves on their feet. Jiwoo stood in front of the children, who were sitting on the floor, trying to catch their breath and rest with their hands behind their backs. He seemed to be waiting for something. Ready, he finally said, catching the attention of the boys. Listen well while you rest, Jiwoo told them with a smile on his face, generating more anticipation. However, the boys began to have doubts, as the class always ended at that time, even when the training started to become more demanding. Jiwoo's response was not long in coming. The truth is, I didn't expect this to come so fast, but I'll teach them force control, he said with an assurance, startling all four boys, except Woon and Jiwoo. Jiangsu was astonished and excited at the news. Mr. Jiang, are you really going to teach us force control? He asked with wide eyes. Yes, but don't get too excited, Jiwoo warned with a smile. It's the most basic thing you'll learn when you join a group, he added to calm their excitement a bit. POV Jiwoo. I've been teaching neutral force control to the four boys, and while it's obvious that those who have never practiced it will have difficulty following the circulation of energy in their body, Woon is different. He has already learned force control and, I heard, had a teacher since he was a child. While the others were concentrating, I went on to teach Jiwoo, seeing palpable excitement on his face. Jiwoo sitting in meditation position is very happy and thinks. It's so much fun to learn another type of force control. According to what Mr. Caden said, it doesn't matter if I learn another force control, as long as it's nothing weird, and since this is the most basic one, it shouldn't affect me much. He went on to say that the force control created by the union of his and Aries' force control was at a very high level. Even in this country there might not be one at that level. Mr. Caden said that many would do anything to learn even a small part of his force control, but from what I remember, Aries' force control is very incredible as he has several powerful ones and is rare even in the whole world. Close your eyes and concentrate completely, he added. Jiwoo. Yes, sir, Jiwoo replied seriously. Jiwoo felt Jiwoo's energy enter his body and move with ease. He followed that energy and started to do it on his own. Jiwoo looked at Jiwoo in awe and thought, how can he follow with such ease? It's unbelievable, he's a monster. Who in the world can do this? And Jiwoo also knows force control. These two guys are a mystery. After a while of training in force control, the boys went to lunch as usual, but were interrupted by three Baekdu members who beat up Jiangsu. Jiwoo intervened, which made them angry. But just then Boyoung and Jaehyuk appeared. In the end, an argument broke out between Shinhwa and Baekdu members. Jiwoo also jumped in, as he did not agree with what happened. As they were about to fight, Professor Jiwoo interrupted them and made them go to their rooms. Jiwoo walks down a hallway, his mind filled with thoughts about what Jiwoo said a few moments ago. However, his concentration is interrupted by the appearance of Seonga and Inhyuk, who appear on the path in front of him. After a brief exchange of greetings, they both assured him that they would be happy to help train the unaffiliated. Caden, for his part, remained focused on recovering most of the time. The next day, Inhyuk and Seonga have joined as coaches and have significantly raised the level of training. They have motivated the youngsters to give their best and squeeze all their energy into every training session. As the days passed, the incident began to spread among the other teachers and members of the academy. Many of them felt disgusted by Inhyuk and Seonga's attitude in refusing to train the affiliates. Eventually, the news reached the academy director, Seongjik, who summoned the two to talk to them and address the situation. The three had a long and intense conversation and it was finally concluded to hold a showdown between the affiliates and non-affiliates, in order to test the talent of the latter. After leaving Han Seongjik's office, Inhyuk and Seonga met Jiwoo, who was waiting for them outside. Seonga muttered a mm. Inhyuk recognized him and asked. Jiwoo. Jiwook answered. How did it go? What's the answer? The three of them advanced down a windowed hallway and continued the conversation. In-hyuk said. They gave us a week's time. Jiwook was surprised and repeated. Only 1 week? In-hyuk calmly replied. Yes, in a week's time they will be evaluated in a showdown against affiliates. They will have to prove something. Jiwook thought to himself. Only 1 week? That's not enough to improve, and their future only resulted in a showdown. In-hyuk smiled confidently and said, well, it went as expected. Jiwook was shocked and hesitantly asked. How did it go as expected? What do you mean? Non-affiliates can't do anything against affiliates. In-hyuk replied. The fight is important. We don't know how they are organized, but we have 2 aces up our sleeves for the unaffiliated that could surprise them. Seonga nodded his head in approval. Jiwook slowed down and said. You mean Jiwoo and Wooin? In-hyuk replied. Yes. Jiwook said. It's true that they are excellent, those 2, but it's not enough for them to win. In-hyuk, with a face full of confidence, replied. Don't believe it will. Even Subin and Jisuk won't be able to beat Wooin. Jiwook was surprised. What? In-hyuk added. It's true. There are only 2 more awakened ones of their age that compare to them in the whole country. Seonga interrupted and said. They are more than enough. For all I know, Jiwoo could be stronger than Wooin, looking at In-hyuk. Jiwook was surprised and also looked at In-hyuk. He sighed and said. That's true, most likely. We don't know for sure because when he fought with Jisuk, the fight was stopped so that both of them didn't end up seriously injured. Jiwook was shocked. How? In-hyuk added. Just so you know, Jisuk, Wooin and Jiwoo fought the Klein brothers and came out alive. Jiwook looked at the 2 in astonishment. Seonga looked at Jiwook and said, you can check for yourself. In the training arena, In-hyuk and Seonga were busy teaching the 4 unaffiliated youths while Jiwook took Jiwoo and Wooin to another training room. Wooin, stand in front of me, Jiwook probably. Yes, sir, Wooin replied obediently. Seonga told me about you. I want to test your strength. Attack me, Jiwook challenged, and the next moment Wooin makes a move, but Jiwook reacted quickly and blocks his attack. Jiwook assessed Wooin, surprised. He attacked right after I finished talking. Jiwoo glared at what was happening. Attack me harder, Jiwook urged. Suddenly, Wooin's body began to give off a reddish-black aura and rose to an impressive level that was astonishing to Jiwook. Wooin placed his hands parallel and small sparks of fire began to ignite. The next moment, he swung his arm toward Jiwook and struck him with impressive force. Jiwook covered his face with his hands, but when he lowered them, he laughed as he witnessed Wooin's small display of power. Well done. You can go back to your place, Jiwook said. Wooin made a reference and broke away. Jiwoo, it's your turn, Jiwook called. Jiwoo nodded and stood in front of him. When do you want to? Don't hold back like you did with your friends, Jiwook said defiantly. Okay, Jiwoo replied, ready. Jiwoo disappeared and appeared in front of Jiwook, throwing a punch. Jiwook raised his arm to counter it, but Jiwoo disappeared again and appeared next to him throwing another attack. Jiwook quickly blocked the punch. Jiwook was astonished, but then recovered and said. Don't hold back on your speed. Jiwoo nodded and disappeared, leaving his silhouette around Jiwook, throwing punches. Jiwook closed his guard and stood still, impressed by Jiwoo's speed. Then, Jiwoo appeared in front of him and threw a powerful punch to his face. Jiwook blocked it with ease and Jiwoo stopped attacking, standing in front of him. As Jiwook saw his hand with a small wound that didn't bleed, he thought. Where did these monsters come from, and laughed. I get it, In-hyuk and Seonga. This is our chance. 3,384 words. Next chapter, Visiting Shinhwa. Chapter 81, 77, Visiting Shinhwa. In Shinhwa. The office is spacious and bright, with a desk strategically placed in front of a large window offering a breathtaking view of the city. To the left of the desk is a set of comfortable armchairs and a table, where a young man with white hair and green eyes, and a beautiful woman with black hair and eyes are seated. I would like to know what is the reason for your visit, Ji-young asked in a firm voice but showing no emotion on his face. Eri smiled for a moment before speaking. I would like to have a conversation. A conversation? Ji-young said with a neutral tone of voice and without showing much emotion on his face. Yes, a friendly conversation. Don't worry, I'm not here to challenge you, Eri said as he stroked a beautiful dragon resting on his legs. Ji-young fixes her attention on the dragon, watching its every move carefully, while Sylvia also directs her gaze towards the creature. Suddenly, Ji-young is transported to a dark and mysterious place, where she comes face to face with the imposing dragon. The beast exhales a terrifying power that causes Ji-young to feel a shiver run through her body and a cold sweat begins to break out on her forehead. The atmosphere is tense and oppressive, and fear grips Ji-young as she gazes in awe at the dragon's magnificence and ferocity. "Miss Ji-young," a voice roused her. "Yes," replied Ji-young, stunned by the interruption and thought. "That beast." "I heard something interesting," Aries said with a smile. Ji-young raised an eyebrow and before she could say anything, Aries added. "Apparently, my little younger brother has caused you quite a bit of trouble." "Little brother?" Ji-young repeated in amazement as he thought. "You have a younger brother and he's here?" "Yes, did you forget my last name, Miss Ji-young," said Aries calmly. "Last name," Ji-young said, and then thought. "Eleceed, it can't be." Ji-young looked with a shocked face at Aries. "Exactly. Jiwoo Seo is my younger brother," said Aries. "Really?" asked Ji-young, with a shocked expression on her face. "Why would I lie to him?" Aries replied with assurance in his tone of voice. "I heard from him that you've treated him very well, and I hope he won't cause too much trouble for my little brother," Aries said with a smile on his face. "No, don't worry, he hasn't caused us any trouble," Ji-young said with a calm tone in his voice. "Well, I also came for two other reasons. The first was for my brother and the second is if you want to accompany me to the Korean Awakening Academy, where my brother is currently staying," said Aries. Ji-young felt a shiver run through his body and couldn't help but ask, "With all due respect, Mr. Aries, why do you want to go to an Awakened Youth Academy? You know rumors are flying and it is said that there will be a showdown between the unaffiliated and affiliated, and my brother, Jiwoo, will fight there," Aries explained. Ji-young is shocked thinks. How did Aries know about the academy? It's supposed to be top secret. Is he really interested in watching some young guys fight or does he just want to see his brother? "Would you like to join me?" repeated Aries. "Sure," replied Ji-young with coldness in his eyes. "Lastly, I recommend you not to get involved in the affairs of other organizations in this country, as this might trigger chaos in your own country, even if you are considered the #1 awakened in South Korea's ranking," Aries said in a deep voice. Ji-young raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" Aries smiled and replied. "Sometimes it's best not to get involved in internal affairs of another organization other than your own. One never knows who the other organizations in your country deal with, Miss Ji-young." Ji-young raised an eyebrow and clenched her fist with determination. "I would like to make a request of you and I hope you will accept it," she said earnestly. "Ah, sure, tell me," Aries replied curiously. "I would like you to accept my challenge," Ji-young said defiantly. A big smile formed on Aries' face. "The truth is, I had no intention of fighting anyone for a while, I wanted to focus on my personal life. But if someone challenged me, I can't refuse," he said with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Ji-young, you are currently not powerful enough. You still have a long way to grow. However, I will show you the power of someone who is considered one of the most powerful awakened in the world today so you can get an idea of how far you should go," Aries continued confidently. On top of an imposing building stands Aries, erect and firm, surveying the city at his feet with a defiant and confident gaze. On the other side, on top of another nearby building, stands Ji-young, with graceful posture and gaze fixed on Aries, as if waiting for something. The cool evening breeze enveloped the scene, while the lights of the city reflected on the faces of Aries and Ji-young and on the windows of the nearby buildings. Suddenly, an intense light burst forth from Aries' body and expanded dizzyingly, encompassing everything it encountered around it. Ji-young was surprised at Aries' great spatial isolation, but he kept his stance firm and his gaze defiant, showing no fear at that supernatural spectacle. "You can attack me anytime, Miss Ji-young," Aries said with a smile, as he waved his hand as if inviting his opponent to try to defeat him. Ji-young nodded with determination, her gaze fixed on Aries, and in a fluid gesture, she began to levitate in the air. She focused on her right hand, channeling all her energy into it. A glowing aura began to surround her, and the strength emanating from her body was palpable. It looked like she was ready to launch an attack with all her might. Concentrating on her target, Ji-young continued to channel her energy into a ball of wind that she was forming in her right hand. Gradually, the ball began to grow in size and power, and became a glowing sphere that seemed to contain the force of a hurricane. Ji-young made a quick and precise movement, and threw the wind ball towards Aries with determination. The sphere streaked through the air with incredible speed, raising a trail of wind and energy in its wake. There seemed to be nothing that could stop its advance towards the opponent. Before Ji-young's attack could hit Aries, his body was covered with a golden shield of light that protected him from the attack. The ball of wind slammed into the shield with great force, causing a wake of wind to sharpen throughout the air. The impact was spectacular. The ball of wind hit Aries with great force, causing a wake of wind that flared through the air. A large explosion shook the top of the building, causing parts of the building to shatter. The dust generated by the explosion began to slowly dissipate, and before Ji-young's eyes, Aries was enveloped in an aura of bright, radiant light, not showing a single scratch. Ji-young was surprised to see that, despite the magnitude of the attack, Aries was still smiling confidently and assuredly. The lack of counterattack on Ares' part puzzled Ji-young, who realized that his attack had been parried with a simple shield. Raising an eyebrow in amazement, Ji-young realized that Ares had incredible power and thought to himself. This is the power of someone who made the top 11 of the world rankings run away. Suddenly, 4 beams of light shot out from Ares' body, aimed directly at Ji-young. Quickly, Ji-young stepped back and, concentrating her energy, launched 4 blasts of wind that impacted against the 4 light attacks, forming 4 powerful explosions. Good reflexes, said a voice behind Ji-young, catching her off guard. Ji-young quickly turned to face Ares, but it was too late, as Ares had launched a punch surrounded by light towards her. With quick reflexes, Ji-young created a wind barrier with both hands to stop the attack, but the shield cracked under the force of the impact and sent her flying backwards, crashing into a nearby building. Ares descended into a destroyed building, inspecting the damage he had caused with his attack. He looked towards the building split in half, where Ji-young impacted. Ji-young emerged from the rubble, coughing and trying to catch her breath. Although she was injured, she had not lost her determination, got up and prepared for the next round. Ji-young carefully demonstrated Ares' skills, and couldn't help but think that his speed was impressive and his defense, almost impenetrable. Ares turned to Ji-young and challenged, "Show me your most powerful attack, attack me with everything you've got." Ji-young frowned, surprised by the request. Nevertheless, he focused all his energy into his most devastating technique, and a huge green aura shot out from his body, cracking the buildings in the area in its path. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, his eyes glowed with an intense greenish glow, demonstrating his determination and strength. "Blade Storm," exclaimed Ji-young, as a terrifying gust of wind formed and headed towards Ares. Ares demonstrated with a smile on his face at Ji-young's powerful attack. "It's more powerful than I expected," he thought as he raised his hand and a large beam of light shot towards his opponent's technique. The 2 attacks collided with overwhelming force, forming a shockwave that shook the ground and destroyed much of the buildings in the area. The deafening sound of the collision will damage throughout the area, causing nearby buildings to crumble and windows to explode into pieces. The energy released by the 2 attacks expanded forcefully, creating a cloud of dust and debris that enveloped Ji-young and Ares inside. Suddenly, Ares' attack continued its path towards Ji-young, taking the latter by surprise. However, Ji-young quickly recovered and, in a nimble move, created a wind barrier to protect herself. Ji-young held her wind barrier tightly, concentrating on repelling Ares' attack. However, the force of his opponent's attack was too strong and gradually weakened his shield. Suddenly, the wind shield shattered into 1,000 pieces, leaving Ji-young unprotected against Ares' attack. But just when it seemed all was lost, something surprising happened. The beam of light that was heading towards Ji-young disappeared at the last moment. Calmly, his hands behind his back and breathing normally, Ares descended from the sky and stood in front of Ji-young. "How did you find the confrontation?" he asked. "Yes. I was able to get a feel for his strength, thank you," Ji-young said as she looked at Ares. "Miss Ji-young," Ares began in a serious and stern tone of voice. "I have to say that I'm a little disappointed. Rumors are flying around about your great talent overseas and I expected more from you. Maybe it was me who had too high expectations." Ji-young kept silent, but he clenched his fist tightly and felt his face blush despite the cold face he was showing. Suddenly, Silva appeared at high speed and landed on Ares' shoulder deftly. Ares pointed to his arms and Silva quickly descended and curled up, trying to sleep in his lap. At the same time in other places. At the Awakened Academy. In-hyuk and Seonga stand erect behind Jiwook, their hands folded behind their backs. The instructor's steady gaze is directed towards the 6 young men in front of them. The instructors, in a firm and confident voice, inform the youths that they will have to face the affiliates. Hearing this, 4 of the youths besides Jiwoo and Wooin show signs of fear and nervousness, their faces tighten and their eyes show a mixture of surprise and concern. The instructors, aware of the youngsters' reaction, adopt a calmer and more reassuring posture, trying to instill confidence in them. Unlike the other youths, Jiwoo and Wooin seem to be more interested in the confrontation, their eyes shining with determination and a gleam of excitement, as if they are eagerly awaiting the confrontation. Their posture is more relaxed, demonstrating a self-confidence. The instructors inform the boys that their training will intensify significantly during this week. Jiwoo's room. "So you're going to face those affiliated guys," said Caden as he watched TV. "Yes, Mr. Caden," Jiwoo replied. "I'm a little nervous," Jiwoo added, although his face showed motivation and enthusiasm. "Calm down, you'll have a lot of fights in the future." "Do you know who you're going to fight?" asked Caden, looking at Jiwoo. "Not yet. They said they would give a list first," replied Jiwoo. "Ah, well, then the only thing left is to train." "You're going to suffer like never before," Caden said with a demonic grin. "Yeah," Jiwoo replied cheerfully. 2,166 words. Next chapter 1 week. Chapter 82, 78, 1 week. In the affiliates area. A large group of young people are gathered, and at this moment, their ears are completely focused on Seong's words. A fight will be held against the unaffiliated, Seong stated as she had her hands behind her back. However, we will only be able to select 6 of you to participate since there are 6 of them, Seong added calmly. Jisook and many other affiliated youths followed Jisook's example and chose to withdraw rather than confront the unaffiliated, as they found it was not productive to fight against them. Seong expressed with a furrowed brow. Well, just 6 of you is enough and the class is concluded. Seong leaves the affiliate training area along with Suin and Chol. On the first day of training, the young men underwent a demanding physical routine that consisted of running long distances in the arena of the training camp. Then, they focused on strength control, practicing combat techniques and having fights with different instructors to gain experience. At the end of the day, the young men enjoyed dinner together, and each headed to their rooms to continue their own training. Jiwoo, in particular, was taking a walk with Kaden to relax, but had to be careful not to get caught while using his force control. By chance he meets Ju, who thinks that Kaden transformed into a cat is Jiwoo's familiar. Jiwoo returned to his own room, feeling worried about what had just happened, sat on his bed and sighed deeply. Don't worry, Kaden told him, trying to reassure him. Relax, let's focus on your training is the most important thing for now. After taking a short rest, Kaden devoted himself to improving Jiwoo's combat skills for several hours, giving him his experience on the battlefield. On the other hand, Jiwoo went to bed early, because his training with Inhyuk, Seonga, and Jiwook starts very early. Kaden on the other hand concentrated on his recovery, devoting his full attention to his body and mind in a moment of introspection. Although the days passed quickly, a slight improvement could be seen in the abilities of the 4 unaffiliated boys. Although it was not a noticeable improvement, it could be seen that they had made some progress in their training despite the difficulties. The boys remained focused and worked hard to improve their skills. In contrast to the others, Woon had to train alone and focus entirely on his strength control after the training sessions with the instructors. He spent long hours honing his skills, practicing advanced techniques to strengthen his control and increase his endurance. Thanks to Kaden's dedicated guidance, Jiwoo was able to overcome his minor deficiencies in his fighting form and significantly improving his melee skills. With the lessons learned from his mentor, Jiwoo was able to correct his mistakes and improve his technique, which taught him to fight with confidence and skill. Compared to his previous one, Jiwoo's improvement was remarkable, and Kaden made sure that every training session was intense and productive. With his hard work and Kaden's expert guidance, Jiwoo was now a more capable and efficient fighter. In addition to improving his hand-to-hand combat skills, Jiwoo also spent time training his force control. Over time, Jiwoo was able to use his force control more accurately and effectively. The combination of improved combat skills and more trained force control made Jiwoo a more formidable opponent. Han Seonjik's office. Han Seonjik is sitting looking at Aries, with a beast resting on his legs. Next to him is Ji Young, who has a cold but elegant expression. Han Seonjik smiled kindly as he said, I didn't expect Shinhwa's president and Korea's #1 awakened to have time to visit me, but his expression turned serious as soon as he turned to Aries. Han Seonjik raised an eyebrow and asked, Why are the 2 of you together? Aries replied, I had a little conversation with Miss Ji Young, explaining the reason why they were together. Ji Young nodded coldly, and though Han Seonjik didn't ask any more questions, he turned his gaze back to Aries. I didn't expect to see you around here, nickname, Han Seonjik said with a serious tone. What brings you here? Aries smiled as he petted Sylvia. I just came to watch the clashes, he explained. My younger brother studies at this institution and I wanted to support him. Younger brother, exclaimed Han Seonjik in surprise. Aries smiled and replied. Did you forget my last name, as Ji Young looked at them intently. Last name? Aries Seo, Han Seonjik muttered as a name popped into his mind, Jiwoo Seo, an unaffiliated with Shinhwa's sponsorship. Astonished, he thought, is that why he wanted to talk to her? I can't find another answer, he is on another level if he wants to challenge her. Then, Han Seonjik asked seriously. Jiwoo Seo is your younger brother. Exactly, Aries said indifferently. I'm very interested in my little brother's confrontation. I heard that someone from an organization called Baekdu from this country caused trouble for him, said Aries with seriousness and an imposing voice as he stared at Han Seonjik with his cold eyes. Ji Young and Han Seonjik raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, Aries. Before they could continue, Aries replies. Don't worry, he won't intervene if it's fights between youngsters, they should settle their own matters by fighting, but if adults get involved, I will destroy everything in my path no matter who it is, Aries said with his cold gaze and unbelievable murderous intent. Ji Young and Han Seonjik felt a chill as they saw behind Aries hundreds of dead bodies and running blood, and on a throne, they saw the appearance of a handsome young man with white hair and emerald green eyes with blood-stained hands, showing great nobility. The murderous intent disappears and they breathe normally again. Don't worry, no one will interfere, I give you my word, said Han Seonjik hastily. Are you sure? Asked Aries. You know what happens to people who don't keep their promises. I'm sure, said Han Seonjik seriously. Ji-young looks at Han Seonjik in astonishment and thinks. Did he really give a vow of something that may be out of his reach? However, let's focus on the upcoming clashes, Aries said with a smile, easing the tension in the atmosphere. 1062 words. Next chapter, Unaffiliated v/S Affiliates. Chapter 83, 79, Unaffiliated v/S Affiliates. Korean Awakening Academy. In a wide academy arena, 6 unaffiliated youths stand at one end intently watching the dozens of young affiliated figures crowding the other end. The affiliateds mutter nasty and mean things about the unaffiliateds. Line up the people who will face each other, Jiwoo said. The 12 young men divided into 2 rows of 6 and stared at each other. Seeing that he would not face Jiwoo, Sucheon asked to change places so that he could fight him. At first, the instructors refused because a list of matchups had already been defined, but Jiwoo agreed to the change. After switching places, Sucheon looked coldly at Jiwoo and said, "You are finished." Jiwoo raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "We'll see." Taeyoung Ki, no affiliation, and Sui Chu of Hala, advanced to the center of the ring, Seong announced. The bout started and Taeyoung was overwhelmed by his opponent. Despite his strong willpower to keep fighting, he could do nothing in the face of Sui Chu's dominance and ended up shattered in the ring. Victory goes to Sui Chu, declared Seong. The affiliates present in the stands jeered at Taeyoung's pathetic performance. Next fight, Jukyung Kim of Mir against Gangwoo Choi of the non-affiliates, said Seong. As soon as the fight started, Gangwoo stood still, his face pale. What's wrong with him? Asked Jai-hai. Why isn't he moving? Jiwoo took a moment to analyze the situation. The Mir team has animal communication skills, could it be that Jukyung is using his ability to control Gangwoo's mind, he wondered. Or maybe he has another awakened ability such as mind control. I think his power is mind control, Jiwoo finally said, startling Jai-hai, Jiangsu and Wooin. Gangwoo imagined himself winning his fight against Jukyung, but suddenly his surroundings changed and he found himself in a white room. Startled, he felt incredible pain all over his body and couldn't help but scream, "Aewa," before falling unconscious to the floor. The winner is Jukyung Kim, Seong announced. The instructors and students sighed at the ease with which he had defeated his opponent. Next, Hyanga Park of Baekdu against unaffiliated Jai-hai Lee, Seong said. Hyanga and Jai-hai stood in the center of the arena, facing each other. The confrontation begins with the opening whistle. Jai-hai goes on the attack from the first moment, but his opponent, Hyang, manages to dodge all his attacks with ease. As Hyang gets closer and closer, Jai-hai intensifies his offensive, but to no avail. Finally, a powerful blow hits Jai-hai's stomach, making her fall to the ground. You make obvious attacks and you're pathetic, are you going to give up so easily after just one hit, said Hyanga. Jai-hai smiles and lifts her up, but in the air she realizes that she can't move her and feels an unbearable pressure on her shoulders. She falls to the ground defeated by her opponent's gravitational force. The situation worsens when Hyanga puts his foot on Jai-hai's face, crushing it and despising her. Even though Jai-hai surrenders, Hyanga ignores his request and uses his gravitational ability to push Jai-hai even harder. At this situation, Jiwoo shouted trying to stop the confrontation, but Sucheon sighed and criticized her, starting a small argument. And the winner is Hyanga Park, announced Seong. Next are In-young Ka of Baekdu and Jiangsu Lee, who is unaffiliated, he added. At the beginning of the confrontation, Jiangsu knows of the awakened abilities of his opponent and formulates a plan to counteract them. However, despite his efforts, the plan does not work and he begins to receive a series of blows with great difficulty, tries to block them, but fails to do so effectively and continues to receive the blows of his rival. In a moment of desperation, Jiangsu manages to find an opening in his opponent's guard and hits him in the face, which provokes the wrath of his rival, who uses his awakened abilities without containing his power. Attacking with his overflowing gravitational power, his opponent inflicts heavy damage and doesn't stop, leaving him half dead and the ground destroyed. Jiwoo and Jai-hai watched in awe at the scene before their eyes, shocked by the brutality. In Han Seonjik's office, Aries and Ji-young watched the fights on the screen intently. My god, weren't these fights supposed to show us their potential, muttered Han Seonjik, visibly disappointed by the way the clashes were going. Looks like this is all a waste of time, Han Seonjik continued, his tone denoting frustration and disappointment. Ji-young watches Han Seonjik with a cold, analytical expression, deep in thought. Aries smiles and directs a question to Han Seonjik. I don't understand why you're so happy about your affiliated guys defeating some kids who only recently know that they are awakened. Han Seonjik fixes his gaze on Aries, his expression serious and dark, remaining silent. Aries let out a bored sigh. I would love to see them face the real awakened youngsters from those families with great reputation, maybe then, the situation would be different and they would look pathetic. Han Seonjik and Ji-young's face twitched as they heard Aries' words, they looked at him with expressions of disgust evident on their faces. Han Seonjik stared at Aries with an icy expression and a vein throbbing on his forehead. Aries, he said in a cold and cutting tone. Is there a problem? Is something bothering you? Aries asked in a defiant tone, holding Han Seongjik's gaze. We both know what I said is true, he added, nonchalantly. Han Seongjik probably reflected on Aries' words. He's right, it's true that they still lack power and experience for those big families, but for the World Awakened Academy it's another thing. Their level is very similar, although they are invaluable awakened for the future of our country, he thought to himself. There are some young people of their own ages who are incredible, he concluded. Anyway, the next 2 clashes will be interesting, Aries said with a smile on his face. I hope they will be very attentive, they might be surprised, he added as Han Seongjik and Ji Young raised an eyebrow, looking at him skeptically. 1036 words. Next chapter, The Power of Unaffiliated.